conducted by DHS on search warrants originating from federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York. A person familiar tells NBC News multiple witnesses have been interviewed by prosecutors and investigators in connection with the case.
The speed at which it appears these raids were conducted suggests that agents were concerned that they needed to secure evidence quickly and prevent anyone from destroying evidence before they got there.
It's the latest in a legal firestorm surrounding the 54-year-old music mogul, with multiple lawsuits alleging sexual assault, abuse, harassment, forced drugging, and the distribution of illegal firearms and narcotics. The allegations began last year with Combs' ex-partner, R&B singer Cassie, filing a lawsuit in New York. She was seeking $30 million, alleging physical and sexual abuse, as well as sex trafficking. They settled for an undisclosed amount. Several other women came forward with similar accusations. Representatives for Combs did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment.
And our thanks to Steve for that report. We have breaking news this morning. An NYPD officer has been killed in the line of duty. Officer Jonathan Diller was shot during a traffic stop in the Far Rockaway neighborhood of Queens, officials say. Diller and his partner approached an illegally parked car. One of the men inside refused to get out and then opened fire, striking Diller. He was rushed to the hospital where he died. The suspect was shot by Diller's partner. Police sources tell NBC New York that he is expected to survive. After more than 5 months of war in Gaza, the United Nations Security Council passed a resolution demanding an immediate 2-week ceasefire and hostage release. In what's being seen as a sharp rebuke of Israeli leadership, the U.S. did not use its veto this time around, but instead abstained following the resolution to pass. Let's go now to Chapman Bell. And Chapman, good morning. Tell us more what's in this resolution.
Good morning, Francis. Yes, this resolution calls for the immediate ceasefire for the remaining 2 weeks of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, and also calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. The resolution brought forward by Mozambique also calls for the flow of more humanitarian aid and the lifting of all barriers to humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Unlike the U.S. resolution last week that was vetoed by Russia and China, it did not directly link the release of hostages as a condition for the ceasefire. Also, it did not condemn the Hamas's attack on October 7th, which U.S. Secretary of State Blinken says was one of the reasons they abstained from the vote. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel clearly unhappy with the U.S. abstaining, canceling a trip of a delegation to D.C. by top Israeli officials that were part of the invitation by President Biden last week to discuss alternatives to a Rafah ground invasion. But the Israel Defense Minister was in D.C. and says that Israel has no moral right to end the war. Also, Israel's foreign minister echoing this. So it seems that they're at odds with going forward with this ceasefire so far. Francis.
Hey, Chapman Belforest. Chapman, thank you. Florida has new restrictions for social media. Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill that bans children younger than 14 from joining any social media sites. And users that are 14 or 15 will need parental consent. Companies could be fined up to $50,000 for each violation, and they can be sued on the child's behalf for up to $10,000. The law is expected to be challenged over claims that it violates free speech rights. With this bill, Florida also joins 8 states in requiring age verification for pornographic websites, which could lead to some sites being blocked in the state. Turning now to the spring storms battering the country from coast to coast. Across the plains, whiteout conditions stranding cars. Parts of Colorado, Wisconsin, and Minnesota all seeing more than a foot of snow Monday. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman for what's next. Hey, Angie.
Hi there, Francis. We've got more in store through the next day or so here across parts of this same region. We're still dealing with the rain across parts of the Great Lakes. Notice the snow that's moving through parts of the upper Midwest, too. And all of that rain is draped down as far south as the Gulf Coast. And we're going to see this system continue to move to the east over the next couple of days. We've got more rain in store. We'll see some additional snow through the day today, specifically the highest amounts in parts of northern Minnesota. By the time we get into tomorrow, still some rain in parts of the New England area down through the southeast as well, and more of that on the way here as we get into your Thursday and your Friday. We'll continue to start to see this working out, but not before we deal with the potential for some strong storms, some additional snow, and some heavy rainfall. Here's the snowfall that I was mentioning. You can see 3, 4, upwards of 5 5 inches possible the farther north you go in Minnesota. Here's the 2 spots we're going to watch for the strong to severe storms today. There is a chance that we could see some isolated tornadoes, but the best chance looks like those strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We've also got wind alerts up for portions of this region, 23 million people included in that, and some chilly conditions settling in across parts of the northern plains. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 50 degrees in Philadelphia today, dealing with the rain from Detroit to Cleveland and down through Columbus. We see milder conditions temperature-wise across Dallas and Shreveport. Temperatures into the upper 70s for Mobile, but dealing with some shower and thunderstorm activity today. Atlanta hit 66 with rain in the forecast. And that's a look at your forecast. Francis, back to you.
Appreciate it, Angie. Thank you. Now to baseball's brightest stars. Breaking his silence on a burgeoning scandal here. Shohei Ohtani spoke to the press on Monday for the first time since his longtime interpreter, Ippei Mitsuhara, was fired by the LA Dodgers over gambling and theft allegations. Speaking through a different interpreter, Ohtani expressed sadness and shock over Mitsuhara's alleged actions, claiming that he had been stealing money from the two-way phenom's account. Mitsuhara was dismissed over reports that $4.5 million was wired from Ohtani's account to a bookmaker in Southern California. Ohtani also denied his own involvement in the situation, saying that he never bet on sports nor asked anyone to bet for him. The MLB launched its own investigation into the matter over the weekend. Mitsuhara has not responded to requests for comment. Early today is back in a minute with why flying anxiety is hitting new highs for Gen Z travelers. And Caitlin Clark's dream season sets a date with the Sweet 16. The highlights from Iowa's nail-biter against West Virginia.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More turbulence for top executives at Boeing this morning. CEO Dave Calhoun announced that he will leave by year's end after cascading concerns over quality control and safety. The head of commercial aircraft is also out, and Boeing's board chair will not seek re-election. The shakeup comes just 2 months after that door plug blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight. The trouble is having younger travelers rethinking their plans. Here's Maya Eaglin.
It makes me wonder if, that's going to happen on my flight.
If something were to happen on my flight, what protections do I have?
Recent viral videos and news of Boeing planes having to make emergency landings are causing lots of people to have second thoughts about booking their next flight, but especially young folks.
If you fly Boeing, you could possibly die.
I specifically booked the flight I have today to be not flying on a 737 MAX 9.
When did your fear of flying Boeing start?
Honestly, it's been more recent. I used to love flying as a kid. It was always an adventure for me.
Leo Lardy is a 25-year-old artist and frequent flyer who says they've been actively avoiding air travel.
I'm planning to try and visit my fiance's family so that I can finally meet them. My biggest goal was to try and get her to London to see her sister, and that has definitely been put on hold.
CNBC airline reporter Leslie Josephs has been following Boeing closely.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everybody. We're coming on a bit early with breaking news. A horrifying scene in Baltimore this morning. The Francis Scott Key Bridge struck by a cargo ship and collapsing overnight. You can see the video right there. Shows the entire structure appearing to break apart. This is a 1.5 mile bridge over Baltimore Harbor. NBC's Tom Costello is right there at the scene for us. And Tom, obviously the concern is anyone who was on the bridge, members on the cargo ship. What can you tell us? What's the latest right now?
That's right. This happened at 1:30 this morning. A Singapore-flagged vessel, a cargo ship, struck one of the support structures, one of the pylons, if you will, holding up the Francis Scott Key Bridge. And with that, the entire bridge, as you saw in that video, collapsed into the water. Just a stunning scene here. And this is a critical artery, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, into and around the port of Baltimore, which, as you know, is one of the nation's busiest ports. And so that is going to create a massive logistical headache this morning. The Maryland governor has declared a state of emergency. The Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, in contact, I should say, with the Maryland governor as well. Fire Department and Coast Guard rescue operations have been ongoing since very early, searching for any potential victims who may have gone into the water. And we have heard there may be 7 people who went into the water, maybe more. Nobody on the ship is missing, we believe. However, the concern is that there may have been construction workers on top of the bridge when the bridge was struck and that they may have gone into the water. As a result, this is a massive search and rescue operation, and it's being described by some at the Maryland State Police as an ongoing mass casualty incident. This is right along the critical I-95 corridor, which, of course, is the critical artery up and down the East Coast. So if you were planning to drive up and down the East Coast through Baltimore, be aware that you will see traffic affected. The traffic is being told to avoid 695 and go up I-95 and 895 instead. Nonetheless, as you would expect, we have major emergency operations now staging at our location. We are just down the road from this bridge that stretches over the Patapsco River, and it is unlikely, of course, given the state of that bridge, there's going to be any activity, of course, for some time.
Tom,
right now, it is all about life-saving rescue operations underway.
Yeah, so this is the ship is called the Dali. As you said, it's Singapore flagged. As I understand it, it had just departed Baltimore Harbor, presumably loaded with cargo. When you look at the video closely, it appears as the cargo ship, it looks very dark as it hits that support structure. You know, one can't speculate, but it looks very dark as it hits the support structure. What do you make of that?
Well, not only that, but notice right above it, that appears to be smoke coming from the ship itself. All of this is according to eyewitnesses who have also said they thought they saw smoke coming from the ship. So that clearly is going to be part of this investigation. And I must say, all of us who live in the greater Washington, Baltimore area and who are very much aware of what a critical bridge the Francis Scott Key Bridge is, are stunned that how a single cargo ship could take this bridge out. How could they have hit the pylon to begin with? And second of all, how is it possible that this bridge was so vulnerable to being taken out by a single cargo vessel?
Agreed.
Regardless,
I mean,
as you know, this is...
Yeah,
and this is a critical port. The Port of Baltimore handles just a tremendous amount of volume, shipping volume for the East Coast. And this morning, all of that is very much kind of hitting the pause button as this ongoing search and rescue operation continues.
It's still dark there, and we're looking at some overhead images there, Tom. I don't know if you can see. We seem to have some new images coming in, aerial images. So we have to wait for the sun to come up to see just how extensive this is. This is a 1.5 mile long bridge, as you mentioned. It's known, it's the key bridge in the Baltimore Harbor, but part of 695, I-695, a heavily trafficked area, as you know. Can you tell whether, I mean, you see sort of a portion of the bridge appearing to still standing leading up to. I mean, is it fair to say, do you have any insight from your vantage point, is the entire bridge collapsed, or is this a partial bridge collapse?
You know, Savannah, here's the thing. You have as good, if not better view than I do, because I'm about a mile down the road, and we can't, of course, go over that road because it goes right into the bridge. Right. But these aerial shots that we're looking at really provide us the best perspective. And to me, this looks like, for all intent and purposes, a total bridge collapse there. Maybe just a tiny piece of it is still standing, but this is just an unbelievable series of events that have brought this bridge down here in Baltimore.
Well, there's, as you said, up to 20 people potentially still missing. The shipping company says that all of its cargo ship employees are accounted for. That is good news. There are reports of construction workers who were on the bridge at the time and who may be missing in the water, and talk about conditions there. You're standing, it is right there. It is very, very cold. We understand the water there, the Patapsco River, to be about 48 degrees Fahrenheit, which, of course, brings up concerns of hypothermia very, very quickly.
Well, and this happened at 1:30 in the morning. So if anybody had gone into that water, you'd be very concerned about survivability at this point. It's about 35 degrees out here, out on the land, and we have a bit of a wind blowing here. Some family members, I'm told, some family members of construction workers have been gathered at a nearby gas station just down the road, waiting for any word at all about whether their loved ones were safe. But we don't have any word on that at this point. We are awaiting a press conference we expect momentarily from Maryland state authorities, state police, we believe, and hoping for more information. And you're right, the numbers of potential victims has kind of been very, very up just all over the map. We've heard 7, we've heard up to 20. The problem is we don't know how many cars or individuals may have been on the bridge at 1:30 in the morning and gone into the water. So yes, there are an awful lot of unanswered questions here, but just an unbelievable series of events with that bridge crumbling. And not only that, for us to have video of the moment of impact is really striking. As I mentioned, the NTSB will be leading the investigation, but we are still very much in the emergency rescue stage.
And I want to just mention, we showed a few moments ago a makeshift podium being set up. There it is. Officials are expected to be briefing media in just a few moments, and we will continue to be here live, and we will carry that live as we hope to get a little more information. As you said, there's much more that is not known at this hour, Tom, than is known. But important to note that authorities have immediately referred to this as a mass casualty event. So a tragedy, and a shocking one at that. And to just go back to this bridge and the history of the bridge, it's nearly 50 years old. It opened in 1977. The other ways through this particular area, which if you look at a map, it's a waterway, very complex waterway, one of the biggest ports in the United States. And the bridge is the bridge was opened as an alternative to the tunnels in that area. It has had some renovations somewhat recently in the 80s, but Tom, I'm struck, as you were and other witnesses are, that one cargo ship, granted it hitting a pylon, a major support structure, could bring down a bridge that's 1.5 miles long.
Yeah, that's right. And I think one of the key questions for investigators will be who was piloting the ship. As you know, when you come into very busy ports and harbors in this country, very often the captain of the ship has to essentially hand control of the bridge over to a local pilot who gets on the ship to navigate into the waters, to navigate into the harbor itself. So we don't know if it was the captain who was responsible for the ship at that very moment, or did they have a local harbor master, if you will, or a pilot, I should say, who was on board at the time. We simply don't know. And pardon me for not having all of the proper language on this. I am not a harbor expert, and I'm sure we've got them on our in our audience, people who are very familiar with this. But this is a very, very complicated port with a tremendous amount of shipping volume, carries just a tremendous amount of cargo into and out of the East Coast. And I will tell you that if you travel in and around the Baltimore area, you know how often you see massive container ships here, cruise ships are here. There are an awful lot of car lots where brand new cars are staging before they are loaded onto or coming off of these ships. Just a tremendous amount of activity in this area. So to lose the Francis Scott Key Bridge and then to also have this harbor or this port so dramatically impacted will have a dramatic impact on the Baltimore region today, certainly economic, but also, of course, just logistically and getting around. But at the moment, our key concern is how many people may have been on the bridge and may be in the water.
Yes, including potentially at several construction workers who may have been working at the time. Look at this aerial shot here, Tom, and it's hard to make out, frankly. It's dark. It's unclear what we're looking at there because there were conflicting reports about whether or not the cargo ship itself had sunk.
Yeah, I've heard that it may have sunk, Savannah. I don't have that myself. I don't have that information confirmed. It's one of the reasons we're hoping to get more clarity from Maryland state authorities with this news conference any moment now. I think we want to know whether, in fact, that ship did sink. We want to know how many people may be still in the water, how many people may have been on the bridge, how many are they looking for, the extent of the search and rescue operations. We know We know that Baltimore City Fire and Rescue has been here. Also, surrounding fire departments responded. The Coast Guard responded as well. Tom, but we're waiting for the specifics of that.
And we're going to hear from officials. We may get some of those answers as they step here to the microphones in Baltimore on this breaking news this morning, the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore Harbor. Let's listen.
Everybody good? Everybody ready? Okay, good morning. My name is Chief James Wallace. I'm the chief of the Baltimore City Fire Department. I'm joined this morning by our Mayor Brandon Scott, Council President Mosby, Councilwoman Porter, County Executive Johnny Oshevsky, and Baltimore County Fire Chief Joanne Rund. Our brief this morning will be an update on the search and rescue operation that's ongoing at this point. So at approximately 0140 hours this morning, our 911 center dispatched a call to the Baltimore City Fire Department for a report of a water rescue in the Patapsco River in the area of the Key Bridge. As units were responding, they began to receive numerous calls indicating multiple people in the water. At some point during that chain of events of calls, we began to receive indications that a ship may have struck the Key Bridge. We got further information through multiple calls that the Key Bridge, portions of the Key Bridge had actually collapsed. At about 0150 hours, our first unit arrived on scene and reported a complete collapse of the Key Bridge. We were also given information at that time that there were likely multiple people on the bridge at the time of the collapse, and that as a result, multiple people were in the water. We were able to remove 2 people from the water. One individual refused service and refused transport. Essentially, that person was not injured. However, there was another individual that's been transported to a local trauma center that is in very serious condition. At this time, we have multiple air assets from the Maryland State Police, as well as the Baltimore Police Department, as well as multiple marine assets from around the region, including Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, as well as multiple local and state police agencies, National Resources Police, BPD Special Ops Unit is in here, Maryland State Police is here. We have multiple resources. We are still very much in an active search and rescue posture at this point, and we will continue to be for some time. We have a large area that we have to search. This includes on the surface of the water, subsurface, as well as on the deck of the ship itself. We believe at this point we may be looking for upwards of 7 individuals. That's the latest information we have. However, what I will say is the information that I'm giving you right now is as of right now. That's what we know right now. This is a very large incident. It involves a very large footprint. Multiple agencies are operating, therefore information is subject to change as we get more intel and as our crews work through the morning. Over the next 8 to 12 hours, you can expect to continue to see our air and maritime assets functioning out on the water and in the air above. We need to do damage assessment of the ship itself before we can board that ship. And we need to continue our subsurface search, which is including different types of sonar. We have side scan sonar. We have other sonar capabilities here. We have underwater UAVs that we're working with. And throughout the night, we've also been working with infrared technology, both from the air and on the water surface. So I'm going to wrap up here with just saying this continues to be a search and rescue operation. It continues to be a very dynamic operation with multiple local, state, and federal resources involved. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Mayor, Mayor Brandon Scott.
Thank you, Chief. Everyone, this is a unthinkable tragedy. We have to first and foremost pray for all of those who are impacted, those families. Pray for our first responders and thank them, all of them working together, city, state, local, to make sure that we are working through this tragedy. This is an ongoing active research that we're having right now. We're going to continue, as you heard from Chief Wallace, throughout. As long as we have to be doing that, we will do it. But we have to be thinking about the families and people impacted, folks who we have to try to find and save. This is what our focus should be on right now. We're going to continue to work in partnership with every part of government to do everything that we can to get us through the other side of this tragedy. And with that, I'll turn it over to County Executive Olszewski.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I think we all awoke this morning to an unspeakable tragedy. As the mayor indicated, we know that there will be families and individuals impacted by this, regardless of what happens the rest of the way out. So I would just echo the mayor in lifting up prayers for those who are impacted, but also ask that our residents pray for our first responders. They have been on scene since very early in the morning. Not only conducting initial search and rescue operations, but planning for additional ones as the sun comes up. And, the work that they do cannot be understated. And I want to just thank them for all that they are doing and will do in the hours and days ahead. We know that we have a long road ahead, not just in the search and rescue, but in the fallout following this. I think we appropriately have our attention on the search and rescue efforts currently, and just here alongside our partners in the city to say that they have our full support, just as we want to thank our state partners for the resources they've offered up, as well as the federal partners who have already reached out. The mayor and I have talked to the governor. We've heard from the Secretary of Transportation. So collectively, we thank everyone for their thoughts, their well wishes. But again, this is a very active situation, and we want to just thank the chief and our teams for all the great work they're doing. And with that, I'll turn things back over to the chief.
Thank you, County Executive Olszewski. We'll do some Q&A right now. Now we're just going to go around, have everyone present one question.
Chief, can you tell us where the crew of the ship is? You also mentioned, too, that 2 people were rescued. Who made the first 911 call? And there were reports that there was a crew on the deck of the ship working at that point. Can you confirm any of that information?
The latest information we have on the crew of the ship is that they are still on board the ship. There's been comms between the ship crew and the Coast Guard. So as part of the overall operation, we communicate through the Coast Guard with the ship. And I'm sorry, your other questions?
There were 2 people taken. Who made the first 911 call?
I don't know who made that call yet.
Okay, and were there other workers on the deck of the ship or deck of the bridge at this point? We had heard that information. Can you confirm that?
We were being told there were workers on the bridge. We have yet to confirm that. We'll work with MDTA to obviously to get that information.
About how many cars were on that ship? Last question. On the deck of the bridge at the time it collapsed. Do you know that?
Don't have a number. I can tell you our sonar has detected the presence of vehicles submerged in the water. I don't have a count of that yet.
Thank you.
Chief, you mentioned upwards of 7 individuals that you're looking for. We've heard reports of as many as 20 individuals. Can you just paint a more clear picture of about how many people actually fell into the water, how many people you might be looking to rescue, and also if you can give an idea of how many vehicles, although you might not have the answer, but really just the search and rescue.
Yeah, I'll start with the last one. So I don't know how many vehicles yet. I know that we have detected the presence of vehicles. As far as the number between the 7 and 20, that's been a dynamic count throughout the morning, just given the fact that we haven't yet nailed that number down. We do believe that at least 7 are involved in that, at least 7 at this point.
That fell into the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I know you said the crew was accounted for the Coast Guard on deck. Do we know if any of the crew members were part of these at least 7 people that may have been in the water?
We do not.
Can I just ask, survivability in waters around this level is not very long. I want you shift focus to become more of a salvage operation.
So we'll be guided by our dive teams. We will determine what the temperature of the water is. The other issue that we have out there is this water is current influenced. So right now we think the tide is coming back in. That adds a bit of a challenge to us also. We can certainly dive in these conditions, but we have to take a lot of factors into play, right? The fact that there may be trauma involved, they have been in the water an extended period of time, but also remember we're battling darkness. So, it's quite possible that we may have somebody there that we've not seen yet, and as they work closer to the debris field, they'll obviously make those determinations. But we're going to rely on the experts, which are our dive masters that are here, our dive team, to tell us when they believe we've reached that non-survivability point.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Janine?
Chief Wallace, was there any indication that there was a problem on the ship? Was it let in by tugboats at any midday? Like anything that so far early on point you to something went wrong?
We do not have that information with regard to the investigation. I would refer that to law enforcement. My focus since 1:40 this morning has been that rescue operation.
So far there's been no indication that any kind of like an emergency dispatch came from that ship before?
I have no information about that, ma'am.
Have you been able to talk to the pilot, the American pilot on that bridge?
The pilot on the vessel?
Yeah.
We have not talked to the pilot on the vessel. The rescue personnel, the rescue operation, we have not interacted.
Just back over here.
Can you tell us about these victims?
I don't have age and... I'm sorry? Yeah, I don't have age and gender on either. One patient refused service, right? Really, they weren't injured. The second patient, however, was seriously injured and is at an area trauma center.
Are you including them in the at least 7 people?
We don't know yet if they're part of that 7. Okay. The patient is injured severely enough that we've not been able to debrief that patient.
That 7 number, did that come from people witnessing cars going down? Where did that number come from? Or is that just from the sonar hits that you got?
No, that was the initial information that we got as we were arriving on the scene, that number. And that number, again, as I said earlier, has fluctuated, right? That 7 has been a consistent number.
How many agencies are here assisting right now?
Oh, wow.
Dozens.
Yeah, dozens. I mean, locally, fire department-wise, Baltimore County's here, Howard County's here, Hartford was here, PG was here, Anne Arundel, of course, Baltimore City. And a lot of those agencies are here by virtue of the fact that they may have specialized equipment that we need during an incident like this. So we're bringing in the equipment specific to the operation right now. And then even law enforcement agencies have a lot of the same marine ops equipment as we do. So given the incident is so big, we try to force multiply and just bring as many resources in as we can so that we can really blanket a large area for a search.
What about the fuel spill? What kind of resources are you bringing in to mitigate that?
We've not been able to confirm that we actually have an active fuel spill from the vessel. We've had odors of diesel fuel. The Maryland Department of the Environment is here, as well as the Coast Guard, so they would take leads on that as well. We hope as the sun comes up a little bit with the air assets that are up to get a much better picture, if we do have a fuel spill, what the impact has been so far. Yeah, Maryland State Police has been here. Foxtrot is also working this. There are 2 air resources right now. I don't know that we won't bring any more in, but right now they're the 2 primary. Air reconnaissance on something on the open water is it's an invaluable resource. And we've been very fortunate to have it, because as we put people out in the dark on the water to conduct searches, they have that degree of overwatch from those assets. So it's been an invaluable resource for us.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Executive, we're talking about search and rescue. I know that, and that's where the focus is right now. I was awakened with this news. We're all awakened with this news. I've seen the video. What do you make of the totality of this incident? What are you thinking about what you've seen and what this community has experienced?
Well, this is a tragedy that you can never imagine, right? And I was awake when Chief Wallace called me, but never would you think that you would physically see the Key Bridge tumble down like that. It looked like something out of an action movie. And you just think about, most importantly, and which is what we all should be thinking about right now, nothing but those families and people that are impacted, and those people who are risking their lives right now, from not just Baltimore City and Baltimore County, but all over this state, to try to save lives. That should be our focus, the preservation of life, because no one wants to see that happen, let alone someone in their family or someone that they know be injured in an incident like this.
Mayor Brandon Scott, other officials, James Wallace, the fire chief of Baltimore City, with the breaking news this morning. It is on your screen. The Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore Harbor in the water this morning, Patapsco River. And we've learned quite a bit from that news conference. I want to bring in Tom Costello, our correspondent who's at the scene. Most importantly, that at least 7 people are still unaccounted for this morning. And right now, Marine units looking for survivors in the frigid waters there in the Patapsco River. The cruise ship is in your vision right there. It is still afloat, and we're told by officials there that the crew remains on board that ship. But you can see what happened at 1:30 this morning, and I believe we have the video of it as well if you're just joining us now, 6:40 on the East Coast. A cargo ship leaving Baltimore Harbor, the Dali, owned by Synergy Marine Group and carrying Maersk cargo, hits a support structure of the Key Bridge in Baltimore. And there are reports this morning, according to officials, that the entire bridge has collapsed. As the sun is coming up on the East Coast, we are starting to get a better view, an aerial view. There were cars on the bridge at the time. The officials say that sonar has detected the presence of cars in the river. 2 people were pulled from the river this morning. 1 was uninjured. The other is said to have very serious injuries. And this is a search and rescue mission right now. Tom Costello is with me at the Patapsco River, about 48-degree water temperature. To say that time is of the essence, this happened at 1:30, 1:40 this morning, about 5 hours ago. Rescuers have their work cut out for them as they search for survivors here.
Absolutely. I'll just tell you, standing on the ground here near the bridge, it is very cold out here. We're about 35 degrees with the wind blowing. It's about 45 degrees or so in the water. We checked with the University of Minnesota Duluth on how long somebody might be able to survive if they were in the water. And within 7 minutes, somebody might face just extreme exhaustion. And then potentially, even if they have protective clothing and a float gear of some sort, best case scenario, usually you have an hour. And so we're very concerned right now about the 7 people who are missing, and whether at this point, in being in the water with that kind of exposure might prove life-threatening. A couple of other headlines out of that. This has been a massive response from Baltimore and all of the surrounding counties, sending their own fire rescue and marine personnel. We've got helicopters in the air above us. You heard the fire chief talking about using those air assets to search the water. That's very much what we have been hearing right overhead, I should say, as they search for any signs of survivors in the water. And the other headline is, we didn't know, Savannah, going into this conversation, you and I didn't know how many people were missing. We had heard as many as 20. We now know 7. And separately, we didn't know if the ship had sunk because it's so dark we couldn't see. Now we know, in fact, the ship is there. The crew members survived. Nobody injured on the deck of the ship itself. And we're told that the rescue teams don't want to board that ship until they've done a full damage assessment and they know whether it's safe. So there's an awful lot that goes into this right now.
Absolutely. These very frigid waters of the Patapsco River outside Baltimore right now, the focus of an intense hunt for any survivors of this extraordinary event, this cargo ship hitting a support structure of the Key Bridge in Baltimore and appearing to take it down perhaps entirely. We will continue to watch this story. You'll have full coverage on NBC News Now, on NBCnews.com, and of course coming up in just a few moments on Today. For now, we return you to your local programming. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York. This has been an NBC News special report.
Hold.
CNBC airline reporter Leslie Josephs has been following Boeing closely.
I've been covering this for more than 6 years. I've never seen anything like it. It appears that there was a very serious manufacturing issue before this plane left Boeing's factory and then was handed over to Alaska Airlines. It was a nearly new plane.
Joseph says social media has also played a part in people's fears.
I understand why people might be concerned. They're seeing these instances, and some of them you have a lot of video immediately, and it's unsettling. But aviation is by and large very safe.
It's everywhere, from Snapchat, from TikTok, even on my Google. So it's almost harder to get away from it than it is to find info on it.
In reality, there hasn't been a single fatal crash on a major American airline since 2009. And even with all these viral incidents, data shows people are still booking Boeing flights. Now, all eyes are on the current FAA, a Department of Justice investigation into Boeing, after a bunch of these incidents with the company have been happening since 2018. Joseph says that Boeing will need to work hard to win back some of the public's trust.
Boeing wants to ramp up production. The FAA says we're not going to let you ramp up production until we're satisfied that your production line is safe. So they have a lot to prove this year, and there's just going to be very little margin for error.
And our thanks to Maya for that report. Still to come, the price of owning a piece of the Titanic, the movie version, and a delay for fans of Euphoria. Find out when the acclaimed drama will return to TV.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy. 2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
And this is life. Not everyone's life.
But our life.
Wait, is this play about us?
Well, despite rumors of its demise, the show will go on for Euphoria. HBO confirmed Monday that while it remained committed to the teen drama, filming for its third season had been temporarily put on hold. The network said it expects the show to return in 2025. In the meantime, the show's stable of rising stars, including Zendaya, Sydney Sweeney, and Jacob Elordi, will be free to pursue other projects. I hope a whole bunch of casting directors are going to be totally on them to make sure they're in something. So, you know, they were talking about a movie for season 3 instead of season 3.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to happen, but we're just going to have to wait for it.
Yeah, it's interesting because Sydney Sweeney earlier this month was asked about her timeline of if she has any downtime with all the things she's been doing, and she said no, she's going straight into Euphoria, but looks like we'll have a little bit of break for her, and we'll see when that show comes back. All right, Jack Dawson may have gotten on the Titanic for free, but now there's a price on the slab of wood that ended his voyage. The door from the climax of the beloved 1997 blockbuster was just sold by Heritage Auctions. The piece of wood that saved Rose's life sold for a staggering $718,750. It outsold other famous props also on the auction block, including Indiana Jones' bullwhip from the 1984 Temple of Doom and Jack Nicholson's axe from The Shining. These kind of stories always fascinate me because you just wonder who bought that for all of that money and where are they displaying it in their home.
Mega fans, and probably in like an acrylic display case.
Yes.
No one else can touch it.
Protected at all costs.
But the bragging rights is what you're paying for too.
Totally.
All right, when we come back, the NFL's controversial ban on a specific kind of tackle, but players are not on board.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about?
The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson now
questions.
will never be questioned.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I want to bring you an update now to the breaking news from Baltimore that we brought you at the top of the show. Rescue efforts are underway at the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Baltimore police confirmed a partial bridge collapse to NBC News. The Maryland Transportation Authority says it was caused by a large ship crashing into the bridge. So take a look. This is a live look at the scene from our affiliate station's chopper, WBAL. This all unfolded around 1:30 a.m. Baltimore's mayor said emergency personnel are on the scene. Baltimore's fire department told the Associated Press at least 7 people are in the water and multiple cars were on the bridge at the time. Of course, we'll keep you posted and up to date with the latest information as we learn more. Now to the latest hurdle facing NFL defenders. On Monday, NFL owners unanimously approved a rule proposal to ban what is known as the swivel hip drop tackle. The maneuver, which has often resulted in lower body injuries, will result in a 15-yard penalty and potential fines for players. The NFL Players Association has strongly opposed that ban.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
No ball handlers on the floor right now. And Jordan Harrison fouls out. J.J. Quinterly fouls out. Gets her name in the record books one more time.
Even on a down night for the Hawkeyes, the GOAT came to play in front of her home crowd. Caitlin Clark dropped 32 points and broke the single-season NCAA scoring record in Iowa's win over West Virginia in the second round of the women's tournament. The Mountaineers came close to the upset of the year when they tied up the contest late in the fourth before the Hawkeyes pulled out the victory. Iowa advances to the Sweet 16, where they will take on fifth-seeded Colorado Saturday. And now to this competition here when it comes to France. It's not the Summer Olympic sport that you'll see in Paris, but maybe it should be. If you appreciate fast service when you go out to eat, the City of Lights has just the competition for you. Stephanie Gosk has the story.
This summer in Paris, the fastest athletes in the world will win Olympic gold and maybe break world records. Which is not exactly what was happening Sunday on the streets of the French capital. But nonetheless, the spirit of competition was in the air. 200 waiters from cafes across the city raced 1.2 miles in uniform, carrying trays with water, an espresso cup, and a croissant, or as the locals call it, a croissant. The rules were simple. No running, only one hand can carry the tray, and the water can't spill. No one wants a soggy croissant. I don't necessarily expect to be first, this waitress says. I don't have the best cardio. The Paris mayor launched the race, calling the French bistro a way of life. And the race has honored it for over a century. Waiters facing off since 1914. Some years carrying wine instead of water, speed walking through the storied streets. In 1929, these two got creative, if also a bit reckless. In recent years, a lack of sponsorship put the race on hold. But with the city's support, it was back. At the end, the winner broke the tape in victory and crumbled in exhaustion. The throngs of Olympic coffee drinkers won't descend upon the city for a few months. Plenty of time to work on that cardio. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Have fun with all that history, too. All right, nearly $2 billion are up for grabs for lottery players. Nobody won the Powerball jackpot last night, so it has soared to $865 million, while the Mega Millions jackpot is over $1 billion. It's the first time the combined jackpots have been this high. The next chance to win is the Mega Millions drawing tonight, and then the Powerball drawing is Wednesday night. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday and hope you're up early with us again tomorrow morning.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, a critical bridge in Baltimore no longer standing. This incredible video shows the moment a cargo ship rammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge overnight, causing the entire span to go down. This morning, Maryland's governor is declaring a state of emergency following the bridge collapse. Take a listen to when first responders arrived at the scene.
We advised the entire bridge, the entire Key Bridge in the harbor.
Right now, search and rescue crews are in those frigid waters looking for possible victims. Officials say they're searching for at least 7 people right now. So far, at least 2 people have been rescued. One of them hospitalized. The other was not injured. The Francis Scott Key Bridge, known to many as the Key Bridge, was Baltimore's longest bridge, about 1.5 miles long, and an important part of the Interstate 95 corridor running over the lower Patapsco River. Now investigators are looking into what may have caused this cargo ship collision. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah Sellers is on assignment. Earlier this morning, the city of Baltimore gave an update on the rescue operations underway following the bridge collapse.
We were able to remove 2 people from the water. One individual refused service and refused transport. Essentially, that person was not injured. However, there was another individual that's been transported to a local trauma center that is in very serious condition. We are still very much in an active search and rescue posture at this point, and we will continue to be for some time. We have a large area that we have to search. This includes on the surface of the water, subsurface, as well as on the deck of the ship itself.
NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has the very latest from the scene.
And good morning from the scene of this bridge collapse in Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge entrance is right here behind me. It's obviously shut down now as rescue crews continue on what they are describing as a dynamic search and rescue to try and determine just how many people were impacted by this collapse, which happened around 1:30 in the morning. Now, what first responders and officials are telling us is that a container ship that was on its way to Sri Lanka slammed into the base of this bridge, causing it to collapse. And there is video. The moment this happened, you can see the entire bridge collapse into the river. Now, at this point, officials aren't exactly sure how many victims there are to this tragedy. At this point, they've only rescued 2 people, but they've continued a very vigorous search and rescue that started just as soon as the bridge collapsed and has continued on into the morning hours. Now, this situation has been complicated by a number of factors. First is the fact that this happened in the middle of the night. It's pitch black here in Baltimore at the time of this collapse. They've had a difficult time just trying to see exactly what was happening in order to find those victims and rescue them. And the other part of it is the weather. It is cold right now, in the 30s. It was in the 30s overnight when the collapse happened. The water temperature is probably somewhere in the range of 40 to 48 degrees, which means that if someone did fall into the river, they would not be able to survive for a very long period of time. Still, first responders, even at this point, are describing this as a search and rescue effort. They have been in the water all night trying to locate those victims. They're hoping as the sun starts to come up that process will be easier. They have aircraft, helicopters, and airplanes that are flying above the scene, helping them aid in that rescue attempt. But this is going to be a very difficult and lengthy recovery process. This is a main artery in and around the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. area. This is something that thousands and thousands of commuters use every single day. So that is certainly going to complicate things on a workday in this region as the area just waking up now to this tragedy. We'll continue to track and monitor all these developments and update you when we learn more information. For now, though, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you. And we will have more on the bridge collapse throughout the morning here on NBC News Now. In other news this morning, the battle over reproductive freedom is back in front of the Supreme Court. At issue is access to the most commonly used abortion pill, mifepristone, which has been widely used for managing abortions and miscarriages in the U.S. for more than 2 decades. At the center of this case, whether the FDA overlooked some serious safety issues when it made mifepristone easier to get, including through mail-order pharmacies. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and Professor of Constitutional Law and Global Health Policy at Georgetown Law School, Michelle B. Goodwin. Thank you both for joining us. Ken, let's start with you. Take us through what we can expect to hear during today's arguments.
Good morning, Joe. Well, the legal issues in this case have nothing to do with abortion rights, but the implications for abortion rights are profound because as many as half of all abortions in this country are conducted through this pill and other medically approved options. And essentially, this is a case brought by a group of anti-abortion doctors, and it's worked its way here to the Supreme Court. The FDA and the regulated industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the doctors, are both on the same side here, saying that this drug is both safe and effective. At issue were some changes that the FDA made, for example, allowing it to be taken 10 weeks after pregnancy, up from 6 weeks, and allowing only 1 follow-up doctor visit instead of 3, and then allowing nurse practitioners to prescribe it instead of doctors, and then during the pandemic, allowing mail order distribution of the drugs, which persists to this day, profoundly expanding access. This doctor group, though, saying it impacted safety. That is very much hotly disputed. Most experts say that this drug is perfectly safe and effective, and the FDA is saying, and people who advocate for the FDA are saying that this case really threatens the way that the FDA approves drugs in this country, Joe.
So, Michelle, I mean, the head of the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU Langone Medical Center in New York called this a uniquely important case, saying if the court were to rule against the FDA and the use of mifepristone, it would, quote, clearly bring abortion by pill to an end in this country. Is that what's at stake here?
Well, its implications are quite wide. In the Dobbs decision, the United States Supreme Court said that these matters would be left to states. Given that this was a case that was brought before a federal district court judge, which sided with those plaintiffs who are not all doctors, though they claim themselves to be. One is a dentist and another one has a master's degree in theology. So that's an important point to note just in terms of standing. But because it was brought before a federal district court judge, then it means that it affects the entire country. So in that case, the judge sided with the plaintiffs in very strong terms. What we have before the court now is not a complete removal of mifepristone from the market, but a rollback to what were the pre-COVID standards in terms of its distribution.
So, Ken, let's talk more about safety, which you mentioned. It's important to note the 2 studies cited in a Texas court ruling last year that claimed mifepristone could be harmful. They were later retracted. That was after the publication found, quote, fundamental problems with the study design and methodology, as well as conflicts of interest. How much of a factor is that going to be in this case? Is that a major blow to those who do want to limit access to this pill?
Well, common sense, Joe, tells us it should be. One of those studies was so deeply flawed because it measured emergency room visits after pregnancy and suggested that all of those visits were related to the abortion pill, which later reviewers found was just ridiculous. And so that should have an effect on the case. But unfortunately, we found a recent history in the Supreme Court of just wrong information being bandied about during these arguments. We saw it during gun cases where justices just adopted what were incorrect facts, wrong information, and stated them as they were true and even incorporated them into opinions. So it's really in question here exactly how this is going to play out. One of the big issues, though, before they get to the issue of safety, will be whether these plaintiffs can show that they were harmed. Lawyers call that standing. Whether they actually have standing to say that they were injured, that is one way the Supreme Court could dispose of this case without getting to the central issues, Joe.
And Michelle, I mean, obviously a lot at stake in terms of what kind of impact this ruling could have on reproductive rights, but there are other implications here, including what it could really mean for the future of the FDA, right? Walk us through that.
That's absolutely right. So I teach a course on biotechnology, bioethics, and the law, and have a case book that I've written in this regard. Consistently, over almost a century, the Supreme Court has deferred to the FDA's expertise, to the scientists there, to the research protocols. If, in fact, this case, if the Supreme Court allows this case to go forward in the way in which the plaintiffs would like, then there are repercussions for vaccines. There are repercussions for COVID vaccines, given that there are people who deny that COVID exists and believe that COVID vaccines should not be in the marketplace. There are individuals who believe that children shouldn't be exposed to vaccines like smallpox and polio and believe that they cause harm. Potentially, this could mean that all other FDA judgments and regulations could be challenged by groups who forum shop for particular judges that they believe might defer to them, even if they would not otherwise have standing, such as in this case, where it is incredibly questionable, the individuals who've been labeled as doctors, but who do not practice abortion care and are not physicians.
All right. Michelle B. Goodwin and Ken Delaney, and thank you both. Appreciate your time this morning. Now, despite being banned in 14 states, some activists have taken it upon themselves to mail abortion pills to women who don't have access. But as NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns explains, that could all change depending on the court's decision.
In this basement in upstate New York, one group is giving abortion access to thousands in states where it's illegal. We're not showing faces because they fear repercussions.
Where's a lot of this medication going?
The medication is going to all the states that the pharmacy will not send to. So I would say the majority are going to Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, Georgia.
New York is one of 6 states operating under new shield laws when it comes to telehealth, which protect providers doing this from prosecution for now.
How many prescriptions are you mailing out today?
Today we're doing 112.
Dr. Linda Prine prescribes pills from New York City.
What is the scale of this operation?
So before we had the shield law, we were mailing pills to the blue states. After we passed our shield law, the first month we sent about 4,000 pills into restricted states. And now we're up to around 10,000 pills a month.
Anti-abortion rights groups taking notice.
The fact remains that just because you are sitting in California does not mean that you are not violating the laws of Florida, Texas, and 30 other states. So I think they have a false sense of security about this.
But that access in question. The Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in a case that could prohibit prescription of abortion pills via telemedicine and prevent providers from mailing them.
What action do you want the Supreme Court to take?
We hope that the Supreme Court will agree with the 2 lower courts who have already found that it's likely that the FDA broke federal law and its own rules when it brought the abortion drugs to market.
I think what we're talking about is really ways to work around whatever scenario comes up so that we can continue to get these medications to patients.
And it's not just banned states. If the Supreme Court restricts access via telemedicine and via mail, it'll impact states where the medication is legal as well. Doctors tell us it'll result in longer wait times, longer travel times, and more cost for patients seeking care.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you. It was a consequential day in the New York court system on Monday for former President Trump. He scored a win in his efforts to appeal a nearly $500 million judgment in his New York civil fraud case. He also knows the new start date for his criminal hush money case. Now, in that civil case, a state appeals court reduced Mr. Trump's bond to $175 million and gave him 10 days to come up with the money. As for the criminal case, the former president was in the courtroom here in New York when he learned his hush money trial is going to start on April 15th, just under 3 weeks from now. Get the latest from NBC News Channel correspondent Alice Barr.
A last-minute reprieve for former President Trump in his civil fraud case on a day when the New York Attorney General could have moved to start freezing some of his assets to pay a more than $450 million bond. The former president instead praising an appeals court ruling that slashed that bond to $175 million and bought him another 10 days to post it.
I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money.
A judge ruled in February that Mr. Trump was liable for fraudulently inflating his net worth to get better loans from banks. His legal team is appealing, arguing there were no victims and the banks were repaid. If he loses that appeal, the New York Attorney General points out he'll still owe the full judgment, saying he's facing accountability for his, quote, staggering fraud.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Also on Monday, the former president learned he will face his first criminal trial beginning April 15th in the New York hush money case. A judge rejected the Trump team's push for a further delay.
And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election.
Former President Trump is accused of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged affair with a porn star in the lead up to the 2016 election. He denies wrongdoing, repeating his claims of a political prosecution as the 2024 election heats up. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on all this. Another busy day. So let's start with that appeals court decision on the civil judgment. Why did the court decide to cut it by more than half?
They didn't give a lot of reasoning, but Trump's attorneys had argued that the appeals court has a lot of discretion here. They can consider any factor, while the attorney general had said, no, this is an extraordinary circumstances situation. And apparently the defense's argument won the day. So the amount is reduced. And it's interesting because the entire purpose of this bond is to ensure that after the appeals process, years from now, that the defendant doesn't spend all of his money appealing the case and then have nothing to give the plaintiff. So by reducing it to $175 million, that really only guarantees that the attorney general can get $175 million. The rest of that money, if he can't get it today, it's doubtful he'll have it in 2 or 3 years when this appeal is over.
So, yeah, I mean, the New York Attorney General Letitia James says the former president's still on the hook for more than $450 million. Sure. Should he ultimately lose his appeal? What more should we know about that?
Well, then all that would do is the same process as would have started if Donald Trump couldn't have posted a bond, which is execution of judgment proceedings. And these are really difficult, really complex proceedings, even with simple businesses or individuals, with a complex layer of LLCs and other kinds of ownership, and the fact that how much equity does Donald Trump have in these buildings? How much does he still owe on loans? The entire process would not be as simple as just putting a padlock on Trump buildings by Letitia James. It's really a complicated process. Now, whether that starts in the next 10 days or whether it starts in several years, either way, it is a process. I've been involved in these cases. It's not easy.
Another part of this judgment was that he was barred from serving as a public officer for a company. There was a stay put on that yesterday. Does this mean that he can continue to run his companies? How does this kind of play out?
Technically, yes. When you stay that judgment was effectively saying thou shalt not be a head of a company. By staying that, you're effectively saying that, yes, he can continue to do that at least until the stay is lifted. And that's sort of to preserve the status quo while they're on appeal. So it doesn't just preserve that he has to put up that money. It also preserves the equitable remedies. In other words, courts can order you to pay money. They can order you to do or not do things. And all that is a stay of the part of the judgment that orders people to do or not do things, specifically to run companies.
Let's talk about the hush money trial. This is a criminal case. It was initially supposed to start yesterday. We have a delay. Now we know April 15th. How certain are we at this point that this is actually going to start on April 15th? Is there anything else that could delay it?
I'm not, but I'm just following my double down theory that I've been applying since last year, which is, you flip a coin, it's 50-50 every time. I'm just going to say heads every time and say there could be another delay, because about a month ago, in this case, all the motions were decided and there was absolutely nothing left to stand in the way of the trial starting this week. And yet, something happened. Something unexpected happened in the form of a couple 100,000 pages of documents from the Southern District of New York. So, I mean, are the odds strong that it will start in a few weeks? Yes, but I said that a month ago about the trial date this week. In ordinary trials, things happen that push off trial dates. These are very consequential, the most consequential criminal trials, 4 criminal cases in American history. They're complex. Things are going to happen. So am I 100% that it'll start in 3 weeks? No, something could happen. Is there a strong possibility? Yeah, at this point, I guess.
We've got 20 days. We'll see what happens in that time. All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Tensions between the United States and Israel are high after the U.S. abstained in yesterday's United Nations Security Council vote, which called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages. With 14 countries voting in favor of the resolution, America's abstention meant that the binding resolution was adopted. The UN Secretary General welcomed the move and said the resolution must now be implemented, adding failure to do so would be, quote, unforgivable. But this morning, there are no signs Israel is planning to halt its attacks in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu rebuked the U.S. for not using its veto and canceled the visit of a high-level Israeli delegation to Washington. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. We're also joined by our White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. Raf, let's start with you. Walk us through the reaction from Israel and from Hamas to this resolution, and what does happen if it's not implemented?
Joe, good morning. There was applause in the UN Security Council chamber yesterday as that resolution passed, a feeling among diplomats that nearly 6 months into this war, the UN's highest body had overcome its internal divisions, passed a resolution calling both for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate release of the hostages. But, Joe, there is no indication on the grounds that this resolution is going to lead to either of those things happening. As you said, Israel says it will not abide by this resolution, that it will fight on until Hamas is destroyed and until the hostages are released. The Israeli government furious with the Biden administration for not using its veto power to block this resolution from going through. Hamas, for its part, says it welcomes the passage of this resolution, but it is not committing to immediately and unconditionally release the hostages, which is what this resolution calls for. There is no real mechanism in this resolution to punish either Israel or Hamas for non-compliance. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations claiming this resolution is non-binding. Not really clear what she means by that. UN Security Council resolutions are considered to be international law. But in terms of avenues to really change the facts on the ground, to get those hostages out, to get relief to Palestinian civilians on the brink of famine in Gaza, it is looking like the best pathway remains those ceasefire negotiations underway right now in Qatar. Jeff.
Monica, let's talk about the White House. Why did the U.S. abstain this time, and how is the Biden administration responding to Netanyahu canceling that delegation's visit?
Well, the White House, Joe, said that they were very disappointed and a little bit confused as to why it did lead to that cancellation in the high-profile delegation that was supposed to be coming this week to Washington to discuss all of this. But in terms of their rationale for the abstention, they say it was over some technical omissions in the language, that there wasn't an outright condemnation of Hamas, which they wanted to be in the text, so it's not something that they could vote for, and that is why they decided to abstain. They also claim that this was very similar in language to something they had introduced last week, and so they thought it was close enough to what they themselves were proposing, and so that is why they went with an abstention so that it could pass and it wasn't effectively blocked. But here's a little bit more of how the National Security Council's John Kirby put some of that confusion diplomatically yesterday.
We're kind of perplexed by this. The Prime Minister's office seems to be indicating through public statements that we somehow changed here. We haven't, and we get to decide. what our policy is. It seems like the Prime Minister's office is choosing to create a perception of daylight here when they don't need to do that.
So the U.S. insists it has not changed its policy there, and they also said there were some Israeli officials who were already in Washington with the Israeli defense minister, who was in D.C. yesterday for some meetings. He was at the White House, so they're trying to kind of back channel some of those meetings that were going to take place later in the week to be happening now. But the Prime Minister and Israel has said definitively they still plan to go into Rafah with a large-scale offensive, whether it has U.S. support or not. And that was supposed to be the whole point of this meeting that was ultimately canceled, to provide alternatives to that. So it really does leave things at a very tense place, and we're really just not sure what happens next.
I mean, yeah, Monica, where does this leave U.S.-Israeli relations? Is this the lowest point since the war began?
I mean, certainly the rhetoric that is coming out of the Biden administration is a lot more forceful, is a lot more blunt than it was in the days after the October 7th terrorist attacks. But they wanted to be very clear, and the White House hasn't changed its position that it still fully backs Israel's right to defend itself. The major shift we've all been watching for, Joe, here is whether something would happen in this war that would condition aid to Israel, which would slow down weapons or not supply them at all, or again, add any conditions to that. And that simply hasn't happened yet, but that's what everybody is waiting to see. And for now, the president has said he will still stand by Israel for its continued fight against Hamas.
All right. Monica Alba, Raf Sanchez, thank you both. Snow and severe storms possible across the east today. Let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now forecast with meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got a storm system that's caused problems in the past couple of days that continues to be an issue in the next couple of days. We've got the snow that we're tracking across parts of the upper Midwest. We've got the rain stretched from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast, and this system is going to be on the move over the next few days. Here's the deal for today. Notice that front going to bring some shower activity to parts of the Ohio Valley. We'll see storms stretched as far south as the Gulf Coast and into the southeast, and some additional snow falling specifically across parts of northern Minnesota. As we look ahead to tomorrow, that front still working its way to the east. That means the coastal areas of the east are going to continue to see rain. We'll see likely some heavy rain focused across portions of Florida up into the mid-Atlantic. Now, as we look ahead to Thursday, that system, at least the center of the low pressure system, moves offshore, but we'll still be tracking a flood threat across this same region. Outer Banks to Cape Cod looks like we'll see those highest amounts of rain that bring us the concern for some flooding. As far as the snow is concerned, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches possible here as we get through the rest of our next 2 days, Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll slowly start to see that wrapping up. As we head into the evening hours tonight, basically afternoon to evening, a potential for some strong storms to develop, potentially severe as well. We'll see those wind gusts be the main impact for parts of the Great Lakes as well as the Gulf Coast, Mobile, Detroit, Cincinnati, Chicago, all included in that through this afternoon and evening. As far as our rain chances are concerned, they're going to be over the next couple of days, and that means we'll have a chance to pick up some good amounts in some spots. Notice the Big Bend area of Florida. We could see some isolated spots up to 4 inches stretching up into the Carolinas and up into the mid-Atlantic. That's where we'll see those highest amounts. Again, 1 to 3 inches more widespread, but a couple of spots a little higher than that. And on top of that, we've got some strong onshore winds. That accompanied by high tide times means that we could see some potential coastal flooding happening here over the next couple of days. Right now, 16 million people under these flood alerts, and those will last here through at least the day today. We've had a significant rainfall across this same kind of region, and that's partly thanks to El Nino. This is a typical kind of active storm track you see from parts of the south all the way up into the northeast, and that means that we've really started March with some soggy conditions in a lot of these spots. Cape Hatteras, Atlantic City, Providence, all dealing with wettest March on record. We have some top 5 wettest Marches as well, places like New York, Philadelphia, Norfolk, and we'll continue to see that rain in the forecast for the next couple of days, Joe.
How long do we feel El Nino for? Is that something?
Well, we're going to start to see that transition here in the next couple of months, likely as we get into probably summer and beyond, and then we'll transition into a La Nina.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including continuing coverage of that bridge collapse in Baltimore. We're going to bring you updates from the scene throughout the hour. Plus, more trouble for rap mogul P. Diddy as the FBI raids 2 of his homes. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're staying on top of that breaking news out of Baltimore this morning. That is where the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed after it was hit by a container ship. You can see the dramatic moment that the bridge fell into the water. Right now, investigators are on the scene and search and rescue efforts are underway. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, who's there in Baltimore. Tom, what is the latest from the scene where we should note the fire chief says this is still a search and rescue?
Yeah, this happened at about 1:30 or 1:40 in the morning is when the initial fire call went out, and they are looking for 7 people who are in the water. They believe were in the water. Now, the trouble is the water is about 45 degrees or so. It's about 32 degrees out here on land. Survivability in the water, given the extreme cold and given the hypothermia risk, we're told by experts, maybe an hour. So now we're multiple hours into this event, and yet it is still an all-out search and rescue effort with helicopters in the air searching the water, as well as you would expect, fire department, marine assets, land assets, and the Coast Guard. Let me just get out of the way because I want to show you, if you follow the road, if you will, here, go up the road, you're going to see the bridge there, right? Well, that's it. That's the end of the bridge. It ends right there because it's been cut down by that ship. Now, look to the right, and you're going to see containers on top of a deck. Those are the containers on top of the ship that is stuck right as you would expect, right in place because of this ongoing emergency. So the question right now very much is, well, exactly how did this happen? Some local authorities are telling us that the ship apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. We don't know how that happened, and we don't know who specifically was piloting the ship at the time. Joe, as you know, when you come into major harbors and ports in this country, essentially the captain of the ship, and this is a Singapore-flagged vessel, the captain of the ship has to step aside for a local pilot to get on board and navigate through the intricacies of that particular port. So is that what happened here? Was it a local pilot and his or her assistant that was on board on top of that ship deck at the time that they then apparently ran into the pylon here? But among the questions here, how is it possible that a cargo ship could take out such a critical support column for the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which is a critical bridge here in Baltimore, and how could the entire bridge collapse and be so vulnerable to a single pylon being taken out? So an awful lot of questions here. This has been an ongoing massive response effort since about 1:30 a.m., and they are still searching for 7 people. As I mentioned, 2 people have been pulled out of the water. One of them is in a very serious condition at a local trauma center. The other did not need any medical care whatsoever, Joe.
And Tom, we should note Synergy Marine Group, which manages the vessel, said all crew members on the ship, including the 2 pilots, are accounted for. No reports of any injuries. They're fully cooperating. But officials said they're not even able to get on the deck of that ship, which is a key part, of this investigation, maybe even the search and rescue effort, because they don't know if it's safe right now, right?
That's right. They need to assess the damage on that ship before anybody goes on to the ship. So they want to make sure that there's nothing there that might be a risk to rescuers who might get on the ship. They want to make sure it's still seaworthy. It appears to be seaworthy. It's still sitting right there where it hit the bridge. In the meantime, you know, because that they know everybody on that ship seems to be okay, their focus really is very much on the all-out search for the people on the water. And it's not clear if they're looking for bridge construction workers who are doing concrete work on top of the bridge at 1:30 in the morning. Some of them reportedly may have gone into the water, but they also know that there are cars in the water. Their sonar have detected cars in the water. We don't know how many. We don't know how many people might be in those cars. An awful lot of unanswered questions. At 1:30 in the morning, it is pitch black out there on the water. And so immediately, the first teams on the scene were really struggling just to get their bearings, figure out exactly what they were dealing with, where people might be, and how many people might be in the water.
All right. Tom Costello, appreciate your reporting throughout the morning. We'll check back with you with any updates. Another story making headlines this morning. NBC News has learned that music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is at the center of a federal investigation, according to a source familiar with the matter, after authorities raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami yesterday. The source says Combs is facing allegations involving sex trafficking, sexual assault, illegal narcotics, and firearms. 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the warrant say that Homeland Security officials also seized phones from Combs yesterday in Miami before he was scheduled to depart for a trip to the Bahamas. It's unclear if he actually made that trip. Combs' representatives did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. It's the latest development after several women filed lawsuits against Combs, alleging that he sexually assaulted them. Diddy's former longtime girlfriend, Cassie, filed the first lawsuit in November and settled with him just 1 day later. At the time, Combs' attorney said that the settlement was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Just last month, the producer who worked for Combs sued, alleging that Combs sexually harassed, drugged, and threatened him for more than a year. Combs has denied the allegations in all of those lawsuits. Let's bring in NBC News contributor and analyst Jim Kavanaugh. He's also a retired ATF special agent in charge and former hostage negotiator for the ATF. So, 4 law enforcement sources told NBC News that federal agents with Homeland Security investigations executed the search warrants. What do we know about this branch of DHS?
Well, they're called HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and basically they grew out of the old Customs Service special agents and immigration agents, because the Department of Homeland Security, when it was created, took over those functions, customs and immigration combined. And so what HSI does is basically they, stop the illegal trade in things and people, mostly that are coming across the border. But they are experts in sex trafficking and human trafficking, which often, Joe, involves smuggling of immigrants to exploit them. So they're experts at those laws, and they're very good at child pornography and people who travel for child sex exploitation. And that's likely why they became involved in the case with Mr. Combs, because there's allegations of sexual exploitation or sex trafficking. So, that's probably why they're involved and they're leading the investigation.
So what would lead authorities to conduct raids of this size and searches like this? What is it investigators are looking for even?
Yeah, in a sex trafficking case, things might have happened months or years ago. They're looking for, electronic data, computers, cell phones, and records that may prove the allegations of sexual trafficking or assault. Of course, there could be allegations involving other commodities, too. Sometimes that happens, drugs or illegal weapons. But it has to be addressed in the search warrant. So when the affidavits for the search warrants at both locations are unsealed in public, then you have to look and see what exactly was described to be seized by the court. Mm-hmm.
And Jim, the fact that they're conducting raids right now, does that tell us where they might be in the investigation and what might be the next steps then?
Yes, I mean, they feel like they have something they might can charge. Criminal activity definitely, they believe, was afoot. They have to provide that affidavit to a federal judge, a magistrate judge. He allows the searches to go forward under his authority. Then they collect the evidence, and then they look at the evidence. Now, all charges don't always come after search warrants. They may not find any evidence of what was alleged, or they may find some. So then the investigators at HSI and the U.S. attorneys, prosecutors will have to look at the facts and decide if there's a chargeable offense that's actually provable.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, appreciate your expertise this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. Coming up, we are going to have continuing coverage of that breaking news. We're going to take you to Baltimore for the latest on rescue efforts following this morning's bridge collapse. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are continuing to follow breaking news out of Baltimore this morning. That's where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a ship. The dramatic collapse was caught on camera, as you see there. Right now, we know rescue operations are underway. It's unclear how many people may have fallen into the water, but officials say they're looking for at least 7 people at the moment. We do know 2 people have been pulled from the water. One was not hurt, but the other has been hospitalized with serious injuries. Now, we've learned the ship was just leaving the port en route to Sri Lanka when it collided with the bridge around 1:30 this morning. The bridge, which is about 1.5 miles long, carries I-695 over the Patapsco River in southeast Baltimore. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tweeted this morning that he spoke with Maryland's governor and Baltimore's mayor to offer federal support following the incident. We will continue to follow this breaking story as it develops throughout the morning, bring you any new information as soon as we learn it. Turning to medical news, today is Diabetes Alert Day in the U.S. It's a reminder of the dangers associated with diabetes. More than 1 in 3 adults in the U.S. are pre-diabetic. That means you have higher than normal blood sugar and you're at risk for developing type 2 diabetes. Dr. Christopher Holliday is the director of the Division of Diabetes Translation for the CDC and joins us now with more. Dr. Holliday, thanks for joining us. Talk more about some of the basics here. 2 types of diabetes, type 1 and type 2. Remind us what the differences are.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me. So type 2 diabetes is essentially a lifestyle condition in which someone may have a little bit of extra body weight, maybe not getting the requisite amount of physical activity per week, and may be eating a poor diet. And that leads to insulin resistance. It allows people to progress to type 2 diabetes. And the precursor of that is prediabetes, which is a signal that they're at high risk for this serious condition. Type 1 is more related to the body's ability to produce insulin and to break down the food that we consume so that it can be turned into fuel. And so with Diabetes Alert Day, our role here at CDC is really to raise awareness about prediabetes, to make sure that people know where they stand and their risk by going to doihaveprediabetes.org, taking a simple 1-minute risk test and knowing where they stand. And if they have a high score on this risk test, they can talk to their doctor about getting a blood test to verify that they have prediabetes.
Yeah, I was about to say, beyond going online to do that test, what are the best ways to know how at risk you are?
Yeah, it's interesting because there are very simple ways to know that whether you might be at risk. The best way is to take this simple risk test. But there's also, if you have a mother, father, sister, or brother, close family relative that has type 2 diabetes, if you have a largely sedentary lifestyle, if your diet has not been the best, and if you are over the age of 45, if you're male, is another risk factor. So if any of these sound like they might be you might be at risk for type 2 diabetes or have prediabetes.
What are the best ways to prevent it from turning into type 2 diabetes? I mean, this is something that you can change, right?
The good news is that prediabetes is reversible through simple lifestyle changes, making sure you get the requisite 20 minutes of physical activity per day, that you eat a healthy diet, and that you keep an eye on your weight. And so your weight is the pretty much the weight around your trunk or in your abdomen area is what is most serious to watch. And if you can make these modest lifestyle changes, you're likely to prevent progression to type 2 diabetes.
All right, Dr. Christopher Holliday, some important information. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Staying on health news, time now for our weekly mental health check-in. A new book out today by an influential author argues that phones have caused the epidemic of bad mental health we're seeing in kids. Plus, how reading or bibliotherapy can improve your mental health. Here to help us break it down is licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James. Dr. James, always good to have you with us. So we've talked a lot on this show about some of the unhealthy mental health side effects of smartphones. Now we have a social psychologist named Jonathan Haidt in his new book, The Anxious Generation. He's actually suggesting kids should avoid them altogether just because of how much anxiety they're causing. That is a tough call in this digital age. Do you really think that's the solution? Is there a happy medium there to help kids out?
Yeah, good morning, Joanne. And in this book, he really is just highlighting all the things that have happened since 1995 and really since 2007 with the smartphone and how we are, as a society, really pulled and addicted, and our teens are overwhelmed by it. So his suggestions are not to give your child a phone until 10 or older, not to start them on social media until 16 or older, to have schools that don't have phones, and really to allow kids to overcome their anxiety on their own. It's really hard, but if we can delay some of these, if we can interact some more, I think it could take away some of the comparisons and our young folks being overwhelmed by just phones and social media and all the things that can increase their anxiety.
We hear the research that says even when kids just take a break from their phones, suddenly their mental health improves, their anxiety goes down. So let's talk more about technology. Artificial intelligence is continuing, of course, to develop. Chatbots can now generate the sort of statements that therapists are trained to deliver to help with our mental health struggles. This sounds a little scary to me, Dr. James. What are your thoughts on this one? I mean, can this make therapy affordable, or is this something you just need to avoid?
You know, as a therapist for over 20 plus years, I think that technology is something that we can introduce and include, but I don't think it will ever really replace what can happen working with someone one-on-one. But what these bots are able to do is to help people in a moment, give them some advice, especially if they're not able to reach a therapist because of the demand or not able to get maybe that connection they need right away. But it should never replace going to see your own therapist. And maybe even if that means a wait, that can be the best solution for you.
Last but not least, let's talk about what researchers are calling bibliotherapy. It can actually help us improve our mental health. Break this one down for us. What kind of books should we be reading if we want to try and give this a try?
You know, bibliotherapy is really just being able to read books that might somehow help us. It might give us a framework. It might help us to think about how we interact with our friends and partners. It might encourage us to think about who we are. And this is something that many therapists, including myself, like to do, is maybe recommend a book to read. So if there's a book out there that you like, or a book that's helping you to be a better person, that's a part of bibliotherapy. So reading is great. And literary fiction is one of those areas that can help us to be better because we can see ourselves, but through other characters. So I encourage you, read some books, be able to grow who you are through the characters you see in these books.
And we see the definition of bibliotherapy right there. All right, Dr. James, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Some useful advice as always.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, speaking out, Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani addressing allegations against his former interpreter for the first time. We're going to bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are staying on top of breaking news out of Baltimore this morning. That is where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a cargo ship. Sunlight is giving us a better idea of the damage. From the air, you can see the twisted metal sticking out of the Patapsco River. Officials say a search and rescue effort is still underway and that sonar has detected vehicles underwater. Right now, we know at least 7 people are missing, but officials say that number could grow. Officials also confirm there were contractors working on the bridge. We do know at least 2 people have been rescued from the water, one of them in serious condition at the hospital. We have teams on the scene working to get more information, and we will bring you updates as soon as they become available. Baseball's biggest star is breaking his silence on the sports betting scandal that is swirling around him. Dodgers superstar Shohei Ohtani addressed the media for the first time since allegations arose about bets made by his now former interpreter. Ohtani is denying any involvement or knowledge about the gambling. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is in L.A. with the details.
Baseball's biggest star, Shohei Ohtani, speaking for the first time about the theft and gambling allegations swirling around his former interpreter, Ippei Misuhara.
Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has told lies. I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
Speaking through a new translator, Ohtani addressing reports $4.5 million was allegedly wired from his account to a bookmaker in Southern California, where sports betting is illegal.
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf.
Those remarks come nearly a week after the Dodgers fired Misuhara, who allegedly told conflicting stories about what Ohtani knew and when. The MLB is now investigating.
They're going to look at the paper trail with respect to communications between Mr. Ohtani and his interpreter to see exactly what it is he understood he was authorized when these substantial transfers of funds were being made.
According to the LA Times, Ohtani's name surfaced in a federal investigation into bookie Matthew Boyer. His attorney says Boyer had no interactions with Ohtani, only Misuhara, and no bets were placed on baseball.
At some point, Mr. Boyer understood that a wire transfer had come through with the name Ohtani, and the subject line said loan. But that was the only knowledge that Mr. Boyer had, and he never asked any questions about it.
The IRS now investigating Boyer and Misuhara.
Here at Dodger Stadium, Ohtani did not take any questions from reporters, but he repeatedly insisted that he did not pay off his interpreter's debts. Misuhara has not responded to NBC News' multiple attempts to reach him. Back to you.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you. Coming up, more on that breaking news we've been bringing you throughout the hour. We'll have the very latest on search and rescue efforts following the bridge collapse in Baltimore. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're staying on top of that breaking news out of Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed early this morning after it was hit by a cargo ship. You can see the dramatic moment. The bridge just came crashing down into the river below. Search and rescue efforts have been underway throughout the morning. Officials say they're right now looking for at least 7 people, but that number could grow. Right now, we know the ship was heading to Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Company that manages the ship said that all crew members were accounted for. There were no injuries or any oil pollution. We're going to stay on top of this breaking story and bring you any developments as they come in throughout the morning. Finally this hour, 2 overdue books have finally been returned to a Kentucky library after nearly a century. Today, the books are not worth much, but the story of the immigrant family behind them, you could say that is priceless. We get the story from reporter Sean Bodie of our Louisville affiliate, Wave News.
Miriam Perlmutter's grandchildren can only imagine what she'd say today. The Russian Jewish immigrant checked these books out of the Louisville Free Public Library 98 years ago. The first, a Russian English language guide.
The number of books she checked out as an immigrant that could barely speak the language at some point is a testament to what it can do to lift people up.
This book of musical composers was checked out by Miriam's son Morris, later known as Morris King. His son, Michael King, side by side with his cousins, handed the books back on Monday.
He would be so happy that we're all together. He would be so happy that the books were returning. He'd be so happy that he was on television and that his name was continuing.
King's father was born in 1909 in the Ukraine. They moved to the United States shortly thereafter before ending up in Louisville, where King quickly developed a love for music and books. And he's got the receipts to prove it.
King was enamored with music, making a living with his violin. Generations later, it's a shared passion.
Whenever we get together, we still play classical music together.
In his grandmother's native Yiddish tongue, Michael King says, in a way, today is what life is all about.
Shepping nachas means to take pride in a family doing something. It's pride in your family. I think that she would derive immense pleasure from seeing the family together.
Delinquent fees for these books would have been hundreds of dollars. The library, however, stopped collecting in 2021. The books will head to a special collection behind glass.
Our thanks to Sean Bodie from our Louisville, Kentucky affiliate Wave News for that story. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Top of the hour, let's get right to that breaking news, the latest out of Baltimore. You are looking at live pictures of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, a critical travel artery. Actually, this is images taken earlier this morning. It was reduced to rubble. Here's what we know at this hour. Overnight, shocking live stream video, as you can see here, captured the cargo ship striking one of the bridge's support columns, immediately causing it to buckle. The bridge itself lies just southeast of Baltimore Center at the mouth of its bustling inner harbor and carries a major stretch of highway. Moments ago, city officials confirmed that so far they've rescued 2 people from the water, 1 in serious condition. They're searching for at least 7 more.
We are still very much in an active search and rescue posture at this point. We have a large area that we have to search. This includes on the surface of the water, subsurface, as well as on the deck of the ship itself.
Investigators are focusing on what exactly caused the tragedy, though we have heard from the White House this morning with an official saying there is no indication of any criminal intent. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Let's get right to our Tom Costello for the latest.
This morning, a stunning bridge collapse at the Port of Baltimore.
The entire Key Bridge is in the harbor.
The Francis Scott Key Bridge plunging into the water overnight after it was hit by a cargo container ship.
I wanted to know what the bang was. Ship hit the Key Bridge, sinking. The bridge is gone. Holy hell.
Video shows smoke coming from the ship before it hit the bridge. The bridge is normally a major artery spanning the Patapsco River, and though the collapse happened in the early morning hours, 1:30 a.m., video shows cars crossing moments before the ship hits. The traffic then paused, but vehicles were still on the bridge as it then crumbled into the water. Fire department and Coast Guard teams rushed to the scene, rescuers searching the water overnight.
Still very much in an active search and rescue posture. Our sonar has detected the presence of vehicles submerged in the water.
The ship is an almost 950-foot container vessel called Dolly, headed from Baltimore to Sri Lanka. The Synergy Marine Corporation saying it collided with the bridge pillar, and all of its crew members, including the 2 pilots, have been accounted for. The ship reportedly lost power while in the water. This morning, with the sun rising, search teams continue looking for any survivors in the water as the Baltimore area reels from a major collapse.
Our thanks to Tom Costello for that report. For more on how the weather is impacting search and rescue efforts, let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman. She's following the conditions. I know everything we're hearing is that the water temperature seems to be in the 40s, right?
Yeah, quite cold, honestly, Joe. And when we're talking about the exact water temperature right at the bridge, we don't have sensors at the bridge measuring that water temperature, but we have a couple to the north and one to the south. And it looks like water temperatures coming in around 48 degrees. On top of that, air temperatures at the time of the fall of the bridge, we're talking mid 40s to upper 40s. Those temperatures will rise here as the day goes on, but with water temperatures into the upper 40s, we're talking about loss of motor skills within about 5 minutes. And as that time goes on, between the 30 to 60-minute range, we'll start to see exhaustion and likely unconsciousness, survivability without proper protection as far as clothing and things like that. 1 to 3 hours is what we look at with water temperatures between 40 to 50 degrees. On top of that, the good part of the weather that we're dealing with for search and rescue efforts is that we don't have rain in the forecast. They're not going to have to deal with those conditions on top of what they're already dealing with in that area. But of course, timing critical with temperatures in the water and the air temperatures ranging into those 40s over the next couple of hours, Joe.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. In other news this morning, the issue of abortion is back in front of the Supreme Court. Today, the justices will hear oral arguments as they weigh whether to roll back the FDA's move that made an abortion pill easier to obtain. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more.
This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court wading back into the battle over reproductive freedom with a case that could jeopardize access to the most commonly used abortion pill, mifepristone, putting patients and doctors on edge.
We are all in fear of what this could do for our profession and our patients.
Abortion rights advocates planning to rally at the High Court Tuesday, worried about how the justices could roll back access to a pill that's been available for managing abortions and miscarriages in the U.S. for more than 2 decades.
The risks are extremely minimal. It's extremely safe. I am using mifepristone on a daily basis as an OBGYN. That is how common this medication is used in my practice.
At issue, a legal morass of FDA regulations that made the drug easier to obtain, a process the Biden administration and drug manufacturer maintain was based on science. But the advocates that sued to ban the medication allege the FDA ignored safety risks.
We are asking the Supreme Court to hold the FDA accountable for violating the law to the detriment of women's health. That means restoring those common sense safety standards that were in place for 16 years.
The legal battle came to a fever pitch nearly a year ago when a federal judge in Texas issued a sweeping order invalidating the FDA's longtime approval of mifepristone, effectively banning the medication nationwide. The Supreme Court quickly stepped in to put that ruling on hold while the lawsuit played out, which is why the pill has remained on the market for now. But last summer, a federal appeals court decided to limit access to mifepristone in significant ways, like making it unavailable by mail and restricting who can prescribe it. Changes which, if upheld by the justices, would have a major impact, particularly for women in red states, where abortion is largely now outlawed.
That was Laura Jarrett reporting. More legal news now. A critical day in court yesterday for former President Trump and some of the legal fights that he's facing. The state appeals court reduced his nearly $500 million bond in his New York civil fraud case down to $175 million. This came as Mr. Trump learned that his hush money trial is set to get underway now next month. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, definitely a mixed bag for Mr. Trump's day in court yesterday, with one judge giving him a bit of financial breathing room, while another slammed the door on his legal maneuvering, setting the date for an historic trial Mr. Trump had hoped to avoid.
This morning, Donald Trump now has a trial date in the New York City hush money case he'd long fought to see delayed or dismissed outright.
This is election interference. That's all it is. Election interference. And it's a disgrace.
The judge setting an April 15th trial date for Mr. Trump in what would be the first criminal trial of a former president in history. The presumptive GOP nominee lashing out, baselessly blaming President Biden for his New York State prosecution on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to alleged hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels.
I don't know how you can have a trial like this in the middle of an election, a presidential election. And this is a Biden trial. These are all Biden trials.
But even as Mr. Trump sat stone-faced in a Manhattan courtroom, a New York appeals court judge was handing him a victory in another case. The appeals court cutting the bond owed by the former president by more than half to $175 million as he appeals the nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment against him.
I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money.
Mr. Trump saying he'll have the cash within the new 10-day deadline imposed.
And now that the bond's been reduced, are you going to start putting money into your campaign?
Yeah.
You haven't done that since 2016.
Well, first of all, it's none of your business, I mean, frankly. But I might do that.
The Trump campaign using the appeals court ruling to fundraise for both their political and legal accounts, texting supporters, quote, huge victory, but now is not the time to celebrate.
If you were a Trump supporter and you click that donation link, 10 cents of every dollar you give goes to a fund that helps pay Mr. Trump's legal bills. Now, it probably can't be used for the judgments against him, but Trump argues that the legal and political are all interrelated in this campaign and in the cases against him. And when it comes to raising money, they certainly are.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Now to the latest legal backlash against Sean Diddy Combs. NBC News has learned federal investigators raided 2 of his homes yesterday. Source familiar with the investigation tells NBC News the raids are connected to an investigation into alleged sex trafficking. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest.
Overnight, heavily armed federal authorities staging coordinated coast-to-coast raids at properties belonging to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Homeland Security investigations team seen descending on his multi-million-dollar home in Los Angeles, going room to room and hauling away boxes. Across the country, more investigators swarmed the rapper's property in a wealthy section of Miami, appearing to carry out a laptop. Multiple sources tell NBC News Combs was in Miami during the searches and had several phones seized before he was scheduled to leave for a trip to the Bahamas.
The speed at which it appears these raids were conducted suggests that agents were concerned that they needed to secure evidence quickly and prevent anyone from destroying evidence before they got there.
The raids, which lasted into the night, carried out on search warrants out of New York connected to an investigation into allegations of sex trafficking, according to a source familiar with the matter. The source also telling NBC News multiple witnesses have been interviewed by prosecutors and investigators in relation to Combs, who is facing an onslaught of civil lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, and the illegal distribution of guns and drugs. Among his accusers, Rodney Little Rod Jones, a music producer who originally filed a lawsuit against Combs in February. Jones alleged that Combs forced him to procure sex workers and pressured him to engage in sex acts with them. Now, Jones has amended that civil suit after the raid, adding Oscar-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. as a defendant, alleging that Gooding groped Jones while on Combs' yacht. Representatives for Gooding did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Another prominent accuser, former longtime partner and R&B singer Cassie.
Cassie, for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
Last November, she accused Combs of physically and sexually abusing her for years. The case was settled a day after the civil suit was filed for an undisclosed amount. Combs' attorney adding that the settlement was in no way an admission of wrongdoing.
Our thanks to Emily Aketa for that report. Heavy rain expected from Florida to Maine in the coming days. For more details, let's bring in Angie Lastman again for your Morning News Now forecast. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. We've got a whole lot of rain and some additional snow for folks across parts of the upper Midwest that we're going to deal with in the next few days. The same storm system that has been causing trouble for us continues to be an issue. Midwest, notice there's some additional snow that I mentioned that's going to fall, especially across parts of Minnesota. We've got that rain stretched from the Ohio Valley down through parts of the Gulf Coast, and it'll continue to shift to the east as the day goes on. We'll deal with the rain through that same region today. We'll also see the potential for some stronger storms to develop. I'll show you those areas here in a moment. But notice by the time we get into tomorrow, still dealing with this same storm system. It looks like most of that rain will hug the coast. Florida up into portions of New England. We'll see some of that rain, but the heaviest of it will be from basically Virginia down through the panhandle of Florida. As far as the snow, we'll start to see that wrap up for folks as we get into tomorrow, and we'll be looking at drier conditions as far into those portions of the Midwest and parts of the Ohio Valley, but still along the coast, seeing some of that heavy rain. It looks like the model takes us our low offshore by the time we get later into the daylight hours of Thursday, but we'll still be dealing with a flood threat from the Outer Banks up to Cape Cod. We'll be concerned about that with those strong onshore winds and the potential for some coastal flooding. As far as the snow is concerned, another 3 to 5 inches possible. Notice this is mostly in portions of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We've got parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota included in that. Again, 3 to 5 inches are going to be those higher amounts, and then we'll start to see the snowfall wrapping up in that region. The strong storms that I mentioned, we've got 2 spots that we're closely watching, one across parts of the Great Lakes. We've got Cincinnati, Detroit, and Chicago included in that. We've got another area that we're watching along the Gulf Coast, Mobile to Tallahassee included in that. It looks like the biggest threat is going to be those wind gusts, but of course we can't rule out the potential for isolated tornadoes and maybe some hail as we get into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. Rainfall, big concern over the next couple of days. It's not just today. This is going to last through Thursday that we'll have to be dealing with the rain, as I showed you, that system moving to the east. So places like Jacksonville, Charleston to Tallahassee, down towards Tampa, we could see anywhere from a ½ an inch up to 3 inches of rain over the next couple of days. And on top of that, we'll likely see some isolated spots with even more rain, maybe 4 inches, 5 inches, all possible here in some isolated locations. As we look up into the Northeast and New England, anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches is going to be on the higher end of those amounts. I mentioned the coastal flooding, and we're watching for some of those alerts here as we get through the day today. We've got 16 million people included in that. We'll see those gusty onshore winds along with the high tide bring the potential for this coastal flooding. Norfolk, Washington, D.C., Atlantic City, New York, all included in these here as we go through the next couple of days, so we'll be watching that closely. And if you're looking for the warm weather, well, it's not in the northern plains. We've got 20s for Bismarck, 30s for Minneapolis today. We peak into the mid-40s in Denver, running below normal across that region. We look towards a little farther towards the east, and we're closer to normal in places like Pittsburgh, but that cooler air starts to spread a little farther to the east as we get into tomorrow. Chicago hits a high of just 43 degrees. By the time we get into late week, we'll start to turn back to more typical kind of temperatures. Washington, D.C. goes from the upper 50s on Thursday to the mid-60s on Saturday. That'll be a nice change for folks there. Mid-50s on Friday in New York and upper 50s by Saturday. Places like Cleveland will be thrilled to go from the 40s to the 50s.
I think I've forgotten what normal is for late March.
It's a relative term these days.
Is it 20 degrees? Is it 80? It's somewhere in between, right?
Exactly.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We will go back to Baltimore for the latest on search and rescue efforts there after a major bridge collapsed earlier this morning. Stay with us. That's next.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting.
We're all safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
We are following breaking news out of Baltimore. That's where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after a cargo ship crashed into one of its pillars. The bridge collapse caught on camera, as you see right here. The more than mile-long structure just crumbled into the water. The ship was leaving Baltimore for Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Authorities now say they're looking for upwards of 7 people, noting that number could change. At least 2 people were already rescued from the water, one in serious condition, the other not hurt at all. Officials say sonar detected multiple vehicles submerged in that chilly water. Maryland Governor Wes Moore has declared a state of emergency, says that he was working to get federal resources deployed. Kevin Heaslip joins us now. He's the director of the Center for Transportation Research and professor of civil and environmental engineering at the University of Tennessee. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, your reaction to what we're seeing this morning, especially the video that shows the moment that this collapse happened.
It's a devastating event, and this is something that can only happen when you have a large ship. The ship can hold 10,000 tractor trailers worth of cargo. So the immense weight that it had as it moved into that bridge support, there's really nothing like it that could cause that sort of immense, reaction.
In 2007, I was working in Minneapolis. That's when the 35W bridge collapsed there. That was not caused by any sort of external issue. There was no ship that hit it or anything like that. After months of investigation, they learned that was a design issue, that decades earlier, the design of the bridge was flawed, and finally time caught up with it, and that's why the bridge collapsed here. I think a lot of people are stunned looking at this video to see that all it took was this ship clipping one area of the bridge and the entire thing went down. That seems concerning to people. Is it surprising to you, or can it be that easy for an entire bridge structure to go down?
It's not an easy event. If you took a speedboat and hit it hit that support with it, it wouldn't make a dent to the bridge. But having this giant cargo ship with the weight and the immense amounts of cargo that's on it, that's so much energy that gets put into the support of that structure, and that structure was built to withstand many different types of hazards. But a fully loaded cargo ship is not something that we could design for. If we designed bridges for that, then the cost would be so high that we wouldn't be able to have any bridges.
Clearly, the search and rescue operation is a priority right now, but we know that the investigation into how this happened is probably getting underway right now, too. What is it that investigators are going to be looking at first and foremost to try and figure out why this happened?
Well, the contributing factors of what happened with the ship, now there's reports that the ship lost power, and that is seemingly the contributing factor. But as far as the bridge goes, there may be ways to, in the future, maybe try to warn people that this sort of thing could happen. But we cannot design our bridges to withstand the impact from a fully loaded cargo ship.
Kevin Heaslip, thank you so much for your time and your expertise this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now, the latest effort to limit teenagers' access to social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill into law that would ban social media accounts for kids 14 and under while enhancing parental consent. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
This morning, a growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about online predators and teens' mental health.
A child in their brain development doesn't have the ability to know that they're being sucked in to these addictive technologies and to see the harm and step away from it.
It can also get addicting.
It's just like a really hard app, I think, to get out of, because like I feel like once I start, I can't like stop.
Florida joining an increasing list of states, including Arkansas, Utah, and Ohio, working to limit teens' access to social media.
I'm worried that he is going to be exposed to violent things, to sexual things, to bullying, to peer pressure.
Sarah Slinsky is a Florida mother of an 11-year-old boy. She's worried about what her son is exposed to online, while also sharing concerns about government overreach. You think the legislation goes too far?
I think that it is the government stepping in and saying, we know what's best for your children better than even you do.
Several states cracking down on access have faced lawsuits from NetChoice, a trade group that represents TikTok, Meta, Snapchat, and other big tech companies. Now Florida could be next, with NetChoice calling its law unconstitutional, telling NBC News there are better ways to protect families without violating their freedoms. The latest legislation comes as kids are increasing their social media use. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, children between 12 and 15 who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media doubled their risk of depression and anxiety.
Stephanie Goss, thank you for that. The Florida law calls on app companies to verify users' ages. We reached out to social media companies for any response. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says it's not commenting on this specific law, but it believes responsibility should be on app stores for restricting teenagers' access to certain apps. TikTok told us it has safeguards, including age-related features, parental controls, and an automatic 60-minute time limit for users under 18. In California, some small businesses have grown so tired of shoplifters, they've started posting videos of the thefts online. Some posts include names, even the alleged culprit's personal information. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Fed up with thefts, these California small businesses are taking matters into their own hands, posting videos of the alleged shoplifters on social media.
And I was just shocked. Like it happened back to back. I was really upset.
Chandler Tang, owner of Postscript, a gift shop in San Francisco, says she posted alleged shoplifters last month after being targeted twice in just 1 week. She posted both incidents, hoping her followers could help her identify them, though she had no luck.
We want to alert our community and get support, especially knowing that the police might not be able to help us.
Kitson clothing stores in L.A., once known as a celebrity hotspot of the 2000s, takes it one step further, not just using social media for help identifying suspects, but posting what the store believes to be their names, social media accounts, and other personal information unrelated to the incident in at least 2 instances, even after getting paid or getting the goods returned. A potentially risky move.
If you imply that somebody committed a crime and that's false, that will usually make you liable for defamation.
The LAPD says it is currently investigating a case involving Kitson alleged shoplifting, but would not provide details on specific cases. Owner Fraser Ross says he does it in part to alert other small businesses.
Armed guards, we don't have that. So all businesses have to be aware of these shoplifters. And if they come into your complex, you need to be on top of them.
The police can't really help us. And there's a certain law where, it has to be a certain amount of items stolen.
That law, known as Prop 47, was passed in 2014 and increased the amount of which shoplifting could be prosecuted as a felony from $400 to $950.
By moving the dollar amount upward for qualifying felonies, you make more crimes misdemeanors. And misdemeanors alone are often crimes that police simply aren't that interested in investigating.
The law has many critics, including some elected leaders in San Diego, currently gathering signatures to try to reform it.
Prop 47 has failed us, especially in retail theft, where theft now is really been almost decriminalized.
As for Kitson and Postscript, posting about alleged thefts has not helped deter shoplifting.
we do our year-end shrinkage. Our shrinkage is up.
I don't know if it's deterred shoplifting, but we've had a lot of people come in because of the TikTok and because of all the media. We've had a ton of people come in.
Tang saying more than 60 people have been in just over the past few weeks after seeing her posts about the thefts.
Did I do the right thing? I want to say yes. We're representing the business, and like, are we putting these shoplifters, in harm's way? And it's just there's so many elements.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Coming up, we are going to bring you the very latest out of Baltimore this morning, where one of the city's vital bridges collapsed overnight. Well, the latest on what we know at this hour. Stay with us. That's next.
And thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Back now with our top story this morning. A bridge in southeast Baltimore collapsing after it was struck by a container ship. Interstate 695, a vital roadway there, runs over that bridge. Now, this happened just after 1:30 this morning Eastern time at the Francis Scott Key Bridge over the Patapsco River. 2 people have been rescued from the water so far. Officials say this is still a search and rescue operation with at least 7 people still missing. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us from the scene with more. So, Ryan, what's the latest on the ground when it comes to this search and rescue, and anything more we're learning about what may have happened to cause this collision earlier?
Well, we know what caused the collision, and that is that a massive container ship that was leaving the Baltimore harbor smashed in to this bridge, and almost instantly collapsing it. And at that time, we do know that there was an unspecified amount of people on the bridge that fell into the water, and it began a frantic search and rescue effort. The bridge collapsed around 1:30 this morning. It was the dark of night, and that has certainly complicated the effort by search and rescue teams as they try and figure out how many people are in the water and how they're able to get them out and rescue them and keep them safe. And it's no easy task. The water temperature is in the 45 to 48 degree range, so frigid water, water that a human being cannot survive in for very long. So that's why there is that frantic search that continues. And while they begin that process, something that was made a little bit easier as the sun started to come up, they still have had a very difficult time locating other survivors. As you rightly point out, so far only 2 people have been rescued. We are expecting an additional update from officials here at around 9:30, where we could get a better idea as to how the search and rescue effort is going. Joe.
At some point this morning, we expect to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who has declared a state of emergency. Do we know, are we hearing anything at all from the White House or the Biden administration?
Yeah, we know the president has been briefed. His transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, has also made it clear that the administration is directly involved in this process. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious, as they describe it. So that would indicate a terrorist attack or anything along those lines is something that they say that at least in the initial stages of this investigation, they don't believe took place. This just appears to be some sort of serious issue that took place with this container ship, be it mechanical or some sort of pilot error. That's going to be part of the investigation right now. But this is something the White House is directly engaged in. And as you point out, Governor Wes Moore, who we do know is on the ground here and near the bridge, meeting with officials and folks from the Coast Guard, has said that he is going to reach out for federal assistance to begin this recovery process, which will be lengthy. In addition to the search and rescue, as you said before, Joe, this is a major traffic artery in the Baltimore area, and it is going to take some time for it to be rebuilt.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, of course, our thoughts are with those who need to be rescued, those who are missing, the search and rescue teams out there. But help us understand just how vital this roadway is to this area. We know, I mean, months are likely going to go by without it being in service.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning, Joe, here in the Baltimore area. And normally this road behind me would be packed with commuters heading into work or school or wherever the case may be. This is a mile and a half of roadway into one of the most densely populated areas in America. Traffic in the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area is legendarily difficult. And this is one of the main arteries that allowed people to get around this region. So this is going to cause traffic headaches for weeks, maybe even a year or longer, depending on how long it takes for them to clean up and to rebuild this bridge. I can tell you when I was coming in very early this morning at around 4:30, there were already signs around the area warning people to stay away from this bridge and stay away from this portion of 695. So this is a major, major impact on the entire area, in addition to the potential loss of life, which search and rescue crews are still hoping to avoid. Joe.
Ryan, can you also tell us what we are learning about the ship this morning? I know earlier today authorities said they didn't feel safe putting anyone on that ship yet till they knew that it was safe to do so.
Yeah, so we do know that the crew was headed to Sri Lanka, that all the crew that were on board that ship have been accounted for, and they are all safe. The ship itself is still in the river right now. It's still basically in the same spot it was when the accident took place, and the first responders were trying to determine whether or not it was safe for them to board the ship to then go in and begin their investigation. Clearly something went wrong with the ship. We don't know exactly what it was. There's obviously a lot of speculation online as to whether or not it lost power, if there was some sort of mechanical issue. But that is all something that is still in the very early stages of this investigation.
Again, amazingly, no reports of any injuries on that ship. All right, Ryan Nobles, appreciate your reporting this morning. Thank you. In other news, MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani is speaking out for the first time. He says he was betrayed by his interpreter and that he never bet on sports or knowingly paid gambling debts. Casting a shadow shadow over the start of the season. Baseball's highest paid player says he's a victim of theft and accused Ippei Mizuhara of telling lies and stealing money from him to pay off bookies. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has been following this from the beginning and joins us with the latest from L.A. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Shohei Ohtani spoke for about 12 minutes in Japanese through a new translator. He laid out a timeline of what, when, and how he learned about the millions of dollars sent from his account to an illegal bookmaker, saying he didn't know about any of it until last week.
Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
Baseball's biggest star, Shohei Ohtani, speaking for the first time about the theft and gambling allegations swirling around his former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara.
I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
Ohtani denied any connection to the money allegedly wired from his account to a bookmaker in Southern California, where sports betting is illegal.
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf.
The first he heard about Ippei's gambling, Ohtani says, was after the Dodgers' first game of the season last week in Seoul, South Korea.
Ippei admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
Those remarks come nearly a week after the Dodgers fired Mizuhara, who reportedly told ESPN conflicting stories about what Ohtani knew and when.
If you're a fan, you probably feel better about hearing this detailed of an explanation from Ohtani.
Multiple sources tell NBC News Ohtani's name surfaced in a federal investigation into bookie Matthew Boyer. Boyer's attorney says her client never communicated with Ohtani and that Ms. Mizuhara never bet on baseball. Was he aware that he was paying these debts, at least in part, through Shohei Ohtani?
At some point, Mr. Boyer understood that a wire transfer had come through with the name Ohtani and the subject line said loan. But that was the only knowledge that Mr. Boyer had, and he never asked any questions about it.
The IRS says they're now investigating Boyer and Mizuhara. No charges have been filed against either man. The MLB says they're also investigating.
Number 17.
And as the Dodgers start their season with sky-high expectations, Ohtani greeted with cheers as he stepped up to bat in last night's exhibition game, the Dodgers losing to his former team, the Angels. Now, Ippei Mizuhara has not spoken out about this, and he has not responded to NBC News' multiple attempts to reach him. It's still not known how Mizuhara was able to access Ohtani's account and why Mizuhara told those conflicting stories. Ohtani did not answer any questions from reporters yesterday. Joe.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. For more on this scandal and what it means for baseball's biggest player, let's bring in USA Today MLB reporter Gabe Lax. Gabe, good to have you with us. So first of all, what stood out from Ohtani's statement? Is this what you expected to hear?
Almost 100%. The conviction with which he stated that Mizuhara stole money from him was notable. And if you're going to go that direction, that's kind of the only way you can go is with conviction and by saying this is the story and we're sticking to it. Obviously a lot of fans, media, otherwise are disappointed that he did not answer questions and apparently won't for the foreseeable future. And it kind of makes sense that, you know, you would not necessarily say they're using, you know, federal investigations and MLB investigations as a shield, but it does make for a convenient excuse. Well, there is an ongoing investigation or investigations I can't comment. So I think for now it satisfies folks, but leaves people with a lot of unanswered questions.
What are the top questions you still have that you'd like to hear him answer?
Yeah, more so just how was he not aware of all this? How can a guy that he spends 300 days a year with, how is he not aware of his gambling problem or with the fact that he might run in these circles, that he might play in a card game with some of his teammates, with somebody who ultimately was a alleged bookmaker? You know, these guys are said to be very close, and that was always the narrative, and it was Shohei and Ippei, and it was kind of a cool subtext to this superstar and the guy helping him, you know, kind of make his way in America. So it's hard to have that narrative on one end, and then on the other end say, oh, I had no idea about this this major portion of his life. And that's feasible. You know, everybody has secrets, but at the same time, you're just left wondering about the specifics of all that, certainly.
He's just signed the biggest contract in MLB history, becoming the face of the league. Just bigger picture, what does this mean for the MLB this season? And for Ohtani, what's his reputation, you think, going to be like in baseball here moving forward?
Yeah, definitely not what baseball wants, to say the least. Just because you want this unfettered sort of situation where the guy transitions to a massive media market, one of their biggest brands. The story actually broke in South Korea, where, you know, they played 2 regular season games to extend, you know, Major League Baseball into a market that loves baseball, that has supplied a lot of great players, South Korea. So really tough for Major League Baseball. For the Dodgers and Ohtani, his brand, yeah, you know, it puts a crimp in it for sure. If this, you know, sort of narrative is able to hold up that he was a victim, then he's probably just fine. And 2, 3, 5 years from now, there might be jokes and stuff and things of that nature, but that will largely have blown over. But that's still a big remaining unanswered question, is if all the investigations turn up that he was an unwitting victim, then yeah, I think he'll still be embraced as a face of baseball, as kind of the ambassador for the Dodgers.
Dodgers fans, how are they reacting to this, especially in a year when really the Dodgers are pretty heavy favorites to win it all?
Yeah, it's very preliminary, but I think, you know, people understand that, you know, it's there's still a lot of unanswered questions. You know, fans rally around their stars. They close ranks. You know, look just up the freeway in San Francisco for years. Giants fans ardently supported Barry Bonds when he was the subject of significant PED allegations. So, you know, that's going to happen. The Dodger fans were fired up, over the moon, huge expectations for this year. And, you know, I don't think that's going to change this that much. They want to win a World Series, and, you know, look, you know, gambling has been tacitly approved by Major League Baseball, by the Supreme Court, by America, basically. So, you know, again, you're going to have situations where it gets into a gray area of legality, illegality, things of that nature. So it's, I think Dodger fans ultimately will be pretty accepting of what went on, short of him, you know, getting tied into this in any other grander way.
All right. Gabe Lax, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. Coming up, a potential financial lifeline for former President Trump. After the break, the key Wall Street play that could help solve his legal woes. That's next on Morning News Now. We are staying on top of breaking news out of Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, search and rescue efforts are underway. It's unclear how many people might be in the water, but sonar and infrared surveillance tools confirm there were several cars in the river. President Biden has been briefed on the collapse. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious. We're going to continue to follow this breaking story and bring you the latest developments as soon as they come in. The parent company of Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, is making its debut on the stock market today. The move could be just the financial lifeline the former president needs in the face of various lawsuits, with his stake in the company said to be worth billions of dollars. Joining us for more on this, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver. So walk us through how this works, how Trump might be able to make this even happen.
Yeah, this was a merger with what we call a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company called the Digital World Acquisition Corp. It was put together to acquire companies and take them public, in this case very specifically to take the Trump Media and Technology Group public. That actually goes public on the NASDAQ today, ticker DJT, same as the ex-president's initials. So he owns 60% of the stock in this company, and the trading behind the company that was acquired has been off the hook lately. It's up 180% so far this year. We'll see what happens when it starts trading today, but he does own 60%. That stake could be worth more than $6 billion on paper.
Of course, when we talk about money and the president's need for money, we know that there was nearly $500 million judgment against him yesterday. A New York appeals court slashed it to $175 million. I mean, how much could Trump stand to make from this?
Well, since he owns roughly 60% of the stock in the company, and if the stock goes up, on paper, he owns several $1 billion worth. But the key thing to think about here is that when companies go public, there's a lockup period, Joe, 6 months before insiders can sell their shares. So on paper, he might be worth 3, 4, or 5 billion, depending on where the stock trades today. But he might have to wait 6 months to exercise it. The big caveat there is that the board of this new company may allow him to sell shares earlier. The board is made up of his son and some people that were in his campaign. They may give him a waiver to sell some shares earlier. But if he sells shares and there's aggressive selling, that could depress the value of the stock. So it's a little bit of a conundrum there. We're going to watch how the stock trades today, but there's been a lot of enthusiasm for the company coming together. It almost happened 2 years ago. There's been some regulatory issues. Finally going public today on the NASDAQ. We'll watch what happens.
All right. Caleb Silver, appreciate your time and analysis this morning. Thank you so much. Apple CEO is on a high-profile trip to China. Tim Cook's visit comes as Apple sales have been declining in the country, while China's economy has also been slowing down. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There appears to be this mutual charm offensive underway, with China wooing foreign investors and companies, letting them know that China is open for business again, while at the same time executives, many of them Americans, are wanting to boost their investment in China at a time when the economy is slowing here and geopolitical tensions are rising. Take Apple, for example. Sales have been declining here and some manufacturing has been shifted away. But CEO Tim Cook has been on a tour aimed at giving the message that Apple is still committed to the Chinese market. Cook helped to open Apple's newest store in Shanghai. It drew a big crowd, with some people camping out overnight. It's Apple's 57th store in China.
Every time I come here, I'm reminded that anything is possible here.
But Apple's sales have been falling here, down 24% year over year. U.S.-China tension is part of it, but it's mainly because of competition from Chinese brands.
The iPhone is more expensive than other phone, so I think the people will choose the more cheap one.
Cook said Apple will continue investing in China, in the supply chain, as well as R&D. He arrived here just as the U.S. Justice Department announced its antitrust investigation on Apple. Cook was also among nearly 36 American CEOs invited to attend a business forum here with top Chinese policymakers. Industries focused on everything from chips to pharmaceuticals. China wants to boost investment, which contradicts the increasingly hostile environment toward foreign business. It's no secret the economy is slowing down here. Money is leaving, and Chinese consumers are spending less, if at all.
Why is Chinese leadership not doing more to improve the economy if its problems are so well known?
That is the giant puzzle, because you would think that they've had all the information in their hands. But it's possible that Xi Jinping doesn't know. It could be that he doesn't care. that he's all about national security and his political position, and he spends most of his days moving chess pieces around the board of different officials and different ministries and the party and the PLA, and worrying about those kinds of things, and not about growth.
Later this week, a group of American CEOs will meet face-to-face with China's President Xi Jinping, a sign of how seriously Beijing is looking to improve conditions for businesses here and confidence in the economy.
All right, Janice, thank you. Coming up, home sweet home. After the break, Iowa basketball phenom Caitlin Clark says goodbye to her home court as she and her Hawkeyes look for a national championship. Stay with us. We've got March Madness on our minds next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Staying on top of our top story this morning, a major bridge in Baltimore has collapsed. Video captured the moment the Francis Scott Key Bridge plunged in the Patapsco River after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, we know the ship was heading to Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently either lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Officials say a search and rescue effort is underway, and sonar has detected vehicles underwater. Right now, we know at least 7 people are missing. Officials say that number could grow. We do know at least 2 people were rescued from the water. One of them is in serious condition in the hospital. We have teams on the ground working to get you the latest information. We'll bring you any new developments throughout the day as soon as they come in. We're going to end this hour with March Madness and all the latest action in the women's tournament. Iowa star player Caitlin Clark is closing out her epic senior year in a big way. She just played in her final home game, beating West Virginia to help Iowa advance to the Sweet 16. Oh, and did I mention she broke yet another record? Of course she did. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has all the highlights.
It was a special night for Caitlin Clark. In a field of incredibly talented players, she's transcended the sport. Last night, Clark scoring half of her team's points en route to breaking the all-time record in a single season for points. Now, what's left to do here in her career? The only thing she hasn't accomplished yet, win a national title.
Gets her name in the record books one more time.
Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes celebrating one last victory at home over West Virginia after Clark does what she does best.
Hits the first.
Break records, this time the single season scoring mark in a hard-fought contest that went down to the wire.
And the Iowa Hawkeyes survive a scare in the second round from West Virginia and advance to the Sweet 16.
Couldn't be happier for this group. I mean, we wanted to go out on a high note, our 5 seniors, these 2. It's just really special.
The senior guard leaving it all out on the court as her days as a collegiate player are numbered.
With time running out at Carver Hawkeye Arena, Clark circling the floor, making a heart-shaped symbol with her hands as her family sat among the sold-out crowd, cheering her on.
I think the biggest thing is just thank you. I'm forever grateful.
Clark's dominance over 4 years at Iowa has brought a renewed interest to the sport and to Iowa women's basketball. All season long, students and fans have lined up to see the 22-year-old phenom play. She packed arenas in Iowa and on the road, selling out every away game and driving up ticket prices.
We were offered $2,000 but turned it down.
All while inspiring a new generation of athletes along the way. Now, Clark will head to her final Sweet 16, taking on the University of Colorado this weekend. It's the icing on the cake after a season of record-breaking performances. She's now the NCAA Division I all-time leading scorer among men and women, shattering Pistol Pete Maravich's 50-year-old record with 3,830 points and counting.
I hope people remember me for the way I played with a smile on my face, my competitive fire.
Her legacy now being cemented in real time.
These are the moments you dream of.
Clark's childhood dream was always to play in the WNBA. Now, in a matter of weeks, she's almost certain to be the #1 overall pick. So to recap, the girl once kicked out of gym class for being too competitive is now a magnet for basketball for the country. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
That competitiveness came in handy. Now we'll see if she can get the one thing that's eluded her, that NCAA championship. Sam, thank you for that report. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but please stay with us. It's a busy morning. The news continues right now. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, a critical bridge in Baltimore no longer standing. This incredible video shows the moment a cargo ship rammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge overnight, causing the entire span to go down. This morning, Maryland's governor is declaring a state of emergency following the bridge collapse. Take a listen to when first responders arrived at the scene.
Be advised, the entire bridge, the entire Key Bridge is in the harbor.
Right now, search and rescue crews are in those frigid waters looking for possible victims. Officials say they're searching for at least 7 people right now. So far, at least 2 people have been rescued. One of them hospitalized. The other was not injured. The Francis Scott Key Bridge, known to many as the Key Bridge, was Baltimore's longest bridge, about 1.5 miles long, and an important part of the Interstate 95 corridor running over the lower Patapsco River. Now investigators are looking into what may have caused this cargo ship collision. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah Sellers is on assignment. Earlier this morning, the city of Baltimore gave an update on the rescue operations underway following the bridge collapse.
We were able to remove 2 people from the water. One individual refused service and refused transport. Essentially, that person was not injured. However, there was another individual that's been transported to a local trauma center that is in very serious condition. We are still very much in an active search and rescue posture at this point, and we will continue to be for some time. We have a large area that we have to search. This includes on the surface of the water, subsurface, as well as on the deck of the ship itself.
NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles has the very latest from the scene.
And good morning from the scene of this bridge collapse in Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge entrance is right here behind me. It's obviously shut down now as rescue crews continue on what they are describing as a dynamic search and rescue to try and determine just how many people were impacted by this collapse, which happened around 1:30 in the morning. Now, what first responders and officials are telling us is that a container ship that was on its way to Sri Lanka slammed into the base of this bridge, causing it to collapse. And there is video. The moment this happened, you can see the entire bridge collapse into the river. Now, at this point, officials aren't exactly sure how many victims there are to this tragedy. At this point, they've only rescued 2 people, but they've continued a very vigorous search and rescue that started just as soon as the bridge collapsed and has continued on into the morning hours. Now, this situation has been complicated by a number of factors. First is the fact that this happened in the middle of the night. It's pitch black here in Baltimore at the time of this collapse. They've had a difficult time just trying to see exactly what was happening in order to find those victims and rescue them. And the other part of it is the weather. It is cold right now, in the 30s. It was in the 30s overnight when the collapse happened. The water temperature is probably somewhere in the range of 40 to 48 degrees, which means that if someone did fall into the river, they would not be able to survive for a very long period of time. Still, first responders, even at this point, are describing this as a search and rescue effort. They have been in the water all night trying to locate those victims. They're hoping as the sun starts to come up that process will be easier. They have aircraft, helicopters, and airplanes that are flying above the scene, helping them aid in that rescue attempt. But this is going to be a very difficult and lengthy recovery process. This is a main artery in and around the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. area. This is something that thousands and thousands of commuters use every single day. So that is certainly going to complicate things on a workday in this region as the area just waking up now to this tragedy. We'll continue to track and monitor all these developments and update you when we learn more information. For now, though, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you. And we will have more on the bridge collapse throughout the morning here on NBC News Now. In other news this morning, the battle over reproductive freedom is back in front of the Supreme Court. At issue is access to the most commonly used abortion pill, mifepristone, which has been widely used for managing abortions and miscarriages in the U.S. for more than 2 decades. At the center of this case, whether the FDA overlooked some serious safety issues when it made mifepristone easier to get, including through mail-order pharmacies. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and Professor of Constitutional Law and Global Health Policy at Georgetown Law School, Michelle B. Goodwin. Thank you both for joining us. Ken, let's start with you. Take us through what we can expect to hear during today's arguments.
Good morning, Joe. Well, the legal issues in this case have nothing to do with abortion rights, but the implications for abortion rights are profound because as many as half of all abortions in this country are conducted through this pill and other medically approved options. And essentially, this is a case brought by a group of anti-abortion doctors, and it's worked its way here to the Supreme Court. The FDA and the regulated industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the doctors, are both on the same side here, saying that this drug is both safe and effective. At issue were some changes that the FDA made, for example, allowing it to be taken 10 weeks after pregnancy up from 6 weeks, and allowing only 1 follow-up doctor visit instead of 3, and then allowing nurse practitioners to prescribe it instead of doctors, and then during the pandemic, allowing mail order distribution of the drugs, which persists to this day, profoundly expanding access. This doctor group, though, saying it impacted safety. That is very much hotly disputed. Most experts say that this drug is perfectly safe and effective, and the FDA is saying, and people who advocate for the FDA are saying that this case really threatens the way that the FDA approves drugs in this country, Joe.
So, Michelle, I mean, the head of the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU Langone Medical Center in New York called this a uniquely important case, saying if the court were to rule against the FDA and the use of mifepristone, it would, quote, clearly bring abortion by pill to an end in this country. Is that what's at stake here?
Well, its implications are quite wide. In the Dobbs decision, the United States Supreme Court said that these matters would be left to states. Given that this was a case that was brought before a federal district court judge, which sided with those plaintiffs who are not all doctors, though they claim themselves to be. One is a dentist and another one has a master's degree in theology. So that's an important point to note just in terms of standing. But because it was brought before a federal district court judge, then it means that it affects the entire country. So in that case, the judge sided with the plaintiffs in very strong terms. What we have before the court now is not a complete removal of mifepristone from the market, but a rollback to what were the pre-COVID standards in terms of its distribution.
So, Ken, let's talk more about safety, which you mentioned. It's important to note the 2 studies cited in a Texas court ruling last year that claimed mifepristone could be harmful. They were later retracted. That was after the publication found, quote, fundamental problems with the study design and methodology, as well as conflicts of interest. How much of a factor is that going to be in this case? Is that a major blow to those who do want to limit access to this pill?
Well, common sense, Joe, tells us it should be. One of those studies was so deeply flawed because it measured emergency room visits after pregnancy and suggested that all of those visits were related to the abortion pill, which later reviewers found was just ridiculous. And so that should have an effect on the case. But unfortunately, we found a recent history in the Supreme Court of just wrong information being bandied about during these arguments. We saw it during gun cases where justices just adopted what were incorrect facts, wrong information, and stated them as they were true and even incorporated them into opinion. So it's really in question here exactly how this is going to play out. One of the big issues, though, before they get to the issue of safety, will be whether these plaintiffs can show that they were harmed. Lawyers call that standing. Whether they actually have standing to say that they were injured, that is one way the Supreme Court could dispose of this case without getting to the central issues, Joe.
And Michelle, I mean, obviously a lot at stake in terms of what kind of impact this really could have on reproductive rights, but there are other implications here, including what it could really mean for the future of the FDA, right? Walk us through that.
That's absolutely right. So I teach a course on biotechnology, bioethics, and the law, and have a case book that I've written in this regard. Consistently, over almost a century, the Supreme Court has deferred to the FDA's expertise, to the scientists there, to the research protocols. If, in fact, this case, if the Supreme Court allows this case to go forward in the way in which the plaintiffs would like, then there are repercussions for vaccines. There are repercussions for COVID vaccines, given that there are people who deny that COVID exists and believe that COVID vaccines should not be in the marketplace. There are individuals who believe that children shouldn't be exposed to vaccines like smallpox and polio and believe that they cause harm. Potentially, this could mean that all other FDA judgments and regulations could be challenged by groups who forum shop for particular judges that they believe might defer to them, even if they would not otherwise have standing, such as in this case, where it is incredibly questionable, the individuals who've been labeled as doctors, but who do not practice abortion care and are not physicians.
All right. Michelle B. Goodwin and Ken Delaney, thank you both. Appreciate your time this morning. Now, despite being banned in 14 states, some activists have taken it upon themselves to mail abortion pills to women who don't have access. But as NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns explains, that could all change depending on the court's decision.
In this basement in upstate New York, one group is giving abortion access to thousands in states where it's illegal. We're not showing faces because they fear repercussions.
Where's a lot of this medication going? The medication is going to all the states that the pharmacy will not send to. So I would say the majority are going to Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, Georgia.
New York is one of 6 states operating under new shield laws when it comes to telehealth, which protect providers doing this from prosecution for now.
How many prescriptions are you mailing out today? Today we're doing 112.
Dr. Linda Prine prescribes pills from New York City.
What is the scale of this operation?
So before we had the shield law, we were mailing pills to the blue states. After we passed our shield law, the first month we sent about 4,000 pills into restricted states. And now we're up to around 10,000 pills a month.
Anti-abortion rights groups taking notice.
The fact remains that just because you are sitting in California does not mean that you are not violating the laws of Florida, Texas, and 30 other states. So I think they have a false sense of security about this.
But that access in question. The Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in a case that could prohibit prescription of abortion pills via telemedicine and prevent providers from mailing them.
What action do you want the Supreme Court to take?
We hope that the Supreme Court will agree with the 2 lower courts who have already found that it's likely that the FDA broke federal law and its own rules when it brought the abortion drugs to market.
I think what we're talking about is really ways to work around whatever scenario comes up so that we can continue to get these medications to patients.
And it's not just banned states. If the Supreme Court restricts access via telemedicine and via mail, it'll impact states where the medication is legal as well. Doctors tell us it'll
result in longer wait times, longer travel times, and more cost for patients seeking care.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you. It was a consequential day in the New York court system on Monday for former President Trump. He scored a win in his efforts to appeal a nearly $500 million judgment in his New York civil fraud case. He also knows the new start date for his criminal hush money case. Now, in that civil case, a state appeals court reduced Mr. Trump's bond to $175 million and gave him 10 days to come up with the money. As for the criminal case, the former president was in the courtroom here in New York when he learned his hush money trial is going to start on April 15th, just under 3 weeks from now. Get the latest from NBC News Channel correspondent Alice Barr.
A last-minute reprieve for former President Trump in his civil fraud case on a day when the New York Attorney General could have moved to start freezing some of his assets to pay a more than $450 million bond. The former president instead praising an appeals court ruling that slashed that bond to $175 million and bought him another 10 days to post it.
I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money.
A judge ruled in February that Mr. Trump was liable for fraudulently inflating his net worth to get better loans from banks. His legal team is appealing, arguing there were no victims and the banks were repaid. If he loses that appeal, the New York Attorney General points out he'll still owe the full judgment, saying he's facing accountability for his, quote, staggering fraud.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Also on Monday, the former president learned he will face his first criminal trial beginning April 15th in the New York hush money case. A judge rejected the Trump team's push for a further delay.
And I don't know how you can have a trial that's going on right in the middle of an election.
Former President Trump is accused of falsifying business records to cover up an alleged affair with a porn star in the lead up to the 2016 election. He denies wrongdoing, repeating his claims of a political prosecution as the 2024 election heats up. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more on all this. Another busy day. So let's start with that appeals court decision on the civil judgment. Why did the court decide to cut it by more than half?
They didn't give a lot of reasoning, but Trump's attorneys had argued that the appeals court has a lot of discretion here. They can consider any factor, while the attorney general had said, no, this is an extraordinary circumstances situation. And apparently the defense's argument won the day. So the amount is reduced. And it's interesting because the entire purpose of this bond is to ensure that after the appeals process, years from now, that the defendant doesn't spend all of his money appealing the case and then have nothing to give the plaintiff. So by reducing it to $175 million, that really only guarantees that the attorney general can get $175 million. The rest of that money, if he can't get it today, it's doubtful he'll have it in 2 or 3 years when this appeal is over.
So, yeah, I mean, the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, says the former president's still on the hook for more than $450 million. Sure. Should he ultimately lose his appeal? What more should we know about that?
Well, then all that would do is the same process as would have started if Donald Trump couldn't have posted a bond, which is execution of judgment proceedings. And these are really difficult, really complex proceedings, even with simple businesses or individuals, with a complex layer of LLCs and other kinds of ownership, and the fact that how much equity does Donald Trump have in these buildings? How much does he still owe on loans? The entire process would not be as simple as just putting a padlock on Trump buildings by Letitia James. It's really a complicated process. Now, whether that starts in the next 10 days or whether it starts in several years, either way, it is a process. I've been involved in these cases. It's not easy.
Another part of this judgment was that he was barred from serving as a public officer for a company. There was a stay put on that yesterday. Does this mean that he can continue to run his companies? How does this kind of play out?
Technically, yes. When you stay that judgment was effectively saying thou shalt not be a head of a company. By staying that, you're effectively saying that, yes, he can continue to do that at least until the stay is lifted. And that's sort of to preserve the status quo while they're on appeal. So it doesn't just preserve that he has to put up that money. It also preserves the equitable remedies. In other words, courts can order you to pay money. They can order you to do or not do things. And all that is a stay of the part of the judgment that orders people to do or not do things, specifically to run companies.
Let's talk about the hush money trial. This is a criminal case. It was initially supposed to start yesterday. We have a delay. Now we know April 15th. How certain are we at this point that this is actually going to start on April 15th? Is there anything else that could delay it?
I'm not, but I'm just following my double down theory that I've been applying since last year, which is, you know, you flip a coin, it's 50-50 every time. I'm just going to say heads every time and say there could be another delay, because about a month ago, in this case, all the motions were decided and there was absolutely nothing left to stand in the way of the trial starting this week. And yet, something happened. Something unexpected happened in the form of a couple 100,000 pages of documents from the Southern District of New York. So, I mean, are the odds strong that it will start in a few weeks? Yes, but I said that a month ago about the trial date this week. In ordinary trials, things happen that push off trial dates. These are very consequential, the most consequential criminal trials, 4 criminal cases in American history. They're complex. Things are going to happen. So am I 100% that it'll start in 3 weeks? No, something could happen. Is there a strong possibility? Yeah, at this point, I guess.
We've got 20 days. We'll see what happens in that time. All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Tensions between the United States and Israel are high after the U.S. abstained in yesterday's United Nations Security Council vote, which called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all hostages. With 14 countries voting in favor of the resolution, America's abstention meant that the binding resolution was adopted. The UN Secretary General welcomed the move and said the resolution must now be implemented, adding failure to do so would be, quote, unforgivable. But this morning, there are no signs Israel is planning to halt its attacks in Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu rebuked the U.S. for not using its veto and canceled the visit of a high-level Israeli delegation to Washington. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. We're also joined by our White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you. Raf, let's start with you. Walk us through the reaction from Israel and from Hamas to this resolution, and what does happen if it's not implemented?
Joe, good morning. There was applause in the UN Security Council chamber yesterday as that resolution passed, a feeling among diplomats that nearly 6 months into this war, the UN's highest body had overcome its internal divisions, passed a resolution calling both for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate release of the hostages. But, Joe, there is no indication on the ground that this resolution is going to lead to either of those things happening. As you said, Israel says it will not abide by this resolution, that it will fight on until Hamas is destroyed and until the hostages are released. The Israeli government furious with the Biden administration for not using its veto power to block this resolution from going through. Hamas, for its part, says it welcomes the passage of this resolution, but it is not committing to immediately and unconditionally release the hostages, which is what this resolution calls for. There is no real mechanism in this resolution to punish either Israel or Hamas for non-compliance. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations claiming this resolution is non-binding. Not really clear what she means by that. UN Security Council resolutions are considered to be international law. But in terms of avenues to really change the facts on the ground, to get those hostages out, to get relief to Palestinian civilians on the brink of famine in Gaza, it is looking like the best pathway remains those ceasefire negotiations underway right now in Qatar. Jeff.
Monica, let's talk about the White House. Why did the U.S. abstain this time, and how is the Biden administration responding to Netanyahu canceling that delegation's visit?
Well, the White House, Joe, said that they were very disappointed and a little bit confused as to why it did lead to that cancellation in the high-profile delegation that was supposed to be coming this week to Washington to discuss all of this. But in terms of their rationale for the abstention, they say it was over some technical omissions in the language, that there wasn't an outright condemnation of Hamas, which they wanted to be in the text, so it's not something that they could vote for, and that is why they decided to abstain. They also claim that this was very similar in language to something they had introduced last week, and so they thought it was close enough to what they themselves were proposing, and so that is why they went with an abstention so that it could pass and it wasn't effectively blocked. But here's a little bit more of how the National Security Council's John Kirby put some of that confusion diplomatically yesterday.
We're kind of perplexed by this. The Prime Minister's office seems to be indicating through public statements that we somehow changed here. We haven't, and we get to decide. what our policy is. It seems like the Prime Minister's office is choosing to create a perception of daylight here when they don't need to do that.
So the U.S. insists it has not changed its policy there, and they also said there were some Israeli officials who were already in Washington with the Israeli defense minister, who was in D.C. yesterday for some meetings. He was at the White House, so they're trying to kind of back channel some of those meetings that were going to take place later in the week to be happening now. But the Prime Minister and Israel has said definitively they still plan to go into Rafah with a large-scale offensive, whether it has U.S. support or not. And that was supposed to be the whole point of this meeting that was ultimately canceled, to provide alternatives to that. So it really does leave things at a very tense place, and we're really just not sure what happens next.
I mean, yeah, Monica, where does this leave U.S.-Israeli relations? Is this the lowest point since the war began?
I mean, certainly the rhetoric that is coming out of the Biden administration is a lot more forceful, is a lot more blunt than it was in the days after the October 7th terrorist attacks. But they want it to be very clear, and the White House hasn't changed its position that it still fully backs Israel's right to defend itself. The major shift we've all been watching for, Joe, here is whether something would happen in this war that would condition aid to Israel, which would slow down weapons or not supply them at all, or again, add any conditions to that. And that simply hasn't happened yet, but that's what everybody is waiting to see. And for now, the president has said he will still stand by Israel for its continued fight against Hamas.
All right. Monica Alba, Raf Sanchez, thank you both. Snow and severe storms possible across the east today. Let's get a closer look at your Morning News Now forecast with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got a storm system that's caused problems in the past couple of days that continues to be an issue in the next couple of days. We've got the snow that we're tracking across parts of the upper Midwest. We've got the rain stretched from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast, and this system is going to be on the move over the next few days. Here's the deal for today. Notice that front going to bring some shower activity to parts of the Ohio Valley. We'll see storms stretched as far south as the Gulf Coast and into the southeast, and some additional snow falling specifically across parts of northern Minnesota. As we look ahead to tomorrow, that front still working its way to the east. That means the coastal areas of the east are going to continue to see rain. We'll see likely some heavy rain focused across portions of Florida up into the mid-Atlantic. Now, as we look ahead to Thursday, that system, at least the center of the low pressure system, moves offshore, but we'll still be tracking a flood threat across this same region. Outer Banks to Cape Cod looks like we'll see those highest amounts of rain that bring us the concern for some flooding. As far as the snow is concerned, anywhere from 3 to 5 inches possible here as we get through the rest of our next 2 days, Tuesday into Wednesday. We'll slowly start to see that wrapping up. As we head into the evening hours tonight, basically afternoon to evening, a potential for some strong storms to develop, potentially severe as well. We'll see those wind gusts be the main impact for parts of the Great Lakes as well as the Gulf Coast, Mobile, Detroit, Cincinnati, Chicago, all included in that through this afternoon and evening. As far as our rain chances are concerned, they're going to be over the next couple of days, and that means we'll have a chance to pick up some good amounts in some spots. Notice the Big Bend area of Florida. We could see some isolated spots up to 4 inches stretching up into the Carolinas and up into the mid-Atlantic. That's where we'll see those highest amounts. Again, 1 to 3 inches more widespread, but a couple of spots a little higher than that. And on top of that, we've got some strong onshore winds. That accompanied by high tide times means that we could see some potential coastal flooding happening here over the next couple of days. Right now, 16 million people under these flood alerts, and those will last here through at least the day today. We've had a significant rainfall across the same kind of region, and that's partly thanks to El Nino. This is a typical kind of active storm track you see from parts of the south all the way up into the northeast, and that means that we've really started March with some soggy conditions in a lot of these spots. Cape Hatteras, Atlantic City, Providence, all dealing with wettest March on record. We have some top 5 wettest Marches as well, places like New York, Philadelphia, Norfolk, and we'll continue to see that rain in the forecast for the next couple of days, Joe.
How long do we feel El Nino for? Is that something?
Well, we're going to start to see that transition here in the next couple of months,
Okay.
likely as we get into probably summer and beyond, and then we'll transition into a La Nina.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now, including continuing coverage of that bridge collapse in Baltimore. We're going to bring you updates from the scene throughout the hour. Plus, more trouble for rap mogul P. Diddy as the FBI raids 2 of his homes. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many
now
questions.
will never be questioned.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliberations.
All right, it just
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're staying on top of that breaking news out of Baltimore this morning. That is where the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed after it was hit by a container ship. You can see the dramatic moment that the bridge fell into the water. Right now, investigators are on the scene and search and rescue efforts are underway. For more, we're joined by NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello, who's there in Baltimore. Tom, what is the latest from the scene where we should note the fire chief says this is still a search and rescue?
Yeah, this happened at about 1:30 or 1:40 in the morning is when the initial fire call went out, and they are looking for 7 people who are in the water. They believe were in the water. Now, the trouble is the water is about 45 degrees or so. It's about 32 degrees out here on land. Survivability in the water, given the extreme cold and given the hypothermia risk, we're told by experts, maybe an hour. So now we're multiple hours into this event, and yet it is still an all-out search and rescue effort with helicopters in the air searching the water, as well as you would expect, fire department, marine assets, land assets, and the Coast Guard. Let me just get out of the way because I want to show you, if you follow the road, if you will, here, go up the road, you're going to see the bridge there, right? Well, that's it. That's the end of the bridge. It ends right there because it's been cut down by that ship. Now, look to the right, and you're going to see containers on top of a deck. Those are the containers on top of the ship that is stuck right as you would expect, right in place because of this ongoing emergency. So the question right now very much is, well, exactly how did this happen? Some local authorities are telling us that the ship apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. We don't know how that happened, and we don't know who specifically was piloting the ship at the time. Joe, as you know, when you come into major harbors and ports in this country, essentially the captain of the ship, and this is a Singapore flagged vessel, the captain of the ship has to step aside for a local pilot to get on board and navigate through the intricacies of that particular port. So is that what happened here? Was it a local pilot and his or her assistant that was on board on top of that ship deck at the time that they then apparently ran into the pylon here? But among the questions here, how is it possible that a cargo ship could take out such a critical support column for the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which is a critical bridge here in Baltimore? And how could the entire bridge collapse and be so vulnerable to a single pylon being taken out? So an awful lot of questions here. This has been an ongoing massive response effort since about 1:30 a.m. and they are still searching for 7 people. As I mentioned, 2 people have been pulled out of the water. One of them is in a very serious condition at a local trauma center. The other did not need any medical care whatsoever, Joe.
And Tom, we should note Synergy Marine Group, which manages the vessel, said all crew members on the ship, including the 2 pilots, are accounted for. No reports of any injuries. They're fully cooperating. But officials said they're not even able to get on the deck of that ship, which is a key part, of this investigation, maybe even the search and rescue effort, because they don't know if it's safe right now, right?
That's right. They need to assess the damage on that ship before anybody goes onto the ship. So they want to make sure that there's nothing there that might be a risk to rescuers who might get on the ship. They want to make sure it's still seaworthy. It appears to be seaworthy. It's still sitting right there where it hit the bridge. In the meantime, because that they know everybody on that ship seems to be okay, their focus really is very much on the all-out search for the people on the water. And it's not clear if they're looking for bridge construction workers who are doing concrete work on top of the bridge at 1:30 in the morning. Some of them reportedly may have gone into the water, but they also know that there are cars in the water. Their sonar have detected cars in the water. We don't know how many. We don't know how many people might be in those cars. An awful lot of unanswered questions. At 1:30 in the morning, it is pitch black out there on the water. And so immediately, the first teams on the scene were really struggling just to get their bearings, figure out exactly what they were dealing with, where people might be, and how many people might be in the water.
All right. Tom Costello, appreciate your reporting throughout the morning. We'll check back with you with any updates. Another story making headlines this morning. NBC News has learned that music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is at the center of a federal investigation, according to a source familiar with the matter, after authorities raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami yesterday. The source says Combs is facing allegations involving sex trafficking, sexual assault, illegal narcotics, and firearms. 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the warrant say that Homeland Security officials also seized phones from Combs yesterday in Miami before he was scheduled to depart for a trip to the Bahamas. It's unclear if he actually made that trip. Combs' representatives did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. It's the latest development after several women filed lawsuits against Combs, alleging that he sexually assaulted them. Diddy's former longtime girlfriend, Cassie, filed the first lawsuit in November and settled with him just 1 day later. At the time, Combs' attorney said that the settlement was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Just last month, a producer who worked for Combs sued, alleging that Combs sexually harassed, drugged, and threatened him for more than a year. Combs has denied the allegations in all of those lawsuits. Let's bring in NBC News contributor and analyst Jim Kavanaugh. He's also a retired ATF special agent in charge and former hostage negotiator for the ATF. So, 4 law enforcement sources told NBC News that federal agents with Homeland Security investigations executed the search warrants. What do we know about this branch of DHS?
Well, they're called HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and basically they grew out of the old Customs Service Special Agents and Immigration Agents, because the Department of Homeland Security, when it was created, took over those functions, Customs and Immigration combined. And so what HSI does is basically they, stop the illegal trade in things and people, mostly that are coming across the border. But they are experts in sex trafficking and human trafficking, which often, Joe, involves smuggling of immigrants to exploit them. So they're experts at those laws, and they're very good at child pornography and people who travel for child sex exploitation. And that's likely why they became involved in the case with Mr. Combs, because there's allegations of sexual exploitation or sex trafficking. So, you know, that's probably why they're involved and they're leading the investigation.
So what would lead authorities to conduct raids of this size and searches like this? What is it investigators are looking for even?
Yeah, in a sex trafficking case, you know, things might have happened months or years ago. They're looking for, you know, electronic data, computers, cell phones, and records that may prove the allegations of sexual trafficking or assault. Of course, there could be allegations involving other commodities, too. Sometimes that happens, drugs or illegal weapons. But it has to be addressed in the search warrant. So when the affidavits for the search warrants at both locations are unsealed in public, then you have to look and see what exactly was described to be seized by the court. Mm-hmm.
And Jim, the fact that they're conducting raids right now, does that tell us where they might be in the investigation and what might be the next steps then?
Yes, I mean, they feel like they have something they might can charge. Criminal activity definitely, they believe, was afoot. They have to provide that affidavit to a federal judge, a magistrate judge. He allows the searches to go forward under his authority. Then they collect the evidence, and then they look at the evidence. Now, charges don't always come after search warrants. They may not find any evidence of what was alleged, or they may find some. So then the investigators at HSI and the U.S. attorneys, prosecutors will have to look at the facts and decide if there's a chargeable offense that's actually provable.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, appreciate your expertise this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. Coming up, we are going to have continuing coverage of that breaking news. We're going to take you to Baltimore for the latest on rescue efforts following this morning's bridge collapse. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5, 7, 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children, established. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5, 7, 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are continuing to follow breaking news out of Baltimore this morning. That's where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a ship. The dramatic collapse was caught on camera, as you see there. Right now, we know rescue operations are underway. It's unclear how many people may have fallen into the water, but officials say they're looking for at least 7 people at the moment. We do know 2 people have been pulled from the water. 1 was not hurt, but the other has been hospitalized with serious injuries. Now, we've learned the ship was just leaving the port en route to Sri Lanka when it collided with the bridge around 1:30 this morning. The bridge, which is about 1.5 miles long, carries I-695 over the Patapsco River in southeast Baltimore. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tweeted this morning that he spoke with Maryland's governor and Baltimore's mayor to offer federal support following the incident. We will continue to follow this breaking story as it develops throughout the morning, bring you any new information as soon as we learn it. Turning to medical news, today is Diabetes Alert Day in the U.S. It's a reminder of the dangers associated with diabetes. More than 1 in 3 adults in the U.S. are pre-diabetic. That means you have higher than normal blood sugar and you're at risk for developing type 2 diabetes. Dr. Christopher Holliday is the director of the Division of Diabetes Translation for the CDC and joins us now with more. Dr. Holliday, thanks for joining us. Talk more about some of the basics here. 2 types of diabetes, type 1 and type 2. Remind us what the differences are.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me. So type 2 diabetes is essentially a lifestyle condition in which someone may have a little bit of extra body weight, maybe not getting the requisite amount of physical activity per week, and may be eating a poor diet. And that leads to insulin resistance. It allows people to progress to type 2 diabetes. And the precursor of that is prediabetes, which is a signal that they're at high risk for this serious condition. Type 1 is more related to the body's ability to produce insulin and to break down the food that we consume so that it can be turned into fuel. And so with Diabetes Alert Day, our role here at CDC is really to raise awareness about prediabetes, to make sure that people know where they stand and their risk by going to doihaveprediabetes.org, taking a simple 1-minute risk test and knowing where they stand. And if they have a high score on this risk test, they can talk to their doctor about getting a blood test to verify that they have prediabetes.
Yeah, I was about to say, beyond going online to do that test, what are the best ways to know how at risk you are?
Yeah, it's interesting because there are very simple ways to know that whether you might be at risk. The best way is to take this simple risk test. But there's also, if you have a mother, father, sister, or brother, a close family relative that has type 2 diabetes, if you have a largely sedentary lifestyle, if your diet has not been the best, and if you are over the age of 45, if you're male, is another risk factor. So if any of these sound like they might be you might be at risk for type 2 diabetes or have prediabetes.
What are the best ways to prevent it from turning into type 2 diabetes? I mean, this is something that you can change, right?
The good news is that prediabetes is reversible through simple lifestyle changes, making sure you get the requisite 20 minutes of physical activity per day, that you eat a healthy diet, and that you keep an eye on your weight. And so your weight is the pretty much the weight around your trunk or in your abdomen area is what is most serious to watch. And if you can make these modest lifestyle changes, you're likely to prevent progression to type 2 diabetes.
All right, Dr. Christopher Holliday, some important information. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Staying on health news, time now for our weekly mental health check-in. A new book out today by an influential author argues that phones have caused the epidemic of bad mental health we're seeing in kids. Plus, how reading or bibliotherapy can improve your mental health. Here to help us break it down is licensed marriage and family therapist Dr. George James. Dr. James, always good to have you with us. So we've talked a lot on this show about some of the unhealthy mental health side effects of smartphones. Now we have a social psychologist named Jonathan Haidt in his new book, The Anxious Generation. He's actually suggesting kids should avoid them altogether just because of how much anxiety they're causing. That is a tough call in this digital age. Do you really think that's the solution? Is there a happy medium there to help kids out?
Yeah, good morning, Joanne. And in this book, he really is just highlighting all the things that have happened since 1995 and really since 2007 with the smartphone and how we are, as a society, really pulled and addicted, and our teens are overwhelmed by it. So his suggestions are not to give your child a phone until 10 or older, not to start them on social media until 16 or older, to have schools that don't have phones, and really to allow kids to overcome their anxiety on their own. It's really hard, but if we can delay some of these, if we can interact some more, I think it could take away some of the comparisons and our young folks being overwhelmed by just phones and social media and all the things that can increase their anxiety.
We hear the research that says even when kids just take a break from their phones, suddenly their mental health improves, their anxiety goes down. So let's talk more about technology. Artificial intelligence is continuing, of course, to develop. Chatbots can now generate the sort of statements that therapists are trained to deliver to help with our mental health struggles. This sounds a little scary to me, Dr. James. What are your thoughts on this one? I mean, can this make therapy affordable, or is this something you just need to avoid?
You know, as a therapist for over 20 plus years, I think that technology is something that we can introduce and include, but I don't think it will ever really replace what can happen working with someone one-on-one. But what these bots are able to do is to help people in a moment, give them some advice, especially if they're not able to reach a therapist because of the demand or not able to get maybe that connection they need right away. But it should never replace going to see your own therapist. And maybe even if that means a wait, that can be the best solution for you.
Last but not least, let's talk about what researchers are calling bibliotherapy. It can actually help us improve our mental health. Break this one down for us. What kind of books should we be reading if we want to try and give this a try?
You know, bibliotherapy is really just being able to read books that might somehow help us. It might give us a framework. It might help us to think about how we interact with our friends and partners. It might encourage us to think about who we are. And this is something that many therapists, including myself, like to do, is maybe recommend a book to read. So if there's a book out there that you like, or a book that's helping you to be a better person, that's a part of bibliotherapy. So reading is great. And literary fiction is one of those areas that can help us to be better because we can see ourselves, but through other characters. So I encourage you, read some books, be able to grow who you are through the characters you see in these books.
We see the definition of bibliotherapy right there. All right, Dr. James, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Some useful advice as always.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, speaking out, Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani addressing allegations against his former interpreter for the first time. We're going to bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
You do have points or you have miles. Is now a good time to use them?
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Hi there, good morning. We continue to follow that breaking news out of Baltimore, where a search and rescue operation is underway at this hour after the overnight collapse of the Key Bridge there. The Governor Wes Moore addressing reporters. Let's listen.
To the people of our state, to our first responders, I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of your courage. I'm in awe of your strength. I'm in awe of everything you do for each and every one of us. You saw a crisis, and you said, what can I do to help? And our response teams are doing everything in our power to rescue and recover the victims of this collapse, literally as we speak. People who, as we speak, are out there are divers, are air assets, people who right now are working to save lives and are doing it because the state asked. And we will update the public as the work continues. To our partners inside and outside of government, I know this has been a long night. We started coordinating immediately after the Key Bridge collapsed. We've been standing together every step of the way, from our county leadership, to our city leadership, to our state leadership, to our federal leadership. And I'm grateful to call each and every one of you not just colleagues, but I'm grateful to call you friends. And to the people of Baltimore, and each and every one of the 6.3 million Marylanders who call our state home, I recognize that many of us are hurting right now. I recognize that many of us are scared right now. And so I want to be very clear about where everything stands. We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack. Our administration is working closely with leaders from all levels of government and society to respond to this crisis, and not but just by addressing the immediate aftermath, but also by building a state that is more resilient and a state that's more safe. That is our pledge, and that's our commitment, and we're going to keep that commitment. And lastly, to the victims of this tragedy and their loved ones, all of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss, we're thinking of you, and we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy, and their families, and all of their loved ones. But Maryland, we will get through this, because that is the Maryland spirit, and that's what Maryland is made of. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong. So in the face of heartbreak, we come together. We embrace one another, and we come back stronger. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's what we're going to get done together. And we're going to pray for Baltimore. And I'd like to turn this over to Senator Van Hollen, who's done a remarkable job in our fellow delegation in providing support. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor said, we come together. We come together in Baltimore, we come together in Maryland. First of all, our hearts go out to all those who are on the bridge and their loved ones. We pray for them. Our gratitude goes out to the first responders who, as we speak, are out there continuing to conduct search and rescue operations. I want to thank the governor, the mayor, the county executive, all the people gathered here as part of Team Baltimore and Team Maryland. And the federal government is with them as a partner. The Coast Guard, as we speak, is also part of this mission. Coast Guard cutters, Coast Guard aviation assets. I spoke twice today with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has pledged that they will do everything they can to very quickly release emergency response funds for this important project. The National Highway Transportation Administrator is on his way to Baltimore if he's not here already. They will be releasing those early funds once all the parties are fully engaged. Second, the National Transportation Safety Board. I talked to the chair this morning. She and her team will be conducting an investigation of what happened. And finally, the Army Corps of Engineers, naval assets for looking below the surface and clearing. All of this is going to be part of the effort. The governor is leading Team Maryland, the mayor and the county executive, of course, Team Baltimore. But I'm just here to say, together with Ben Cardin, Senator Cardin, and Congressman Fume and others, the federal government is your partner in this effort. Thank you, and again, to the people of our state and the people of this great city. We're with you. We love you. We will get through this together. Thank you, Governor.
Good morning again, Paul Wiedefeld, Secretary of Transportation. Just a few updates since our meeting this morning. The crew that was out there working was basically repairing potholes, just so you understand that. It had nothing to do with a structural issue at all on the facility. At this time, one person has been rescued, and so far, and our efforts continue in terms of that. Engineers are on site right now, determining both some of the structural issues, obviously some of the debris field, and we'll start to work that, but we'll work hand in hand with the NTSB before we take any further action in that area. With that, I did want to introduce the FBI for a few comments as well.
Hello, my name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the special agent in charge of the Baltimore field office. First and foremost, I want to say that our hearts go out to everyone that is impacted by this tragedy, especially the victims and their families. On behalf of the FBI, I would like to say that we are with you, we're with Baltimore, and we're with the partners every step of the way. The FBI, on very first, looking at and assessing this matter from an investigative standpoint, I want to be clear that there is no specific or credible information to suggest that there are ties to terrorism in this incident. The FBI has been part of this response from the beginning. We came within 1 hour to the command post and quickly lashed up with our very strong partners all along the way. We will bring whatever resources that the FBI has to bear. We've already brought our crisis response, our victim services, and just recently, our underwater search evidence recovery teams are on site. And we will continue to provide all those resources as long as it takes. And as the investigation goes on, we will take it to its logical conclusion along with our partners. To the people of Baltimore, to the public, I ask you to be patient as we go through this and as information becomes available to us. And lastly, I want to say thank you. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to everyone who in the FBI and counts on the FBI. We will always bring what we need to the people of Baltimore, and we are with you. I'd next like to introduce the Coast Guard.
Good morning. The Coast Guard is still actively searching at this time. We are using response boat crews from 2 of our local Coast Guard stations, one of our helo crews from an air station in Atlantic City, and also one of our cutter crews on one of our 87-foot patrol boats. We will continue to work with our local, state, and federal partners during this tragedy. Thank you.
Governor, can you say at this point, is all traffic in and out of the harbor stopped at this point?
Governor, as far as you are aware, was the collapse of that bridge inevitable as that ship hit that part of the bridge?
No, we're still in the process of investigating exactly what happened, so we don't have any further details about whether or not it was inevitable or not.
But no structural issue with the bridge?
No, there were, in fact, the bridge was actually fully up to code, so we have no further information about what happened in that time.
Governor, is all shipping in and out of the port now stopped completely, and do you have any estimate very early on as to how long it will be before shipping can resume to the Port of Baltimore?
Yeah, we don't have any estimates on timeline because right now our exclusive focus is on saving lives. Our exclusive focus is on search and rescue.
Could you give us a better sense for the number? Because we'd heard, I know Mr. Wiedefeld said 1 had been rescued, but earlier from Baltimore we heard that 2 have been rescued. Can you tell us the total numbers we're talking about that maybe that you're searching for, and how many have been rescued?
Well,
there are 8 individuals. 6 are being searched for right now. 1 is was taken to the hospital, and 1 is not in the hospital that we're speaking to.
So 6 unaccounted for?
Yes.
And does that involve individuals that may have been in vehicles that went in the water? Or is that just the construction?
We believe it's a construction crew.
What about so we don't think there's anyone in vehicles in the water?
No, we do not believe so.
Okay, what's that question right here? Take this question here.
Governor, 2 questions. How quickly did you find out about what happened here, and what was your reaction when you heard the scale of what just occurred in that bridge earlier?
Well, I mean, I think it was probably within minutes of everything, less than an hour, when I know that my phone first rang. And, first from the mayor of Baltimore and also from our chief of staff. And it was, we know the Key Bridge. I've ridden over the Key Bridge countless times. So many of us know the Key Bridge because it is our normal commute. This is a place that is a normal commute route for over 30,000 Marylanders every single day. And so to hear the words that the Key Bridge has collapsed, it's shocking and heartbreaking. And immediately the first thought and the first ideas go back to what happened to the people, what was the impact on human life. But for every single one of us who are Marylanders, the words that the Key Bridge is gone, it still shakes us, because for 47 years, that's all we've known. And so this is not just unprecedented from what we're seeing and what we're looking at today. It's heartbreaking.
Governor, can you confirm that the crew on the ship alerted authorities that it had lost propulsion and was in trouble?
We can confirm that the crew notified authorities of a power issue. Yes.
And that they had lost power on the ship.
Yes.
Was there any ability to shut down the bridge before it happened? I'll take the question right here.
Correct.
Sorry, you were looking for 7 people and 2 have been rescued. And now you're looking for 6 people, but 1 has been rescued, so 3 people has been rescued. Only 2.
Total of 8. Excuse me. A total of 8. 1 rescued. in hospital, one not in hospital, but it has, we have communicated with that person, and then 6 that we are searching for.
And all construction workers working on the pothole? Were all 8 of them?
Yes, they were all related to the construction program, yes.
We heard that multiple vehicles went into the water. Any word on how many vehicles went into the water and the condition of those people that were in the vehicle?
Not at this time.
Shift over here. Was there any way to shut down the bridge? Was there enough time for that distress call to trigger something like that?
Now, the thing that we know is that, even as the boat was coming in, we had a ship that was coming in at 8 knots. So coming in at a very rapid speed. We do know that the investigation is currently going on, but I have to say I'm thankful for the folks who once the warning came up and once notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, these people are heroes. They saved lives last night.
Right. So they were able to stop traffic?
The focus is on rescue now. But looking forward, is there any vision for how long it could possibly take to remove the wreckage, to rebuild, how it could possibly be done? Can you look into the future at all at this point?
This is going to be a long-term build. It's going to be a build that's going to require every facet and every aspect of our society. It is something that I can tell you we are going to get this done. We are going to make sure that this is not just rebuilt, but that we are going to rebuild in a way that remembers the people who this tragedy has impacted, and also do it in a way that honors the community that it serves. But right now, I could not give you any form of estimate on timing or cost. Right now, my and all of our exclusive focus is we're just trying to save lives.
Can the mayor talk on the state of emergency locally, please?
Yes, thank you. Listen, we know the governor issued a state of emergency, but we at the local level felt the need to do that too, because there may be some things that we have to encumber with our fire department and other agencies that will be able to pull down support for as we all work together, again, as we're focused right now on saving lives and working through this unspeakable tragedy.
In the interim, I know that there's obviously the focus is on the rescue and the recovery, but this is such an important thoroughfare here in Baltimore. For drivers, people trying to get around, how are they going to be able to manage while that is also going on?
Yeah, so we've also already been in touch with people about alternative routes and ways people can navigate now that this tragedy has happened. And I don't know, Secretary, if you want to speak to that as well.
Just to give you a sense of scale, roughly about 35,000 people a day use that facility. About double that use the Harbor Tunnel, and double that again use the Fort McHenry Tunnel. So basically, we have those 2 other options. We'll make sure that we have as much personnel out there to deal with any incidents, because as you know, that can cause the backups very quickly. And we will basically put out a lot of communications on different alternatives. We're also looking at transit alternatives as well.
What role will the legislature play in this response? What role will the legislature play in this response? Are there any policies, any funds that can be freed up in coming weeks?
Oh yeah, no. So we are, in fact, we have our Senate President here. We have members of the legislature here. The legislature is going to have a role in all of this, as will our local elected officials, as will state officials, as will the federal government. Everybody is going to have a role in terms of how we think about the rebuild.
Governor, how long do you expect shipping to be closed down through the port? Do you have any estimate in terms of the port here?
We don't at this point.
But how ships are going in or out at this time? Right?
Correct. Yeah, we don't have an estimate on timeline as of yet. Our focus really is right now on just make sure we're saving lives.
One last question. That are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out at all or no?
I'm sorry, Shady.
The ships the vessels that are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out or no?
The one that's captured under the. Is that
still at port?
Oh, yes, that one's still at port. Yes.
We'll take one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the ship being guided out by tugs, firstly? And secondly, did you just say that it issued a mayday in enough time that you we were able to stop all traffic from entering both sides, so that the only casualties we expect are the workers on the bridge.
Yes, ma'am. So the investigation is still going on, so we're going to have all the full details and also all the full details about the timeline and the TikTok that took place. But we're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic, so more cars were not up on the bridge. And I can.
There were some on the bridge, or not? Were there any
during the collapse?
Yeah, were there some on the bridge? There have been reports that have been sonar that have detected vehicles at the bottom of the water. So as well as the 8 people, there could still be people trapped inside or potentially have died in vehicles. Is that correct?
I think, well, the investigation is still going on to find out exactly how many people and what was the situation. But the thing that we do know is that many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll have another update later. Thank you.
This is a huge detail. We don't know how to do it.
David, any thought on time?
Governor Wes Moore of Maryland and other officials briefing the media on the latest on this extraordinary event that took place in Baltimore in the early hours of the morning. The key bridge there over the Baltimore Harbor collapsing just about completely after a cargo ship rammed into a support structure of the bridge. The video, astonishing to watch, no matter how many times you've seen it this morning, the moment when the entire bridge falls into the water. We learned a few things from that news conference, the governor saying that all signs point to this being an accident, the FBI adding there's no credible threat that this is related to terrorism at this moment, that the crew did notify authorities as it left the harbor that it was experiencing a power issue, and we learned most crucially that there was a call to stop traffic on the bridge before the moments of impact. I want to turn to NBC's Tom Costello for the rest of what we learned, including how many people are being searched for at this hour. And I think, Tom, a bit of a question as to whether or not, despite the fact that there was a mayday from the crew and bridge traffic was stopped, whether or not there were other vehicles on the bridge that may well be in the water now.
So the fire chief from several hours ago said that there were vehicles in the water. And according to the news conference you just heard from the governor and other state officials, there are 6 people unaccounted for right now. They believe that they are all construction workers. You know, I'm wondering out loud, Savannah, whether those cars may have belonged to the construction workers, because this was an overnight pothole repair team that was up on the bridge. And as you know, if you drive through construction sites on the highways at night, very often those workers have parked their own cars along the side of the road. We'll see whether that is a connection. But nonetheless, they're now saying 6 people unaccounted for. They were part of that overnight construction team on the bridge doing pothole repairs. And also the fact that they were able to stop the traffic on the bridge may have saved many lives. Savannah.
Absolutely. A mayday from the crew, a crew that, as far as we know, is still aboard that ship as the entire harbor of Baltimore is shut down at this hour. We'll continue to cover this breaking news. A cargo ship leaving port from Baltimore, hitting the key bridge, a key thoroughfare, part of Interstate 695. More than 30,000 vehicles a day crossing that bridge, but it is in the water this morning, and the investigation is just beginning. The search and rescue underway for at least 6 people unaccounted for in those frigid waters. Much more coverage on our streaming channel, NBC News Now, and online. Most of you will now return to the Today Show. This has been an NBC News special report.
Thursday to the mid-60s on Saturday. That'll be a nice change for folks there. Mid-50s on Friday in New York and upper 50s by Saturday. Places like Cleveland will be thrilled to go from the 40s to the 50s.
I think I've forgotten what normal is for late March.
It's a relative term these days.
Is it 20 degrees? Is it 80? It's somewhere in between, right?
Exactly.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We will go back to Baltimore for the latest on search and rescue efforts there after a major bridge collapsed earlier this morning. Stay with us. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We are following breaking news out of Baltimore. That's where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after a cargo ship crashed into one of its pillars. The bridge collapse caught on camera, as you see right here. The more than mile-long structure just crumbled into the water. The ship was leaving Baltimore for Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Authorities now say they're looking for upwards of 7 people, noting that number could change. At least 2 people were already rescued from the water, one in serious condition, the other not hurt at all. Officials say sonar detected multiple vehicles submerged in that chilly water. Maryland Governor Wes Moore has declared a state of emergency, says that he was working to get federal resources deployed. Kevin Heaslip joins us now. He's the director of the Center for Transportation Research and professor of civil and environmental engineering at the University of Tennessee. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, your reaction to what we're seeing this morning, especially the video that shows the moment that this collapse happened.
It's a devastating event, and this is something that can only happen when you have a large ship. The ship can hold 10,000 tractor trailers worth of cargo. So the immense weight that it had as it moved into that bridge support, there's really nothing like it that could cause that sort of immense, reaction.
In 2007, I was working in Minneapolis. That's when the 35W bridge collapsed there. That was not caused by any sort of external issue. There was no ship that hit it or anything like that. After months of investigation, they learned that was a design issue, that decades earlier, the design of the bridge was flawed, and finally time caught up with it, and that's why the bridge collapsed here. I think a lot of people are stunned looking at this video to see that all it took was this ship clipping one area of the bridge and the entire thing went down. That seems concerning to people. Is it surprising to you, or can it be that easy for an entire bridge structure to go down?
It's not an easy event. If you took a speedboat and hit it hit that support with it, it wouldn't make a dent to the bridge. But having this giant cargo ship with the weight and the immense amounts of cargo that's on it, that's so much energy that gets put into the support of that structure, and that structure was built to withstand many different types of hazards. But a fully loaded cargo ship is not something that we could design for. If we designed bridges for that, then the cost would be so high that we wouldn't be able to have any bridges.
Clearly, the search and rescue operation is a priority right now, but we know that the investigation into how this happened is probably getting underway right now, too. What is it that investigators are going to be looking at first and foremost to try and figure out why this happened?
Well, the contributing factors of what happened with the ship, now there's reports that the ship lost power, and that is seemingly the contributing factor. But as far as the bridge goes, there may be ways to, in the future, maybe try to warn people that this sort of thing could happen. But we cannot design our bridges to withstand the impact from a fully loaded cargo ship.
Kevin Heaslip, thank you so much for your time and your expertise this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now, the latest effort to limit teenagers' access to social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill into law that would ban social media accounts for kids 14 and under while enhancing parental consent. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
This morning, a growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about online predators and teens' mental health.
A child in their brain development doesn't have the ability to know that they're being sucked in to these addictive technologies and to see the harm and step away from it.
It can also get addicting.
It's just like a really hard app, I think, to get out of, because I feel like once I start, I can't stop.
Florida joining an increasing list of states, including Arkansas, Utah, and Ohio, working to limit teens' access to social media.
I'm worried that he is going to be exposed to violent things, to sexual things, to bullying, to peer pressure.
Sarah Slinsky is a Florida mother of an 11-year-old boy. She's worried about what her son is exposed to online, while also sharing concerns about government overreach.
You think the legislation goes too far?
I think that it is the government stepping in and saying, we know what's best for your children better than even you do.
Several states cracking down on access have faced lawsuits from NetChoice, a trade group that represents TikTok, Meta, Snapchat, and other big tech companies. Now Florida could be next, with NetChoice calling its law unconstitutional, telling NBC News there are better ways to protect families without violating their freedoms. The latest legislation comes as kids are increasing their social media use. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, children between 12 and 15 who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media doubled their risk of depression and anxiety.
Stephanie Goss, thank you for that. The Florida law calls on app companies to verify users' ages. We reached out to social media companies for any response. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says it's not commenting on this specific law, but it believes responsibility should be on app stores for restricting teenagers' access to certain apps. TikTok told us it has safeguards, including age-related features, parental controls, and an automatic 60-minute time limit for users under 18. In California, some small businesses have grown so tired of shoplifters, they've started posting videos of the thefts online. Some posts include names, even the alleged culprit's personal information. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Fed up with thefts, these California small businesses are taking matters into their own hands, posting videos of the alleged shoplifters on social media.
And I was just shocked. Like, it happened back to back. I was really upset.
Chandler Tang, owner of Postscript, a gift shop in San Francisco, says she posted alleged shoplifters last month after being targeted twice in just 1 week. She posted both incidents, hoping her followers could help her identify them, though she had no luck.
We want to alert our community and get support, especially knowing that the police might not be able to help us.
Kitson clothing stores in L.A., once known as a celebrity hotspot of the 2000s, takes it one step further, not just using social media for help identifying suspects, but posting what the store believes to be their names, social media accounts, and other personal information unrelated to the incident in at least 2 instances, even after getting paid or getting the goods returned. A potentially risky move.
If you imply that somebody committed a crime and that's false, that will usually make you liable for defamation.
The LAPD says it is currently investigating a case involving Kitson alleged shoplifting, but would not provide details on specific cases. Owner Fraser Ross says he does it in part to alert other small businesses.
Armed guards, we don't have that. So all businesses have to be aware of these shoplifters. And if they come into your complex, you need to be on top of them.
The police can't really help us. And there's a certain law where, it has to be a certain amount of items stolen.
That law, known as Prop 47, was passed in 2014 and increased the amount of which shoplifting could be prosecuted as a felony from $400 to $950.
By moving the dollar amount upward for qualifying felonies, you make more crimes misdemeanors. And misdemeanors alone are often crimes that police simply aren't that interested in investigating.
The law has many critics, including some elected leaders in San Diego, currently gathering signatures to try to reform it.
Prop 47 has failed us, especially in retail theft, where theft now is really been almost decriminalized.
As for Kitson and Postscript, posting about alleged thefts has not helped deter shoplifting.
We do our year-end shrinkage. Our shrinkage is up.
I don't know if it's deterred shoplifting, but we've had a lot of people come in because of the TikTok and because of all the media. We've had a ton of people come in.
Tang saying more than 60 people have been in just over the past few weeks after seeing her posts about the thefts.
Did I do the right thing? I want to say yes. We're representing the business, and are we putting these shoplifters, in harm's way? And it's just there's so many elements.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Coming up, we are going to bring you the very latest out of Baltimore this morning, where one of the city's vital bridges collapsed overnight. Well, the latest on what we know at this hour. Stay with us. That's next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Back now with our top story this morning. A bridge in southeast Baltimore collapsing after it was struck by a container ship. Interstate 695, a vital roadway there, runs over that bridge. Now, this happened just after 1:30 this morning Eastern time at the Francis Scott Key Bridge over the Patapsco River. 2 people have been rescued from the water so far. Officials say this is still a search and rescue operation with at least 7 people still missing. NBC's Ryan Nobles joined us from the scene with more. So, Ryan, what's the latest on the ground when it comes to this search and rescue, and anything more we're learning about what may have happened to cause this collision earlier?
Well, we know what caused the collision, and that is that a massive container ship that was leaving the Baltimore harbor smashed in to this bridge, almost instantly collapsing it. And at that time, we do know that there was an unspecified amount of people on the bridge that fell into the water, and it began a frantic search and rescue effort. The bridge collapsed around 1:30 this morning. It was the dark of night, and that has certainly complicated the effort by search and rescue teams as they try and figure out how many people are in the water and how they're able to get them out and rescue them and keep them safe. And it's no easy task. The water temperature is in the 45 to 48 degree range, so frigid water, water that a human being cannot survive in for very long. So that's why there is that frantic search that continues. And while they begin that process, something that was made a little bit easier as the sun started to come up, they still have had a very difficult time locating other survivors. As you rightly point out, so far only 2 people have been rescued. We are expecting an additional update from officials here at around 9:30, where we could get a better idea as to how the search and rescue effort is going. Joe.
At some point this morning, we expect to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who has declared a state of emergency. Do we know, are we hearing anything at all from the White House or the Biden administration?
Yeah, we know the president has been briefed. His transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, has also made it clear that the administration is directly involved in this process. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious, as they describe it. So that would indicate a terrorist attack or anything along those lines is something that they say that at least in the initial stages of this investigation, they don't believe took place. This just appears to be some sort of serious issue that took place with this container ship, be it mechanical or some sort of pilot error. That's going to be part of the investigation right now. But this is something the White House is directly engaged in. And as you point out, Governor Wes Moore, who we do know is on the ground here and near the bridge, meeting with officials and folks from the Coast Guard, has said that he is going to reach out for federal assistance to begin this recovery process, which will be lengthy. In addition to the search and rescue, as you said before, Joe, this is a major traffic artery in the Baltimore area, and it is going to take some time for it to be rebuilt.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, of course, our thoughts are with those who need to be rescued, those who are missing, the search and rescue teams out there. But help us understand just how vital this roadway is to this area. We know, I mean, months are likely going to go by without it being in service.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning, Joe, here in the Baltimore area, and normally this road behind me would be packed with commuters heading into work or school or wherever the case may be. This is a mile and a half of roadway into one of the most densely populated areas in America. Traffic in the Baltimore-Washington, D.C. area is legendarily difficult, and this is one of the main arteries that allowed people to get around this region. So this is going to cause traffic headaches for weeks, maybe even a year or longer, depending on how long it takes for them to clean up and to rebuild this bridge. I can tell you when I was coming in very early this morning at around 4:30, there were already signs around the area warning people to stay away from this bridge and stay away from this portion of 695. So this is a major, major impact on the entire area, in addition to the potential loss of life, which search and rescue crews are still hoping to avoid. Joe?
Ryan, can you also tell us what we are learning about the ship this morning? I know earlier today authorities said they didn't feel safe putting anyone on that ship yet till they knew that it was safe to do so.
Yeah, so we do know that the crew was headed to Sri Lanka, that all the crew that were on board that ship have been accounted for, and they are all safe. The ship itself is still in the river right now. It's still basically in the same spot it was when the accident took place, and the first responders were trying to determine whether or not it was safe for them to board the ship to then go in and begin their investigation. Clearly something went wrong with the ship. We don't know exactly what it was. There's obviously a lot of speculation online as to whether or not it lost power, if there was some sort of mechanical issue, but that is all something that is still in the very early stages of this investigation.
Again, amazingly, no reports of any injuries on that ship. All right, Ryan Nobles, appreciate your reporting this morning. Thank you. In other news, MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani is speaking out for the first time. He says he was betrayed by his interpreter and that he never bet on sports or knowingly paid gambling debts. Casting a shadow over the start of the season, baseball's highest paid player says he's a victim of theft and accused Ippei Mizuhara of telling lies and stealing money from him to pay off bookies. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has been following this from the beginning and joins us with the latest from L.A. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Shohei Ohtani spoke for about 12 minutes in Japanese through a new translator. He laid out a timeline of what, when, and how he learned about the millions of dollars sent from his account to an illegal bookmaker, saying he didn't know about any of it until last week.
Ippei has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
Baseball's biggest star, Shohei Ohtani, speaking for the first time about the theft and gambling allegations swirling around his former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara.
I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
Ohtani denied any connection to the money allegedly wired from his account to a bookmaker in Southern California, where sports betting is illegal.
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do that on my behalf.
The first he heard about Ippei's gambling, Ohtani says, was after the Dodgers' first game of the season last week in Seoul, South Korea.
Ippei admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
Those remarks come nearly a week after the Dodgers fired Mizuhara, who reportedly told ESPN conflicting stories about what Ohtani knew and when.
If you're a fan, you probably feel better about hearing this detailed of an explanation from Ohtani.
Multiple sources tell NBC News Ohtani's name surfaced in a federal investigation into bookie Matthew Boyer. Boyer's attorney says her client never communicated with Ohtani and that Mizuhara never bet on baseball.
Was he aware that he was paying these debts, at least in part, through Shohei Ohtani?
At some point, Mr. Boyer understood that a wire transfer had come through with the name Ohtani and the subject line said loan. But that was the only knowledge that Mr. Boyer had, and he never asked any questions about it.
The IRS says they're now investigating Boyer and Mizuhara. No charges have been filed against either man. The MLB says they're also investigating.
Number 17.
And as the Dodgers start their season with sky-high expectations, Ohtani greeted with cheers as he stepped up to bat in last night's exhibition game, the Dodgers losing to his former team, the Angels.
Now, Ibe Mizuhara has not spoken out about this, and he has not responded to NBC News' multiple attempts to reach him. It's still not known how Mizuhara was able to access Ohtani's account and why Mizuhara told those conflicting stories. Ohtani did not answer any questions from reporters yesterday. Joe.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. For more on this scandal and what it means for baseball's biggest player, let's bring in USA Today MLB reporter Gabe Lax. Gabe, good to have you with us. So first of all, what stood out from Ohtani's statement? Is this what you expected to hear?
Almost 100%. The conviction with which he stated that Mizuhara stole money from him was notable. And if you're going to go that direction, that's kind of the only way you can go, is with conviction and by saying this is the story and we're sticking to it. Obviously a lot of fans, media, otherwise are disappointed that he did not answer questions and apparently won't for the foreseeable future. And it kind of makes sense that, you know, you would not necessarily say they're using, you know, federal investigations and MLB investigations as a shield, but it does make for a convenient excuse. Well, there is an ongoing investigation or investigations, I can't comment. So I think for now it satisfies folks, but leaves people with a lot of unanswered questions.
What are the top questions you still have that you'd like to hear him answer?
Yeah, more so just how was he not aware of all this? How can a guy that he spends 300 days a year with, how was he not aware of his gambling problem, or with the fact that he might run in these circles, that he might play in a card game with some of his teammates, with somebody who ultimately was a alleged bookmaker? You know, these guys are said to be very close, and that was always the narrative, and it was a Shohei and Ippei, and it was kind of a cool subtext to this superstar and the guy helping him, you know, kind of make his way in America. So it's hard to have that narrative on one end, and then on the other end say, oh, I had no idea about this major portion of his life. And that's feasible. You know, everybody has secrets, but at the same time, you're just left wondering about the specifics of all that, certainly.
He's just signed the biggest contract in MLB history, becoming the face of the league. Just bigger picture, what does this mean for the MLB this season? And for Ohtani, what's his reputation, you think, going to be like in baseball here moving forward?
Yeah, definitely not what baseball wants, to say the least. Just because you want this unfettered sort of situation where the guy transitions to a massive media market, one of their biggest brands. The story actually broke in South Korea, where, you know, they played 2 regular season games to extend, you know, Major League Baseball into a market that loves baseball, that has supplied a lot of great players, South Korea. So really tough for Major League Baseball. For the Dodgers and Ohtani, his brand, yeah, you know, it puts a crimp in it for sure. If this, you know, sort of narrative is able to hold up that he was a victim, then he's probably just fine. And 2, 3, 5 years from now, there might be jokes and stuff and things of that nature, but that will largely have blown over. But that's still a big remaining unanswered question, is if all the investigations turn up that he was an unwitting victim, then yeah, I think he'll still be embraced as a face of baseball, as kind of the ambassador for the Dodgers.
Dodgers fans, how are they reacting to this, especially in a year when really the Dodgers are pretty heavy favorites to win it all?
Yeah, it's very preliminary, but I think, you know, people understand that, you know, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. You know, fans rally around their stars. They close ranks. You know, look just up the freeway in San Francisco for years. Giants fans ardently supported Barry Bonds when he was the subject of significant PED allegations. So, you know, that's going to happen. The Dodger fans were fired up, over the moon, huge expectations for this year. And, you know, I don't think that's going to change this that much. They want to win a World Series, and, you know, look, you know, gambling has been tacitly approved by Major League Baseball, by the Supreme Court, by America, basically. So, you know, again, you're going to have situations where it gets into a gray area of legality, illegality, things of that nature. So it's, I think Dodger fans ultimately will be pretty accepting of what went on, short of him, you know, getting tied into this in any other grander way.
All right, Gabe Lax, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. Coming up, a potential financial lifeline for former President Trump. After the break, the key Wall Street play that could help solve his legal woes. That's next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are staying on top of breaking news out of Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, search and rescue efforts are underway. It's unclear how many people might be in the water, but sonar and infrared surveillance tools confirm there were several cars in the river. President Biden has been briefed on the collapse. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious. We're going to continue to follow this breaking story and bring you the latest developments as soon as they come in. The parent company of Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, is making its debut on the stock market today. The move could be just the financial lifeline the former president needs in the face of various lawsuits, with his stake in the company said to be worth billions of dollars. Joining us for more on this, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver. So walk us through how this works, how Trump might be able to make this even happen.
Yeah, this was a merger with what we call a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company called the Digital World Acquisition Corp. It was put together to acquire companies and take them public, in this case, very specifically, to take the Trump Media and Technology Group public. That actually goes public on the NASDAQ today, ticker DJT, same as the ex-president's initials. So he owns 60% of the stock in this company, and the trading behind the company that was acquired has been off the hook lately. It's up 180% so far this year. We'll see what happens when it starts trading today, but he does own 60%. That stake could be worth more than $6 billion on paper.
Of course, when we talk about money and the president's need for money, we know that there was nearly $500 million judgment against him yesterday. A New York appeals court slashed it to $175 million. I mean, how much could Trump stand to make from this?
Well, since he owns roughly 60% of the stock in the company, and if the stock goes up, on paper, he owns several $1 billion worth. But the key thing to think about here is that when companies go public, there's a lockup period, Joe, 6 months before insiders can sell their shares. So on paper, he might be worth $3, $4, or $5 billion, depending on where the stock trades today. But he might have to wait 6 months to exercise it. The big caveat there is that the board of this new company may allow him to sell shares earlier. The board is made up of his son and some people that were in his campaign. They may give him a waiver to sell some shares earlier. But if he sells shares and there's aggressive selling, that could depress the value of the stock. So it's a little bit of a conundrum there. We're going to watch how the stock trades today, but there's been a lot of enthusiasm for the company coming together. It almost happened 2 years ago. There's been some regulatory issues. Finally going public today on the NASDAQ. We'll watch what happens.
All right, Caleb Silver, appreciate your time and analysis this morning. Thank you so much. Apple CEO is on a high-profile trip to China. Tim Cook's visit comes as Apple sales have been declining in the country, while China's economy has also been slowing down. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There appears to be this mutual charm offensive underway, with China wooing foreign investors and companies, letting them know that China is open for business again, while at the same time executives, many of them Americans, are wanting to boost their investment in China at a time when the economy is slowing here and geopolitical tensions are rising. Take Apple, for example. Sales have been declining here and some manufacturing has been shifted away. But CEO Tim Cook has been on a tour aimed at giving the message that Apple is still committed to the Chinese market. Cook helped to open Apple's newest store in Shanghai. It drew a big crowd, with some people camping out overnight. It's Apple's 57th store in China.
Every time I come here, I'm reminded that anything is possible here.
But Apple's sales have been falling here, down 24% year over year. U.S.-China tension is part of it, but it's mainly because of competition from Chinese brands.
The iPhone is more expensive than other phone, so I think the people will choose the more cheap one.
Cook said Apple will continue investing in China, in the supply chain, as well as R&D. He arrived here just as the U.S. Justice Department announced its antitrust investigation on Apple. Cook was also among nearly 36 American CEOs invited to attend a business forum here with top Chinese policymakers. Industries focused on everything from chips to pharmaceuticals. China wants to boost investment, which contradicts the increasingly hostile environment toward foreign business. It's no secret the economy is slowing down here. Money is leaving, and Chinese consumers are spending less, if at all. Why is Chinese leadership not doing more to improve the economy if its problems are so well known?
That is the giant puzzle, because you would think that they've had all the information in their hands. But it's possible that Xi Jinping doesn't know. It could be that he doesn't care, that he's all about national security and his political position, and he spends most of his days moving chess pieces around the board of different officials and different ministries and the party and the PLA, and worrying about those kinds of things, and not about growth.
Later this week, a group of American CEOs will meet face-to-face with China's President Xi Jinping, a sign of how seriously Beijing is looking to improve conditions for businesses here and confidence in the economy.
All right, Janice, thank you. Coming up, home sweet home. After the break, Iowa basketball phenom Caitlin Clark says goodbye to her home court as she and her Hawkeyes look for a national championship. Stay with us. We've got March Madness on our minds next.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Staying on top of our top story this morning, a major bridge in Baltimore has collapsed. Video captured the moment the Francis Scott Key Bridge plunged in the Patapsco River after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, we know the ship was heading to Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently either lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Officials say a search and rescue effort is underway, and sonar has detected vehicles underwater. Right now, we know at least 7 people are missing. Officials say that number could grow. We do know at least 2 people were rescued from the water. One of them is in serious condition in the hospital. We have teams on the ground working to get you the latest information. We'll bring you any new developments throughout the day as soon as they come in. We're going to end this hour with March Madness and all the latest action in the women's tournament. Iowa star player Caitlin Clark is closing out her epic senior year in a big way. She just played in her final home game, beating West Virginia to help Iowa advance to the Sweet 16. Oh, and did I mention she broke yet another record? Of course she did. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has all the highlights.
It was a special night for Caitlin Clark. In a field of incredibly talented players, she's transcended the sport. Last night, Clark scoring half of her team's points en route to breaking the all-time record in a single season for points. Now, what's left to do here in her career? The only thing she hasn't accomplished yet, win a national title.
Gets her name in the record books one more time.
Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes celebrating one last victory at home over West Virginia after Clark does what she does best.
Hits the first.
Break records. This time the single season scoring mark in a hard-fought contest that went down to the wire.
And the Iowa Hawkeyes survive a scare in the second round from West Virginia and advance to the Sweet 16.
Couldn't be happier for this group. I mean, we wanted to go out on a high note. Our 5 seniors, these 2, it's just really special.
The senior guard leaving it all out on the court as her days as a collegiate player are numbered. With time running out at Carver Hawkeye Arena, Clark circling the floor, making a heart-shaped symbol with her hands as her family sat among the sold-out crowd, cheering her on.
I think the biggest thing is just thank you. I'm forever grateful.
Clark's dominance over 4 years at Iowa has brought a renewed interest to the sport and to Iowa women's basketball. All season long, students and fans have lined up to see the 22-year-old phenom play. She packed arenas in Iowa and on the road, selling out every away game and driving up ticket prices.
We were offered $2,000 but turned it down.
All while inspiring a new generation of athletes along the way. Now Clark will head to her final Sweet 16, taking on the University of Colorado this weekend. It's the icing on the cake after a season of record-breaking performances. She's now the NCAA Division I all-time leading scorer among men and women, shattering Pistol Pete Maravich's 50-year-old record with 3,830 points and counting.
I hope people remember me for the way I played with a smile on my face, my competitive fire.
Her legacy now being cemented in real time.
These are the moments you dream of.
Clark's childhood dream was always to play in the WNBA. Now, in a matter of weeks, she's almost certain to be the #1 overall pick. So to recap, the girl once kicked out of gym class for being too competitive is now a magnet for basketball for the country. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
That competitiveness came in handy. Now we'll see if she can get the one thing that's eluded her, that NCAA championship. Sam, thank you for that report. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but please stay with us. It's a busy morning. The news continues right now. Top of the hour, let's get to the big story of the morning. A major bridge in Baltimore has collapsed. Video captured the moment the Francis Scott Key Bridge plunged in the Patapsco River after it was hit by a cargo ship. The last hour, Maryland Governor Wes Moore said crews were doing everything they could to rescue the 6 people who remain unaccounted for after this collapse. 2 others have been rescued, one of them hospitalized. Officials stress the cause of the crash appears to have been an accident.
We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack. Our administration is working closely with leaders from all levels of government and society to respond to this crisis, and not but just by addressing the immediate aftermath, but also by building a state that is more resilient and a state that's more safe. That is our pledge, and that's our commitment, and we're going to keep that commitment. And lastly, to the victims of this tragedy and their loved ones, all of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss, we're thinking of you, and we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy and their families and all of their loved ones.
Governor Moore went on to say that the ship's crew notified authorities they were having issues with power before the collision. That allowed officials to stop traffic on the bridge, which likely saved lives. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent George Solis, who has been on the scene all morning. George, bring us up to speed with where things are at right now, and what are we learning about what led up to this collapse?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. What you heard there from Governor Wes Moore is that this obviously is still a very active and fluid investigation. What you have is several teams on the ground trying to determine what went wrong here. All early signs, as you heard Governor Moore say, indicate that this was an accident, possibly something electrical that went off in the ship. But really, it's the images that we're seeing that tell really the story of just how dramatic this scene is. Take a look as I step out of the shot here. This is what it looks like here at daybreak. You can still see that cargo vessel there in front of the Key Bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge. That bridge partially submerged in the water right now. And so what you have, and this is something that the officials stress, is an ongoing rescue mission right now for those 6 unaccounted people, which we have now learned was a crew that was on top of the bridge working, fixing potholes that they believe went into the water. So right now, all efforts on that right now. They did mention, as you heard, 2 people were rescued, one of them refusing treatment, another at shock trauma, a level 1 trauma center here in the city of Baltimore, a person supposed to be in critical condition according to officials. And that is where things stand right now, Joe.
George, do we at this point have any idea if anyone else was driving over the bridge at the time of this collapse, or are they strictly now focused on this construction crew that was working on the bridge?
Right, and that's still part of the investigation. Earlier this morning, we heard from officials saying that sonar at the bottom did indicate that some vehicles were at the bottom of the bridge collapse here. But one thing that they did note is that this appears that because there was a mayday issued by the crew on board that cargo vessel, vehicles were stopped. So presumably this could have been a lot worse, but it does seem that more vehicles were not on the bridge at the time of this collapse, which happened around 1:30 this morning. And the focus right now does seem to be on those 6 unaccounted people that they believe are still in the water, Joe.
Of course, the focus right now is the search and rescue operation, but we know an investigation will be getting underway right away. What do we know about that investigation? Who will be leading it? What they're going to be looking for?
Yeah, you have a number of agencies that are already here on the ground. We know the NTSB is also en route here. The FBI we heard from this morning, the field office here in Baltimore. They actually have a fairly large office in Baltimore County where we are on this side of the bridge collapse. So any number one of those agencies are all going to be working in tandem, which is why they held a press conference this morning. All of these agencies talking about their efforts and just how difficult and how stressful the situation is, of course, because not only are we talking about the rescue of people, this is obviously a main artery here in the city of Baltimore, the Baltimore Beltway, as it's referred to. So not having this bridge, obviously a critical part of that, Joe.
It's going to have an impact for many months now. George, you've been on the scene all morning. I know you've been speaking with people who live around there. They heard it. They felt it. What's the atmosphere like on the ground? What are you hearing from neighbors?
Yeah, there's just a sense of disbelief here, Joe. A lot of people have such strong feelings about this bridge. This is not just a bridge to the people of Baltimore, the state of Maryland. This bridge was named after Francis Scott Key, who, of course, is the author of the Star-Spangled Banner. We've been hearing from people who are as young as 14 saying they've learned about this bridge in school. It is so impactful. I spoke with one resident earlier this morning who really puts it in some context for us. Take a listen.
I felt a significant vibration by my house, and I could have never imagined that it was the Key Bridge that had just collapsed.
What do you think it was?
I thought it was perhaps like a really low-flying, maybe a military jet, perhaps a small earthquake, however unlikely that is in Baltimore. You wake up and you see how quickly the bridge came down, and it's like, I mean, was this thing held up with toothpicks? What's the deal?
Yeah, obviously many questions here left, Joe. And again, this investigation just getting started.
More answers to come soon. George Solis, thank you so much. President Biden, we're learning, is expected to address the Baltimore Bridge collapse before he departs today for North Carolina. To recap, 6 people remain unaccounted for in waters that are about 47 degrees. We'll have continuing coverage throughout the day here on News Now. A critical day in court yesterday for former President Trump and some of the legal fights that he's facing. The state appeals court reduced his nearly $500 million bond in his New York civil fraud case down to $175 million. This came as Mr. Trump learned that his hush money trial is set to get underway now next month. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, definitely a mixed bag for Mr. Trump's day in court yesterday, with one judge giving him a bit of financial breathing room, while another slammed the door on his legal maneuvering, setting the day for an historic trial Mr. Trump had hoped to avoid.
This morning, Donald Trump now has a trial date in the New York City hush money case he'd long fought to see delayed or dismissed outright.
This is election interference. That's all it is. Election interference. And it's a disgrace.
The judge setting an April 15th trial date for Mr. Trump in what would be the first criminal trial of a former president in history. The presumptive GOP nominee lashing out, baselessly blaming President Biden for his New York State prosecution on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records related to alleged hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels.
I don't know how you can have a trial like this in the middle of an election, a presidential election. And this is a Biden trial. These are all Biden trials.
But even as Mr. Trump sat stone-faced in a Manhattan courtroom, a New York appeals court judge was handing him a victory in another case. The appeals court cutting the bond owed by the former president by more than half to $175 million as he appeals the nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment against him.
I respect the appellate division for substantially reducing that ridiculous amount of money.
Mr. Trump saying he'll have the cash within the new 10-day deadline imposed.
Hey, now that the bond's been reduced, are you going to start putting money into your campaign? You haven't done that since 2016.
Well, first of all, it's none of your business, I mean, frankly. But I might do that.
The Trump campaign using the appeals court ruling to fundraise for both their political and legal accounts, texting supporters, quote, huge victory, but now is not the time to celebrate.
If you were a Trump supporter and you clicked that donation link, 10 cents of every dollar you give goes to a fund that helps pay Mr. Trump's legal bills. Now, it probably can't be used for the judgments against him, but Trump argues that the legal and political are all interrelated in this campaign and in the cases against him. And when it comes to raising money, they certainly are.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Now to the latest legal backlash against Sean Diddy Combs. NBC News has learned federal investigators raided 2 of his homes yesterday. Source familiar with the investigation tells NBC News the raids are connected to an investigation into alleged sex trafficking. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest.
Overnight, heavily armed federal authorities staging coordinated coast-to-coast raids at properties belonging to music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Homeland Security investigations team seen descending on his multi-million-dollar home in Los Angeles, going room to room and hauling away boxes. Across the country, more investigators swarmed the rapper's property in a wealthy section of Miami, appearing to carry out a laptop. Multiple sources tell NBC News Combs was in Miami during the searches and had several phones seized before he was scheduled to leave for a trip to the Bahamas.
The speed at which it appears these raids were conducted suggests that agents were concerned that they needed to secure evidence quickly and prevent anyone from destroying evidence before they got there.
The raids, which lasted into the night, carried out on search warrants out of New York, connected to an investigation into allegations of sex trafficking, according to a source familiar with the matter. The source also telling NBC News multiple witnesses have been interviewed by prosecutors and investigators in relation to Combs, who is facing an onslaught of civil lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, and the illegal distribution of guns and drugs. Among his accusers, Rodney Little Rod Jones, a music producer who originally filed a lawsuit against Combs in February. Jones alleged that Combs forced him to procure sex workers and pressured him to engage in sex acts with them. Now, Jones has amended that civil suit after the raid, adding Oscar-winning actor Cuba Gooding Jr. as a defendant, alleging that Gooding groped Jones while on Combs' yacht. Representatives for Gooding did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Another prominent accuser, former longtime partner and R&B singer Cassie.
Cassie, for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
Last November, she accused Combs of physically and sexually abusing her for years. The case was settled a day after the civil suit was filed for an undisclosed amount. Combs' attorney adding that the settlement was in no way an admission of wrongdoing.
Our thanks to Emily Ikeda for that report. Heavy rain expected from Florida to Maine in the coming days. For more details, let's bring in Angie Lastman again for your Morning News Now forecast. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. We've got a whole lot of rain and some additional snow for folks across parts of the upper Midwest that we're going to deal with in the next few days. The same storm system that has been causing trouble for us continues to be an issue. Here's the deal today. We've got the rain across parts of the Great Lakes stretching back into the Midwest. Notice there's some additional snow that I mentioned that's going to fall, especially across parts of Minnesota. We've got that rain stretch from the Ohio Valley down through parts of the Gulf Coast, and it'll continue to shift to the east as the day goes on. We'll deal with the rain through that same region today. We'll also see the potential for some stronger storms to develop. I'll show you those areas here in a moment. But notice by the time we get into tomorrow, still dealing with this same storm system. It looks like most of that rain will hug the coast, Florida, up into portions of New England. We'll see some of that rain, but the heaviest of it will be from basically Virginia down through the panhandle of Florida. As far as the snow, we'll start to see that wrap up for folks as we get into tomorrow, and we'll be looking at drier conditions as far into those portions of the Midwest and parts of the Ohio Valley, but still along the coast, seeing some of that heavy rain. It looks like the model takes us our low offshore by the time we get later into the daylight hours of Thursday, but we'll still be dealing with a flood threat from the Outer Banks up to Cape Cod. We'll be concerned about that with those strong onshore winds and the potential for some coastal flooding. As far as the snow is concerned, another 3 to 5 inches possible. Notice this is mostly in portions of the upper peninsula of Michigan. We've got parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota included in that. Again, 3 to 5 inches are going to be those higher amounts, and then we'll start to see the snowfall wrapping up in that region. The strong storms that I mentioned, we've got 2 spots that we're closely watching, one across parts of the Great Lakes. We've got Cincinnati, Detroit, and Chicago included in that. We've got another area that we're watching along the Gulf Coast, Mobile to Tallahassee included in that. It looks like the biggest threat is going to be those wind gusts, but of course we can't rule out the potential for isolated tornadoes and maybe some hail as we get into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. Rainfall, big concern over the next couple of days. It's not just today. This is going to last through Thursday that we'll have to be dealing with the rain, as I showed you, that system moving to the east. So places like Jacksonville, Charleston to Tallahassee, down towards Tampa, we could see anywhere from a ½ inch up to 3 inches of rain over the next couple of days. And on top of that, we'll likely see some isolated spots with even more rain, maybe 4 inches, 5 inches, all possible here in some isolated locations. As we look up into the Northeast and New England, anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches is going to be on the higher end of those amounts. I mentioned the coastal flooding, and we're watching for some of those alerts here as we get through the day today. We've got 16 million people included in that. We'll see those gusty onshore winds along with the high tide bring the potential for this coastal flooding. Norfolk, Washington, D.C., Atlantic City, New York, all included in these here as we go through the next couple of days, so we'll be watching that closely. And if you're looking for the warm weather, well, it's not in the northern plains. We've got 20s for Bismarck, 30s for Minneapolis today. We peak into the mid-40s in Denver, running below normal across that region. We look towards a little farther towards the east, and we're closer to normal in places like Pittsburgh, but that cooler air starts to spread a little farther to the east as we get into tomorrow. Chicago hits a high of just 43 degrees. By the time we get into late week, we'll start to turn back to more typical kind of temperatures. Washington, D.C. goes from the upper 50s on Thursday to the mid-60s on Saturday. That'll be a nice change for folks there. Mid-50s on Friday in New York and upper 50s by Saturday. Places like Cleveland will be thrilled to go from the 40s to the 50s.
I think I've forgotten what normal is for late March.
It's a relative term these days.
Is it 20 degrees? Is it 80? It's somewhere in between, right?
Exactly.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. We will go back to Baltimore for the latest on search and rescue efforts there after a major bridge collapsed earlier this morning. Stay with us. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
We're all safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just meant
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
We are following breaking news out of Baltimore. That's where the Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after a cargo ship crashed into one of its pillars. The bridge collapse caught on camera, as you see right here. The more than mile-long structure just crumbled into the water. The ship was leaving Baltimore for Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Authorities now say they're looking for upwards of 7 people, noting that number could change. At least 2 people were already rescued from the water, one in serious condition, the other not hurt at all. Officials say sonar detected multiple vehicles submerged in that chilly water. Maryland Governor Wes Moore has declared a state of emergency, says that he was working to get federal resources deployed. Kevin Heaslip joins us now. He's the director of the Center for Transportation Research and professor of civil and environmental engineering at the University of Tennessee. Thank you so much for joining us. Just first of all, your reaction to what we're seeing this morning, especially the video that shows the moment that this collapse happened.
It's a devastating event, and this is something that can only happen when you have a large ship. The ship can hold 10,000 tractor trailers worth of cargo. So the immense weight that it had as it moved into that bridge support, there's really nothing like it that could cause that sort of immense, reaction.
In 2007, I was working in Minneapolis. That's when the 35W bridge collapsed there. That was not caused by any sort of external issue. There was no ship that hit it or anything like that. After months of investigation, they learned that was a design issue, that decades earlier, the design of the bridge was flawed, and finally time caught up with it, and that's why the bridge collapsed here. I think a lot of people are stunned looking at this video to see that all it took was this ship clipping one area of the bridge and the entire thing went down. That seems concerning to people. Is it surprising to you, or can it be that easy for an entire bridge structure to go down?
It's not an easy event. If you took a speedboat and hit it hit that support with it, it wouldn't make a dent to the bridge. But having this giant cargo ship with the weight and the immense amounts of cargo that's on it, that's so much energy that gets put into the support of that structure, and that structure was built to withstand many different types of hazards, but a fully loaded cargo ship is not something that we could design for. If we designed bridges for that, then the cost would be so high that we wouldn't be able to have any bridges.
Clearly, the search and rescue operation is a priority right now, but we know that the investigation into how this happened is probably getting underway right now, too. What is it that investigators are going to be looking at first and foremost to try and figure out why this happened?
Well, the contributing factors of what happened with the ship, now there's reports that the ship lost power, and that is seemingly the contributing factor. But as far as the bridge goes, there may be ways to, in the future, maybe try to warn people that this sort of thing could happen. But we cannot design our bridges to withstand the impact from a fully loaded cargo ship.
Kevin Heaslip, thank you so much for your time and your expertise this morning. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now, the latest effort to limit teenagers' access to social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill into law that would ban social media accounts for kids 14 and under while enhancing parental consent. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
This morning, a growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about online predators and teens' mental health.
A child in their brain development doesn't have the ability to know that they're being sucked in to these addictive technologies and to see the harm and step away from it.
It can also get addicting.
It's just like a really hard app, I think, to get out of, because I feel like once I start, I can't, stop.
Florida joining an increasing list of states, including Arkansas, Utah, and Ohio, working to limit teens' access to social media.
I'm worried that he is going to be exposed to violent things, to sexual things, to bullying, to peer pressure.
Sarah Slinsky is a Florida mother of an 11-year-old boy. She's worried about what her son is exposed to online, while also sharing concerns about government overreach.
You think the legislation goes too far?
I think that it is the government stepping in and saying, we know what's best for your children better than even you do.
Several states cracking down on access have faced lawsuits from NetChoice, a trade group that represents TikTok, Meta, Snapchat, and other big tech companies. Now Florida could be next, with NetChoice calling its law unconstitutional, telling NBC News there are better ways to protect families without violating their freedoms. The latest legislation comes as kids are increasing their social media use. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, children between 12 and 15 who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media doubled their risk of depression and anxiety.
Stephanie Goss, thank you for that. The Florida law calls on app companies to verify users' ages. We reached out to social media companies for any response. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says it's not commenting on this specific law, but it believes responsibility should be on app stores for restricting teenagers' access to certain apps. TikTok told us it has safeguards, including age-related features, parental controls, and an automatic 60-minute time limit for users under 18. In California, some small businesses have grown so tired of shoplifters, they've started posting videos of the thefts online. Some posts include names, even the alleged culprit's personal information. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Fed up with thefts, these California small businesses are taking matters into their own hands, posting videos of the alleged shoplifters on social media.
And I was just shocked, like it happened back to back. I was really upset.
Chandler Tang, owner of Postscript, a gift shop in San Francisco, says she posted alleged shoplifters last month after being targeted twice in just 1 week. She posted both incidents, hoping her followers could help her identify them, though she had no luck.
We want to alert our community and get support, especially knowing that the police might not be able to help us.
Kitson clothing stores in L.A., once known as a celebrity hotspot of the 2000s, takes it one step further, not just using social media for help identifying suspects, but posting what the store believes to be their names, social media accounts, and other personal information unrelated to the incident in at least 2 instances, even after getting paid or getting the goods returned. A potentially risky move.
If you imply that somebody committed a crime and that's false, that will usually make you liable for defamation.
The LAPD says it is currently investigating a case involving Kitson alleged shoplifting, but would not provide details on specific cases. Owner Fraser Ross says he does it in part to alert other small businesses.
Armed guards, we don't have that. So all businesses have to be aware of these shoplifters. And if they come into your complex, you need to be on top of them.
The police can't really help us. And there's a certain law where, it has to be a certain amount of items stolen.
That law, known as Prop 47, was passed in 2014 and increased the amount of which shoplifting could be prosecuted as a felony from $400 to $950.
By moving the dollar amount upward for qualifying felonies, you make more crimes misdemeanors. And misdemeanors alone are often crimes that police simply aren't that interested in investigating.
The law has many critics, including some elected leaders in San Diego, currently gathering signatures to try to reform it.
Prop 47 has failed us, especially in retail theft, where theft now is really been almost decriminalized.
As for Kitson and Postscript, posting about alleged thefts has not helped deter shoplifting.
We do our year-end shrinkage. Our shrinkage is up.
I don't know if it's deterred shoplifting, but we've had a lot of people come in because of the TikTok and because of all the media. We've had a ton of people come in.
Tang saying more than 60 people have been in just over the past few weeks after seeing her posts about the thefts.
did I do the right thing? I want to say yes, we're representing the business, and like, are we putting these shoplifters, in harm's way? And it's just, there's so many elements.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. Coming up, we are going to bring you the very latest out of Baltimore this morning, where one of the city's vital bridges collapsed overnight. Well, the latest on what we know at this hour. Stay with us. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start. Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Back now with our top story this morning. A bridge in southeast Baltimore collapsing after it was struck by a container ship. Interstate 695, a vital roadway there, runs over that bridge. Now, this happened just after 1:30 this morning Eastern time at the Francis Scott Key Bridge over the Patapsco River. 2 people have been rescued from the water so far. Officials say this is still a search and rescue operation, with at least 7 people still missing. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us from the scene with more. So, Ryan, what's the latest on the ground when it comes to this search and rescue, and anything more we're learning about what may have happened to cause this collision earlier?
Well, we know what caused the collision, and that is that a massive container ship that was leaving the Baltimore harbor smashed in to this bridge, and almost instantly collapsing it. And at that time, we do know that there was an unspecified amount of people on the bridge that fell into the water, and it began a frantic search and rescue effort. The bridge collapsed around 1:30 this morning. It was the dark of night, and that has certainly complicated the effort by search and rescue teams as they try and figure out how many people are are in the water and how they're able to get them out and rescue them and keep them safe. And it's no easy task. The water temperature is in the 45 to 48 degree range, so frigid water, water that a human being cannot survive in for very long. So that's why there is that frantic search that continues. And while they begin that process, something that was made a little bit easier as the sun started to come up, they still have had a very difficult time locating other survivors. As you rightly point out, so far only 2 people have been rescued. We are expecting an additional update from officials here at around 9:30, where we could get a better idea as to how the search and rescue effort is going. Joe.
At some point this morning, we expect to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who has declared a state of emergency. Do we know, are we hearing anything at all from the White House or the Biden administration?
Yeah, we know the president has been briefed. His transportation secretary, Pete Buttigieg, has also made it clear that the administration is directly involved in this process. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious, as they describe it. So that would indicate a terrorist attack or anything along those lines is something that they say that at least in the initial stages of this investigation, they don't believe took place. This just appears to be some sort of serious issue that took place with this container ship, be it mechanical or some sort of pilot error. That's going to be part of the investigation right now. But this is something the White House is directly engaged in. And as you point out, Governor Wes Moore, who we do know is on the ground here and near the bridge, meeting with officials and folks from the Coast Guard, has said that he is going to reach out for federal assistance to begin this recovery process, which will be lengthy. In addition to the search and rescue, as you said before, Joe, this is a major traffic artery in the Baltimore area, and it is going to take some time for it to be rebuilt.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, of course, our thoughts are with those who need to be rescued, those who are missing, the search and rescue teams out there. But help us understand just how vital this roadway is to this area. We know, I mean, months are likely going to go by without it being in service.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning, Joe, here in the Baltimore area. And normally this road behind me would be packed with commuters heading into work or school or wherever the case may be. This is 1.5 miles of roadway into one of the most densely populated areas in America. Traffic in the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area is legendarily difficult. And this is one of the main arteries that allowed people to get around this region. So this is going to cause traffic headaches for weeks, maybe even a year or longer, depending on how long it takes for them to clean up and to rebuild this bridge. I can tell you, when I was coming in very early this morning at around 4:30, there were already signs around the area warning people to stay away from this bridge and stay away from this portion of 695. So this is a major, major impact on the entire area, in addition to the potential loss of life, which search and rescue crews are still hoping to avoid. Joe.
Ryan, can you also tell us what we are learning about the ship this morning? I know earlier today authorities said they didn't feel safe putting anyone on that ship yet till they knew that it was safe to do so.
Yeah, so we do know that the crew was headed to Sri Lanka, that all the crew that were on board that ship have been accounted for, and they are all safe. The ship itself is still in the river right now. It's still basically in the same spot it was when the accident took place, and the first responders were trying to determine whether or not it was safe for them to board the ship to then go in and begin their investigation. Clearly something went wrong with the ship. We don't know exactly what it was. There's obviously a lot of speculation online as to whether or not it lost power, if there was some sort of mechanical issue, but that is all something that is still in the very early stages of this investigation.
Again, amazingly, no reports of any injuries on that ship. All right, Ryan Nobles, appreciate your reporting this morning. Thank you. In other news, MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani is speaking out for the first time. He says he was betrayed by his interpreter and that he never bet on sports or knowingly paid gambling debts. Casting a shadow over the start of the season, baseball's highest paid player says he's a victim of theft and accused Ippei Mizuhara of telling lies and stealing money from him to pay off bookies. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has been following this from the beginning and joins us with the latest from L.A. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Shohei Ohtani spoke for about 12 minutes in Japanese through a new translator. He laid out a timeline of what, when, and how he learned about the millions of dollars sent from his account to an illegal bookmaker, saying he didn't know about any of it until last week.
Ipe has been stealing money from my account and has told lies.
Baseball's biggest star, Shohei Ohtani, speaking for the first time about the theft and gambling allegations swirling around his former interpreter, Ipe Misuhara.
I'm very saddened and shocked that someone who I'm trusted has done this.
Ohtani denied any connection to the money allegedly wired from his account to a bookmaker in Southern California, where sports betting is illegal.
So I never bet on baseball or any other sports, or never have asked somebody to do it on my behalf.
The first he heard about Ipe's gambling, Ohtani says, was after the Dodgers' first game of the season last week in Seoul, South Korea.
Ipe admitted that he was sending money using my account to the bookmaker.
Those remarks come nearly a week after the Dodgers fired Misuhara, who reportedly told ESPN conflicting stories about what Ohtani knew and when.
If you're a fan, you probably feel better about hearing this detailed of an explanation from Ohtani.
Multiple sources tell NBC News Ohtani's name surfaced in a federal investigation into bookie Matthew Boyer. Boyer's attorney says her client never communicated with Ohtani and that Misuhara never bet on baseball.
Was he aware that he was paying these debts, at least in part, through Shohei Ohtani?
At some point, Mr. Boyer understood that a wire transfer had come through with the name Ohtani and the subject line said loan. But that was the only knowledge that Mr. Boyer had, and he never asked any questions about it.
The IRS says they're now investigating Boyer and Misuhara. No charges have been filed against either man. The MLB says they're also investigating.
Number 17.
And as the Dodgers start their season with sky-high expectations, Ohtani greeted with cheers as he stepped up to bat in last night's exhibition game. The Dodgers losing to his former team, the Angels.
Now, Ipe Misuhara has not spoken out about this, and he has not responded to NBC News' multiple attempts to reach him. It's still not known how Misuhara was able to access Ohtani's account and why Misuhara told those conflicting stories. Ohtani did not answer any questions from reporters yesterday. Joe.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. For more on this scandal and what it means for baseball's biggest player, let's bring in USA Today MLB reporter Gabe Lax. Gabe, good to have you with us. So first of all, what stood out from Ohtani's statement? Is this what you expected to hear?
Almost 100%. The conviction with which he stated that Misuhara stole money from him was notable. And if you're going to go that direction, that's kind of the only way you can go is with conviction and by saying this is the story and we're sticking to it. Obviously a lot of fans, media, otherwise are disappointed that he did not answer questions and apparently won't for the foreseeable future. And it kind of makes sense that, you know, you would not necessarily say they're using, you know, federal investigations and MLB investigations as a shield, but it does make for a convenient excuse. Well, there is an ongoing investigation or investigations I can't comment. So I think for now it satisfies folks, but leaves people with a lot of unanswered questions.
What are the top questions you still have that you'd like to hear him answer?
Yeah, more so just how was he not aware of all this? How can a guy that he spends 300 days a year with, how is he not aware of his gambling problem or with the fact that he might run in these circles, that he might play in a card game with some of his teammates, with somebody who ultimately was a alleged bookmaker? You know, these guys are said to be very close, and that was always the narrative, and it was a Shohei and Ipe, and it was kind of a cool subtext to this superstar and the guy helping him, you know, kind of make his way in America. So it's hard to have that narrative on one end, and then on the other end say, oh, I had no idea about this major portion of his life. And that's feasible. You know, everybody has secrets, but at the same time, you're just left wondering about the specifics of all that, certainly.
He's just signed the biggest contract in MLB history, becoming the face of the league. Just bigger picture, what does this mean for the MLB this season? And for Ohtani, what's his reputation, you think, going to be like in baseball here moving forward?
Yeah, definitely not what baseball wants, to say the least. Just because you want this unfettered sort of situation where the guy transitions to a massive media market, one of their biggest brands. The story actually broke in South Korea, where they played 2 regular season games to extend Major League Baseball into a market that loves baseball, that has supplied a lot of great players, South Korea. So really tough for Major League Baseball. For the Dodgers and Ohtani, his brand, it puts a crimp in it for sure. If this, sort of narrative is able to hold up that he was a victim, then he's probably just fine. And 2, 3, 5 years from now, there might be jokes and stuff and things of that nature, but that will largely have blown over. But that's still a big remaining unanswered question, is if all the investigations turn up that he was an unwitting victim, then I think he'll still be embraced as a face of baseball, as kind of the ambassador for the Dodgers.
Dodgers fans, how are they reacting to this, especially in a year when really the Dodgers are pretty heavy favorites to win it all?
Yeah, it's very preliminary, but I think people understand that there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Fans rally around their stars. They close ranks. Look just up the freeway in San Francisco for years. Giants fans ardently supported Barry Bonds when he was the subject of significant PED allegations. So that's going to happen. The Dodger fans were fired up, over the moon, huge expectations for this year, and I don't think that's going to change this that much. They want to win a World Series, and look, gambling has been tacitly approved by Major League Baseball, by the Supreme Court, by America, basically. So, again, you're going to have situations where it gets into a gray area of legality, illegality, things of that nature. So it's, I think Dodger fans ultimately will be pretty accepting of what went on, short of him, getting tied into this in any other grander way.
All right. Gabe Lax, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate your time. Coming up, a potential financial lifeline for former President Trump. After the break, the key Wall Street play that could help solve his legal woes. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism. a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are staying on top of breaking news out of Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge has collapsed after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, search and rescue efforts are underway. It's unclear how many people might be in the water, but sonar and infrared surveillance tools confirm there were several cars in the river. President Biden has been briefed on the collapse. At this point, the White House is ruling out anything nefarious. We're going to continue to follow this breaking story and bring you the latest developments as soon as they come in. The parent company of Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, is making its debut on the stock market today. The move could be just the financial lifeline the former president needs in the face of various lawsuits, with his stake in the company said to be worth billions of dollars. Joining us for more on this, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver. So walk us through how this works, how Trump might be able to make this even happen.
Yeah, this was a merger with what we call a SPAC, a special purpose acquisition company called the Digital World Acquisition Corp. It was put together to acquire companies and take them public, in this case very specifically to take the Trump Media and Technology Group public. That actually goes public on the NASDAQ today, ticker DJT, same as the ex-president's initials. So he owns 60% of the stock in this company, and the trading behind the company that was acquired has been off the hook lately. It's up 180% so far this year. We'll see what happens when it starts trading today, but he does own 60%. That stake could be worth more than $6 billion on paper.
Of course, when we talk about money and the president's need for money, we know that there was nearly $500 million judgment against him yesterday. A New York appeals court slashed it to $175 million. I mean, how much could Trump stand to make from this?
Well, since he owns roughly 60% of the stock in the company, and if the stock goes up, on paper, he owns several billion dollars worth. But the key thing to think about here is that when companies go public, there's a lockup period, Joe, 6 months before insiders can sell their shares. So on paper, he might be worth 3, 4, or 5 billion, depending on where the stock trades today. But he might have to wait 6 months to exercise it. The big caveat there is that the board of this new company may allow him to sell shares earlier. The board is made up of his son and some people that were in his campaign. They may give him a waiver to sell some shares earlier. But if he sells shares and there's aggressive selling, that could depress the value of the stock. So it's a little bit of a conundrum there. We're going to watch how the stock trades today, but there's been a lot of enthusiasm for the company coming together. It almost happened 2 years ago. There's been some regulatory issues. Finally going public today on the NASDAQ. We'll watch what happens.
All right. Caleb Silver, appreciate your time and analysis this morning. Thank you so much. Apple CEO is on a high-profile trip to China. Tim Cook's visit comes as Apple sales have been declining in the country, while China's economy has also been slowing down. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
There appears to be this mutual charm offensive underway, with China wooing foreign investors and companies, letting them know that China is open for business again, while at the same time executives, many of them Americans, are wanting to boost their investment in China at a time when the economy is slowing here and geopolitical tensions are rising. Take Apple, for example. Sales have been declining here and some manufacturing has been shifted away. But CEO Tim Cook has been on a tour aimed at giving the message that Apple is still committed to the Chinese market. Cook helped to open Apple's newest store in Shanghai. It drew a big crowd, with some people camping out overnight. It's Apple's 57th store in China.
Every time I come here, I'm reminded that anything is possible here.
But Apple's sales have been falling here, down 24% year over year. U.S.-China tension is part of it, but it's mainly because of competition from Chinese brands.
The iPhone is more expensive than other phone, so I think the people will choose the more cheap one.
Cook said Apple will continue investing in China, in the supply chain, as well as R&D. He arrived here just as the U.S. Justice Department announced its antitrust investigation on Apple. Cook was also among nearly 36 American CEOs invited to attend a business forum here with top Chinese policymakers. Industries focused on everything from chips to pharmaceuticals. China wants to boost investment, which contradicts the increasingly hostile environment toward foreign business. It's no secret the economy is slowing down here. Money is leaving, and Chinese consumers are spending less, if at all.
Why is Chinese leadership not doing more to improve the economy if its problems are so well known?
That is the giant puzzle, because you would think that they've had all the information in their hands. But it's possible that Xi Jinping doesn't know. It could be that he doesn't care, that he's all about national security and his political position, and he spends most of his days moving chess pieces around the board of different officials and different ministries and the party and the PLA, and worrying about those kinds of things, and not about growth.
Later this week, a group of American CEOs will meet face-to-face with China's President Xi Jinping, a sign of how seriously Beijing is looking to improve conditions for businesses here and confidence in the economy.
All right, Janice, thank you. Coming up, home sweet home. After the break, Iowa basketball phenom Caitlin Clark says goodbye to her home court as she and her Hawkeyes look for a national championship. Stay with us. We've got March Madness on our minds next.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters.
This is where it all begins.
Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? What the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday,
It's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Staying on top of our top story this morning, a major bridge in Baltimore has collapsed. Video captured the moment the Francis Scott Key Bridge plunged in the Patapsco River after it was hit by a cargo ship. Right now, we know the ship was heading to Sri Lanka when authorities say it apparently either lost power or lost its ability to navigate. Officials say a search and rescue effort is underway, and sonar has detected vehicles underwater. Right now, we know at least 7 people are missing. Officials say that number could grow. We do know at least 2 people were rescued from the water. One of them is in serious condition in the hospital. We have teams on the ground working to get you the latest information. We'll bring you any new developments throughout the day as soon as they come in. We're going to end this hour with March Madness and all the latest action in the women's tournament. Iowa star player Caitlin Clark is closing out her epic senior year in a big way. She just played in her final home game, beating West Virginia to help Iowa advance to the Sweet 16. Oh, and did I mention she broke yet another record? Of course she did. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has all the highlights.
It was a special night for Caitlin Clark. In a field of incredibly talented players, she's transcended the sport. Last night, Clark scoring half of her team's points en route to breaking the all-time record in a single season for points. Now, what's left to do here in her career? The only thing she hasn't accomplished yet, win a national title.
Gets her name in the record books one more time.
again. Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes celebrating one last victory at home over West Virginia after Clark does what she does best. Hits the first. Break records. This time the single season scoring mark in a hard-fought contest that went down to the wire. And the Iowa Hawkeyes survive a scare in the second round from West Virginia and advance to the Sweet 16.
Couldn't be happier for this group. I mean, we wanted to go out on a high note. Our 5 seniors, these 2, it's just really special.
The senior guard leaving it all out on the court as her days as a collegiate player are numbered. With time running out at Carver Hawkeye Arena, Clark circling the floor, making a heart-shaped symbol with her hands as her family sat among the sold-out crowd, cheering her on.
I think the biggest thing is just thank you. I'm forever grateful.
Clark's dominance over 4 years at Iowa has brought a renewed interest to the sport and to Iowa women's basketball. All season long, students and fans have lined up to see the 22-year-old phenom play. She packed arenas in Iowa and on the road, selling out every away game and driving up ticket prices.
We were offered $2,000 but turned it down.
All while inspiring a new generation of athletes along the way. Now Clark will head to her final Sweet 16, taking on the University of Colorado this weekend. It's the icing on the cake after a season of record-breaking performances. She's now the NCAA Division I all-time leading scorer among men and women, shattering Pistol Pete Maravich's 50-year-old record with 3,830 points and counting.
I hope people remember me for the way I played with a smile on my face, my competitive fire.
Her legacy now being cemented in real time.
These are the moments you dream of.
Clark's childhood dream was always to play in the WNBA. Now in a matter of weeks, she's almost certain to be the #1 overall pick. So to recap, the girl once kicked out of gym class for being too competitive is now a magnet for basketball for the country. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
That competitiveness came in handy. Now we'll see if she can get the one thing that's eluded her, that NCAA championship. Sam, thank you for that report. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but please stay with us. It's a busy morning. The news continues right now.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow in for Vicki Wynn today. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, March 26th. Shocking scene. A major bridge collapsed in Baltimore when it was hit by a container ship, sending people into the frigid water below. More on the desperate search for survivors.
High-stakes challenge. The Supreme Court is weighing whether to maintain access to a widely popular pill used for abortion. Why pharma experts are concerned the decision could lead to the rollback of other FDA-approved drugs.
Shoplifting scandal. Small business owners in California using social media to help identify the people stealing from their stores. More on the potential risks, though, that come with taking matters into their own hands.
Banking on it. Many kids understand the concept of a piggy bank, but when should you start talking about real money in a real way? We have our finance contributor with us to talk about when to think about a credit card for an older kid. That's going to be an interesting conversation.
An interesting conversation. No shortage of news today. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with breaking news on the major bridge collapse in Baltimore. This here on your screen is the moment that a container ship rammed into that bridge earlier on this morning, sending several vehicles plunging into the water. Officials say at least 6 people are still unaccounted for as we speak. All are believed to be part of a construction crew that was working on that very bridge.
Teams have been searching the area with helicopters, boats, and underwater drones. We're told 2 other people have been rescued, one of them now in the hospital. The Francis Scott Key Bridge is more than a mile long, and it's a key corridor for both transportation and commerce in the Baltimore area. In about an hour, we're expecting to get an update on the investigation from the National Transportation Safety Board. President Biden is also expected to address the accident this afternoon. At a news conference this morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore told reporters operators of that cargo ship issued a mayday call just moments before it crashed into the bridge.
We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack.
NBC News correspondent George Solis is live at the scene for us. George, bring us up to speed on search and rescue efforts right now, and what are you hearing from people who are there nearby?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate and Morgan. The scene here is just unbelievable. Those pictures that we see of that cargo ship hitting the bridge and then collapsing are one thing, but then once daybreak broke, you could really get a sense of the scope of the damage. Take a look behind me here. One of the best vantage points we've seen of that cargo ship still there with all that cargo, and the Francis Scott Key Bridge partially collapsed in the water there. At this hour, as we've heard from officials, 6 souls still unaccounted for, all believed to have been part of that construction crew that was working on potholes on the bridge. You heard from officials it was 8 in total, one of those refusing treatment, another one in critical treatment, we're told, at Shock Trauma, Level 1 Trauma Center here in the city of Baltimore. Officials, of course, saying that the priority right now is making sure they find those individuals. They did note that sonar was used and they detected vehicles in the water, but part of this investigation at this point leads that there is no credible threat of any terrorists. This all appears to be accidental. One thing that they did note that we should very much note here is that they noted that the crew on board of the cargo vessel issued a mayday, which allowed for those vehicles to be stopped, so there weren't any more vehicles supposedly on the bridge when it collapsed. So this could have been obviously a much larger tragedy. And keep in mind of the time frame, this happened about 1:30 this morning. And then you're hearing the reaction from this community. This is not just a bridge to people here in the Baltimore and the Maryland area. This is so impactful and so meaningful. And we have a little bit of that reaction. Take a listen.
I felt a significant vibration by my house, and I could have never imagined that it was the Key Bridge that had just collapsed.
What do you think it was?
I thought it was perhaps like a really low-flying, maybe a military jet, perhaps a small earthquake, however unlikely that is in Baltimore. You wake up and you see how quickly the bridge came down, and it's like, I mean, was this thing held up with toothpicks? What's the deal?
Yeah, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, named after Francis Scott Key, who is the author of the Star-Spangled Banner, guys.
You know, George, what exactly happened to that ship before it crashed into the bridge? Do we have any sense of what was happening?
Yeah, right now, from what we're hearing from authorities, it does appear, again, to be accidental. There does seem to have been some electrical, some power outage related to what may have led to this crash, but obviously all part of the investigation and something we look forward to hearing more from the NTSB when they hold their briefing about an hour from now, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis for us. George, thank you so much.
Turning now to the Supreme Court, the justices just wrapped up oral arguments on whether to uphold broad access to a pill that's commonly used for abortions.
Yeah, the drug in question is called mifepristone. It's been on the market for really over 2 decades. A group of anti-abortion activists is claiming that the FDA failed to adequately evaluate the pill's safety risks and that its approval should in fact be rolled back. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from outside the Supreme Court. Ken, the court, as we know, has a 6-3 conservative majority. So what exactly did we hear during those oral arguments? But also, do we have any sense of which way the justices are leaning right now?
We do, Morgan. It really does appear that a majority of justices are skeptical of the idea of limiting access to this drug based on the concerns of a handful of anti-abortion doctors who said they had conscience objections to treating women who are suffering complications from the drug. And the real big issue that loomed over these oral arguments was the question of standing, whether these plaintiffs were harmed enough to succeed in this case. And even very conservative justices, even Clarence Thomas, appeared to question whether they had the requisite standing, whether they were harmed. And that's a really important principle under Article 3. And a majority appeared to be believing that they did not. Amy Coney Barrett and Neil Gorsuch in particular asked pointed questions along that score, and essentially were raising questions about whether it was appropriate to limit this drug that is used in 60% of abortions. 650,000 women a year take this drug based on the concerns of a handful of doctors. And remember that this case originated with a ruling by a very conservative Donald Trump-appointed judge in Amarillo, Texas, and then another ruling by a very conservative Fifth Circuit Appeals Court in Texas. But here at the Supreme Court, it appeared to crash on the shoals of reality because both the FDA and the pharmaceutical industry were very concerned about efforts to limit this drug, and it appears that a majority of justices are now skeptical.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that because I've heard that the pharma industry was concerned that it could deter innovation since essentially it calls the FDA's drug approval process into question. What kind of precedent, if they did decide that way, what kind of precedent could this set?
Right, Kate, there were concerns that the next lawsuit would be a group of anti-abortion doctors objecting to the use of drugs derived from, say, stem cell research. And it opened the door to a lot of questioning of FDA regulatory approval that is really unprecedented in legal jurisprudence. I mean, the FDA has a very comprehensive system of market surveillance, even after a drug is brought to market, where they are looking for potential harm. And in fact, it was really interesting that the original judge who ruled on this case made his ruling in part based on studies that have since been discredited, that have been withdrawn, alleging harm by this drug that didn't actually exist. That was discussed before the court today. Again, majority of justices, though, appear not even to get to the merits here. They are held up on this issue of whether the plaintiffs have legal standing, guys.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, thanks so much.
Let's switch gears and talk about the economy for a minute, because while consumers started 2024 feeling really positive about the year ahead, their optimism in our economy stalled over the past 2 months.
The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index, as it's called, dipped to 104.7 in March, a small difference from the month before, but a big drop from the 110 that we had seen in January. Consumer confidence in the future of our economy also fell. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. So, Christine, kind of walk us through this month's numbers that we just saw. What does it all mean?
I think that word stall is exactly the right word. You saw this surge, this resurgence in confidence the end of last year and over the holidays. And then by January, people were feeling pretty good about things in the outlook. And then suddenly that progress stopped. And a couple of things here. People wrote in on this survey prices, food and gas prices, a big problem for them. That was a big problem. But overall, jobs and the stock market, they feel great about that. So you've got this paradox, I think, in the economy where people are worried about things. Embedded inflation has really sapped their confidence. But when you ask them about their overall financial situation right now, things are still okay.
Yeah, and I mean, wages obviously play a huge role in that. When we look at last week, the Federal Reserve, they updated these growth forecasts. How do all of these factors sort of affect people's confidence really in the day-to-day?
It's interesting because there's this disconnect with what's happening with the top-line economic numbers and how people feel. And everyone's trying to study what that disconnect is. There's a line in this survey that I found so fascinating. It noted more concern about the U.S. political environment. So that's a new thing here, too. So you've got prices weighing on people's confidence, or optimism, I would say, and then also the political environment, which would suggest that maybe these are things that aren't actually the economy that are bothering them, but there's just a whole lot going on.
Yeah, people just unsettled in general. Can I ask about housing data that we got today? Where do home prices stand right now, and how does that play into everything we're talking about?
Well, that's also part of this paradox, because on the one hand, if you have a house and a 3% mortgage, you're feeling pretty good right now because you've got home values are up, home prices rose again. But on the flip side of that, if you're trying to move or you're trying to get into the housing market, you can't afford it. So on the, so some people are flush with the housing market success and others are simply shut out. So that is still this tug of war, I think, in the U.S. economy. We know we have high borrowing costs still, a low supply of homes on the market. There's some hope that might start to change in the spring selling season and maybe later this year if the Fed does cut interest rates.
Yeah, a lot of moving targets there, I feel like, for a lot of people. Yeah, all right. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Thanks, Christine.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Former President Donald Trump's social media company is making its Wall Street debut today. A newly formed company which owns Truth Social hit the stock market under the ticker symbol DJT.
Yeah, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now for more. Deirdre, how much money does Trump actually stand to make from his stake in this company going public?
Are you ready for this?
I'm
Trump
ready.
stands to make almost $4 billion from this, as he owns over 50% of the shares. Just a huge sum. Trump Media completed its merger Monday with the shell company Digital World Acquisition Corporation, which allowed it to publicly trade as Trump Media and Technology Group under the same ticker he used almost 30 years prior when he publicly launched his hotel and casino company. Just minutes into trading, shares surged over 50%, triggering a trading halt due to volatility. Meanwhile, McDonald's will sell Krispy Kreme donuts nationwide by the end of 2026. The exclusive partnership will double Krispy Kreme's distribution nationwide, which will serve as an opportunity to extend its capacity in its wider effort to reach grocery and convenience stores. McDonald's customers will be able to purchase 3 varieties of the donuts individually or in packs of 6 all day long. My only question, guys, how did it take so long? Seems like a match made in heaven.
So long.
It's
That's
like a marriage
right.
made in heaven.
It's true. All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Vosa. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, Homeland Security raiding the homes of Sean Diddy Combs. What do we know about the federal investigation amid a wave of lawsuits against the rapper? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Embattled music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is now at the center of a federal investigation after Homeland Security officials raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami yesterday.
Now, these raids come amid a wave of recent lawsuits against the rapper and accusations that he's the leader of a sex trafficking organization. Now, he denies all previous sexual assault allegations, but reps for Diddy have not responded to requests for comment on these particular raids. With us now, NBC News correspondent Emily Cada and civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Emily, let's start with you. What do we know about these raids? I mean, we've all seen videos circulating online. We've heard so many sort of salacious details. What do we know for fact?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pictures from both coasts, these very evidently coordinated coast-to-coast raids going through his homes, they're really just stunning. We saw these federal agents go through his mansions, his luxurious homes, room to room, carrying out boxes. It appeared to be laptops. We know from sources that they believe, or that Diddy was in the area of Miami during the time of the searches, and they seized several several phones from him, according to our sources, before he was scheduled to depart on a trip to the Bahamas. We don't know his current whereabouts or whether or not he actually took that trip. But as you mentioned, a source says that this is all part of a sex trafficking investigation into Diddy. And we've also learned that prosecutors and investigators have interviewed numerous witnesses related to this matter. As you pointed out, this comes amid a legal firestorm that involves numerous civil suits popping up over the last several months, including sex abuse, sex trafficking, various kinds of allegations of that sort.
Kristen, let me turn to you. So how significant is everything Emily just laid out? A raid on two coasts. What does it say maybe about the case that could be being built against Diddy?
It's very significant. You know, as Emily pointed out, what we do know is that there's been these interviews. And I think what's really important here is whenever you get a search warrant, that requires an investigator to go before the judge and present sufficient evidence to convince that judge that there could be a crime, whether it be sex trafficking or some type of crime. So when we have that level, that there's some judicial finding to allow a search warrant to even be issued such that it could be executed in the manner that we saw yesterday, it is significant. And I think one of the other things to point out is that, as Emily mentioned, you know, he's got that history of those sex abuse civil lawsuits, but that's not it. You know, even though the charges that Diddy has faced in the past have resulted in acquittals and dismissals, those charges of assault, those past charges of assault and gun possession and bribery in the past, again, even though there wasn't enough evidence to get a conviction, the facts behind that evidence could be utilized as evidence collected as part of this that then could be utilized in any trial that could be brought against Diddy in the future.
It's interesting, Kristen, Emily, I hear you both, you know, sort of referencing this wave of other civil lawsuits that he's facing at this point. One of those names actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Emily, what is he alleged of doing?
So what helps is if I back up to February, Lil Rod, the former producer for Combs, had first accused Diddy of various kinds of acts, including forcing him to procure sex workers and engage in unwelcome sex acts with them. So then overnight, he expanded that lawsuit to include an additional defendant, which is the Oscar-winning actor Gooding Jr., and that accuses him of sexually harassing and assaulting him, including an incident that happened last year, allegedly on Combs's yacht, where he groped the said victim, the accuser. As you mentioned, we have not heard for comment. We've reached out, but we have not heard back from Combs or Gooding Jr. on either matter.
And Kristen, if we have time, do we have time? Okay, I'm sorry, we're out of time, but great to have both of you. Really appreciate you. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. Thank you.
And later on this hour, how some California small business owners are using social media to try and put an end to widespread shoplifting. You're not going to want to miss that. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
So right now, about 1 in 10 women in the U.S. are affected by endometriosis, and that's according to the National Institutes of Health. It's a painful disease that can take years to be accurately diagnosed, and it can make it harder for a lot of women to get pregnant.
So with March being Endometriosis Awareness Month, NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin sat down with researchers who are working to make it easier to diagnose.
I describe it as like giving birth to a broken light bulb over and over again. You never know when it will hit.
It makes you think like, oh, am I being a baby if I want to call out of work just because I'm in so much pain?
So just being in chronic pain all the time takes a huge mental toll on you. So it really affects all aspects of life.
Lucia Jazzieri, Justine Casco, and Anna Delegati are living with endometriosis. It affects 1 in 10 women, and it happens when tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus, often found on the ovaries or fallopian tubes. This tissue can bleed and become inflamed, damaging surrounding organs, and can cause severe pain, heavy and lengthy periods, and even infertility.
For me, the one thing I want in life is to be a mom, and the thought that I might have a hard time achieving that is really scary.
Like many women with endometriosis, Anna's symptoms began at a young age.
I started experiencing symptoms when I was 14. Really heavy periods. I would bleed through everything, no matter what I used. And it just got to a point where I was like, I can't live like this anymore.
For more than a decade, and while living with around-the-clock pain, she visited multiple doctors. But she often felt ignored, dismissed, and left without answers.
I just brought up, I want to discuss the possibility of me having endometriosis, and he looks at me and goes, I'm not convinced you have it. I walked out of there crying.
Last year, she was officially diagnosed.
Getting the official diagnosis was probably one of the best things that have ever happened to me, because I felt just like very reassuring that, all right, this is serious.
Like Anna, Justine, and Lucia, getting that news only after laparoscopic surgery.
Just to see it written out and what the surgeons did and how long it took, and all of that was happening inside of me. It definitely made me realize that I am very strong for having lived through all of that pain.
It's currently the only way for a definitive endometriosis diagnosis, and women can wait an average of 8 years for that confirmation.
So this looks good. When was this plated?
Dr. Christine Metz at Northwell's Feinstein Institutes for Medical Research has been working for years to change that.
The main problem with not being diagnosed in a timely manner still rests on dismissal of pain in young people.
She's now helping lead a team of researchers using women's menstrual blood to help speed up that lengthy diagnosis timeframe without the need for an invasive and painful procedure.
We believe that there are major alterations in the endometrial lining of the uterus, which is shed as menstruation and can be detected in those with endometriosis versus healthy controls.
They've launched a trial called Research Outsmarts Endometriosis, or ROSE, calling on women across the nation to enroll and supply their own sample for study.
The sample came refrigerated using an at-home collection kit. We are enrolling patients who are symptomatic and think they have endometriosis.
Lucia, Justine, and Anna answering that call.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through, so to be able to bring more awareness to what so many women go through, and hopefully more women can get diagnosed.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order to expand research on women's health care.
And I'm going to ensure that women's health is integrated and prioritized across the entire federal government.
The president pledging $200 million towards the cause, funding that Dr. Metz says is vital for all women's health.
This is really opening the floodgates to people studying this condition. In the past, it's been very difficult to obtain funding because so little money is available for women's health in general.
Anna, Lucia, and Justine tell us they are still dealing with serious and painful symptoms. So they hope their contribution to Rose will help future generations and are urging anyone experiencing symptoms to not give up.
With more people just coming out with it, it starts to improve and it just becomes, there's less stigma for it.
Don't take no for an answer. Keep digging until you find someone or something that's going to help you, because chronic pain is not normal.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers about it. You might be surprised by the positive response that you get.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm Kate Snow in for Vicki.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us again. Here's what's making news right now. NBC News has learned that independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to announce Nicole Shanahan, a 38-year-old lawyer from California, Silicon Valley, as his running mate. That announcement is expected to come in just a couple of hours. Like Kennedy, Shanahan has never run for elected office. In a social media video post last week, Kennedy says this announcement is really going to shake up the political establishment.
LA Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani is breaking his silence after the firing of his interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara. In his announcement yesterday, Ohtani denied any association with his former interpreter's alleged sports betting scandal. He said he did not bet on sports, any sports, and he didn't have anyone do it for him. The allegations are being investigated by the IRS as well as Major League Baseball.
And March Madness picks up again later this week with the Sweet 16. Men's games start Thursday, the women on Friday. Then on Saturday, Caitlin Clark and her Iowa Hawkeyes take on Colorado. Last night, Clark broke yet another record for women's single-season scoring in a 64-54 win against West Virginia. This was a bittersweet face-off as it was Clark's final home game.
Back now to our top story on the devastating bridge collapse in Baltimore. Any moment now, President Biden is expected to speak at the White House about that incident. You're looking at where he will speak in just moments. He posted this video on social media last hour and said he is directing his administration to provide federal resources to assist with the search and rescue efforts.
Right now, crews are scouring those waters, and frankly, they're looking for survivors. Officials say at least 6 people are still unaccounted for. All of them believed to be part of a construction team that was working on that bridge when a massive container ship slammed into it earlier on this morning. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Baltimore. Antonia, look, these are grim circumstances, and the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is currently heading to the scene. We know we're waiting to hear from President Biden just a minute in Washington, and then several federal and local agencies, they've also arrived there. What is the current status of the rescue effort? What do we know at this point?
Well, Morgan, it is really all hands on deck. The search and rescue is the absolute #1 priority. That's what we're hearing from officials at every single level. The governor who spoke earlier, I got to spend time with Mayor Brandon Scott here at Baltimore, and all of them are concerned about a potential loss of life here. They're frankly not even ready to consider questions about how long it might take to repair the bridge or what comes next for traffic and other disruptions to the community here. Because as you mentioned, they believe there are 6 people unaccounted for who they need to find in the water. There are other vehicles in the water, although we were told that they don't think there are actually people inside any of those vehicles at the time. But they're facing incredibly difficult circumstances. Not only are these the temperatures of this water incredibly frigid, but also the tide is very likely moving the debris that is still there around. Take a listen to some of my conversation with the mayor. How complicated is the search and rescue right now? These are frigid waters.
Yeah.
The debris is still there. What does that mean for the folks on the ground?
Yeah, it's very complicated for our divers. We started out with this without sunlight in the darkness of night. We had the ability to use state helicopters, local helicopters to assist those who were surveying and looking at the water, but of course couldn't get divers in the water. And now they're having to deal with the debris, obviously, but also the temperatures, the wind, the current, all of the things that you have to deal with. The 50-foot depth at that 40 to 50-foot depth at that point. All of that complicates what those first responders are doing.
And of course, guys, with every passing hour, the fear about what may have happened to those 6 individuals that officials are looking for right now, it is just growing in the community surrounding Baltimore.
Yeah, you just think about those families. The Maryland Transportation Secretary, I know, said that workers were on the bridge fixing potholes at the time of the collapse. What are officials saying about the condition of the bridge when it was hit, Antonia?
Well, what we've heard from officials is that they do not have any indication, at least at this time, that something was wrong with the column, with the support that this almost 1,000-foot-long cargo ship struck. But this is a massive cargo ship. You know, I think it's frankly difficult for most people to conceptualize how large, how heavy something like this is, how difficult it is for them to navigate as it is already. And so, you know, this is a very likely something where it took out one of the 2 key supports here, and that is what led to the unbelievable and heartbreaking images that we all woke up to this morning, guys.
Unbelievable is right.
Yeah. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, thank you for being there. Appreciate it.
Meanwhile, a partial victory today for WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. A UK court just ruled that he is, in fact, allowed to appeal his extradition to the United States, where he's facing espionage charges.
But here's the catch. The judges say Assange can move forward with the challenge unless U.S. officials make so-called satisfactory assurances about how he will be treated if he's extradited. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is following all this for us. Matt, so that it's a bit confusing, all of this, but help us understand. Assange has been fighting extradition for more than a decade. His attorneys are saying the prosecution is politically motivated. What are these assurances that the judges are talking about, and how are U.S. authorities responding?
Yeah, well, let me just kind of break it down. I'll start with what this isn't today. This decision was not a decision about whether Assange is guilty of those charges, the very serious charges that have been levied against him by American prosecutors. This also wasn't a decision on whether or not Assange can be extradited to the United States to face those charges. This was a decision on whether or not Assange can appeal his extradition to the United States to face those charges. So this is like 3 steps away from the big questions of whether or not Julian Assange broke the law in the United States. Julian Assange's team had 9 requests before the court today for being able to appeal this decision that would see him extradited to the state. This royal court behind me They dismissed 6 of those charges, and they said that there was enough evidence behind 3 of those charges that Assange should be able to appeal his decision to be extradited to the United States. But as you said, the U.S. team now has 3 weeks to provide assurances that Assange will be treated well. And there were 3 issues here. 1, whether or not he'll be considered for the death penalty, which doesn't exist here in the United Kingdom. That's a major concern here. 2, whether or not he'll be protected by American standards of free speech as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. And, this is something that because Assange is not a U.S. citizen, that was a concern. So this is a question of whether or not the American judicial system is adequate and up to international standards. And that's something that a lot of Americans should be paying attention to.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point about the American standard, especially of free speech. If you can just quickly, Matt, walk us through the timeline, though, moving forward. I mean, does it seem like this legal saga could be nearing its end?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, they have 3 weeks, United States, to provide those assurances. If they're able to provide those assurances in 3 weeks, then the court will consider them. The court will come back and decide by the end of May whether or not the assurances were enough to prevent Julian Assange from launching that appeal. So basically, if the court isn't satisfied with the answers that the American legal team can provide, the assurances that he's going to be treated well in the ways I just described, then Assange can go ahead with his appeal against his extradition. If he doesn't, then he's going to be extradited.
All right. That's the timeline. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley. Excellent analysis and context for us there, Matt. Thanks.
We are learning new information about a deadly school bus crash in Texas. It happened Friday in Hays County near Austin. The Hays Consolidated Independent School District identified one of the 2 people killed as 5-year-old Ulysses Rodriguez Montoya. Police say the bus was returning after a field trip when a cement truck veered into the bus's lane. Officials confirmed 33-year-old Ryan Wallace was also killed. They say he was in another vehicle behind the bus. 51 others, including children, were hurt. Sam Stark with our Austin affiliate KXAN spoke with a father whose daughter was on the bus and survived.
The worst feeling in the world as a parent, for you to get that phone call. You always dread and think about those phone calls, and you never think that you would get one, and for me to get that, my heart just sunk right away.
After Hector got the call about the crash, hours went before he was told anything about his daughter's health.
One of the most devastating things I've ever been through is that time frame right there, not knowing if my daughter's okay.
Hector's daughter, Caliana, is physically okay. Still, it might be a while before she is fully healed.
I spoke with a child psychologist who told me for some of the kids who were on the bus, it may not be very difficult for them to recover from the trauma. For others, though, she said it may be a longer road to recovery.
We want to have the systems in place to support kids, but also not jump to the assumption that they're going to be severely traumatized and have all these concerns that might not actually end up being there.
Clark said certain shifts in behavior might be an indication of whether they need professional help.
Looking for what's going on in daily functioning, and is it to the point where the kid is not able to do things that they were before? Is it impacting sleep? Is it impacting their behavior?
Hector is still left with many unanswered questions and wants people to be held accountable. But most of all, he's happy his daughter is okay.
Life can happen at any moment. It could be taken from you from a blink of an eye, and it almost got taken from me.
Sam Stark, KXAN News.
Well, in California, some small business owners who are fed up with shoplifters, they're taking matters into their own hands. In fact, now some are wondering if they've taken, though, a step too far. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo spoke to one business owner leveraging social media to call out these alleged criminals.
Fed up with thefts, these California small businesses are taking matters into their own hands, posting videos of the alleged shoplifters on social media.
And I was just shocked. Like, it happened back to back. I was really upset.
Chandler.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news from the White House, where President Biden is set to speak about that catastrophic bridge collapse in Baltimore. You've probably seen the video by now, a cargo ship slamming into the Francis Scott Key Bridge overnight. You see it there from earlier. We also expect to hear from NTSB investigators soon. This comes as crews are racing to try to find any survivors in a search and rescue mission happening as we speak. It's been nearly 11 hours since the Key Bridge, which is part of I-695, snapped and collapsed into the river below, a scene that seems almost unimaginable, sending people on it into the water. Officials said earlier during a briefing that 6 people are still unaccounted for, and there you see the moment when that ship hit and the bridge came down. We said catastrophic. That is absolutely what this is. The president has been briefed on this, convening senior members of his team, according to the White House, directing all federal resources be made available to assist in this ongoing, again, very urgent search and rescue mission. We also know that the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, is on his way in Baltimore now. We've heard already this morning from Maryland Governor Wes Moore calling this not just shocking, but heartbreaking as well. President Biden, again, set to speak from the White House any second on this. As we are waiting for him, let me quickly get to Tom Costello, who is live for us at the base of that bridge in Baltimore. Tom?
Hallie, we are hearing still that they're looking for 6 people in the water, but as you rightly point out, it's been coming up on 11, 12 hours now. The chances of survival in the very cold waters in that river diminish by the hour. In addition, we know now that the people on that ship radioed the bridge that they were losing control of their ship, and as a result, the bridge stopped road traffic up above, thereby preventing further cars from going across the bridge and potentially into the water. The people who are missing, those 6 people, are thought to be all construction workers who were doing pothole repairs on the bridge at 1:30 in the morning. There were cars also in the water, but the fire department does not believe anybody is in those cars. And so the search continues for these 6 people. 2 people were pulled out, one sent to a local trauma center in very serious condition. The other one denied or declined any treatment whatsoever. And now the port of Baltimore, one of the busiest ports in America, is closed. The airspace has also been closed above it as the police and fire department helicopter and Coast Guard helicopters continue scouring the waters for any signs of survivors. Hallie.
We have been playing, Tom, as you've been speaking, that stunning video of the bridge collapse that happened. You see the ship slamming into it. You see the bridge structure itself coming down. And one thing that we've heard again and again in the 11 hours since this happened, Tom, is that it was in some ways almost a miracle that it didn't happen during a much busier stretch of the day, perhaps during rush hour with some 30,000 commuters in Maryland who use this bridge every day.
In fact, 30,000 cars. So think about how many people might have been in those cars, right? I mean, you're absolutely right. If this happened during rush hour in the evening, it could have been absolutely disastrous and a mass casualty event, not to diminish in any way the impact on these families. I think one of the big questions for structural engineers, for the State Department of Transportation, were those pylons that hold up this bridge, were they protected? Was there any structure around them, bricks or any sort of a brick or rock structure to protect them, like we see at big, bridges in New York, for example? We don't have the answer to that, but it does seem absolutely baffling to many people here on the ground that a single cargo ship, by the way, headed to Sri Lanka, leaving Baltimore, headed to Sri Lanka, a single cargo ship could lose power, lose the ability to navigate, crash into a pylon, and take down one of the most iconic bridges on the East Coast and a critical bridge here in Maryland, in suburban Baltimore.
We expect to see President Biden speaking any minute on this from the White House. I want to bring in Kelly O'Donnell, who is live for us there. And Kelly, it is always significant when we hear from the commander-in-chief at a moment like this. It is an important step, and the president feels that it is necessary now to talk to Americans about what's happened in Baltimore.
Very much so. And stop me as needed if you see the president moving into the room from your vantage point, Hallie. But this is an opportunity for the president to synthesize all the information he has been getting today for the American public and to talk about a federal response and to be able to articulate some of the ways that the federal government can provide funding here, included some existing laws that allow for funding to rebuild when there is this kind of collapse, and to try to speed resources to Baltimore. And this is where the federal government has a unique role to play, bringing together all of these different agencies that will do the investigation and the rebuilding plan. Of course, when you're talking about this kind of
Kelly,
thoroughfare,
I will stop you there. As President Biden is walking into the room, we're going to listen in.
Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times, commuting from the state of Delaware, either on a train or by car. I've been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people in vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, the Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still. Not still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore who want to say, we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland and whatever they ask for. And we're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know, we're not leaving until this job gets done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, many of whom risking their lives. And the reason I'm not going to take a lot of questions, there's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like. But I'll.
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can. That's what
you said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious. This was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned
could be, but we're not going to wait for that to happen. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about Rafah.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
Thank you, Press. Thanks, everyone, for being out. Thanks, everyone. All right, thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
And that was President Biden, you just heard from there, walking out now after taking a couple of brief questions after those remarks on that catastrophic Baltimore bridge collapse, suggesting that he will visit as soon as he can. And while emphasizing that the focus now is on the search and rescue, looking for those 6 people still unaccounted for, also casting an eye ahead to what is next as far as rebuilding a bridge that is critical to this country, to this region's infrastructure and economy. Tom Costello is live for us in Baltimore. And Tom, the president emphasizing that the federal government has Maryland's back here.
Absolutely. Listen, this is the 11th busiest port in the country. It is a critical port, of course, on the East Coast. It is the biggest port on the East Coast as it relates to moving vehicles coming from abroad into the United States. And with the port closed, you can imagine new vehicle sales may be impacted on the East Coast. But let's underscore what the president said about the heroics demonstrated this morning by the fire and rescue personnel and by the Coast Guard immediately. I'm in pitch black because we were here. It was pitch black. Divers were going into the water, a very murky, muddy water and terribly cold water, searching for any possible victims. We know that they did pull 2 people out. One of them, as I mentioned, went to the hospital. The other one declined any treatment, but they continue to look for 6 more people. And given the temperature of the water at this point, survivability, according to experts, might really be in question. As for how quickly they can rebuild this port and reopen the bridge, clearly the priority is reopening the port, and they've got to clear all of that debris from the bridge. That is not going to be an easy task. The depth of the water right there thought to be about 50 feet. So they've got a big job ahead of them just to be able to reopen the port. It could take them some time.
Tom Costello, thank you. I want to get to our colleague George Solis, who is also near the bridge. George, you've had a chance to talk with some of the people there, and we can see off in the distance where the bridge used to be. There are 6 families right now living an unimaginable nightmare, waiting for any word of their loved ones here. Tell us more.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And it's one thing to see the image of the collapse. It's another here in broad daylight to see the aftermath. And you can really see it from our vantage point. You can still see the cargo ship there facing the Francis Scott Key Bridge, still partially submerged right now. And as you mentioned, there are a number of people wondering where their loved ones are. We've seen a number of people from this location come here looking for answers, looking for information. People who say this is more than just a bridge. This bridge has been around since the 1970s. This is taught in schools. Of course, the name of the bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, named after the author of the Star-Spangled Banner. So young and old, this has so much impact beyond just the commerce side of things. People getting emotional here for us this morning as they reminisce about the bridge, telling us they go through it twice, maybe 3 times a day to get to work. There's workers, obviously, that work here at the port that use that bridge as well. Take a listen to some of the reaction here.
Tell me, what did you hear this morning?
A boom, just a real loud boom, and then my bed started shaking, and I woke up, seen my grandfather running down the steps, and then my grandmother, and I went back to sleep. I didn't know what was going on, and then I was tired. And then they came back. Since I was asleep, my grandma woke me up, said, the bridge is gone. I said, what are you talking about? She said, the ship hit it. I said, there's no way, you're lying. She said, no, and she showed me the video. She showed it to me in slow mode, and it's pretty sad that you could see everything happening. You've seen the sparks. It was crazy.
Yeah, Hallie, and again, the focus right now on that search and rescue, many hoping that those 6 souls in that water are found. Hallie?
George Solis, live for us there in Baltimore. Thank you. We'll bring it back here to Washington with Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. And Kelly, you heard the president allude to the timeline of getting the bridge that we just saw, what's left of it behind George, rebuilt ASAP, calling on Congress to help pay the full cost of that. And in response to a question suggesting that, yes, there should be accountability from the ship's company, but that the federal government can simply get this done more quickly, potentially.
Well, there's an urgency because there are so many ways in which this affects the economy and life on the East Coast. And if we just remember back to COVID times when supply chains were affected and all of the ripple effects that were encountered because of that. So put that in the context of this enormous port, this enormous thoroughfare, and this connecting point. Although it is in Maryland, it is so much a part of the broader community. And it's obviously very familiar to us who live in the Mid-Atlantic region and have used it so often. So there is an urgency that has economic impact, and impact on the economy also has political impact. A way of demonstrating, certainly for this president, an approach to trying to have government work for people. He wants to make that a part of the theme here. And it ties in with his work on infrastructure, the infrastructure law that was bipartisan, and trying to tap into that sentiment that when there are crises and calamities of this scope that affect many people, not just those in the immediate environment, that the federal government, more than a state or local, which will have plenty of associated costs, that the federal government needs to bear the burden. Some of the funds for repairs are in existing law. The catastrophic nature of this collapse suggests that this is a full rebuild, maybe even a reinvention of this important span with modern technology. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us at the White House. We expect to hear from the NTSB not long from now about their investigation and next steps. I want to bring in former NTSB senior investigator Alan Deal. And Alan, in the minute or so that we have left here, talk us through what those next steps look like, this massive undertaking now for the NTSB.
Obviously, they'll be putting together their team, if you will, with the Coast Guard, with the Maritime Administration, the ship's owners, the unions, and they've got to deal with the issue of, first of all, why the engines reportedly failed twice, and then what was the crew coordination between the pilots, which are Baltimore port employees, and the ship's company, the ship's personnel. So they've got a big task ahead of them to try to find out why, and more importantly, how to prevent this from happening again.
Alan, thank you so much. Tom Costello, let me get some brief final thoughts from you, because it is going to be, and it already is, a massive scene where you are in Baltimore, and it will continue to be, not just for days, but for weeks, perhaps months.
I think it's a good point. Listen, the NTSB, as you mentioned, is in charge of this investigation, but the priority at the moment remains on search and rescue, or search and recovery. But given the fact that we are right up against I-95, and as you know, this critical highway that spans the East Coast up and down from Maine all the way to Florida, I-95 is going to be seeing increased traffic, especially truck traffic, because of the impact on this bridge here. Trucks are not allowed to go through tunnels around Baltimore. They're supposed to go over this bridge. And so with this bridge out, you can imagine how that will impact I-95 and all traffic up and down the East Coast. And so if you or someone you know plans to be moving up and down I-95 or in and around the Baltimore area, we could be in for a prolonged period of traffic difficulties, not to mention the fact we've got ships backing up already outside of the port here in Baltimore. They can't get in, so they have had to drop anchor.
Tom Costello live for us there in Baltimore. Again, President Biden now addressing the nation, emphasizing that thoughts and prayers are out now to the families of the 6 people who are still unaccounted for. That concludes our NBC News special report. We're going to have a lot more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCNews.com. And Lester Holt will anchor tonight from Baltimore on Nightly News. I'm Hallie Jackson. Thanks for watching. Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we continue our breaking news coverage in Baltimore, where in the next hour, we're expecting to get an update from the National Transportation Safety Board on the catastrophic bridge collapse that happened this morning. A container ship rammed into this bridge here on your screen earlier on, causing it to plunge directly into the water. That's what you're seeing on your screen. That happened along with several vehicles and construction workers. Maryland Governor Wes Moore says the ship reported losing power just before that crash.
As of this news hour, officials say at least 6 people are still unaccounted for. Crews are still searching in the area. but we're told 2 others have been rescued, one of them now in the hospital. Just moments ago at the White House, President Biden said he plans to make a trip to Baltimore, but right now he says his administration's top priority are the search and rescue efforts.
The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is live with us in Baltimore. Antonia, what more did we hear from the president? What was significant to you? And what else are officials saying about the investigation so far?
Well, I think one of the most significant things that the president shared was this intention, his plan, really, for the federal government to provide the support here to get this bridge rebuilt. That's been a major question here on the ground. Although the search and recovery effort is, of course, front of mind and it is the priority, teams, boats, divers are out there in the water at this moment. The reality is for people in Maryland who are watching all this unfold today, they have questions about their careers, their jobs that depend on activity in the harbor, that depend on these throughways. And so, you know, the pressure is on in terms of trying to find a pathway to reconstruct this bridge as quickly as possible. But I heard Governor Moore say to a crowd here earlier this morning that the reality is this could be a very long-term project. So certainly hearing that the president is going to push to give them that amount of support, I think is going to be very calming. It is something that I think Marylanders are going to greatly appreciate if he's able to make happen. And then I think the other piece here is the sort of synergy here, or the way in which we're hearing from all levels, from federal down to local here, just what the wraparound support is right now to find those 6 remaining people. They've been very consistent on that for hours now. This has been an incredibly complicated search. Cold temperatures in the water, debris that is very much still there, a tide that is going to make all of this incredibly difficult. And for hours, they were unable to get divers into the water because the sun had not come up yet. And so there is an urgency here, a desire to give the families connected to these 6 people answers, an entire community of crew members who work for this company and who they believe all of these 6 people are connected to in some way, and to get them the answers that they deserve, the support that they may need now. And every hour that's going by is adding to the urgency, to the pain that Marylanders are feeling. Everyone in this area, and really broadly beyond Maryland, the DMV area, knows this bridge, depends on this bridge, about 30,000 people a day, millions of people a year. This is going to have very far-reaching impacts, guys. And so the support from the president is critical, but we have a long, long road ahead.
You know, Antonia, I'm so glad to hear you mention those crew members and specifically just the commercial necessities in that area. Given that, and given the synergy we expect from the federal government and state and local leaders, do we have a sense of what that recovery timeline could actually look like?
Well, there's pressure here to take action in a very short timeline, you know, to try to copy what has happened, for example, in Pennsylvania, and the reconstruction of a massive project like this with support in, say, a matter of days. Right. But we could be looking at months or years of impact here. That's really the challenge. And, you know, experts who have spoken to NBC News say that there is a question here about the rebuilding of the bridge as it was, or really having to modernize this. This bridge was built in the 1970s. And while it doesn't appear at this time that there was a fault or a mistake in the bridge's construction or something that that led to what happened this morning, it is possible that they're going to need to look at much more modern technology. You know, this is about a 1,000-foot-long cargo ship that crashed into a key support of the bridge this morning. And that is a much larger ship than what was really going through waters like these back in the 1970s. And so we're likely looking at something entirely new here. And so the planning that's involved in that, the amount of time that it's going to take to mobilize and actually get teams on the ground to reconstruct it. I mean, even just the act of clearing the debris out is going to take a while here. And so I think that's why you're hearing from Governor Moore and others that they're hesitant to even give the public a timeline at this moment.
Excellent reporting on this very fluid and breaking situation there, Antonia Hilton, especially as we begin to assess the impact, I think, as you said so aptly. Antonia Hilton there on the ground in Baltimore. Thank you so much.
The Supreme Court is taking its first significant look at abortion rights since it overturned Roe v. Wade back in 2022.
And this morning, the justices heard oral arguments in the case surrounding access to a pill that is commonly used for abortions. It's called mifepristone, and it's been approved by the FDA for over 2 decades now. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from outside the Supreme Court. Ken, I think you're inside now. I know earlier you were outside, and there was quite a bit of activity there behind us. Tell us about what that activity was. And most importantly, you know, the justices, they seem pretty skeptical of the effort to make this pill harder for women to get. What did we hear during those oral arguments?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. A lot of skepticism, even from conservative justices, about the question of whether the challengers to the distribution of this abortion drug actually suffered harm and therefore had legal standing to bring this case. Because this isn't actually a case about abortion rights. It's a case about whether the Food and Drug Administration exceeded its authority when it expanded access to these medications in 2016 and 2021, most significantly during the pandemic, allowing women to acquire these drugs through telemedicine and through the mail without actually having to physically see a doctor. The FDA found that there was no significant risk of harm from those decisions. This group of doctors was challenging that, and they were saying that essentially their injury was that they're against abortion and they had to treat women who suffered complications from taking these drugs, and that therefore the entire country's policy should be changed as a result of that. A majority of justices, including very conservative justices, even Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, appeared skeptical of that and questioned the attorneys for that side about whether those doctors actually suffered the requisite harm, guys.
Yeah, abortion is obviously a political issue, a sensitive issue for people on both sides of the issue. What are you seeing? What did you see and hear when you were at the court from people outside?
Yeah, anytime the court takes up a case that has implications for abortion, there's a boisterous atmosphere outside with people from both sides of the issue demonstrating, speaking through bullhorns. I think we have some sound from an anti-abortion activist. Take a listen.
I hope to see a pro-life victory. I want women and children to be protected from the violence of abortion pills. I want no more women to be killed by legal abortion pills. I don't want any more children to be killed by abortion pills.
Of course, there's no evidence that women are being killed by abortion pills. Important to make that clear. And again, this case wasn't really about abortion rights. It was about whether the FDA's regulation could be challenged. And it really had implications for other drugs. There was a lot of concern in the pharmaceutical industry about this case. But again, it does appear that the justices are skeptical of the arguments that the FDA was wrong here.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, and thanks so much.
You bet.
Meanwhile, consumer sentiment in this country is now stalling after it hit a peak at the start of the year. The Consumer Confidence Index, which measures how people are feeling about their financial situation, dipped to 104.7 this month.
That is a small difference from last month, but it's actually a big drop from the 110 that we saw in January. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Christine,
Hi.
Thanks for being here. So this index shows that people are also worried about the future of the economy, or don't have confidence?
I think stalled is exactly the right word. You know, things had really been improving for the consumer over the past few months, and then now a couple of things happening. People were writing in on these surveys about prices for food and groceries. That is really a sticking point. Embedded inflation, even as inflation has started to, taper off here, overall prices had risen so much that that's still bothering people. And the bright spot, though, was the stock market and the job market. So they're feeling okay about those things, but they're just kind of worried a little bit about the future.
How does the fact that we are in an election year play into all of this, Christine? I mean, what are the issues that voters say that they care about?
So there was a line in this confidence report that I found fascinating. It noted more concern about the U.S. political environment. So politics absolutely factoring into this. And I think there's just so much going on, sort of this paradox here. Look, this is another report from Bloomberg News, a Morning Consult survey that was pretty interesting here. It showed that 69% of voters in swing states agree with raising taxes for billionaires, which shows you bipartisan support for some of the things that the president has been trying to push in this campaign season. But still, in terms of who is better for the economy, that survey, very fascinating, still within the margin of error, but shows that the former president, Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden narrowing just a little bit.
Swing states, no less. That's
yeah, it's
very
going to be interesting how people feel about the
Yeah.
economy in the next few months.
Just quickly, housing, we got some new numbers today.
Yeah, home prices up 6%. We're back to pre-pandemic levels again now for home prices continuing to go up. The trouble in the housing market is there's not a lot for sale right now, and mortgage rates are still real high. So home prices are going up because, you know, there's just so much more demand than there is supply. So we'll see if that starts to loosen up here in the days and months ahead as well.
All right, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans for us. Christine, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, Amazon is expanding its delivery service for prescriptions in 2 of the nation's most populated cities. People in New York City and Los Angeles are now going to be able to get their medicine the same day through Amazon Pharmacy.
Potentially a game changer. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan joins us now. Courtney, how is Amazon sort of tackling this rollout to quickly get that medication actually into people's hands?
It's pretty amazing what Amazon can do these days, and Amazon is now offering same-day deliveries of medications in New York City and in the greater Los Angeles area. So it all starts with generative AI, which Amazon says will help pharmacists with prep work before they fill the prescriptions at new small format facilities that are stocked with the most common prescriptions. Then Amazon will send the meds out on the road or even by drone or e-bike in some cases. Tesla is offering U.S. customers a free month of its driver assist technology. So the software, which does not make the electric vehicles autonomous, we should note, has been offered at a subscription rate of $199 a month, or for a flat price of $12,000. Among its capabilities, enabling the car to steer, accelerate, and brake automatically with the driver's active supervision. It's an important note. And inflation is hitting the produce aisle at Trader Joe's. A specialty grocer increased the price of an individual banana from 19 cents to 23. It's roughly a 20% jump, though, of course, only 4 cents. It marks the first change in the fruits price at Trader Joe's in, get this, 20 years. A spokesperson for the company said Trader Joe's simply reached a point where it became necessary to adjust that very well-known deal. I guess if it hasn't raised the prices in 20 years, I can cut them a break.
We were just talking about the prices at the grocery store with Christine.
And it's not making people feel very confident in this economy.
I know, it's not. Yeah, it's taking it to consumer confidence, that's for sure. Definitely. I know you were just talking about it.
Courtney Reagan, thanks so much.
Thank you both.
Well, right now we are learning more about the raids at the homes of Sean Diddy Combs. The federal investigation he now faces, that's coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press, every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Embattled music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is now at the center of a federal investigation after Homeland Security officials raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami yesterday.
Now, these raids come amid a wave of recent lawsuits against the rapper and accusations that he's the leader of a sex trafficking organization. Now, he denies all previous sexual assault allegations, but reps for Diddy have not responded to requests for comment on these particular raids. With us now, NBC News correspondent Emily Cada and civil rights attorney and former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedin. Emily, let's start with you. What do we know about these raids? I mean, we've all seen videos circulating online. We've heard so many sort of salacious details. What do we know for fact?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pictures from both coasts, these very evidently coordinated coast-to-coast raids going through his homes, they're really just stunning. We saw these federal agents go through his mansions, his luxurious homes, room to room, carrying out boxes. It appeared to be laptops. We know from sources that they believe, or that Diddy was in the area of Miami during the time of the searches, and they seized several phones from him, according to our sources, before he was scheduled to depart on a trip to the Bahamas. We don't know his current whereabouts or whether or not he actually took that trip. But as you mentioned, a source says that this is all part of a sex trafficking investigation into Diddy. And we've also learned that prosecutors and investigators have interviewed numerous witnesses related to this matter. As you pointed out, this comes amid a legal firestorm that involves numerous civil suits popping up over the last several months, including sex abuse, sex trafficking, various kinds of allegations of that sort.
Kristen, let me turn to you. So how significant is everything Emily just laid out? A raid on two coasts. What does it say maybe about the case that could be being built against Diddy?
It's very significant. You know, as Emily pointed out, what we do know is that there's been these interviews. And I think what's really important here is whenever you get a search warrant, that requires an investigator to go before the judge and present sufficient evidence to convince that judge that there could be a crime, whether it be sex trafficking or some type of crime. So when we have that level, that there's some judicial finding to allow a search warrant to even be issued such that it could be executed in the manner that we saw yesterday, it is significant. And I think one of the other things to point out is that, as Emily mentioned, you know, he's got that history of those sex abuse civil lawsuits, but that's not it. You know, even though the charges that Diddy has faced in the past have resulted in acquittals and dismissals, those charges of assault, those past charges of assault and gun possession and bribery in the past, again, even though there wasn't enough evidence to get a conviction, the facts behind that evidence could be utilized as evidence collected as part of this that then could be utilized in any trial that could be brought against Diddy in the future.
It's interesting, Kristen, Emily, I hear you both, you know, sort of referencing this wave of other civil lawsuits that he's facing at this point. One of those names actor Cuba Gooding Jr. Emily, what is he alleged of doing?
So what helps is if I back up to February, Lil Rod, the former producer for Combs, had first accused Diddy of various kinds of acts, including forcing him to procure sex workers and engage in unwelcome sex acts with them. So then overnight, he expanded that lawsuit to include an additional defendant, which is the Oscar-winning actor Gooding Jr., and that accuses him of sexually harassing and assaulting him, including an incident that happened last year, allegedly on Combs's yacht, where he groped the said victim, the accuser. As you mentioned, we have not heard for comment. We've reached out, but we have not heard back from Combs or Gooding Jr. on either matter.
All right. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, former prosecutor Kristen Gibbons-Fedin, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill banning social media accounts for children under the age of 14. We're going to talk about the potential legal challenges that state could now face. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So right now, about 1 in 10 women in the U.S. are affected by endometriosis, and that's according to the National Institutes of Health. It's a painful disease that can take years to be accurately diagnosed, and it can make it harder for a lot of women to get pregnant.
So with March being Endometriosis Awareness Month, NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin sat down with researchers who are working to make it easier to diagnose.
I describe it as like giving birth to a broken light bulb over and over again. You never know when it will hit. It makes you think like, oh, am I being a baby if I want to call out of work just because I'm in so much pain?
So just being in chronic pain all the time takes a huge mental toll on you. So it really affects all aspects of life.
Lucia Jazzieri, Justine Casco, and Anna Delegati are living with endometriosis. It affects 1 in 10 women, and it happens when tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus, often found on the ovaries or fallopian tubes. This tissue can bleed and become inflamed, damaging surrounding organs, and can cause severe pain, heavy and lengthy periods, and even infertility.
For me, the one thing I want in life is to be a mom, and the thought that I might have a hard time achieving that is really scary.
Like many women with endometriosis, Anna's symptoms began at a young age.
I started experiencing symptoms when I was 14. Really heavy periods. I would bleed through everything, no matter what I used. And it just got to a point where I was like, I can't live like this anymore.
For more than a decade, and while living with around-the-clock pain, she visited multiple doctors. But she often felt ignored, dismissed, and left without answers.
I just brought up, I want to discuss the possibility of me having endometriosis, and he looks at me and goes, I'm not convinced you have it. I walked out of there crying.
Last year, she was officially diagnosed.
Getting the official diagnosis was probably one of the best things that have ever happened to me, because I felt just like very reassuring that, all right, this is serious.
Like Anna, Justine, and Lucia, getting that news only after laparoscopic surgery.
Just to see it written out and what the surgeons did and how long it took and all of that was happening inside of me. It definitely made me realize that I am very strong for having lived through all of that pain.
It's currently the only way for a definitive endometriosis diagnosis, and women can wait an average of 8 years for that confirmation.
So this looks good. When was this plated?
Dr. Christine Metz at Northwell's Feinstein Institutes for Medical Research has been working for years to change that.
The main problem with not being diagnosed in a timely manner still rests on dismissal of pain in young people.
She's now helping lead a team of researchers using women's menstrual blood to help speed up that lengthy diagnosis timeframe without the need for an invasive and painful procedure.
We believe that there are major alterations in the endometrial lining of the uterus, which is shed as menstruation and can be detected in those with endometriosis versus healthy controls.
They've launched a trial called Research Outsmarts Endometriosis, or ROSE, calling on women across the nation to enroll and supply their own sample for study.
The sample came refrigerated using an at-home collection kit. We are enrolling patients who are symptomatic and think they have endometriosis.
Lucia, Justine, and Anna answering that call.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through, so to be able to bring more awareness to what so many women go through, and hopefully more women can get diagnosed.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order to expand research on women's health care.
And I'm going to ensure that women's health is integrated and prioritized across the entire federal government.
The president pledging $200 million towards the cause, funding that Dr. Metz says is vital for all women's health.
This is really opening the floodgates to people studying this condition. In the past, it's been very difficult to obtain funding because so little money is available for women's health in general.
Anna, Lucia, and Justine tell us they are still dealing with serious and painful symptoms. So they hope their contribution to Rose will help future generations and are urging anyone experiencing symptoms to not give up.
With more people just coming out with it, it starts to improve and it just becomes, there's less stigma for it.
Don't take no for an answer. Keep digging until you find someone or something that's going to help you, because chronic pain is not normal.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers about it. You might be surprised by the positive response that you get.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Dallas, and it's 1:30 in Fort Myers, Florida. I'm Kate Snow.
That's right. I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. A Russian court has ordered Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich to remain in jail until June 30th on espionage charges. The 32-year-old was arrested nearly a year ago while on assignment and has denied the claims against him. The U.S. government declared the journalist to be, quote, wrongfully detained.
Dairy cattle in Texas and Kansas have tested positive for bird flu. According to federal officials, traces of the highly contagious virus were detected in unpasteurized milk samples at farms in both those states. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is currently investigating, but officials say there should be, quote, no concern about the safety of commercial milk supply.
The Department of Justice is investigating dozens of threats made to election workers. In fact, so far, the agency has charged at least 20 people, and more than half have already been convicted. On Monday, an Ohio man was sentenced to 2.5 years for leaving threatening voicemails at the office of the now governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs.
Back now to our top story this hour, the devastating bridge collapse in Baltimore. In about an hour, we're expecting to get an update on the investigation from the National Transportation Safety Board. Right now, crews are still searching the cold waters. Officials say 2 people have been rescued and at least 6 people are still unaccounted for.
The bridge collapsed at around 1:30 this morning after a cargo ship crashed into it earlier. Maryland Governor Wes Moore told reporters that operators of the ship issued a mayday call just moments before that accident happened. And he says that call helped save lives.
we're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic. Many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
NBC News correspondent George Solis is live at the scene for us. George, you have been following this since it happened in the wee hours of the morning. I know the National Transportation Safety Board is leading these efforts, but a lot of other state and local agencies are also pitching in. We heard the president pledge federal resources. So what are sort of the main challenges that are potentially slowing down the rescue efforts right now?
Yeah, Kate and Morgan, I can tell you one of them right now is just the murky water. You mentioned it in the intro, that cold water as well. Take a look, though. You can really see the aftermath of this damage, and it really is a harrowing picture to see here from our vantage point. You can still see the cargo ship there lined up against the Francis Scott Key Bridge, partially submerged right now. And off in the distance, you can really see the vessels that are just surrounding it right now, taking part in those search efforts. We've seen this play out almost like a scene out of a movie, right? You've seen helicopters flying really low to the ground, which is such a crucial part during searches like this. You also see, again, the number of vessels here, different assets from the Coast Guard, local marine units that are just canvassing using sonar. One of the other challenges that we heard early on was that there were vehicles in the water. Now, keep in mind, at this point, officials saying that it's believed that it's only that work crew that was working on the bridge at that hour on those potholes whose vehicles may be in that water. But this is obviously a very fluid investigation, and we're hoping to learn more here in the hour that the NTSB is expected to brief us, because there's still many lingering questions, among them if there are any survivors, as this has been going on now for several hours, guys.
Yeah. And George, this is such a major artery, this bridge. What's the reaction you're hearing from people who use the bridge daily?
Yeah, Kate, I mean, this is part of the Baltimore Beltway. It's used by more than 30,000 people daily. I mean, that you add that up, that's more than 11 million people annually. So it is so critical here. And there's also such a historical context to this bridge. It's named after Francis Scott Key, who authored the Star-Spangled Banner. So people young and old have grown up with this bridge. It's been around since the 1970s. And people just are so respectful of this bridge. It means so much to the people of this community. And so we've seen people emotional, people that have been crying out here because it is now gone. They'd never believe that they would see it in this condition. But of course, right now, again, the focus outside of when it might be rebuilt and when traffic might get moving again is how quickly they can find any survivors. Guys?
All right. NBC News correspondent George Solis for us. Thanks so much.
Well, Kate, a major ruling today from a UK court regarding WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. The judges say he can't be extradited to the United States unless American authorities can actually guarantee that he will not get the death penalty. Now, Assange is facing more than a dozen espionage charges stemming from his long-running legal battle over WikiLeaks' publication of classified U.S. documents. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is live outside the Royal Courts of Justice there in London. Matt, I see a rainy day there behind you. This case, frankly, has been fascinating. I think the legal precedent that it's trying to establish, ultimately the questions we have yet to answer. I know that Assange's attorneys have argued that the prosecution is politically motivated. How is the U.S. sort of responding to that allegation?
Well, we don't know exactly yet. We heard from the U.S. lawyers in a hearing for this case a couple of months, or last month, back in February. They said that there is no political motive here, that it's very simple. Assange broke the law, and that he needs to be prosecuted in the United States. The judge in that hearing agreed with him. But now, in today's event, what we saw was Assange's lawyers presenting arguments that he should be allowed to appeal that decision that would see him extradited to the States. So basically, all this decision is, and we're seeing this in so many of these decisions in this long-running drama of the Assange legal battle, this is a very specific answer to a very narrow legal question. This will allow Assange to appeal his decision that would see him extradited only if the United States doesn't provide assurances that this two-judge panel had asked for. Those assurances are that he won't be considered for the death penalty. That won't be one of the punishments. That doesn't exist here. That he will be seen as an American citizen, and he will be treated with the same way an American journalist would be. In other words, he's protected by the American statutes that protect freedom of speech, that just because he's Australian, that he will get the privilege of that legal protection. So if those assurances come within the next 3 weeks, well, then that means that the judge could decide at the end of May that he can go ahead with his extradition. And that would mean that he would have very few legal barriers ahead of Mr. Assange being extradited to the United States.
3 weeks. And fascinating what you said about sort of seeing if the American standard sort of checks out in this particular case. Fascinating from beginning to potential end in the next 3 weeks. Matt Bradley for us in a rainy London. Thank you so much, Matt. All right, well, Florida is now the latest state to limit access to social media for teenagers. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill into law yesterday, banning accounts for kids 14 and under. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk looks at how this will all impact platforms and the response from parents.
A growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about online predators and teens' mental health.
A child in their brain development doesn't have the ability to know that they're being sucked in to these addictive technologies and to see the harm and step away from it.
It can also get addicting.
It's just like a really hard app, I think, to get out of, because like I feel like once I start, I can't like stop.
Florida joining an increasing list of states, including Arkansas, Utah, and Ohio, working to limit teens' access to social media.
I'm worried that he is going to be exposed to violent things, to sexual things, to bullying, to peer pressure.
Sarah Slinsky is a Florida mother of an 11-year-old boy. She's worried about what her son is exposed to online, while also sharing concerns about government overreach.
You think the legislation goes too far?
I think that it is the government stepping in and saying, we know what's best for your children better than even you do.
Several states cracking down on access have faced lawsuits from NetChoice, a trade group that represents TikTok, Meta, Snapchat, and other big tech companies. Now Florida could be next, with NetChoice calling its law unconstitutional, telling NBC News there are better ways to protect families without violating their freedoms. The latest legislation comes as kids are increasing their social media use. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, children between 12 and 15 who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media doubled their risk of depression and anxiety. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Well, today in the United States, nearly 40% of businesses are owned by women. That's a double-digit increase from 2019, according to a first-of-its-kind Wells Fargo report.
That same report shows that women-owned businesses added 1.4 million jobs in the U.S. during that same time frame. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now. So, Kate, this is really interesting. What else did this new report reveal about women-owned businesses?
Hi, Kate and Morgan. Great to see you. So the data show that women really seized the opportunity to launch new ventures during the pandemic at nearly double the rate of men. Data from Wells Fargo show new business starts from 2019 through 2023 were up nearly 14% for women, about double what we saw for men. What's more, growth rates for revenue and employment are even higher for businesses that are owned by Black and African American women, with their business growth rates outpacing the markets. Now, this is key as businesses owned by both women and minorities were disproportionately impacted early on, if you remember, in the pandemic, and were also less likely to receive initial PPP funding from the Paycheck Protection Program, making this feat even more impressive as there were greater barriers for those business owners to overcome.
It's interesting because, Kate, you also spoke with a female Black business owner who made it her mission to close the financial wealth gap, which is pretty, drastic in this country. What did she tell you?
So you're right. I spoke with Ruby Taylor. She's a former school social worker, and she runs the Financial Joy School, which aims to close, as you mentioned, the financial wealth gap and create a new generation of Black investors. So Taylor's overcome not only funding challenges to launch her business, but also a traumatic brain injury from 2012 that drastically altered her life. She learned about long-term investing from the parents of a former student, and she got the idea to launch her business from there. Take a listen.
When my financial situation changed, I began to invest. And then I saw my money grow. I'm like, this is so dope.
Now, Ruby graduated from Milestone Circles, which is a program presented by the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center. It's sponsored by Wells Fargo. It helps owners find new pathways to funding. So that's very key in overcoming some of these barriers for owners as they look to grow their businesses.
I love Ruby's energy, although I wish,
too.
you know, instead of closing this wealth gap, it wasn't just incumbent upon entrepreneurs to build their own businesses, but that corporations and inside systems, they actually valued women of color's work in the same way. I think that's, you know, the reality of what we're looking at here. Kudos to Ruby, paving the way. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers. Thanks so much, Kate.
1 in 4 adults are living with restricted mobility, according to the CDC. Up next, we're going to speak with a health expert about how to safely increase your physical activity if you're one of those adults to achieve wellness goals. Much more, NBC News Daily, right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So about 1 in every 4 adults in the U.S. is living with restricted mobility. That's according to the CDC.
Now, it reports that nearly half of all adults with disabilities get no aerobic physical activity. And in some cases, it can lead to some pretty serious health conditions. So we're going to dig into these inclusive physical activities with health and wellness expert Jennifer Cohen. She's also the founder of No Gym Required. Jennifer, you had me at No Gym Required. That is my kind of workout.
I love it. Yeah. Well, I think that I wanted to always give people simple solutions to be healthy and fit without necessarily requiring a gym. So, because you can really do small things that really accumulate into big things.
When you say those small things, like what are the small things? What should we be on the lookout for?
Like just little, you know, people underestimate the power of walking. Walking is like the single best exercise no matter what fitness level you're at. It does so much, not just for your physical health, but for your mental health. It's great for your mood. It's great for your bones. It's great for just like helping maintain a nice body weight. It is great for brain power. I mean, walking to me is just the best thing you can possibly do.
And when we say restricted mobility, we're talking about people that can walk or, can do certain things but might just have limits.
Right, exactly. Like even marching in place. Really it's about just moving your body in other ways. There's also stuff like you can use resistant bands, which are something you can take anywhere. There's no excuse, right? You can just like use it, you can put it on your ankles and just do walkouts, which are great for strengthening your legs.
Is that the one where you put it around both your ankles and you have to like
walk
sidestep?
Exactly.
It's really
What about
hard.
for your arms? Is there something you can do?
You know what? You can go like this and just do small little pushes out, which are great for your arms. Like there are always little things that we can do that people kind of overlook because they think, oh, it's not going to really make a difference. But like I said, every little thing adds up.
Yeah. Jen, you're killing me here because there's really like no excuses when I see this tiny band, right? There's truly
put that in your suitcase.
Truly, I know.
Exactly.
Like all of my colleagues have these amazing like walking treadmill desks, and I'm just like sitting there hunched over. Listen, what about people who suffer with motivation, right? I mean, that's half the battle.
Motivation is more than half the battle. I think the problem is we stop before we even start, and we need to give ourselves small little goals to kind of work our way up. So even if if we can't walk around the block, let's say, how about just like holding a plank while you're watching TV, which is great for your core strength, for your shoulders, little things. And I think that a great other option is getting a buddy, getting a friend to kind of come along with you, because you guys can motivate each other and keep you accountable. Accountability is really another key.
Yeah, I love to do that, like set like the time that I'm going to go run with a friend, and then I'll actually go. Otherwise, I'll sleep in. Yeah,
exactly.
So the CDC recommends that adults get, I think, at least 2 days of strength training per week. When we talk about strength training, how do you accomplish that if you're limited mobility?
Well, I think you can do it in chairs, like sitting here, and like I said, using the band, or you can use like little light weights and do like I'm going to try to show you, but like a bicep curl, right? Another great option to really kind of help enhance is like lifting your leg up, one leg at a time as you do a bicep curl. It also helps with your balance, with your core, all these things. So you're doing multiple body parts at once. And like I said, doing little things, like thinking how you could work around whatever that little thing is, because it's always just about movement. It's also consistency over intensity. Don't think about like knocking it out of the park. Over time, as you do it, it really does help and make a huge difference.
I love what you said about consistency. I mean, actually, I'm going to stand up and do the rest of this interview because I'm now got me moving around. Jen, when you said the piece about accountability, tell me, I see a lot of people post on social media and they use social media as a means of being accountable. Does that work, or can that sort of backfire?
It could backfire, right? Because a lot of it's a comparison game. You can see somebody and think, I'm not doing as great as them, so therefore I'm not even going to start. I'm not going to even do it. I think the best thing you can do is either build a community of people that you maybe are like in a group, like a Facebook group, an Instagram group, and you guys can share pictures with each other. But I think it's a mistake to look outside too much, because it can also backfire.
Hear that.
As I get older, people mention low impact all the time.
Yes.
Right. Swimming, things like that. Is that a key?
Swimming is great for your joints, and it's great for your endurance. I think swimming is an amazing thing. And I also think that as you get older, yes, I think that you've got to be much more cognizant.
The wear and tear.
Yes, of the wear and tear. I mean, I'm beat up, but, and I walk all the time, and I think I'm doing okay. So
you're doing great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Health and fitness expert, founder of No Gym Required, Jennifer Cohen, thank you so much.
Already got us moving.
Yes.
Thanks, Jen. Okay. There we go.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Right now, Afghanistan is the only country in the world where women and girls are not allowed to get a secondary education. That's according to Human Rights Watch. The Taliban has kept the ban in place despite worldwide condemnation.
Well, today, one young woman is sharing her remarkable story of how she escaped her life in Afghanistan and is helping other girls who are still in the country. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has that story.
I began to grow up the day my mother warned me to stop laughing. She was terrified that even my momentary giggle could bring a strange man to our door.
Sola Mahfouz uses a pseudonym to protect her family members in Afghanistan. She says growing up there before and after the Taliban has been difficult for women and girls.
When I was 16 years old, I did not even know how to subtract, and that was because when I was 11 years old, I was forced to stop going to school.
Mahfouz co-wrote a book, Defiant Dreams, about her life and escape from Afghanistan with 22-year-old Stanford student Milena Kapoor.
Sola and I actually first met during the pandemic. She started telling me the stories from her life, and I started writing this book that became Defiant Dreams.
In 2024, Afghanistan remains the only country in the world where women and girls are not allowed to attend secondary and higher education.
Frishta Abbasi is an Afghan researcher for Human Rights Watch living in exile in the UK. She says women have been banned from almost all aspects of public life in Afghanistan.
Women do not have the right to freedom of movement. They need to be accompanied by a male blood-related member of the family. Women do not have the right to protest, no right to freedom of expression, no right to assembly.
Today, Sola Mahfouz is a quantum computer researcher at Tufts University, but at the age of 11, before the Taliban officially regained power of the country, the societal pressures in Afghanistan changed Mahfouz's life forever.
A group of men, they came to our door and threatened my father that if he continued to going to school, like they will throw acid on our face or even kidnap. So that's when we stopped going to school.
She secretly taught herself English and math using free resources like Khan Academy.
How were you able to educate yourself?
Because of it was online, I was in the secrecy and the safety of my home, I was able to learn.
Then Mahfouz made one of the most terrifying journeys of her life. She smuggled herself out of Afghanistan to take the SAT in 2015.
She crossed one of the most dangerous borders in the world into Pakistan, a border where people are regularly beaten with electric cables, where you have to take multiple vehicles to get across, where men and women have to cross separately.
But what I had to focus was okay, I'm doing the test. I was just focused on that step, that I just didn't think too much about the obstacles along the way.
She scored so well on the test that she got a scholarship to study in the U.S. in 2016. Mahfouz and Kapoor are now brainstorming ideas with Khan Academy to develop digital resources that are culturally tailored to Afghan girls. The duo says their goal is to keep sharing stories from women in Afghanistan, even partnering with the UN during Women's History Month.
Every day in Afghanistan, there are millions of human rights violations against women, and that's something that women around the world, but also everyone around the world, should feel very, very deeply. And so our mission is to bring these stories through our work with the UN, through our work with schools and building curriculum, to as many people as we can.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Maya, thank you for that. Well, here's what's trending now. Euphoria Season 3 has been delayed with no future air date. A spokesperson with HBO told Variety that the script is still being written, but they are allowing all cast members to pursue other opportunities, they say. The popular show last aired nearly 2 years ago, super popular. Production on the show's third season had already been delayed due to the Hollywood strikes and the death of cast member Angus Cloud.
Meanwhile, Kevin Hart has been awarded the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. During the ceremony on Sunday night, Hart was celebrated and, of course, roasted by fellow comedians, including Jerry Seinfeld, Chris Rock, and Tiffany Haddish. Now, in its 25th year, the Mark Twain Prize honors performers who have made a lasting impact on humor and culture. Past recipients include Richard Pryor, Will Ferrell, and Whoopi Goldberg.
For the first time in its 22-year history, the Bachelor franchise will feature an Asian American lead. During last night's finale, they announced that Jen Tran will be the next Bachelorette. Tran is Vietnamese American. She made it to the top 6 in the most recent season of The Bachelor. And now she's looking for love on her own terms. She said she's thrilled to be able to play the lead in her own love story.
Cast yourself in that. I love that. All right, go girl. We see you, Miss Tran. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us 24/7 streaming on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, March 26, 2024. Breaking news, bridge disaster. The frantic search for at least 6 people after a cargo ship slammed into a major bridge in Baltimore. Video shows the bridge tumbling into the water in a matter of seconds. The new details emerging about what happened just before.
A high-stakes hearing in the battle over reproductive rights. The Supreme Court hears arguments over access to a pill commonly used for abortions. The real-life impact the decision could have on women across America.
Mansion raids. Federal agents scour 2 homes belonging to Sean Diddy Combs. The evidence they're looking for and how it connects to the music mogul's sex trafficking allegations.
Plus, a matter of life and debt. Americans' credit card debt is through the roof. The habits you can teach your kids now that'll really pay off later.
Talking credit cards for older children. I'm really interested in this topic.
Certainly relevant and good to be back with you.
Yeah, great to be back with you, back from vacation.
Yes.
We begin this hour, though, with that horrible breaking news out of Baltimore. Urgent search and rescue efforts are underway right now after the collapse of a major bridge.
This is the moment the Francis Scott Key Bridge gave way early this morning. On the left side of your screen, you can see the container ship that struck the more than mile-long thoroughfare. Local transportation officials say a construction construction crew was working on the bridge at the time of the collapse.
At least one person was rescued from the water and is hospitalized right now. The search is underway for 6 others believed to be members of a construction crew that was working on the bridge at the time. All of the people on the cargo ship are said to be safe.
Maryland's Governor Wes Moore says the ship's crew was able to send out a mayday call before the collision, perhaps preventing an even worse disaster.
We're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic. Many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles at the scene in Baltimore for us. Ryan, I know you got there early this morning. What is the latest we know about the search for people who are still missing?
Well, Kate, we're expecting a briefing here in the next half hour from the NTSB and rescue officials where we're hoping to get an update on the status of that rescue effort. Officials from the very start this morning have been insistent that their top priority is saving those people that were on the bridge when it collapsed. And they believe that it is contained to only 8 people. And these were construction workers that were fixing potholes on the bridge at the time of the collapse. 2 of those individuals were rescued. One of them was sent to the hospital. The other person was not injured, but it's those other 6 that are still accounted for. And this is a very difficult rescue operation. It started in the dead of night with water temperatures in the 45-degree range. And also there was a wide range of equipment used by rescue officials, including aircraft, planes, and helicopters and sonar devices as well. They say they're not going to give up until they find every single person involved. Kate?
And Ryan, of course, this is a major bridge. Do we know anything about why this happened on the ship? What exactly happened before this collision?
You're right, it is a major bridge, Zinkley. It is a major thoroughfare through the Baltimore area. 35,000 cars travel over this bridge on any given day. Of course, this was 1:30 in the morning, and the way this all played out was pretty dramatic. We saw the ship leave the harbor at around 1 o'clock, leaving Baltimore, heading out. It was headed to Sri Lanka with a shipment of automobiles. It was 1,000 feet long. And then at 1:24, the lights on the bridge of the ship begin to flicker. And then just 4 minutes later, at 1:28, the ship smashes into the base of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and within 3 seconds, the entire bridge collapses. It was a dramatic series of events that led to the accident here in Baltimore.
Ryan, thank you for that. Also with us right now, retired Army Lieutenant General Russell Honore. He was the task force commander in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. It's good to see you again. It's been about 13 hours now since the collapse happened. Those 6 people we just mentioned still missing. Can you take us inside from what, your history, your experience? What would this search rescue be looking like right now? What would the teams be up to?
Well, it's a continuation of people going in the water using sonar and all the technology available. It's a good news, bad news story. Bad news is thing happened. Sad news, we still have people missing. The good news is the location of this, of the 3 major ones I helped work when I was in the Pentagon in the Joint Operations Center. The location of this, it happened right under the purview of the captain of the harbor, the Coast Guard, which were nearby with technology and capacity. The other thing, as the governor reiterated earlier, they had early warning, so they were able to stop some of the cars. So we know the location of it. It's only in 50-foot water, but that water is cold, as was reported earlier, making it more difficult in the recovery process. But they're using every asset. The president has been very clear in his orders. Coast Guard, you're in charge of the recovery. And United States Corps engineers, you're in charge of getting that bridge out of the water so they can get toward opening that strategic port. Going back through the history of our country, that bridge, that port is a strategic. The British tried to block it, and now we've got this a bridge in the water that's going to disrupt commerce and people's lives for a decade.
Yeah. Lieutenant General Russell Honore, Ryan Nobles with us as well. Thanks to you both. And you can stay with us throughout the hour here on NBC News Daily. We will bring you a complete update on the Baltimore bridge collapse a little bit later on.
You can also follow our live blog at NBCnews.com. Just click on Baltimore Bridge at the top of our homepage. The Supreme Court is now weighing arguments in the most high-profile abortion case since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
This one is about access to mifepristone. It's a drug commonly used for abortions. It was approved by the Food and Drug Administration more than 2 decades ago. But the heart of the case is about how the FDA made the drug easier to obtain. Joining us now, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian in Washington and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here in studio. Ken, I know you were at the court earlier today. Can you walk us through the arguments that were heard by the Supreme Court, and when do we expect a decision?
We expect a decision by June, Kate. And this case was brought by a group of anti-abortion doctors who said that their conscience was injured because they had to treat women who were harmed by this abortion drug that the FDA has approved, and they were challenging some decisions by the FDA in 2016 and 2021 to expand access to the drug, and in particular to allow it to be dispensed by mail without the women directly seeing a physician. A majority of justices today appeared skeptical that these doctors had what's known as standing, that they were harmed enough to have properly brought this case. And if they decide that there was no standing, they don't even have to get to the merits. And by the way, the merits are significant. A lot of people were very concerned about what this would mean for FDA drug approvals. But again, even some very conservative justices appointed by Donald Trump expressed clear skepticism today about that this small group of doctors could bring a case that essentially influenced national policy on an abortion drug.
So, Danny, let's bring you in here. Based on what Ken has outlined, what we've heard from the justices and the arguments being presented so far, where do you think they're going to land?
The court is likely to toss this case based on lack of standing. The court loves to find no standing because it means you have to do a lot less work as a Supreme Court justice. You could do it in a 5-page opinion. There is no standing. Standing asks the constitutional question, what business is it of yours anyway? And it's an important limitation because without standing requirements, without the requirement that the plaintiff is suffering an actual concrete injury, an imminent injury. You don't actually have to suffer the injury if it's imminent, but it can't be speculative, because if it is, then we all could effectively usurp Congress by simply filing lawsuits on issues that we just care about instead of suffering an actual injury. So this is an important issue, and I think the Supreme Court is going to find no standing.
But Danny, if they find no standing, then is it possible that more cases come up on this very issue of FDA approval?
Yes, but they would have to get around. For example, the reason there probably isn't standing here is that these doctors are claiming, hey, we have a moral objection to this pill. We would never prescribe it, but it's possible that some other doctor will prescribe it and the injured plaintiff will come to us, and then we'll have to treat that patient effectively against our philosophical or religious principles, whatever they may be. It's a bit remote, especially given the low incident of injury due to this pill. And then that fact situation where that person will go to the hospital and then, oh, there's no other doctor except this one with a conscientious objection. That starts to get into the realm of speculative rather than imminent injury.
Ken, let's go back to you. As Kate mentioned, mifepristone is not the only drug that's FDA approved, right? So what impact could this ruling, the Supreme Court's, have beyond access to mifepristone specifically?
Well, Zinkley, you know, the question that you guys just asked Danny was a question that some of the justices raised, which is, does anybody have standing to challenge these FDA decisions? And the U.S. Solicitor General essentially argued, not really, because the FDA has a very sophisticated system to track drugs that are approved, and even after they're on the market, to look for potential harms. And it would be really difficult to find someone, potentially a competing drug maker. But other than that, it was really hard to see who might have standing to challenge that. And that's good news for in terms of the pharmaceutical industry. They were very worried, as was the FDA and many advocates for it, that this whole system of drug approvals would be disrupted by a wave of lawsuits, and that doesn't appear to be on the horizon, guys.
Ken Delanian for us and Danny Savalos here. Thank you so much to both of you. Coming up, a wild police chase in Florida. A man on an ATV rather, excuse me, swerves in and out of traffic on a busy highway. Incredible video, how police finally caught up with him.
Plus, federal raids on homes belonging to rap star Sean Diddy Combs, what investigators may have been looking for. You're watching NBC News Daily.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is facing new fallout after federal agents raided 2 of his homes on Monday.
Investigators executed search warrants at the rapper's properties in Los Angeles and Miami. Combs is facing allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, and distributing illegal narcotics and firearms, according to a source familiar with the matter. Diddy denies all allegations.
The investigation comes after Combs faced public scrutiny last year when his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie, filed a lawsuit accusing him of physical and sexual abuse. That case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount of money. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. So Dana, let's talk about these raids. What kind of evidence do we think agents seized from Combs' properties, and do we know where he is?
Yeah, that's the big question. What did they take? When these search warrants are executed and signed, they have to look for specific information. They cannot just go into someone's home and take whatever looks good. So they were actually looking for something specific to this investigation. We have learned that Homeland Security agents seized multiple phones from Diddy while he was in Miami, and that's according to 3 law enforcement sources familiar with the warrant. So Combs was in Miami when these search warrants were executed. He was about to board a plane to the Bahamas. It's unclear if he ever made that trip. Now, there's been videos circulating online showing Diddy pacing back and forth at that private airport. And as you mentioned, he has been accused of misconduct in civil filings by 4 women. He settled with R&B singer and former girlfriend Cassie. There are still 3 pending lawsuits, and as you mentioned, Diddy has denied all of the claims in those lawsuits. Zinkley?
And Dana, one of those lawsuits is from a music producer. Rodney Jones filed a lawsuit accusing Combs of forcing him to procure sex workers. And after yesterday's raids, we know that Jones actually amended that complaint to include another celebrity, accusations against the actor Cuba Gooding Jr. So while the reps for Combs and Gooding did not immediately respond for comment, can you explain what we know about that?
Yeah, so the producer, Little Rod Jones, initially filed that lawsuit in February of this year. As you mentioned, he alleges that Combs forced him to procure sex workers and also encouraged him to engage in unwanted sex acts. So in this lawsuit, he says that he had worked on Combs' latest album, the Love album, Off the Grid. That was released in September 2023, and it also was nominated for a Grammy. Now, in this new filing, he alleges that actor Cuba Gooding Jr. groped him while he was on Combs' yacht. An attorney and representative for Gooding did not immediately respond to our request for comment, nor did representatives for Combs. So this is still a developing story, and more details will likely come out in this very interesting case. Zinkley, Kate?
We know you'll stay on it, as they do. Dana Griffin, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, a new snapshot of the economy today shows the younger you are, the more pessimistic you're likely to be.
The Conference Board released its March findings for the Consumer Confidence Index today. There is little change overall from February to March until you look a little closer. Confidence climbed for people over the age of 55, but for younger people, it fell. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now to break this down. So, Christine, what are your biggest takeaways from this one?
The kids are not all right, I guess. No, I mean, you look at it one way. People who are 55 and older probably have a record amount in their 401ks, stocks are at record highs, and their home values are records. They've got all this pent-up cash in their homes. If you're under 35, you're not really playing in either of those games here right now, the way older people are. So I think that's one of the reasons here overall. And remember that consumer confidence soared from December and January. There are 3 months. Those 3 months that they did so well was the best improvement in consumer sentiment since 1991. And now it's sort of stalled out looking ahead to an election year.
And the survey also touched on consumers' feelings about the political environment and how this might tie in with the presidential election.
Yes, and the the Senate report noted this: more concern about the U.S. political environment. That was a line that really got my attention here. You know, there's a lot of discussion about the economy and whether it's doing well for everybody. And some people don't even believe some of these top line numbers that are so robust in the economy because of prices. Prices have been a real problem. So look, this is super interesting. This came out today as well. A Bloomberg News poll with Morning Consult that found that 68% of swing state voters think the country is going on the wrong track. But what's interesting inside of those numbers is that Joe Biden's performance, the gap between him and Donald Trump narrowed a little bit. This is after the State of the Union and after the president's been making this big push about fairness in the tax code. In that same survey, it showed that 69% of voters in swing states believe that we should raise taxes on billionaires. That would be good, and that would be more fair. So interesting, bipartisan kind of buy-in on some of those Bidenomics terms.
Briefly, what do these new numbers mean for the housing market?
Interesting. The housing market had a new number today. The housing data today was 6% gain in home prices year over year in January. You're right back here at record high home prices across the country. It's so interesting to me. There's not a lot of supply yet. That's why these home prices go up, because you have all these people competing for a small number of supply.
It's happening in my town.
Yeah, exactly. So again, those people who are 55 and older, who may have a mortgage and have got a lot of equity in their house, they're feeling good about things. Those people who are 35 and under who are trying to buy a house,
can't even find one.
They can't find one. They can't get in. So it's this story. It's really a paradox in the American economy. Doing well with a big asterisk.
The tale of two Americas.
Exactly.
Christine Romans, thank you. And coming up, the growing push to keep kids off social media, how one state is enforcing a new ban for young kids. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, March is Endometriosis Awareness Month. The condition affects 1 in 10 women.
Yeah, endometriosis can take a long time to diagnose, but NBC's Erin McLaughlin spoke with researchers who are looking to change that.
I describe it as like giving birth to a broken light bulb over and over again. You never know when it will hit.
It makes you think like, oh, am I being a baby if I want to call out of work just because I'm in so much pain?
So just being in chronic pain all the time takes a huge mental toll on you. So it really affects all aspects of life.
Lucia Jazzieri, Justine Casco, and Anna Delegati are living with endometriosis. It affects 1 in 10 women, and it happens when tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus, often found on the ovaries or fallopian tubes. This tissue can bleed and become inflamed, damaging surrounding organs, and can cause severe pain, heavy and lengthy periods, and even infertility.
For me, the one thing I want in life is to be a mom, and the thought that I might have a hard time achieving that is really scary.
Like many women with endometriosis, Anna's symptoms began at a young age.
I started experiencing symptoms when I was 14. Really heavy periods. I would bleed through everything, no matter what I used. And it just got to a point where I was like, I can't live like this anymore.
For more than a decade, and while living with around-the-clock pain, she visited multiple doctors. But she often felt ignored, dismissed, and left without answers.
I just brought up, I want to discuss the possibility of me having endometriosis, and he looks at me and goes, I'm not convinced you have it. I walked out of there crying.
Last year, she was officially diagnosed.
Getting the official diagnosis was probably one of the best things that have ever happened to me, because I felt just like very reassuring that, all right, this is serious.
Like Anna, Justine, and Lucia, getting that news only after laparoscopic surgery.
Just to see it written out and what the surgeons did and how long it took, and all of that was happening inside of me. It definitely made me realize that I am very strong for having lived through all of that pain.
It's currently the only way for a definitive endometriosis diagnosis, and women can wait an average of 8 years for that confirmation.
So this looks good. When was this plated?
Dr. Christine Metz at Northwell's Feinstein Institutes for Medical Research has been working for years to change that.
The main problem with not being diagnosed in a timely manner still rests on dismissal of pain in young people.
She's now helping lead a team of researchers using women's menstrual blood to help speed up that lengthy diagnosis timeframe without the need for an invasive and painful procedure.
We believe that there are major alterations in the endometrial lining of the uterus, which is shed as menstruation and can be detected in those with endometriosis versus healthy controls.
They've launched a trial called Research Outsmarts Endometriosis, or ROSE, calling on women across the nation to enroll and supply their own sample for study.
The sample came refrigerated using an at-home collection kit. We are enrolling patients who are symptomatic and think they have endometriosis.
Lucia, Justine, and Anna answering that call.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through, so to be able to bring more awareness to what so many women go through, and hopefully more women can get diagnosed.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order to expand research on women's health care.
And I'm going to ensure that women's health is integrated and prioritized across the entire federal government.
The president pledging $200 million towards the cause, funding that Dr. Metz says is vital for all women's health.
This is really opening the floodgates to people studying this condition. In the past, it's been very difficult to obtain funding because so little money is available for women's health in general.
Anna, Lucia, and Justine tell us they are still dealing with serious and painful symptoms, so they hope their contribution to ROSE will help future generations, and are urging anyone experiencing symptoms to not give up.
With more people just coming out with it, it starts to improve, and it just becomes, there's less stigma for it.
Don't take no for an answer. Keep digging until you find someone or something that's going to help you, because chronic pain is not normal.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers about it. You might be surprised by the positive response that you get.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Important story, Erin. Yes. Thank you. Coming up, we'll take you inside the museum, now home to America's oldest dinosaur fossil. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A Moscow court has extended the arrest of Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The court ordered the 32-year-old to remain in jail until at least June. Gershkovich was arrested on espionage charges in March 2023 while he was on a reporting trip. He has denied the allegations, and the U.S. government has declared him wrongfully detained. Gershkovich has spent nearly a year behind bars.
A 24-year-old man has been charged with murder after a New York City subway attack. Police say the man shoved a person onto the tracks just before 7 p.m. Eastern last night in East Harlem. The unidentified victim was pronounced dead at the scene, and police said they believed the attack was unprovoked. This comes weeks after New York Governor Kathy Hochul deployed the National Guard and the state police to increase security in the subway system.
An 18-year-old ATV driver is under arrest following a nearly hour-long police chase. Miami-Dade police tried to stop the driver around 11:30 Monday morning, but the driver took off. The driver, who was wearing a ski mask, can be seen crossing intersections without stopping, threading between vehicles, even at one point heading in the wrong direction on a highway. The ATV rider eventually stopped before being handcuffed and taken into custody. He is facing a number of charges, including fleeing and eluding law enforcement and reckless driving.
Let's return now to our breaking news coverage on the bridge collapse in Baltimore, Maryland.
A cargo ship crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning. Maryland's governor says the crew on the boat issued a Mayday call and reported losing power moments before the collision. At least 6 construction workers who were on the bridge at the time are still missing. The governor's calling it, quote, a terrible accident.
NBC News correspondent George Solis is in Baltimore and has been tracking this one for us. So, George, you've been speaking with people who live near that bridge. What are they saying about what happened?
Yeah, good afternoon, Zin Clay. It's really just a mixed bag of emotion and people that are upset, people that are distraught, people that are, of course, worried for those 6 souls that are still presumed in the water. And from our vantage point, it just gives you the best sense of how much damage is left behind here after this collision. Take a look here as I step out of the shot. You can still see the cargo ship there off in the distance with the Francis Scott Key Bridge partially submerged. What we're also seeing here, and plenty of it, are the vessels that are in the water using that technology to see if they can find those bodies in the water. There's also helicopters up in the air, and of course the emotional reaction from people who are just at a loss for words over these images. Take a listen.
Just a real loud boom, and then my bed started shaking. My grandma woke me up, said, the bridge is gone. I said, what are you talking about? She said, the ship hit it. I said, there's no way, you're lying. She said no, and she showed me the video.
You wake up and you see how quickly the bridge came down, and it's like, I mean, was this thing held up with toothpicks?
Yeah, as you can imagine, there's still many questions that need to be answered about how all of this unfolded. And of course, right now, the focus, as we've heard from officials, is on finding those people still unaccounted for. Guys?
George Solis in Baltimore for us. And of course, we're expecting an NTSB presser to begin any moment now.
Now to Chicago, where a law firm that says they are representing some 300 women filed what they say is their first lawsuit against local hospitals. The lawsuit alleges for years those hospitals ignored patients' complaints about an OB/GYN doctor who later pled guilty to sexually abusing 2 patients. In an exclusive to NBC's Top Story, one alleged survivor who says she was abused by this doctor is speaking out for the first time. A warning: what you're about to hear contains descriptions of sexual abuse. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins me now from Chicago. Maggie, break down this lawsuit for us. What are these women accusing these hospitals and this OB/GYN of doing?
Yeah, so Kate, it's basically more about what they're accusing the hospitals of knowing and not doing. These hospitals, specifically in the Chicago area, are North Shore University Health System and Swedish Covenant Hospital, two big hospital groups that have since merged. But this suit alleges that for years they knew of patient complaints against a man named Dr. Fabio Ortega, an OBGYN, now 77 years old, and since back in 2021, having pleaded guilty to 2 counts of criminal sexual abuse of patients. Well, this suit filed today says it goes way beyond 2 patients. Again, you heard they say they have 300 plus, and they say more specifically the hospitals ignored complaints for years, could have stopped this man when they didn't. We spoke to one of the 300 who asked to remain anonymous because she says she hasn't told her kids about what happened to her. Here's what she had to say. The allegation is they definitely should have been doing far more to protect patients. What's that emotion? Like, how does that make you feel to read where this case is going now?
Angry, because they knew what was going on. If there were a complaining before I went to see him, before me, what happened to me, maybe, maybe couldn't have, I couldn't be not happening to me,
And we'll have much more of that interview tonight on Top Story. And Kate, an important note that I should have mentioned, this doctor spoke Spanish. He was known for seeing Spanish-speaking patients. So we're talking about a lot of women who were immigrants, a lot of women who didn't speak English, and attorneys say that really led, they believe, to the hospital not taking complaints, they allege, as seriously as they should have.
And Maggie, have we heard any response from either the hospitals or the attorneys for Dr. Ortega?
We have heard from the hospitals specifically, and it's important to note they've since merged. They're owned by the same healthcare group, Endeavor Health. I think we have their statement here that we can pull up full screen. We just got this in the last half hour or so. They said as a healthcare provider, there's nothing more important than providing a safe and trusted environment for their patients. They say they've enhanced and continue to improve and evolve their processes and policies for taking these actual reports of abuse seriously. And they go on to say they investigate all allegations of abuse. They work with police, that kind of thing. We have reached out to attorneys who have been listed for Dr. Ortega, who's since been released from prison. We've also reached out to him personally. We have not yet heard back.
Okay.
Kate.
Maggie Vespa with that important reporting. You can watch Maggie's full report tonight on Top Story with Tom Yamas. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Florida has become the latest state to limit social media access for some teenagers. It's part of a growing nationwide trend, and as NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk explains, it has some parents feeling conflicted over whether the law protects their kids or goes too far.
A growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Good day. We are coming on the air with breaking news about that historic bridge collapse in Baltimore. We are expecting to hear, and we are hearing, in fact, from the head of the National Transportation Safety Board with an update after that cargo ship hit the Francis Scott Key Bridge overnight. 6 people unaccounted for. Let's listen in now.
In charge for this investigation. But just given that we've arrived on scene today, it's very early. I've asked that he remain at the command post to continue what he is doing so that I can brief you on what we're doing so far. Also with me is one of our newest board members. This is Alvin Brown, and this is his training launch. So the NTSB arrived on scene at 6 a.m. To investigate an accident involving a Singapore-registered vessel with the name Dali, D-A-L-I, which made contact with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, at around 1:30 a.m. this morning. The vessel is 985 feet long. It's a 95,000 gross ton container ship. I've seen information about crew members on board. We still need to verify the numbers of crew on board and their status. Under our Memorandum of Understanding with the Coast Guard, the NTSB is leading this investigation. The Coast Guard will support this investigation. Our Memorandum of Understanding, for example, provides for when an accident involves another mode of transportation and other factors, the NTSB will lead that investigation. Now, I want to thank the U.S. Coast Guard. We have a very cooperative relationship with the U.S. Coast Guard. I particularly want to thank Deputy Commandant for Operations, Vice Admiral Gautier. I want to thank Admiral Gilbreth, who's commander of the 5th Coast Guard District, and Captain O'Connell, who's the sector commander. Before I go on behalf of the NTSB, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to those who have been affected by this significant event. The NTSB, as I mentioned, does many significant transportation events, not just aviation. We do accidents and incidents in marine safety as well, and of course with bridges and other highway infrastructure. And for this, there were many that were affected by this collapse, and our deepest sympathies go out to the families, loved ones, and others who have been affected. I'm going to get questions on fatalities and injuries, which I'm not going to answer. That is not something that the NTSB answers. I will refer you to local authorities on all of that information. What I can tell you is a search and rescue is still underway. So we are very hopeful, and again, our thoughts are with the families and their loved ones. Again, we got here at 6 a.m. And we are standing back to allow the Coast Guard and Search and Rescue to continue their search and rescue operations while we gather information from the command post. There is a lot of information that we can begin to collect. We have a team of 24 on scene, including Member Brown and me. The team of experts include experts in nautical operations, and what they're going to look at and begin to collect is information on vessel operations, safety history, safety record. They'll look at the owner, they'll look at the operator, and they'll look at the operations this day. Today, they will also look at company policy, any sort of safety management system or safety management program will be looked at by them, and our human performance team as well. We have a human performance expert here. We have an engineering team. We have survival factors, and then we have a team here that is getting the recorders. We also have a highway safety team, our team out of the Office of Highway Safety, including structural engineers, bridge experts who will be here and are continuing to come in. We have a few here, and 1 or 2 others are coming in the next few hours. We also have our family assistance team on site, and our family assistance team works with those that were affected by a particular event, families, friends, and other loved ones, and they will help them get in touch with the resources they need while also providing them with the information that they need as we move forward with our investigation. This is a team effort. There are a lot of entities right now in the command post, all focused on search and rescue, as they should be. But I do want to, in particular, thank the Coast Guard, the Maryland Transportation Authority Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the Baltimore Fire and Rescue, and the Maryland State Police. I also know that there are others on scene I'm sure I have missed. For example, Army Corps of Engineers is here, a great deal of expertise and all focused on what is very important, which is the people first. I have been in contact with my counterpart in Singapore. Director Chong is the director of the Transport Safety Investigations Board. The NTSB maintains relationships with our counterparts in other countries often and stay in close communication. So the director and I have been in communication many times before on safety, so it was a good conversation. He is sending some personnel here tomorrow. Also, personnel will be arriving from the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, who has the focus of being the regulator in Singapore. Now, it's not a lot of information that I can share at this time, and I know there's a lot of information that seems to be circulating. The NTSB doesn't speculate. We provide facts. And so there isn't a lot we can share right now because the focus has been on the people. However, if you know me, I like to provide information as we can when we are able to verify those facts and be open about that. Transparency is one of our mandates, one of our core values. So please monitor ntsb.gov and X, where we will post when we are having another media briefing. We do have an organizational meeting tonight at 5 o'clock, which I mentioned, to determine where we want to go next on the investigation. But there's a lot of information we need to gather between now and then in the days and weeks that follow. So with that, I am going to take questions. I will call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation. We'll start with Tom and then go over here.
Thank you, Chair Helmond. Tom Costello with NBC News. You spoke of one of the teams within this NTSB structure looking for the ship. Can you speak to what type of recorders may be on board the ship, and what do you hope that what information might they provide?
Yeah, at this time, I will have more information about the recorders tomorrow. We chose not to board the vessel today to allow some time for the search and recovery, which we did not want to interfere with. That is the first and foremost. We do have some information, but we need to verify that information first before I provide that information, before I verify it. So we'll have that information tomorrow, or maybe later tonight if you want to check with me. Yes.
Sabina with ABC News. How long will the search go on for today?
The search is, it's a question on how long the search will go on today. The NTSB is not in charge of the search and rescue operation. That is the U.S. Coast Guard, so I would refer you to the Coast Guard for that information. Yep.
Hi there, Nicole Scangas, CBS News. Were the tugs pulled loose before the ship lost control, and can you give us a rough timeline of when they were pulled loose? And also curious just what you can tell us about the timeline, how much time lapsed between the pilot notifying authorities and the actual crash.
Yeah, there's a question on the tugs and the timeline. Again, I know this is all information you're looking for. The information we get, which often happens in a large event where there are a lot of entities, is there is conflicting information. The NTSB focuses on the facts, so we will figure that out and be able to provide that information in the coming days. Today is far too early for that.
Nothing on the timeline?
Nothing on the timeline so far.
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating?
How critical will a voyage data recorder be to investigating this? It will be critical. It's a critical piece of our investigation, which is why we have a recorders team here.
Have you been able to investigate or figure out why this ship did not immediately drop anchor when the power went out and they were on course to fly to this bridge?
Again, that will be, the question is on dropping anchor and whether they did or did not, and the timing on that, again, that'll be part of our investigation and part of our timeline. I can provide you more information on that in the coming days, but not today.
Rina Bardwaj, ANI. Just wanted to check, do you have any information on the crew that was on board, their nationality? Were there 22 Indians on board? Apparently there's a report that says there were 22 Indians who were on board.
The question is who was on board the vessel and nationalities. I've heard conflicting information on that as well. We will have to get back to you on that. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe there were major deficiencies with the vessel before it set sail? What are you learning from previous inspections?
The question is, were there any deficiencies on the vessel before it sailed, and will we be looking at any safety information? That is part of our investigation, where we look at in depth at safety information, anything that may have occurred prior to this, any sort of safety history with respect to the vessel, any sort of maintenance that was done to a vessel or the vessel or component on the ship. We will look at all of that, but it's much too early for all of that.
You spoke about the government assets that are here. Can you talk about the private sector folks that you're working with? Are there folks from Maersk? Are there folks from the insurance companies that you're in contact with now who are on the scene today?
The question is, who are we working with from the private sector folks? I mean, certainly we're working with the owner-operators, which are two different entities for this vessel. We will be working with the pilot association, and we will have a number of federal, state, and local partners as party to the investigation. We are going to designate those tonight at the organizational briefing, and I'll have more information on that tomorrow.
Sure. Given obviously the search and rescue effort is the main focus right now, handled by the U.S. Coast Guard, but the Key Bridge being such a major thoroughfare for the city and for our commerce, for our entire country, not to mention the waterways being shut down, is there any sense of urgency to get this cleaned up faster, or what exactly is the priority beyond just the search and rescue?
There's a question on what's the priority beyond the search and rescue. We don't, certainly investigations are a priority. Certainly environmental considerations are a priority, and so is traffic and getting, cargo vessels in and out of the Port of Baltimore. It's not the NTSB's priority. We have a number of organizations, including the Department of Transportation, Maryland Department of Transportation, the governor, that's doing a lot of work on that. But this is right now it's about people. It's about families and addressing the needs of those that were impacted. That's the focus. I don't think anybody in that room right now at the command post is thinking about what are the next steps to get things cleaned up. They're working to figure out who was impacted, if anyone was impacted, and how do we address that, because that is and should be the priority always.
Eric Rosales with EWTN News Nightly. You talked a little bit about the families, and you talked a little bit about the rescue effort that's taking place. Have we confirmed that there were any more than just the 6 construction workers that were on the bridge itself? Were there any more possible other cars, other drivers on the bridge?
So there's a lot of information. The question is on have we been able to confirm information on the number of cars on the bridge, the number of workers on the bridge? There are a lot of numbers that we've heard back and forth. We need to verify that. The search team is doing that now. That's not for the NTSB. That is for the local authorities, Maryland State Police, and the Maryland Transportation Authority, as well as their federal partners through the Coast Guard, to be able to verify that information in particular.
Right now, there could be other victims than just the 6 that you're searching.
There are, nobody is going by a number. They are just looking and they're searching.
Chair?
That's what's important.
Chair, were there any kind of structural protections on this bridge? I mean, can you tell us anything about how it was built? I mean, I've been hearing about dolphins, which are concrete, ways to stop a collapse like this. Can you tell us anything about the structure of what was once there?
Yeah, the structure of the bridge, there's some questions about the structure of the bridge, protective structure around the bridge or around the piers to make sure there isn't a collapse. We are aware of what a structure should have. Part of our investigation will be how was this bridge constructed? It will look at the structure itself. Should there be any sort of safety improvements? All that will be part of our investigation. We go very broad in our investigation.
But in this sense, has that bridge ever been flagged that needed some kind of security or revision or something like that?
The question is, has the bridge ever been flagged for any sort of safety deficiency or security deficiency? That is information that we will that will take time to dig through. I will just point to our recent investigation of the Fern Hollow bridge collapse, which took almost 2 years to get information on inspections and what was and was not done after those inspections, and whether there were records or not records maintained. That's specific to Fern Hollow Bridge, but it is very cumbersome process. It's a very meticulous process where they have to dig through a lot of information, so it will not be something that we will be able to verify while on scene.
Are you able to speak at all about the reported power outage on the ship and whether the data reporter might provide any insight into that?
The question is on the reported power failure. We've heard the reports. We've been made aware of those same reports about there being a power outage. I've also seen statements, media releases from Singapore as well. It's something that we take in, but something that we have to verify through our investigation that was what was part of the contributing cause here. So too early to tell. Yep.
Andrew here from NPR. Can you confirm if the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Bronner's building?
Can I confirm whether the construction workers on the bridge were employed by Bronner Builders Incorporated? That is the information we have, Bronner Builders Incorporated. Of course, sometimes they use subcontractors, so we don't have any information yet on subcontractors, but we do have information on the company itself.
Chair, have they been able to confirm who exactly was working that night, the construction workers, like within the 6 who are unaccounted for? They share
Is there any information on anybody that is unaccounted for and whether they were able to verify with the company? That is something that the federal officials, the FBI, along with the Coast Guard, will verify, not the NTSB.
Sure. We've gotten word that, of course, there were the construction workers, but one of the people was a state inspector. Can you share any word if you know about that, and that was the person that was rescued and taken to the hospital?
The question is about a state inspector. I don't have information on the state inspector at this point. We are very focused on getting our investigative groups up and running. Again, let the search and rescue team do what they need to do to focus on the people, and then we are gathering information from the owner of the ship, of the vessel, and then the operator and others for this time. Again, that was my last question. For further information, and I know it's not a lot of information for the first day, but we just got here, and really the focus is on the families and the people. That is our main focus. That is everyone's main focus right now. The rest can wait. So please monitor ntsb.gov and our Twitter feed for the next briefing. Thank you.
Ma'am, will Secretary Buttigieg be coming down here?
You have been watching there live. The head of the NTSB deliver a briefing to members of the media that have assembled in Baltimore after that catastrophic bridge collapse. 6 people At last check, unaccounted for. 2 others, one rescued in the hospital, one was not hospitalized. As this has unfolded now over the course of the last 13, 14 hours or so, the collapse happening just around 1:30 this morning. And you heard the NTSB chair talk about the focus now is on the urgent search and rescue mission that is happening as we speak, as you see the horrific moments there that bridge collapses. Talking about the investigation moving forward, it is the earliest moments for that investigation, but nodding to the possibility of a data recorder on board that cargo ship that could give them some insight into what happened as they try to put the pieces together. I want to bring in Antonia Hilton, who is live for us in Baltimore. We have been getting a variety of updates throughout the day. We've heard from the governor of Maryland. We've heard from President Biden. We've now heard from the head of the NTSB. Antonia, give us a sense of what you're seeing at the scene and the latest on the ground.
Well, Hallie, one of the things that struck me coming out of that presser was just how much she emphasized, the chair of the NTSB emphasized, that this is still very much a fluid and dynamic situation. So while we know, for example, that search and rescue is the priority, they still have hope of finding people. These 6 people, they say, are unaccounted for. They also are still trying to confirm, for example, the number of people who are actually part of the crew and on board the vessel. And that is really what separates the NTSB from all the other agencies that are here, from the folks who are in the helicopters above my head right now, who are out on boats, who are diving into this very frigid water. Their role is going to be the investigative arm, really looking at the ship itself and all the factors that led to this collision, to this strike into the critical beam here supporting the Key Bridge. And that is where a lot of the questions remain right now. In fact, you know, NBC News learned just a bit ago that this exact same cargo ship back in July of 2016 was involved in another collision. And Belgian authorities at the time investigated this, but we do not have clear answers as to what kind of came out of that investigation. So I think, you know, as we unfold and we learn a little bit more about the ship itself, the activity of the crew, what led to the potential power outage here, there are going to be a lot of concerns and questions raised, and perhaps also about the bridge itself. Built in the 1970s, some experts say that, you know, the culture at the time, the knowledge and technology used at the time, of course, has been improved in the decades since then, but also simple things like the fact that back in the 70s, boats of this size, almost a 1,000-foot-long ship, simply weren't in these waters. So what does that mean for, you know, the federal government, the state here, as they rebuild and prepare to launch an effort to bring things back to normal, to get this throughway back up and running? Are they looking at a recreation of the Key Bridge that we all knew here in this DMV area, or are they actually going to have to construct something entirely new? These are all of the questions that are going to, frankly, end up being a months-long, maybe years-long project here in Maryland, Hallie. But the NTSB's role right now is going to be to establish some of the critical facts. How did we get here? How did this happen? What more do we know about the owners of this vessel, about their safety procedures, the policies and regulations in place, what they might have known about the condition the ship itself was in or that the bridge was in last night? And that is going to take a while to unfold.
Antonia Hilton really capturing it there. So many questions this afternoon, so few answers relative to that. Antonia, thanks. Let me bring in former Marine casualty investigator and retired Coast Guard Captain Andrew Norris. Captain Norris, we're glad to have you with us. So you understand investigations like these. What is the most important thing that investigators will be looking for first? What's their biggest priority?
Well, the biggest priority, first of all, thank you for having me on the show, and of course, sympathies and best wishes to all affected people. But the biggest priority is going to be obviously finding out the cause, the root cause, and ultimately the idea behind doing that is to prevent similar incidents happening in the future. So depending on what they find, might that lead to some changes to laws or regulations that in the future that will prevent incidents of this nature.
Talk about that data recorder, Captain, and how critical that piece is.
Well, so the chair of the NTSB addressed that question. It's very critical, but it's only one part of what's going to be happening. That investigation, they will scour the ship, as she mentioned. For example, the vessel was required to do pre-departure checks of their engines and of their steering components and their generators. So they'll be looking to see, did they do those checks and the adequacy of those checks. So They'll be interviewing all the relevant crew members, as well as scouring historical records, looking at maintenance records, looking at their safety management system. All vessels are required to have safety management systems. Did they have a good one? Did they follow it? So there's going to be a lot of aspects of this investigation. She also mentioned the human factor component, which is they'll be looking at crew rest and other dynamics like that often play a part in casualties of this nature.
Yeah, there's also this piece, too, and it seems to be an open question of whether or not the ship dropped anchor once it became clear that there was this apparent power outage or issue with the power source here. Can you talk us through the significance of that and why that may be important?
Yeah, first of all, when in their parlance, I don't know anything more than anybody else, and as the chair of the NTSB said, there's lots of facts swirling about. But when you talk about power loss in this type of situation, it's not a loss of electric power. It looks like the ship had electric power up till the moment of impact. It's power loss, meaning the loss of the main engine, the propulsive system. So yes, if a vessel is underway, 8 knots, I've heard from the Maryland governor, and with any kind of current, following current, for example, or ebb tide or something like that, without a means of propulsion, then you've got very little ability to control what the vessel does. Even if the steering is intact, still, without the ability to actually maneuver the vessel, you've got very little control. One option is to try to drop the anchor. Then that is something that I'm sure was considered, and I see from the current pictures that the anchor is down, even though half the bridge is on top of the ship and it's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. But the anchor's down. Is that did that happen before, and was it deployed soon enough to try to take the weight off the vessel? We don't know that. That's something that for sure that they'll be investigating as part of this NTSB, Joint Coast Guard NTSB investigation.
Former Coast Guard Captain Andrew Morris, we're so glad to have you on. Thank you very much, Captain. Appreciate you being on with us and for your expertise. We're going to have a lot more coverage throughout the day and into the evening here at NBC News. But for now, that concludes this special report. We're going to have more on NBC News Now online at NBCnews.com. And then, of course, Lester Holt on the ground in Baltimore tonight on Nightly News, not to be missed on your local NBC station. We're going to return you now to NBC News Daily right now.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos here with us in the studio. Ken, let me start with you. Arguments lasted for about an hour and a half. Walk us through what we heard today.
Kate, a majority of justices seem skeptical of the idea that a lawsuit by a small group of doctors could essentially upend national regulatory policy for an abortion drug used by 650,000 women each year. Now, the doctors argue that decisions in 2016 and 2021 by the Food and Drug Administration to expand access to mifepristone harmed them by potentially forcing them to treat complications from the drug, which could mean terminating a pregnancy in violation of their anti-abortion principles. But liberal and conservative justices alike questioned whether the doctors were actually harmed. In other words, whether they had what's known as standing to challenge the FDA's decisions. A decision in this case expected in June, Kate.
Danny, let's bring you in here. As Ken just said, the justices have repeatedly brought up this issue of standing, whether or not the challengers have standing. Can you translate that for us? What does it mean? Why is it significant?
Standing is a constitutional requirement. Courts cannot issue what are called advisory opinions. So the justices can't just sit around, watch the news and say, I have an opinion about this. I think I'm going to make law, see if everybody's in the majority, and we'll issue an opinion on it. Can't do that. You need an actual case or controversy, and to have an actual case, you need an actual plaintiff, and that plaintiff has to have standing, which is a concrete interest in the outcome. They don't need to be injured today, right now, but they must be eminently injured. They must be facing imminent injury, not just speculative, well, possibly if a meteor landed, then this case could affect me. No, you need a concrete interest in the outcome, and that's what these challengers may not have.
And Ken, let me go back to you. If the court did decide that the FDA made mistakes, what impact could that have beyond mifepristone?
Well, Kate, it could upend and disrupt the regulatory system for drugs in this country. The FDA not only approves drugs to put them on the market, but then monitors them after the fact and makes changes based on the data, based on potential harm. And essentially, it's really hard to challenge that decision, that decision-making process. Not a lot of people have what Danny was describing, that kind of standing. And there was fears that this would open that process to a wave of lawsuits. That now appears to be unlikely, guys.
Ken Delanian in Washington, Danny Savalos, thank you both.
Now to Chicago, where a law firm that says they're representing some 300 women filed what they say is their first lawsuit against local hospitals.
The lawsuit alleges that for years, those hospitals ignored patients' complaints about an OBGYN who later pled guilty to sexually abusing 2 patients. In an exclusive interview with NBC's Top Story, one alleged survivor who says she was abused by this doctor is speaking out for the very first time. A warning, what you're about to hear contains descriptions of sexual abuse. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago. So, Maggie, break down this lawsuit for us. What are these women accusing these hospitals and this OBGYN of doing?
Yeah, Zinkley, Kate, this is really a lot about what they're accusing the hospitals of knowing and frankly not doing. Those are the attorneys who filed this suit this morning. They held a press conference. You can see the video there. They say they now have talked to 300 plus women, most of them Latina, a lot of them, pretty much all of them, they say Spanish speakers, who were sent because of that to Dr. Fabio Ortega, an OBGYN with North Shore University Health System and Swedish Covenant Hospital. And they say Ortega was abusing patients as far back as 1989. And they say the hospitals were getting complaints from those patients, which they allege, the suit alleges, they largely disregarded. Ortega, fast forward to 2021, was charged with, pleaded guilty to, and was sentenced for 2 counts of criminal sexual abuse against patients. So this suit now alleges that it was far broader than abusing 2 patients, and the hospitals knew for far too long, or should have known, and frankly didn't do enough to stop it. That suit is filed based on, or on behalf of, one woman. They call her Jane Doe 300. They say many more suits are coming. We talked to another one of the 300 women who wanted to remain anonymous because she says her kids don't know what happened to her. Take a listen. The allegation is they definitely should have been doing far more to protect patients. What's that emotion? Like, how does that make you feel to read where this case is going now?
Angry, because they knew what was going on. If there were a complaining before I went to see him, before me, what happened to me, maybe, maybe couldn't have, I couldn't be not happening to me,
And so, Kate Zinkley, just to kind of at the heart of this story, attorneys allege, and that alleged survivor told us that what was happening was this doctor was abusing patients in the exam room who were coming to maybe their first appointments. They hadn't been to an OBGYN before. They weren't sure what was normal. They say things like exams that went on too long, unnecessary physical exams, and invasive questions about their sex life. Those are common occurrences in these allegations in this latest lawsuit, guys.
And Maggie, have we heard any response from either the hospitals named here or attorneys for Dr. Ortega?
We have not heard a response from Ortega or his attorneys. We are out to them. We'll let you know if that changes. The hospitals, which actually are now under the same healthcare group called Endeavor, they just sent a statement. Endeavor just sent a statement on behalf of both, and we have it here. You can see as a healthcare provider, they go on to say there's nothing more important than things like providing that safe, trusted environment. They say they've enhanced and continue to improve and evolve their processes and policies to make sure that everybody has support, especially if they report actual abuse that happened in the exam room. And they say their policies require they investigate all allegations, work with law enforcement, things like that. So basically a long-winded way of saying they're taking this very seriously. They're reviewing all reports. We should point out again, this suit was filed on behalf of one woman. The attorneys say they have 300 plus, and they're simply telling us, guys, more suits are coming.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thank you for that.
And coming up, we'll take a turn. Women-owned businesses across the country, well, they are booming today. How the pandemic may have actually helped.
Plus, one state looks to ban children under the age of 14 from being on social media. Why some families are not sold on the idea. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is facing new fallout after heavily armed federal agents raided 2 of his homes on Monday. Investigators executed search warrants at the rapper's properties in Los Angeles and Miami. Combs is facing allegations of sex trafficking, sexual assault, and distributing illegal narcotics and firearms, according to a source familiar with the matter. Combs denies all allegations. The investigation comes after Combs faced public scrutiny last year when his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie, filed a lawsuit accusing him of physical and sexual abuse. The case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount of money. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now and has been following this for us. So, Dana, describe the scenes we saw with these agents raiding Combs' mansions. What kind of evidence did they find and seize?
Yeah, I think it was something out of like a movie. You saw these law enforcement and these big Bearcats pulling up to these homes, some with long guns. As they went inside the home to clear it first, we saw several people being taken out of the home. They were detained. That is precautionary to make sure that there's not a danger to anyone or to make sure that no evidence is destroyed. We do not know exactly what was taken out of the home, but we can tell you Homeland Security agents seized several phones from Diddy while he was in Miami as these searches were being conducted. And we are told that he was heading to the Bahamas. He was about to get on a private plane to the Bahamas. It's unclear if he actually made that flight. And the big question now is, where is Diddy? It's unknown at this time. Zane Clay?
All right, Dana Griffin with the latest for us. Thank you so much.
Florida has become the latest state to limit social media for some teenagers. It's part of a growing nationwide trend. And as NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk explains, it has some parents feeling conflicted over whether the law protects their kids or goes too far.
A growing push to keep kids off social media. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law banning children under the age of 14 from joining what it calls addictive social media platforms and requiring a parent's consent for teens aged 14 and 15 to sign up. Florida legislators say they're concerned about online predators and teens' mental health.
A child in their brain development doesn't have the ability to know that they're being sucked in to these addictive technologies and to see the harm and step away from it.
It can also get addicting.
It's just like a really hard app, I think, to get out of, because I feel like once I start, I can't stop.
Florida joining an increasing list of states, including Arkansas, Utah, and Ohio, working to limit teens' access to social media.
I'm worried that he is going to be exposed to violent things, to sexual things, to bullying, to peer pressure.
Sarah Slinsky is a Florida mother of an 11-year-old boy. She's worried about what her son is exposed to online, while also sharing concerns about government overreach. You think the legislation goes too far?
I think that it is the government stepping in and saying, we know what's best for your children better than even you do.
Several states cracking down on access have faced lawsuits from NetChoice, a trade group that represents TikTok, Meta, Snapchat, and other big tech companies. Now Florida could be next, with NetChoice calling its law unconstitutional, telling NBC News there are better ways to protect families without violating their freedoms. The latest legislation comes as kids are increasing their social media use. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, children between 12 and 15 who spend more than 3 hours per day on social media doubled their risk of depression and anxiety. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
This is such a talker for parents right now.
Right?
Right? On both sides. The idea that they need a phone because you need to be able to reach them and they need to socialize versus it's dangerous.
there's a lot out there. Are they using it too much, too?
Yeah, exactly.
Steph, thanks for that report. Well, coming up in a rare statement, baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani addresses his interpreter's firing for the very first time. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can always watch us wherever you stream live.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
In today's Daily Health, March is Endometriosis Awareness Month. The condition affects 1 in 10 women.
Yeah, endometriosis can take a long time to diagnose, but NBC's Erin McLaughlin spoke with researchers who are looking to change that.
I describe it as like giving birth to a broken light bulb over and over again. You never know when it will hit.
It makes you think like, oh, am I being a baby if I want to call out of work just because I'm in so much pain?
So just being in chronic pain all the time takes a huge mental toll on you. So it really affects all aspects of life.
Lucia Jazzieri, Justine Casco, and Anna Delegati are living with endometriosis. It affects 1 in 10 women, and it happens when tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus, often found on the ovaries or fallopian tubes. This tissue can bleed and become inflamed, damaging surrounding organs, and can cause severe pain, heavy and lengthy periods, and even infertility.
For me, the one thing I want in life is to be a mom, and the thought that I might have a hard time achieving that is really scary.
Like many women with endometriosis, Anna's symptoms began at a young age.
I started experiencing symptoms when I was 14. Really heavy periods. I would bleed through everything, no matter what I used. And it just got to a point where I was like, I can't live like this anymore.
For more than a decade, and while living with around-the-clock pain, she visited multiple doctors. But she often felt ignored, dismissed, and left without answers.
I just brought up, I want to discuss the possibility of me having endometriosis, and he looks at me and goes, I'm not convinced you have it. I walked out of there crying.
Last year, she was officially diagnosed.
Getting the official diagnosis was probably one of the best things that have ever happened to me, because I felt just like very reassuring that, all right, this is serious.
Like Anna, Justine, and Lucia, getting that news only after laparoscopic surgery.
Just to see it written out and what the surgeons did and how long it took and all of that was happening inside of me. It definitely made me realize that I am very strong for having lived through all of that pain.
It's currently the only way for a definitive endometriosis diagnosis, and women can wait an average of 8 years for that confirmation.
So this looks good. When was this plated?
Dr. Christine Metz at Northwell's Feinstein Institutes for Medical Research has been working for years to change that.
The main problem with not being diagnosed in a timely manner still rests on dismissal of pain in young people.
She's now helping lead a team of researchers using women's menstrual blood to help speed up that lengthy diagnosis timeframe without the need for an invasive and painful procedure.
We believe that there are major alterations in the endometrial lining of the uterus, which is shed as menstruation and can be detected in those with endometriosis versus healthy controls.
They've launched a trial called Research Outsmarts Endometriosis, or ROSE, calling on women across the nation to enroll and supply their own sample for study.
The sample came refrigerated using an at-home collection kit. We are enrolling patients who are symptomatic and think they have endometriosis.
Lucia, Justine, and Anna answering that call.
Yeah, I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through, so to be able to bring more awareness to what so many women go through, and hopefully more women can get diagnosed.
President Joe Biden signed an executive order to expand research on women's health care.
And I'm going to ensure that women's health is integrated and prioritized across the entire federal government.
The president pledging $200 million towards the cause, funding that Dr. Metz says is vital for all women's health.
This is really opening the floodgates to people studying this condition. In the past, it's been very difficult to obtain funding because so little money is available for women's health in general.
Anna, Lucia, and Justine tell us they are still dealing with serious and painful symptoms. So they hope their contribution to ROSE will help future generations, and are urging anyone experiencing symptoms to not give up.
With more people just coming out with it, it starts to improve, and it just becomes, there's less stigma for it.
Don't take no for an answer. Keep digging until you find someone or something that's going to help you, because chronic pain is not normal.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers about it. You might be surprised by the positive response that you get.
Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Important story, Erin. Yes. Thank you. Coming up, we'll take you inside the museum, now home to America's oldest dinosaur fossil. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A British court has granted WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange a temporary reprieve. The court ruled Assange can appeal his extradition to the United States, where he is wanted on spying charges. Assange has been fighting extradition for more than a decade after publishing leaked documents about the Afghanistan and Iraq wars in 2010. Assange's lawyers say if he is extradited, he could face up to 175 years in U.S. prison. The next hearing for Assange will be May 20th.
NFL team owners have voted unanimously to ban what's known as a hip drop tackle. The league defines that as when a defender grabs a runner with both arms, unweights himself by swiveling, and lands on the runner's legs or at or below the knee. According to the league, of the 230 times that move was used last year, 15 players ended up missing time with injuries. But several players and the Players Association criticized the decision, saying it would just lead to more confusion for players and referees.
And independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy has announced Nicole Shanahan as his running mate. He made that announcement at a political campaign event in the Bay Area today, where Shanahan is from. Shanahan is a 38-year-old lawyer and philanthropist and is the ex-wife of Google co-founder Sergey Brin. She was the driving force behind Kennedy's controversial campaign ad that aired during the Super Bowl this year.
We are going to return now to our breaking news coverage in Baltimore. The bridge collapsed there.
That's right. Here's what we know so far. A cargo ship crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time after the crew reported losing power. At least 6 construction workers who were filling potholes on the bridge are unaccounted for. Maryland's governor says the crash is likely an accident. President Biden saying he has ordered his team to, quote, move heaven and earth to rebuild the bridge as quickly as possible.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is with us in Baltimore. Antonia, I know you spoke with Baltimore's mayor earlier today. What did he say about what's going on there, about the search and rescue?
Well, their priority is to find these 6 individuals who remain unaccounted for. What is happening right now around me, there have been helicopters in the sky. There are people, including FBI agents, going out on boats in the water. And there are divers who finally were able to get into this water because they were unable to at first. At 1:30 in the morning with no light, it wasn't safe for them to do this. You also have to keep in mind here, this is incredibly cold water still at this time of year. The debris is still there, of course, and it is not going to be moved out of the way for quite a long while. And so this is an incredibly complex and fluid situation. But right now, we know those 6 they're still searching for, and then 2, one of whom was treated in the hospital and released, and then 1 who refused care. Take a listen to some of my conversation with Brandon Scott, the mayor here in Baltimore.
Yes, we're talking about an iconic bridge, but we're talking about lives of workers who were simply out there trying to provide for their families and make others' transit better by filling potholes. And that's where our thoughts should be right now.
There's the human side of this story, of course, that is incredibly urgent. But the other piece here is going to be the investigative questions around how this actually happened, what the condition was of the ship and of the bridge built back in the 1970s here. And a lot of that is going to be the responsibility of the NTSB, and their chair just spoke here. And really what struck me from her remarks was just how fluid all of this is. Their team, for example, is still trying to confirm information as simple as just how many crew members were on the vessel. And they're going to be looking into everything from the safety policies of the ship to the owner of the ship. NBC News learned that this exact same vessel was involved in a crash back in July of 2016. And while an investigation was done, there is still actually not a lot of information about what happened in the aftermath of that crash. And so this is all going to end up being a months-long, maybe years-long story here. Of course, when we look at the need to reconstruct this bridge and to bring this community back to really to make it whole again. Kate and Zinkley.
Yeah, and Antonia, I mean, thousands of people use this bridge every single day. I'm from that area. We have a family friend, a truck driver, who was on the bridge just an hour before that collapse. So how impactful is this going to be, not just for commerce, but commuters as well?
Well, you know it. I mean, this is in the DMV area, a very familiar, a very famous bridge. 30,000 people go across it every single day, millions of people every year. And so in the immediate aftermath, this is going to have massive ramifications for the local economy here, the port itself, but also for all the throughways around it. I mean, I-95, they're expecting there will be backups for quite a while as they try to pick up the pieces.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us. Antonia, thanks for being there.
Well, the Dodgers clubhouse is standing behind baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani as he's caught up in a major illegal sports betting scandal. Through a translator, Ohtani spoke out for the first time on Monday about the scandal. He said his former interpreter and friend lied and stole money from him to pay off gambling debts. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following this one for us. So, Liz, what's been the reaction today to Ohtani's remarks? He's not one to speak often, and what questions are still unanswered here?
Hey, Zinkley. Yeah, you know, I think there are a lot of people, potentially fans of Ohtani, fans of the Dodgers, that are going to feel pretty satisfied by Ohtani's remarks yesterday. He gave a prepared statement, and he really did explain in his perspective what happened. He said he did not learn about any of the wire transfers. He did not learn about his friend's gambling addiction or debt until last week, essentially when the world found out through the media, really, that day in South Korea when we saw them laughing and smiling together. And so I think there are people that are going to feel he gave a pretty detailed account of that and are going to say, okay, we have our answers, we're good. That said, he didn't take any questions from the press. He didn't take any questions from all the reporters that packed into this room. And so that does leave a lot of questions unanswered still. And I think the biggest question that some have is, how did he not know about this much money being wired from his account to this illegal bookmaker? And how did he not know about his friend's gambling habits, any kind of his debts? They were very, very close. So I think squaring that they were so close but he didn't know anything might be hard for some people to still wrap their head around.
And Liz, to that end, have we heard from the person at the heart of this, that former interpreter who's facing these gambling debt and theft accusations?
No, we haven't. He has not responded to NBC News' multiple attempts to reach him. He's not put out a statement of any kind. We have heard from the attorney for this illegal bookmaker that's also at the heart of this. And that attorney says her client only dealt with the interpreter, Ms. Suhara, and never dealt with Ohtani. And the only time Ohtani's name came up is when the bookie got this wire transfer that said Ohtani's name in it, and then the reason loan. So that's all we know. Still waiting to hear from Ms. Suhara. Zinkley.
Liz Kreutz with the latest for us. Thank you.
Well, a new snapshot of the economy shows the younger you are, the more pessimistic you're likely to be.
Oops. The Conference Board released its March findings for the Consumer Confidence Index today. There is little change overall from February to March until you look a little closer. Confidence climbed for people over the age of 55, but for younger people, well, it fell.
NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now to explain. Christine, walk us through this survey and the biggest takeaways.
Well, it's so interesting to me because you had this surge in confidence for 3 months, and then it has just stalled out here. And people really, when they're looking forward, they're saying, oh, I'm a little nervous about things. But right now, things feel okay. So for those people 55 and older, they probably have equity in their house. They probably have a 401k. Hopefully they have a retirement plan. You need to be saving for retirement, and stocks are at record highs. For those younger people, they can't get into the housing market.
Well, Christine Romans, thanks so much. We are going to turn to an NBC News special report on that bridge collapse.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Hallie Jackson.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Baltimore, where the Maryland Governor, Wes Moore, is updating on that historic bridge collapse. Let's listen in.
Is absolutely remarkable, and we want to let them know that we are here with you every single step of the way. We are praying for you now and always, and we always will. We've also had the chance to spend time with a lot of our first responders who we mentioned before. The work that they have done since early in the morning, and they have not stopped since, is truly remarkable. These are individuals who in the middle of the night jumped into some very challenging environments, some very challenging territories, and have not stopped in their quest to making sure that each and every person is seen and supported and lifted up. And so to our first responders, today and always, we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. We've also had the chance to speak with both the president and the vice president, who have been full-throated in their support of everything that we're doing here in Maryland, and we just want to say how grateful we are to them, how grateful we are to the Secretary of Transportation and the Department of Transportation, who within hours of this happening, I was on the phone with the Secretary of Transportation. I think Secretary Buttigieg called me at 3:30 in the morning. And now he and his entire team have been down here this afternoon spending time looking at the efforts, looking at the damage, and also identifying what they can do to support and help. Can't tell you enough how much we appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. And also, please let the President and the Vice President know from the bottom of our heart how much we appreciate it as well. We've also had a chance to be here with our remarkable congressional delegation. From the earliest parts of the morning, our congressional delegation has been there throughout. And I always say I'm grateful that I've got such a remarkable congressional delegation. And today, I just have another example as to why I am a very lucky governor to have the congressional delegation that I have. And also our state, our local elected officials, Mayor Scott, who literally got a call from the very first thing in the morning. I know you have had no rest in a very long time, sir. And so I want to say how much we appreciate you. But also, it's to the members of the philanthropic community who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the members of the private sector who've been reaching out and offering support. It's the sandwich companies who have said we're going to shut down because we just want to make sure that the first responders are getting meals. Everybody has stepped up. Everybody has raised their hands to serve. And I can tell you, it is so deeply appreciated. It's so deeply felt. And for everyone who is offering prayers and supports, I can tell you those prayers are working and we are grateful. And the thing that I would ask for people to remember is this. The first, this is very much still a search and rescue mission. We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families, and this is still very much an active search and rescue mission. And there is not a single resource that we will hold off on deploying. I have already authorized the deployment of everything from air, land, and sea resources to make sure that this search and rescue operation is carried out to its fullest intent. The second thing I want to remind people is that this will not be short. There's going to be a long road. There's going to be a long road, not just as we go from search and rescue. There'll be a long road as we talk about what does the future of this region, the future of the area look like. And we're going to need each and every one of you. We're thankful to have partners like what we have in the Biden-Harris administration. We're thankful for the partners that we have in our federal delegation. We're thankful for the partners we have in our state and local leadership. We're thankful for the partners that we have in the private sector and the philanthropic community. We're thankful for the partners that we have within the Moore Miller administration. We're thankful for each and every one of you, both Marylanders and non-Marylanders who have reached out and offered support. We feel it. We need it. And we are truly grateful for it. And I think just in this time, this state has been able to show what it means to be Maryland tough and Baltimore strong. And this state and this city will continue to show exactly that. And so with that, I want to turn it over to our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, with a deep sense of thanks and appreciation. Oh, I apologize. Before I turn it over to Secretary Buttigieg, I want to turn it over to the dean of our delegation and someone who has been leading from the front this entire time, and we are deeply grateful for the leadership of Senator Ben Cardin.
Governor Moore, first of all, thank you very much for getting our whole team together to meet this challenge, and our prayers are with the families of those that are lost at sea at this moment. As the governor said, it's still a search and rescue, so we are hopeful and we are with the families. I also want to underscore our thanks to our first responders. They did an extraordinary job, acting very quickly and saved lives. So we thank our first responders for everything that they have done. I just really want to underscore a couple points. Our first priority is the search and rescue for those that were on the bridge. We then need to make sure that the channel is reopened. It's critically important to our economy. It affects many, many jobs. It affects not only jobs here in Maryland, but around the country and world. So our next priority is to make sure we get that channel opened. And then we also need to fix and replace the bridge for the surface transportation. we're going to work together as a team. I am very impressed by all the partners that are with us today. We heard from them at the state level, at the local level, at the federal level. I particularly want to acknowledge our federal partners. The Secretary of Transportation is with us. We have the Coast Guard. We have the Army Corps of Engineers. We have the investigators. We have the Small Business Administration. They're all here because of the commitment of the partners to work together. A special thanks to President Biden, who's made it very, very clear that he'll do everything in his power to make sure that we get the help we need to deal with this challenge. But as Secretary Buttigieg told us in our briefings, he's going to need the help of Congress in order to get things done. So I want to acknowledge our team, Senator Van Hollen, my partner in the United States Senate on the Appropriations Committee, and the work that he's doing. Congressman Mfume is here. Congressman Trone is here. Team Maryland, our federal delegation, is committed to working together. Senator Van Hollen and I got calls from our leadership that said they're prepared, Secretary Buttigieg, to do everything that we need to do in Congress to make sure you had the resources and the federal partners had the resources in order to get the job done. So I want to thank Senator Schumer for his call and his comments. Senator Murray, Senator Carper, Chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee, have all been in touch with us. It is a team effort, and we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to protect our economy and protect the people of our state. And with that, let me just turn it back to the governor or Secretary Buttigieg. This guy woke all of us up early this morning, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I want to thank Senator Cardin and the entire delegation for their leadership. They have been on this from the first moments, and as the senator mentioned, and I'll say more about this in a moment, we'll be needing to work together to make sure that we render all of the support that is needed at the federal level. I want to recognize the leadership of Governor Moore, who was already wide awake and hard at work when I reached him in the middle of the night. We just had a very informative briefing with his extraordinary leadership team. And I was moved to see the partnership between state as well as county and city personnel, led by the county executive and the mayor, working hand in glove with us and with our sister federal agencies. And if there's one thing I have to say today, it is a note of gratitude for the extraordinary and courageous work of the first responders, some of whom are in that cold water right now, some of whom are from right here, some of whom have traveled in to render mutual aid, all of whom are responding with extraordinary professionalism and whose work has already saved lives. And to those state, county, and local responders, I would add the extraordinary work of the United States Coast Guard. We should also recognize that this is an excruciating day for several families who went to bed last night having it be a normal night and woke up today to news that no one wants to receive. They are hoping and praying, and we are hoping and praying with them. We are all putting our arms around the community of Baltimore, and that is true for all of this country. I've even heard from counterparts as far away as the United Kingdom reaching out to express their support to the people of Baltimore. As has been mentioned, been in close contact with the governor, the mayor, county leadership, and the congressional delegation. And as President Biden has made clear, the federal government will provide all of the support that they need for as long as it takes. This is no ordinary bridge. This is one of the cathedrals of American infrastructure. It has been part of the skyline of this region for longer than many of us have been alive. So the path to normalcy will not be easy. It will not be quick. It will not be inexpensive. But we will rebuild together. In order to make sure that happens, the president's plan is to work with everyone here in order to rebuild this bridge and reopen this port, including our readiness as a department to approve emergency funding as soon as we receive that request. Meanwhile, our Maritime Administration will help with port, harbor, and supply chain operations. Our Federal Highway Administration will assist when it comes to the bridge itself and any ways that we can help ease roadway congestion for residents and commuters who can no longer use this major thoroughfare. The Federal Aviation Administration is even involved, working to keep the airspace above the bridge clear for emergency personnel. PHMSA, our Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration, is on the scene to help with any hazmat issues. And our newly stood up freight office is already at work preparing for supply chain impacts that we know are coming because of the importance of this port, not just to the Baltimore region, but really to the entire United States economy. We're going to be working closely with the National Transportation Safety Board as they lead their independent investigation, and with the Coast Guard as they continue operations in the water. I've also spoken with Secretary Mayorkas, who's working to ensure that all DHS assets are integrated. So in many ways, our work is just beginning to rebuild this bridge and deal with impacts in the meantime, to reopen this port and deal with supply chain impacts in the meantime. But today we are most acutely focused on the emergency operations underway and on the families that have been impacted. I have no doubt that we will rebuild together and that Baltimore will come back stronger than ever before. And with that, I will turn it back over to the governor to lead media questions. Governor?
Governor, any news on the missing
There's no new information about the search efforts that we know that we still have the 6 individuals who are missing.
Governor, when you talk about the investigative standpoint, how concerned are you if there were any safety violations on this ship or the track record of the owner operator? And Mr. Secretary, if you could speak to that as well, do you have any concerns about that? Mayor Scott, we also didn't hear from you. What are your thoughts on this tragedy today?
Well, I'll take it first, and I can pass it off to Mr. Mayor. I know there's a thorough investigation that's going to be going on about everything that took place last night, the things that led up to it, and also the aftermath. And so I don't have any further comments about any concerns that we have about the companies that are involved, because there's still a thorough investigation that's going to take place.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think we all know this is an unspeakable tragedy. And while, as the governor just said, the investigation is still underway, all of that can wait. Right now, this is about the lives of those individuals that we are searching for and nothing else. Everything else, this team of folks will work together to make sure that we rebuild and do everything we need to do for our port. But right now, we need everyone to understand this is about the lives and those families who are deeply impacted.
Governor.
Secretary, this is, we've seen now several bridge collapses happen over the past couple of years. Obviously, this was a catastrophic event, but that bridge fell very quickly. How concerned should Americans be about the bridges that they're traversing every single day in this country?
Well, this is a unique circumstance. I do not know of a bridge that has been constructed to withstand a direct impact from a vessel of this size. What I will say is anytime anything happens to any bridge, we as a country take that and learn from that, learning from incidents as diverse as what happened to I-95 in Philadelphia, what happened to I-10 in Los Angeles, or another case that we're learning a lot from here, which is the 2007 collapse of I-35 West in Minnesota. Let me emphasize that was a very different circumstance with very different causes, and the NTSB by design is independently leading the investigation into what those causes are. No question that we will take all of that information and apply it in our future work.
Mr. Secretary, how long are you preparing for the shipping channel to be closed? And you mentioned supply chain. What else are you doing to make sure other ports are prepared to maybe take on some of that?
Well, the port here in Baltimore does the most vehicle handling of any port at all. And that's just talking about the vehicle side. You also have container traffic, you have bulk traffic. There is no question that this will be a major and protracted impact to supply chains. It's too soon to offer estimates on what it will take to clear the channel and reopen the port. There is one part of the facilities here, Trade Point, which is located at Sparrow Point, which is outside of the part that's blocked, but the main part of the Port of Baltimore is, of course, inside the channel that has been blocked. This is part of why we're fortunate to have that newly stood up freight office, which along with the Maritime Administration and all of our interagency and intergovernmental partners here, is we're going to make sure we coordinate. There is no central authority that directs maritime traffic the way you have with air traffic. So it's going to be important to have a number of dialogues established with ocean shippers, beneficial cargo owners, port operators, and everybody else who plays a role here.
And I'm sorry, Governor, just for clarity, a question from this morning. It was unclear if there were any vehicles on the bridge when the vessel hit it. Do you have an update now whether there were actually vehicles on it?
No, there's still an investigation going on about which vehicles that we had that was on the bridge. The thing that we know that we also can verify, though, is the quick work of public officials and law enforcement who kept more vehicles from coming onto the bridge. They undoubtedly saved innumerable amount of lives last night.
You're still looking for 6 people, and that's it, as far as you know.
Our investigation has not changed on that.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the companies involved? The companies involved here, the shippers, the owners, the insurance companies.
We'll come back to that.
Thank you.
We'll come back to that.
Thank you all.
You have been listening there to that update from Maryland Governor Wes Moore and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, among others. And the headline, of course, that 6 people remain unaccounted for. The governor emphasizing that this is a very active search and rescue mission. They are looking for those people. They are hoping to find them something like 12, 13 hours after what you're seeing here on screen, the partial collapse of that bridge, of course, I-695, a major thoroughfare, not just for Baltimore, for Maryland, but for the region as well. I want to get to Tom Costello, who's live at that foot of that bridge in Baltimore. Tom, some information here coming out, really the emphasis on the lives, the urgency of this search that is happening, and some questions about what's ahead, what's next longer term with this critical shipping lane.
Yeah, I think the headline out of this particular news conference is really just reiterating that, in fact, this, in their view, remains a search and rescue operation, although as the hours pass, the chances of somebody surviving in that water, really, they drop by the minute and by the hour, of course. A couple of new developments in the last few hours. The NTSB chief announcing that they've got a team of 24 investigators on the scene. They will look at a whole host, a long list of items, including the maintenance and the safety record of this particular ship. The Singapore flagged vessel that was on its way, as you know, to Sri Lanka. But NBC News confirming that, in fact, it had gone through 27 inspections since 2015, 2 deficiencies, including one in which the ship hit a port in Antwerp, Belgium, and suffered hull damage as a result. They'll look at the safety and maintenance history of the vessel, and also why it appears that the vessel lost power and then lost the ability to navigate just after leaving its berth here in the port of Baltimore at about 1:30 in the morning. And according to all procedures and policies, when you are navigating through a port, you need to bring on a local pilot, a pilot who will help you navigate through that port. So the question then becomes, let's just make sure, and I'm sure investigators will drill down on this, was there a local pilot on board? Did he or she oversee the course of this vessel? And then we've talked to some structural engineers in the last couple of hours who've made it very clear. Just the law of physics, when you're talking about a vessel this big that is moving at 8 knots, 9.2 miles per hour, once it got going and once it was headed for that pylon, that support beam, if you will, the support structure, there was nothing stopping it, and there was no way that that support structure could have ever survived. Just the law of physics would suggest that. And this Johns Hopkins civil engineering expert, telling us, let's be real about how long it will take to rebuild this kind of a structure stretching 1.5 miles and so high above the port. It will take, he said, we're talking 5 to 10 years. It will be a massive infrastructure project that will cost an awful lot of money. And yes, the federal government is promising to immediately come in with money to help start the process. But first, they've got to clear all the wreckage from the collapsed bridge out of the water, Hallie.
Tom Costello, thank you. I want to bring in Kevin Heaslip, the director of the Center for Transportation Research at the University of Tennessee. And Kevin, you heard Tom talking there about this ship going something like 8 knots. And the secretary discussing the unique circumstances here, the incredibly unique circumstances that led to the catastrophic collapse now of this bridge. Talk us through next step. What is the biggest priority for investigators moving forward?
The biggest step is to understand what happened with the ship to make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen again. But the next step after that is to remove the debris from the river. Being able to open the port of Baltimore back up for cargo moving in and out of the port is the most important thing. And once that can happen, then as the governor says, the economic activity, the jobs that are affected by this will be brought back to some sort of normalcy.
Kevin, thank you so much. Again, that update there from the Maryland governor making very clear that this is still an active search and rescue operation. We expect more updates throughout the evening, of course, with this operation now, not just the mission, but the rebuilding of this bridge expected to take weeks, months, perhaps longer. We're going to have a lot more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, as this concludes our NBC News special report. You can find more online at NBCnews.com. And then, of course, Lester Holt anchoring nightly news live from Baltimore on your local NBC station. I'm Hallie Jackson. Thanks for watching.
If it's Tuesday, we're following breaking news out of Baltimore, where emergency rescue teams are racing to find at least 6 people still unaccounted for after a cargo ship crashed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge, sending the entire bridge plummeting to the water. Plus, the Supreme Court hears arguments in a consequential abortion-related case for the first time since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, in a case that could restrict access to the country's most widely used abortion pill. And teaming up on the trail, President Biden and Vice President Harris campaigning together in battleground North Carolina as the White House looks to flip the Tar Heel state. And RFK Jr. picks his running mate, naming an attorney with no background in politics to be his vice president. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake in Washington. We begin today with the breaking news out of Baltimore. This video captures the moment a cargo ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge around 1:30 this morning, causing nearly all of the mile-long span to collapse into the Pataska River below. This is all that remains of the Key Bridge right now. Rescue teams are searching for 6 people believed to be missing. Moments ago, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, along with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, gave an update on the rescue operations that began shortly after the collapse.
This is very much still a search and rescue mission. We are still actively looking for survivors. We know, and that's the pledge we've made to these families, and this is still very much an active search and rescue mission. And there is not a single resource that we will hold off on deploying. I have already authorized the deployment of everything from air, land, and sea resources to make sure that this search and rescue operation is carried out to its fullest intent.
Our work is just beginning to rebuild this bridge and deal with impacts in the meantime, to reopen this port and deal with supply chain impacts in the meantime. But today we are most acutely focused on the emergency operations underway and on the families that have been impacted. I have no doubt that we will rebuild together and that Baltimore will come back stronger than ever before.
As the investigation into what caused this ramps up, let's take a closer look at what was happening as the ship approached the Key Bridge. In the span of about 4 minutes, the ship appears to lose power twice. As you can see, the lights do come back on for a few moments, but then the ship goes dark again. The power appears to be restored a second time, but by then the ship was already bearing down on one of the bridge's main supports. Investigators say the crew was able to notify authorities about its power issues, allowing them to stop traffic on the bridge. Authorities are also dealing with the widespread ramifications of this bridge collapse. The Port of Baltimore handles more than 11 million tons of cargo a year, and right now all traffic in and out is suspended. Traffic is also being rerouted along Interstate 695. More than 30,000 vehicles cross that bridge on a typical day. President Biden says senior members of his administration briefed him on the situation this morning. He addressed the situation from the White House today, saying his prayers are with everyone involved and that he plans on visiting Baltimore in the coming days.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. We're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland and whatever they ask for. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge. And I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt.
Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Ryan Nobles at the scene in Baltimore. Also with me is structural engineering expert John Pistorino. And in a moment, I'll be joined by Nick Mosby, Baltimore City Council president. Looks like we've got Nick there now. So, Ryan, I'll start with you. What's the latest on the search and rescue operations as we know it? You were just in that news conference there. What more did we learn from the governor and the Secretary of Transportation?
To be honest with you, Garrett, not a whole lot. There hasn't really been much of an update on the status of the search and rescue since very early this morning when we first learned the number of people that search and rescue crews were in search of. And it was, I think, around 5 o'clock this morning that we initially learned that 2 people had been rescued and that they were still searching for 6 others. Since that time, there's been no real substantive update other than to say that that search process continues. But you do get the sense that there's some reality setting in here. We're approaching 15 hours since this accident initially happened. The water temperature is frigid. It has still been a very cold day here in Baltimore, and the idea that someone could survive under conditions like that is becoming less and less likely. Still, the law enforcement officials here, you heard the governor just a few minutes ago, they refuse to give up. And to a certain extent, the fact that they are committed to recovering the survivors or rescuing people that need to be rescued, it has, to a certain extent, put a halt to the investigative aspect of all of this. The NTSB saying that they really can't get into the meat of their investigation until the search and rescue effort has come to an end. And it seems as though they're just not ready for that step to be taken, Garrett.
Yeah, we've just been showing some live pictures of aerials of what the scene looks like now and some tape pictures of the more active scene earlier this morning, certainly suggesting that this effort has tapered off to some degree this afternoon, Ryan. You've been there since very early this morning. What's your take on how people in the area are reacting to what they saw and heard there today?
I mean, there is just an unbelievable level of shock that this community is dealing with. If you've ever spent any time in Baltimore, and certainly if you lived here, you understand what an important piece of infrastructure the Francis Scott Key Bridge is. 35,000 vehicles cross over this bridge on a day-to-day basis. It is a major traffic artery. It's a traffic artery that is vital to major shipping endeavors, not just because of the harbor that it crosses over, but also because there are many large semi-trucks that can't go through the various tunnel systems to get around the waterways in Baltimore. And so the Key Bridge is an essential place for them to traverse. So there is just kind of a physical reality that's setting in about how difficult that's going to make life around here. But there's also an emotional connection to this bridge. It was almost 50 years old. It was part of the landscape, the skyline, if you will, of Baltimore. And so there's just a wide range of emotions that people in Baltimore and Maryland are dealing with right now. The first and probably still at the foremost is a sense of shock.
Ryan, I heard your question to Secretary Buttigieg. Since we're both congressional reporters in our day jobs here, draw the linkage here between this 50-year-old bridge and the investments in infrastructure the Biden administration has been making, is trying to make around the country.
Yeah, Gary, you know, I think that this is a very unique situation, as the secretary told me, that we shouldn't necessarily compare this to what seems to be a trend as it relates to bridge accidents around this country. But I don't think there are too many people that watched that video and were just shocked by how quickly the bridge came down. Yes, it was a 1,000-foot shipping container, an enormous amount of force that went into the bottom of that bridge. But you know, there is records that have been reviewed as it relates to the need and the necessity for that bridge to have been updated. updated that do raise questions. And, part of what President Biden committed to in his infrastructure plan was to specifically address the aging bridges all across the country. And I'm sure there are many Americans that watch that video in horror, thinking about a bridge that they cross over every single day, and that made them concerned. Now, the secretary said we shouldn't compare what happened here to any other bridge in the country. I think that is truly an honest assessment. But as this extends out to the overall conversation about how this is going to be fixed, Congress is going to play a big role in whether or not they're going to go along with President Biden's idea to fully fund the restoration of the Key Bridge or whatever comes behind it.
Yeah, we'll be following that story for a while. Ryan Nobles, thank you for your reporting. I'll let you get back to it up there in Baltimore. And I'll turn now to John Pistorino, our engineering expert. And I think you can pick up right there, John, with what Ryan was saying. I mean, tell me a little about your reaction when you saw this video of the bridge collapse. And were you as surprised as I, a layman, to see how fast and how completely the entire span came down?
Yes, well, I just want to say I congratulate the early responders for closing the bridge when they got the Mayday signal from the ship itself. That was a very good move. But as far as this bridge collapse is concerned, you have right at the bridge, you have a truss bridge. It's called a through truss bridge with an arch, and that arch supports the deck of the bridge itself for the vehicular deck. And so all the force of that arch goes right into the abutments, into the pier, which supports the major part, the critical part of the bridge, which is where that ship hit. Now, the problem that I see is, as it relates to other bridges, is that normally on bridges, we have protection of those abutments and piers called dolphins. And those are individually constructed piling, which is supposed to intercept any kind of a vessel that might come in contact with the integral parts of the bridge and deflect it away. And it's just the size of the dolphins that's involved here. I know this bridge had some dolphins in it, which are pilings which surround the pier itself. But I think anytime you have large shipping like this and you have an integral movement and bridges that are so critical, that any kind of accident like this could happen. And that's why I think one of the things we will have to do, and including the reconstruction of this bridge, is to make sure that the dolphin protection system around the columns is adequate. We had the collapse of the bridge in Tampa, Florida, St. Petersburg, the Sky Bridge, and a very similar type of bridge, actually. It was a truss bridge hit by a ship. And so when the new bridge, which was put up as a cable stay bridge, very high, very large. But one of the things that happened on that is that the designers and the contractors paid very special attention to the dolphin system that was going around the columns that support that bridge.
John,
I
was like a C student in physics in high school, but it's hard for me to imagine what could stop a boat of that size. But I want to ask you about what happens now. We've been showing those aerial pictures of the boat still blocking the ship, still blocking the harbor, sections of bridge laying on top of it. From an engineering perspective, how do we even start clearing that area, approaching some way to turn that harbor back to being operational?
Well, I mean, that kind of pickup debris is done by cranes on barges, and they can be brought in very quickly, and the steel can be cut up and offlifted. I think that the demolition part of it will almost be a routine experience. But back on the dolphins, I'm not saying that they will stop the ship, but it will deflect the ship. That is, the ship will change the course of the ship so it won't hit the most integral part of the bridge.
Got it. All right. John Pistorino, our engineering expert, thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I want to turn to Council President Mosby now, up there in Baltimore. What was your reaction to hearing the news of this morning? How did you find out? How did word spread in Baltimore?
I mean, I was just at awe. I got a call about 2:30 a.m. and I heard that the Key Bridge, and I mean, and again, you kind of talked about it, but this is an essential part of the livelihood, of the entertainment, of the connectivity of communities. here in the city of Baltimore. And when I heard that it's collapsed, I thought maybe some concrete slabs had fallen in, or maybe there was some structural issues. But to see the video, I couldn't believe it. It was like watching an action movie or something.
Yeah, I had a similar reaction watching it on my phone first thing in the morning. Like, no way this is an actual thing that just happened just up the road in Baltimore. I know it's early, but how do you assess the federal government's response thus far, and the pledge from President Biden, for that matter, that the feds will be the one to pick up the cost of this?
I mean, I think that this entire time, local, state, and federal have had a unified front and literally been boots on the ground 24 hours, really engaged in this rescue aspect, and have the president to come in, while we're still focusing on the rescue and recovery effort, to have the president come in and provide some level of relief and comfort. Saying that our federal government will be there for the working class folks that depend on this bridge to put food on the table, for the folks that depend on this bridge for upward mobility and connectivity again to the city. I think just that level of relief, while we're still critically focused on the rescue and recovery side of things, couldn't have been at a better time. And I hope that Congress truly understands that this doesn't become a political, ideological, a divisive kind of football in Congress, and folks understand and know that this is speaking to the working class people of this country, whether they're Republicans, whether they're Democrats, but this is about working class folks and about a really essential and important infrastructure that provides them to be the great Americans that they all are.
What kind of economic impact do you anticipate seeing here? Because obviously this could take months, even if Congress acts, as you say, and doesn't use this as a political football, which I got to tell you, I'm less confident in.
It's a tremendous economic impact. And that kind of goes back to the previous question. Baltimore Port is one of the busiest ports in the country. When we talk about imports of cars, when we talk about imports to the Midwest, as it relates to farming equipment, it is the #1 and the busiest port in the entire country. When we talk about its position and being further westward in than any other eastern seaboard port, when we talk about the connectivity to the railroad, knowing that the Baltimore, Ohio B&O was founded here, and our connectivity through a CSX inside of the Midwest, it's a critical component to the logistics and operations of moving things around our country. And again, that's where, I hope that when we take a step back, that it's not about the politics. And I think that, we're at a point in time in our country when this is a symbolic representation of understanding and knowing that from an infrastructure perspective, it helps all of us, no matter where our party lies, no matter where we lie in this country, that critical infrastructure like this is important for us to rebuild and be there. And I'm thankful for the president, his very strong words, as well as Secretary Buttigieg and his strong words about the support for Baltimoreans, but more importantly, the support of America.
I have to think this becomes the big issue in city government now for as long as it takes. What happens now at a city level to minimize that economic impact and to try to get that corner of Baltimore, at the very least, back on its feet?
Well, obviously, we've been working with our state partners. Our governor and the state partners have been absolutely amazing as it relates to developing plans for rerouting, as it relates to ensuring that the companies that are around there, that they are being communicated with to kind of also pass that word on to, their employees. I think that this is going to be an all hands on deck type of approach. Obviously, again, we've been so focused on the rescue recovery effort. That's why, folks are coming to the press conference and kind of getting the same information. But really, as it relates to the game planning, as it relates to the command center, it's really about rescue and recovery, ensuring that we have the right apparatus. We're being as creative, as innovative as possible to do the rescue and recovery effort with dignity and protecting the sanctity of body. And I think that has been the focus. It'll continue to be the focus as we go into tonight. But the state has been willing and prepared to support the city. And, Baltimore is a resilient place. This is a working class community that this bridge sits on. Folks understand and know and have passion, have a resilience, and we'll rebuild from this. But we have to do it in decency and order, particularly as it relates to the 6 folks that we still have not recovered yet to date.
All right, Nick Mosley, Baltimore City Council President, thanks for making time for us on what I'm sure is a very busy day for you.
Thank you so much, Garrett.
And obviously, we'll keep following this story, bring you any updates as we get them across this hour. But up next, we're live at the Supreme Court, where the Biden administration is fighting to protect access to a widely used abortion medication in the most significant reproductive rights case since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Plus, President Biden and Vice President Harris joining forces for an appearance in North Carolina, a state that former President Trump narrowly won in 2020. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and turning now to the top political story of the day, a story that on any other day would have been the top story. The Supreme Court hearing oral arguments yet again on the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. Today, it was a case that could determine access to the most commonly used abortion pill, mifepristone. At issue, the FDA's decision to make mifepristone easier to obtain. The Biden administration and the drug makers say that access to the drug, which has been available for managing abortions and miscarriages in the U.S. for 24 years, should not be restricted. But the plaintiffs who sued to ban the medication say that the FDA failed to evaluate the drug's safety risks. Much of today's arguments weren't actually about the FDA's decision, but rather whether the group of anti-abortion doctors who brought this lawsuit even had the legal standing to be in the courtroom.
Just to confirm on the standing issue, under federal law, no doctors can be forced against their consciences to perform or assist in an abortion, correct?
Yes, we think that federal conscience protections provide broad coverage here.
If you look at how our organizations have been harmed, they've been forced to divert resources from speaking and advocating for their pro-life mission generally to explaining the dangers of the harm from abortion drugs.
Well,
aside from
but that would be anyone who is aggressive or vigilant about bringing lawsuits. Just simply by using resources to advocate their position in court, you say now causes an injury. That seems easy to manufacture.
A skeptical Justice Thomas there. The case comes as medication abortion accounted for nearly 2/3 of all abortions in the United States last year. It's currently legal in 36 states. Joining me now outside the Supreme Court is NBC's Yamiche Alcindor. Also with me is Michelle Goodwin, a professor of constitutional law and global health policy at Georgetown University, and Dr. Bhavik Kumar, a Texas-based abortion provider. Yamiche, I'll start with you. We heard a little bit there, but take us further inside the court today. Beyond standing, what else did we hear from the justices?
Well, we heard the justices really express skepticism in what is, of course, the most consequential abortion case to come before the Supreme Court since these justices overturned Roe v. Wade. And I want to look down a bit because you really had a list of conservative justices who were asking questions that this seemed like they were leaning in favor of the FDA. You had someone like Judge Gorsuch saying this seems like a prime example of turning what could be a small lawsuit into a nationwide legislative assembly. You had Justice Alito asking, well, whenever has a court second-guessed the FDA? You also had someone like Amy Coney Barrett, who's also seen as a very conservative justice, asking whether or not the medical procedures in administering this abortion pill, would that change? And the answer was no, that women would not get ultrasounds if the FDA lost this case. So over and over again, you heard justices really questioning very deeply whether or not there was real harm here that would come from women. And of course, you heard both sides making robust arguments. And in particular, you heard the FDA and the Solicitor General really saying that this would bring great harm to women if the FDA were to lose this case. Garrett.
And Yamiche, we also heard from the lawyer representing the drug's manufacturer. Just how closely is the pharmaceutical industry watching or participating in this case, particularly when it comes to the FDA's authority?
Pharmaceutical companies are really closely watching this case. There was even a friend of the court brief filed with the Supreme Court that would say that if the FDA lost this case, that it would create, quote, chaos, and that it would really upend the approval process, and that it would really make it very hard for drug makers to go forward because of the different issues that would come up with approvals. Take a listen to a little bit more of that lawyer and what she had to say on the behalf of the maker of mifepristone.
Congress entrusted the FDA with the sole authority to approve new drugs and subsequent changes. The federal judiciary has respected that authority for decades. Second-guessing the scientific, data-driven judgments of an independent agency is an extreme position that could inject uncertainty across American life.
And over again, you heard echoes of that argument. While you had the lawyer for anti-abortion groups arguing that women have been harmed because this bill has become more accessible, you also had both the lawyers for mifepristone as well as the U.S. Solicitor General, who was representing the FDA, both of them saying that really this is all based in science, that the FDA should have the authority to make science-based, evidence-based decisions, they said.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. I'll turn now to Michelle Goodwin. So what was your reaction as you listened to these arguments here today? How did you read what happened in the court?
Well, there appeared to be skepticism amongst the justices, and not just the liberal justices, but those justices that are conservative, the ones who were key in the overturn of Roe and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. They expressed skepticism as to whether these plaintiffs actually should have standing at all, whether if giving them the type of relief that they want is something that's disproportionate to the kinds of harms that they claim to have experienced, and whether they have actually experienced the kinds of harms that they claim to have experienced.
Do you think the focus on standing means we won't get a definitive answer from the court about how they view the bigger question about what the FDA can or should do on this or any other drug?
Well, you know, I can answer that in two parts. And one, that this could be a procedural punt, and this would be a very logical procedural punt because, as you mentioned, they framed themselves as doctors, but amongst these plaintiffs is an individual who has a master's degree in theology. He's not going to be in an ER unit helping someone manage a miscarriage. We hope not. There is someone who's a dentist, may help someone with an abscess or removing a tooth, but not necessarily emptying the uterus. And so the claim that these are people who actually have some real skin in the game as plaintiffs is something that the court made shred of. But the second thing is that in the Dobbs decision, the court said that these would be matters that would be left to states. If mifepristone is removed from the marketplace, it affects not only Texas, where plaintiffs brought this case before a district court judge, the lone sitting district court judge in Amarillo, but it would also affect states like California, New York, Colorado, states that have now moved forward aggressively in protecting abortion rights legislatively, if not constitutionally, in their states.
That Amarillo judge also a focus of recent change in judicial rules to prevent exactly this kind of thing from happening with judge shopping for specific cases. The other piece of this was something called the Comstock Act, which a lot of people heard about today, perhaps for the first time. Explain the relevance.
Well, the Comstock Act is one that was passed over a century ago, and it banned the shipment of abortifacients and contraception through the mail or through carriers. But it's an act that, while never having been reversed or repealed, is one that's not been utilized. For years, individuals have been able to get contraception through the mail. They've been able to get mifepristone through the mail, not just recently, but COVID really helped with that. It provided the means
that makes sense, yeah.
Exactly. But Comstock is a strategy that's being used by anti-abortion groups to, in fact, not only make inroads against making sure that abortion would not be available, not only in places like Texas and other places where it's already been nearly banned, but also in other states where it has been available. But the other strategy is also to impact contraception as well. So what we heard in the court today was perhaps an opening salve with Comstock to do more of what anti-abortion groups are looking to do, not only with an anti-abortion approach, but also anti-contraception too.
Do you think that plays into what we touched on with Yamiche, the interesting alliance here between the Biden administration and reproductive rights activists and the pharmaceutical industry, who clearly have skin in the game and not having all of their other products regulated, whether how they be sold or sold through the mail?
That is an excellent question, and I think this case is an important one for the court for a couple of reasons. You see this split. On one hand, a court that has leaned into an anti-abortion kind of framework. We see that with Dobbs. But at the same time, this is a court that also may have some interest in making sure that the corporate structure, the pharmaceuticals as we know them, as they are produced, as they are shared, as they are sold throughout the United States, isn't disrupted. At a substantive level, what this means is that if there is a group of people that can somehow convince a judge that they should have standing in order to remove a vaccine from the marketplace, a drug from the marketplace. I mean, let's be clear, there are people that are COVID deniers who believe that COVID vaccines harm people. There are people who believe that children shouldn't be exposed to polio vaccines or smallpox vaccines. What this case opens up is the possibility that any group of people who have those beliefs could still try to forum shop and possibly get those drugs removed from the marketplace, which would affect us all.
Why the standing element here is very important. I want to turn now to Dr. Kumar. And Doctor, the potential access issues at play in this case all revolve around these post-2016 regulatory changes. Of those, approval expansion to 10 weeks, reduction of in-person visits, availability by mail. As someone who lives and works in a state where you do have significant access issues, what do you see as the most significant when it comes to this drug?
Yeah, it's been about 2 years since the overturning of Roe. So we've seen hundreds of people that continue to need access to care. And it's not just Texas. There are 13 other states in addition to Texas that have banned access to abortion. So that's meant that a lot of people have had to travel to access this care, have had to self-manage their abortion, or unfortunately, some people have had to remain pregnant. And when it comes to a case like this that can ban one of the most common medications that's used in early abortion care, it means that these barriers will become even worse, meaning more people will have to travel, they'll have to stay even pregnant even longer than they would like to, and even more people will be forced to remain pregnant against their will.
Of the states where medication abortion is legal, some have required a physician to prescribe these pills, others require, say, any clinician can do it. What's the difference in terms of access, and why does that matter?
It matters because more choices, more access means that people have better outcomes. They can access the care they need quicker, more conveniently. There's less barriers to care. We know that medication abortion, including the use of mifepristone, is extremely safe. It's extremely effective. We found that with time that unlike the original label that the FDA provided saying that a physician had to do it, nurse practitioners and physician assistants are just as able to dispense a medication as we are. It's very common when I'm providing this medication that I say to patients that you probably won't feel anything different. This medication is really safe. You can do whatever you need to. There's really no need for the person to be there in person. They can receive it in the mail or however it may be convenient for them. And the more options we have, the more we learn with time, the more we can meet people's needs.
I'm very interested in the ways in which the private sector has become involved in this. And earlier this month, we saw CVS and Walgreens announce that they would begin selling mifepristone. Does that increase access in a meaningful way? What does that mean for doctors and abortion providers like yourself?
Yeah, it's still really early. I think it's just been a week or two since some of these large retail pharmacies have begun to receive and dispense the medication mifepristone, and it's only available in a handful of states. But again, every time we provide more options for people, we know that there's major retail pharmacies all throughout the country that are very convenient for folks, unlike some clinics that may be further away or more difficult to access. So the more options we have with a very safe medication like mifepristone, the better it is, and the further we're going to get, or the closer we're going to get to meeting people's needs and making sure we have multiple options for them to choose from.
Since the Dobbs decision, there's been a pretty significant rise in medication abortion. Is it a safe assumption that that number will continue to grow in your experience?
I think so. I think when it's available and people can access it, we're seeing that it's a very popular option. More and more people have sought medication abortion as their preferred option. We've also seen that when we're able to provide it at higher gestations, that it is more of an option for other people. And so we've also learned, as Dr. Goodwin was saying from the COVID-19 pandemic, that it is safe to provide via telemedicine. About 16% of medication abortion is provided via telemedicine. So again, I think the more options we have and the more convenient it is for people, I wouldn't be surprised that more and more people are accessing this care as their preferred option.
All right, Michelle Goodwin and Dr. Kumar, we have to leave it there. Thank you both for your expertise. And in developments of a totally different variety, today the judge in Donald Trump's upcoming criminal hush money trial hit the former president with a partial gag order. The ruling bars Mr. Trump from making public statements about known or potential witnesses, as well as any juror or prospective juror in the case. He's also barred from discussing lawyers in the case, court staff, and Manhattan District Attorney's Office staff members if those statements are made with the, quote, intent to materially interfere with the case. The order does not apply to the judge or Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg. The judge referenced Trump's past attacks, saying anything similar would, quote, undoubtedly risk impeding the orderly administration of the court. That case is set to go to trial April 15th. Up next, independent presidential hopeful RFK Jr. rolls out his running mate. Who is she, and why is the long shot candidate making this move now? We're on the trail in Oakland next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Welcome back. President Biden and Vice President Harris just wrapped up a rare joint appearance in North Carolina. The event was focused on expanding health care access. In his remarks, the president painted a stark contrast between his health care agenda and that of Republicans, accusing Republicans in Congress of once again trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And while this visit to battleground North Carolina is technically a White House event and not a campaign stop, there are definitely 2024 undertones. North Carolina, of course, a state that former President Trump narrowly won in 2020. And the latest polling out of the state show Mr. Trump with a slight edge over President Biden in a head-to-head matchup, though we should note it's clearly within the margin of error. Joining me now is Mike Memoli, who's covering the president and vice president on that visit to North Carolina. So, Mike, it's been a while since we've seen these two together in a battleground state. What does that tell us about just how important this visit is on policy and clearly politically as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't often see, and I was thinking a lot back to 2012, I couldn't even come up with too many examples of when President Obama and then Vice President Biden campaigned with one another. But this really signals how important North Carolina is to the Biden campaign's electoral pathway to 270 electoral votes. They're just finishing today about an 18-day post-State of the Union swing of what the Biden campaign has explicitly said are what they view as the battleground states. And in 7 of those 8 states, they are playing defense, especially when you talk about a place like Michigan, where the war in Gaza is particularly making Biden vulnerable with some key demographic groups. And so North Carolina is the chance that the Biden team sees to go on offense. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes, Michigan, 15 electoral votes. So swapping one for the other there and holding the rest, a big if, does keep the Biden team well over 270 electoral votes. But, Garrett, you know this is so well. The Biden team likes to play the long game at a time when we have very short memories, especially voters do. And one of the other reasons why North Carolina is so attractive to them is that there are some very clear examples here of recent policy changes that make clear the choice for voters next November, which is, one, the expansion of Medicaid, which just happened last December. That was really what today's event was officially about, the possibility that this new opportunity for 400,000 North Carolinians to get health care who couldn't previously do it would be undone if the Republicans take back power and undo the Affordable Care Act. But then there is the fact that North Carolina is also the only of these 8 battleground states that has, since the Dobbs decision, moved further in a restrictive direction when it comes to abortion rights. So those two more recent developments is why I think the Biden team sees this as such a particularly fertile state and why they did the joint show of force, especially with Vice President Harris, who has really led the team here as it relates to reproductive health issues.
It's also going to have one of the most interesting governor's races in the country, but that will be a story for another day. Mike Memoli, thank you for your reporting here. Now, President Biden and Vice President Harris were not the only campaign ticket on the trail today. Just moments ago, independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced a California attorney and campaign booster, Nicole Shanahan, as his running mate. Right now, Kennedy's ticket is only on the ballot in Utah, though his campaign claims they have enough signatures to also get on ballots in New Hampshire and Hawaii. Some states require the full presidential ticket before signatures are even allowed to be gathered, which explains Kennedy's early running mate announcement. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard was at the Kennedy-Shanahan event and joins me now from Oakland. So, Vaughn, let's start with the big question of the day. Who is Nicole Shanahan, and why was she selected as RFK Jr.'s running mate?
Let's be clear, Garrett, I did not know who Nicole Shanahan was, and most of the American public at large should not be expected to know who Nicole Shanahan is.
That's good.
Just for one reference point, on Twitter or X, she had just 1,200 public followers. She had a closed Instagram account, and frankly, talking to folks that were coming in for this VP announcement today, a great many of them told me that they did not know who Nicole Shanahan was, and one person told me assuredly that she was definitely not going to be the pick. Well, RFK did in fact make her the pick. And anybody in the United States of America can run for president or vice president, but a big part of that is being able to get enough signatures, Garrett, to qualify for the ballot. And RFK right now is trying to do that in all 50 states. And Nicole Shanahan, she is a philanthropist. She used to be married to a co-founder of Google. She is a tech lawyer herself, but she does have a big bank account, and she was actually the main funder of that Super Bowl ad for RFK for just last month that folks will recall. And she does not have a long-standing relationship with Kennedy. On stage, she said she watched an interview about a year ago that he did, and that's when she first got drawn to him. And now, as being a part of this VP ticket, Garrett, she, if she so chooses to, can self-fund effectively their presidential ticket to the extent that she desires. And a big part of that is going to be getting on the ballot in all 50 states, Garrett.
Yeah, self-funding, always handy. What did we learn about her from her remarks, Vaughn? How well did she mesh with Kennedy, particularly on some of his more controversial views like those on vaccines?
Right, she's 38 years old, she's younger, but by and large, everything she said on the stage was very much reflective of Kennedy's public positions here. Like Robert F. Kennedy, she left the Democratic Party within the last year. She is somebody who spoke about being anti-corporate greed, anti-big pharma, somebody who also spoke about the importance of clean air and water. But you mentioned vaccines. She suggests that she is vaccine skeptical. And much like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., she is somebody who, around the COVID vaccine, has expressed not only hesitancies, but also reticence. And among the folks that were coming into this event here, you know, there are some who would otherwise say that they would vote for Donald Trump or Joe Biden, depending on other policy. But by and large, the main issue for the folks here in attendance was around vaccine policy. She herself has a child with autism, and she said after her child was born, began investigating what could have caused autism. Of course, scientists have refuted any link between vaccines and autism, yet there is a wide breadth of the American electorate that is very much keen on further exploring this, and that is the part of the electorate that Kennedy and Shanahan suggest that they want to be on the front lines of advocating for, Garrett.
Vaughn Hilliard, fascinating stuff. Thank you for that reporting from the West Coast. And we've got new battleground polling today showing the other two presidential candidates in a pretty tight race for the White House. Today's new polls come from Bloomberg and Morning Consult, and they show former President Trump in the lead in 4 states, including Georgia and Arizona, those key Sunbelt states that President Biden won in 2020. Now, these polls have the race tied in the old blue wall states of Michigan and Pennsylvania, and President Biden up 1 in Wisconsin. Although we go about the numbers, these are all within the polls' margin of error. Now, the good news for President Biden in these polls is that they appear to show him gaining some ground since February in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. But again, that movement is all inside the margins. So joining me now to talk about it all is Nicholas Wu, congressional reporter for Politico, Megan Hayes, a former special assistant to President Biden, and Hogan Gidley, former national press secretary for the 2020 Donald Trump campaign. So, Nick, I'll start with you. I want to play some of what President Biden has said recently about polls. We'll talk about it on the other side.
They report a lot of polls. The last 4 polls out, we're winning, okay? But guess what? None of these polls mean the damn thing this early on. So we just got to keep at it.
The biggest political cliche on the planet, that the only poll that matters is on Election Day. But does the president have a point here? And I won't penalize you for saying we should stop talking about early polls on a show that just started talking about early polls.
Well, I think as someone who talks to a lot of congressional Democrats, there's certainly a lot of griping about the polls, and that but at the end of the day, they're still representative of public views at a certain point in time. Now, this could all change between now and Election Day, as we were seeing a few minutes ago with the RFK Jr. bid. That has the possibility to be a spoiler, really, for either presidential candidate. As we've seen recent reporting that he's flirted with the Libertarian nomination, that could draw folks from the right or the left. We don't really know, and there's still lots of different variables between now and Election Day.
Hogan, we've seen a lot of President Biden on the campaign trail the last couple of weeks, vanishingly little of Donald Trump except in courtrooms. Is he missing a moment here to kind of keep up on the pace of this campaign?
First of all, is RFK's pick, you said 38 years old?
That's right.
What have I done
with my life.
Clearly, I know.
What are we doing here? This is ridiculous.
We missed our moment.
Look, I think a snapshot in time is absolutely correct of what polls are. They change, and they're going to tighten, obviously, but between now and the time we get to November. But these are all states we're talking about now where Joe Biden and Donald Trump are potentially tied. It's one poll. They oversample Democrats. That's all fine. But the fact that Biden won those states and Donald Trump has a play for those states at this point actually shows a real weakness, I believe, in the Biden campaign and the policies. It goes back to what he has done and put in place for the American people. I argue that those things have really hurt not just our present, but the potential for future gains for this country as well. And you see that in other polls that show the American people don't like where we are on the border, don't like where we are on the economy, don't like where we are with crime, and that Joe Biden is underwater in all of those important issues. And I look for that to be the real issue in this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, Megan, to that point, I mean, we've got an election now between two incumbents, basically. There's nothing theoretical about this. Both of these men have records in the White House. Does that sort of negate a lot of what we traditionally think about campaigning and the value of even some of the basic blocking and tackling, like what states you're going to talk about, whatever your plan X is on any given day?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the president and the former president both have a record to run on, and things that they've done in the White House and their behavior since their time in the White House for former President Trump. But as someone who lived through 2020 and was a day one campaign staffer, you don't live and die by the polls, or we would have been not out of Iowa. So, I think that, as the president said, it's just not something that is going to drive what he's doing. Obviously, they're paying attention to the different issues that are important to folks, and that comes out of the polling, and that actually is important information. But who's winning and right now who's ahead, it's all statistically pretty even, so it's not really something to focus on.
One thing that's not debatable is this tonal shift from the Biden campaign. I want to read a little bit of this statement that they put out about Donald Trump after his press conference yesterday. Donald Trump is a weak and desperate, both as a man and a candidate for president. Ouch, he can't raise money. He's not interested in campaigning. They conclude America deserves better than a feeble, confused, and tired Donald Trump. If you'd taken the Trump out of this and told me this was a Trump campaign statement about Joe Biden, I would have believed it too, right? This is not what we're used to hearing from the Biden campaign. What do you make of that more aggressive posture?
Look, I think that the campaign is making a clear choice between the two different folks who are running, and I think that they're hitting they're hitting former President Trump in a way that he hits President Biden. It's hot language, obviously. It's not rhetoric that is normal that would come from the president. It's obviously not coming from the president, from his mouth directly. It's coming from the campaign, which is supposed to be the apparatus to make these sort of statements. But it's definitely hot.
Hogan, elevating a debate of this nature with Donald Trump usually ends up with him elevating things on his side here. I mean, is this really the path the Biden campaign wants to go down?
Look, the classic counterpuncher is Donald Trump, of course. But let's be clear. This isn't like Joe Biden is this soft, genteel old man in politics for half of a century. At this point, he literally said Mitt Romney, the milquetoast of all people, was going to put black people back in chains and reinstitute slavery. So his rhetoric is typically hot. Anyone that talks to the Democrats on Capitol Hill know that while he was a senator, the whole time he's been in office, he's mean, he's tough, and he's going to keep saying these things moving forward. But what's interesting about that statement is it's almost like, no, I'm not feeble, you're feeble, right? No, I'm not old, you're old. We all see the pictures. Donald Trump's out there winning golf tournaments, he's playing golf, and Joe Biden's walking around like a Roomba. He doesn't know where he's going half the time. He stumbles through every speech. He stops, doesn't know where he is half the time, loses his train of thought. The American people see that. Again, poll after poll shows it's a real problem for the Democrats, and they know it. That's why they're trying to muddy the water with this type of rhetoric that says, no, we're both old. Don't worry about it.
We need an ESPN outside the lines investigation into Donald Trump winning club championships as his own clubs.
I've seen him play. He's very good.
All right. We'll set that aside. So it turns out there may be another way that get under Donald Trump's skin, whether you mean it or not, and it's to talk to him about whether he's going to spend his money on his campaign like he has said he's going to do. Nick, I asked him this question yesterday. Listen to what he said. Now that the bond's been reduced, are you going to start putting money into your campaign? You haven't done that since 2016.
Well, first of all, it's none of your business, I mean, frankly. But I might do that. I have the option. I'll be spending money on my campaign. I might spend a lot of money on my campaign. But I should have that option. A crooked judge shouldn't say, we're going to have you post a bond and take all of that money that I could be spending on a campaign or other things if I want to do other things.
For a guy with billions of dollars to his name, he has spent zero of them on his campaign since 2016. Should we believe he will now?
Oh, I think, I don't know if we can always take the former president at his word, especially on something like that. But look, on paper, yes, he has all of these resources at his disposal, and we know this is going to be a very expensive election. I think the question for him is whether, yes, that money will be, he'll devote that money towards all of his mounting legal bills or towards the campaign. And at least if past the precedent so far, they're going towards the former.
Hogan, we've been doing this for a while. We've already mentioned that we're both overqualified to be RFK's VP. Donald Trump now has a stock trading under his initials for the Truth Social brand. It is functionally a meme stock. We'll see how it goes. He could make billions off of it. Sure. What do you make of this new frontier where voters can essentially invest in the candidate himself? And I guess I have to ask you if you own any of it, right, if we're going to talk about this. So what do you make of this?
I don't own any of that stock. And also, I have already turned Donald Trump down because he asked me to be the vice president. So breaking news here. I just said, no, I'm not doing that. Look, this is always so interesting to me to watch him market and watch him brand the way he does, because that's what he's so good at. And I think it trades under DJT.
That's right.
Which is interesting because that's what we call him and that's what we say in texts. That's how we refer to him when we're talking inter-staff and inter-campaign, et cetera. And so to watch that across the ticker, you know he loves that. And you know this company obviously is valued worth billions of dollars at this point. So we'll wait and see what happens as it relates to the future of the company and also the growth of it. But it is fascinating always to watch him brand.
I'm going to let you jump in on this before we go. I mean, are we in a weird new frontier here? I mean, the idea of how much differently campaigns are funded, candidates are invested in. I mean, you want to talk about conflict of interest. A wealthy investor could go buy 1 million shares in DJT right now. How does that play in a presidential campaign? Do we have any idea?
I don't think we are in normal territory at all. I think that this is going to be an interesting couple of months coming up. But I would say that in terms of your branding conversation, there's no one more that the former president cares about more than himself. So it makes sense that it is DJT.
I don't think we're in normal territory anymore. Will be the new branding for this segment. I think we'll just leave it there. All right, Nick, Megan, and Hogan, thank you all for coming in. And we've got more on the breaking news on that Baltimore bridge collapse and the economic impact of the port closure coming up. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Nothing normal here.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Turning back now to that devastating bridge collapse in Baltimore, as shipping in the usually busy port remains at a complete standstill. According to the Maryland Port Administration, the Port of Baltimore is the 11th largest port in the U.S. and the 9th largest based on the value of cargo. It's also been the #1 port for handling the import and export of cars in this country for 13 straight years. For more on the economic impacts of the bridge collapse, I'm joined now by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Roman. So, Christine, this is obviously a very busy harbor. Talk to me about the real economic impact here, both in the short term and the long term, if this takes some time to clear that space.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to clear that space. And in the very short term, you have incredible disruption here in supply chains. Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, said he expects major protracted impact to supply chains here. I mean, even by 7 o'clock this morning, you had major companies already rerouting their own goods because they knew this was such a big disruption for so many. In particular, I think you're going to be looking at the auto industry very, very closely here. We know that GM, Ford, and Toyota have already started moving their shipments and making changes because their supply chain has been affected here. These are where cars are imported from here. So you have economists who are saying that there could be some makes and models that it may take a little longer to get them on the dealer floor, and it may raise costs a little bit. I mean, whenever you stretch out a supply chain, it adds to cost. So we'll be very closely watching for that there. But a real disruption for the local community, and then broader, the macro picture, I think, is it's just another snarl of supply chains at a time when prices many people feel are still too high.
And I'm running out of time, so forgive me for asking you an overly complicated question, but did anything we all experienced during the pandemic with supply chains getting so bogged down inform how the automakers, how other importers and exporters will shift their supply chain? Can they do it more quickly now than they would have been able to if this happened in 2019?
Absolutely. The response today is completely informed by the experience they've already been through. It was almost a dress rehearsal of sorts. Right away, they had the people and the infrastructure in place within many of these companies to quickly switch gears and figure out which ports they need to go to and how to get around any kind of blockage. So, companies moved very, very quickly on this, and it will add some time, no question, to the delivery of products. But they have been here before, and they're going to try to minimize that disruption as much as they can.
And I imagine the administration will be watching closely to see what happens on inflation, too, on those products. But we got to leave it there. Christine Romans, thank you for your expertise on this. And we're back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But the news continues right now with Hallie Jackson.
We are coming on the air with the race to find survivors in Baltimore. That horrifying video I know you've seen. A cargo ship sending this bridge collapsing into the water below. The big questions about who was on that bridge when it happened, where the search stands now, and when this critical port can reopen. We're live from every angle, on the ground and in the air, in just a minute. We're also live outside the Supreme Court with more on why the justices sound kind of ready to reject a challenge to the abortion pill. Plus, an NBC News exclusive just one day after those raids on Diddy's homes. We brought you live here as breaking news last night. Now, the producer accusing him of sexual assault, also accusing another actor of the same thing. The new details in just a minute. Then in tonight's original, Tennessee taking new steps tonight to fix a law that's stressing out some third graders there who say they're worried their reading skills will get them left behind. We'll explain. And the NFL's new rule to inject a little more drama into kickoff. We're one-on-one with one of the coaches who helped come up with these new moves a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we start with that catastrophic bridge collapse in Baltimore and the desperate race happening as we speak to find at least 6 people still missing in that frigid river, some 15 hours after the bridge came down. It is this horrifying and almost unimaginable scene we're showing you here. One of the more iconic bridges in the Mid-Atlantic snapping after a cargo ship, you see it there on the left side of your screen, obviously crashes into it. You can see the bridge come crashing down. 8 workers had been fixing potholes on I-695 on that bridge when this happened. That ship, out of one of the busiest ports in America, was on its way to Sri Lanka, apparently losing power, but putting out a mayday call before hitting the bridge. The whole thing, to so many, heartbreaking and shocking.
I would have never thought in a million years that would happen. When I got the phone call, I thought it was fake. I know it's going to take a big effect on this whole city.
The president promising late today the federal government will help Baltimore rebuild.
We're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. I mean, all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident.
Well, we may know a little bit about how this happened. There's still a lot that we just don't know right now, like Why that Mayday call apparently stopped cars from getting on the bridge, but didn't get the construction workers off of it in time. Like whether or not this bridge should have been able to withstand a hit like this. Now, the transportation secretary late today is pointing out the unique circumstances to have a ship this size essentially lose control. More on that, perhaps, in the weeks to come. And then when might ships be able to go through and get to this port again? It's a lifeline to thousands of jobs in and around Baltimore and to trade not just on the East Coast, but around the world. What's the economic fallout? We've got team coverage, George Solis and Tom Costello on the ground in Maryland. Tom Yamas getting a look at the aftermath from the air. But Tom Costello, I want to get to you first because we just heard the governor in the last couple of hours say this is still very active here, an active search and rescue mission, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, listen, they still have 6 people unaccounted for since 1:30 this morning. And so while they call this a search and rescue effort, they're very realistic about the chances for survival in the very frigid waters here in Baltimore. Nonetheless, those 6 construction workers filling potholes on top of the bridge when it was hit by this ship at 1:30 in the morning, and they are still missing. And we've had divers on the water, fire department rescue teams, and local Coast Guard teams also searching. The governor's making this point that they did pull 2 people out of the water. One of them declined any medical intervention. The other one rushed to a local trauma center where he is still being treated. But the impact here on this community and on the greater port is substantial. The port remains closed, one of the busiest in the country, and the airspace remains closed above us only right now for search and rescue efforts, local police and local fire, and as well as the Coast Guard efforts underway right now. Hallie.
And Tom, we also heard, as you know, from the head of the NTSB, as you've referenced there, about the steps to come. It sounds like the entire focus, as you know, is on that search and rescue. But at some point, there will be a discussion about how this could have happened. Perhaps a data recorder, right, on that ship. That's typically sort of standard procedure here.
Yeah, that's right. So there are 24 NTSB investigators on the scene, and they will look at a long list of factors that might have contributed. So I asked the NTSB chairwoman a short time ago, what about the data recorders, the so-called black boxes we hear about on planes? What about those black boxes on board the ship? Here's what she said. Can you speak to what type of recorders may be on board the ship, and what do you hope that what information might they provide?
We chose not to board the vessel today to allow some time for the search and recovery, which we did not want to interfere with.
The bottom line is they haven't yet had access to the ship. They're going to wait until the search and rescue efforts have been completed, and then they need to make sure that that ship is stabilized and safe before they board. And that means the 22 crew members who are on board that ship will remain on board. We're told that they are of Indian nationality. But when you come into any U.S. port, by the way, you must bring on board a local pilot who helps navigate through the waters, because that local pilot knows those waters. A local pilot was on board, so we simply don't yet understand the timeline and what may or may not have happened with that local pilot also on board the ship.
And Tom, I just have to ask you quickly, I see just a crush, it looks like, of other reporters behind you there. That has been the staging area where you are at the base of the bridge for, since 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
And that port is considered a critical... That's right. I mean, I got here at about 5 this morning, and it has, as you would expect, mushroomed ever since. And these images have gone around the world. We have media from all over the world covering this, leading their newscasts from around the world. Anecdotally, you know, my wife is Belgian. She was talking to her mother in Belgium, who immediately brought up the bridge collapse in Baltimore and said, how is it possible? How could that happen? The point being, this is an international, global story, because every country that has bridges like this might be significantly worried as well about whether their bridges might also be vulnerable.
Tom Costello, thank you so much for being there, for your reporting. I know for 13 hours straight running now. Appreciate it. Our Tom Yamas is also in Baltimore. Just moments ago, he sent us this look from up above of the stunning scene in Baltimore.
Hallie, we're about 2,000 feet over the Patapsco River right now, and just to my left here, I can see the Dolly, that massive cargo vessel that crashed into the Key Bridge. From this high, the first thing that sticks out is just how massive this vessel was. We're talking about 950 feet. That's almost the same size as the Empire State Building. But one thing you do notice is that on the surface, right, on the deck, there is not an inch of space. It is container after container after container, and it's stacked 10 high. I point that out because a longshoreman who I spoke with earlier today, who actually helped load the Dolly before it took off from the port of Baltimore, said to me, you know, those container ships are filled with all types of cargo, including cars. So, you know, when we talk about 8 knots, that's how fast the Dolly was traveling. That's only about 10 miles per hour. That may not seem very fast, that it would be able to crash into a bridge and this whole thing would collapse. But the thing is, you have to remember is that that cargo ship was filled with cargo, so it weighed so much. So when it hit that bridge, you're talking about just tons and tons of weight impacting the bridge, essentially knocking those pillars, and that's why it collapsed. From up here, the other thing you notice is the amount of sort of boats that are still in the water, a lot of Coast Guard boats, a lot of boats from Maryland County officials that we can see here, Maryland state officials, I should say. It's hard to tell whether a rescue operation is still underway. We know that they're still hoping to find those 6 people that are missing. At this point from up here, it doesn't look like it's too active, but there are things also that we can't see. There are maybe teams still in the water trying to search for those people and or those vehicles, trying to find whatever they can. What you do notice right away, though, is that this bridge is completely gone. I heard from someone that it took, I think, 3 years to build this bridge, if not longer. It's going to take a long time to repair this, and this is a major artery here in Baltimore, in the greater Baltimore area, and it's completely gone right now. And moving that ship and getting that cargo off that ship, and also any of the bins that actually fell into the river as well, it's going to be a massive undertaking. That's the very latest from where we are right now, flying over Baltimore. Hallie, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio in Washington.
Our thanks to Tom Llamas for that. George, I want to get to you now in Dundalk, Maryland. So the reaction here, obviously with so much focus on these 6 people unaccounted for, in just the last 10 minutes or so, our colleagues at Telemundo spoke with the wife of one of those missing construction workers who says she is just devastated, that their hearts are breaking now as they're waiting for news. It's just a nightmare for them.
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. And here we are in Baltimore County on the Patapsco River. And these are a lot of homes that heard this collision before they actually saw it. The images, of course, stunning. And here, once day broke, we had arguably one of the best vantage points here on the ground that I can show you right now. Take a look. You can still see that container ship, as Tom pointed out there in the aerial shot, in the Francis Scott Key Bridge right there, partially submerged there in the water. And talking about just the emotional impact that this is having here in this community, a lot of people grew up with that bridge. This was built back in the 1970s. It is named after the author of the Star-Spangled Banner, which of course is a big deal here in Baltimore. We talk about the commerce side of things. We talk about the transport side of things. This is part of the Baltimore Beltway. So of course the traffic headaches are only just beginning while we talk about the construction. But of course, as we heard throughout the day today, this is about those 6 souls that are still presumed missing in those waters. And the reaction today from this community that has come out to get a glimpse of this, and the disbelief, is something you have to hear.
This is literally the road I travel almost on a daily basis to go to my brother's house.
Just a real loud boom, and then my bed started shaking. My grandma woke me up, said the bridge is gone.
And again, speaking to that point again, Hallie, this was such a large crash that people's homes actually shook. It woke them out of bed, and then when they come out and they saw here, they couldn't even believe it. And again, it's a little bit of a cliche, but this is played out like a bit of a Hollywood movie, especially from the vantage point that we've had. We've seen those boats in the water. We've seen helicopters so low to the ground, and we know how crucial of an asset that is as they are beginning these search and rescue efforts. And one other note, I did speak with Baltimore City Office of Emergency Management officials a little while ago, who again reaffirmed that right now they are still calling this a search and rescue operation. Hallie.
George Solis live for us there in Dundalk. Lots of developments throughout the day. More to come perhaps tonight. We're going to look for you again next hour as we get more of those. George, thank you. Let's bring it back to Washington now, where the Supreme Court is seeming to signal today it's going to let people keep access to abortion pills, with some heavy skepticism from the justices about a push to restrict that access. Here's some of it.
Just to confirm on the standing issue, under federal law, no doctors can be forced against their consciences to perform or assist in an abortion, correct?
This case seems like a prime example of turning what could be a small lawsuit into a nationwide legislative assembly.
You need a person. You need a person to be able to come in and meet the court's regular standing requirements. Who's your person?
Who's your person? So we're going to come back to that thought in just a second. They're talking about, as you see it here, mifepristone, one of 2 pills used in nearly 2/3 of abortions in this country. No decision today, of course, right? So we're talking about tea leaf reading, not about actual decisions. But as you can see, the oral arguments drew tons of people, crowds of them rallying outside court, chanting with megaphones, many of them in favor of abortion rights. Yamiche Alcindor joins us now. Okay, so Yamiche, why so skeptical? Why are these justices seeming and sounding so skeptical of this argument, trying to restrict access to these pills?
Hallie, this skepticism really comes down to one word: science. These justices over and over again really were questioning whether or not the FDA as an agency that is not just a leading agency in the United States, but really around the world, why the Supreme Court would really second guess that. And there was a really telling exchange between Justice Alito, as of course seen as a conservative justice, as well as the lawyer for the manufacturer of mifepristone, which of course is this medication abortion. Take a listen to that exchange.
The statement was made that no court has ever previously second-guessed the FDA's judgment about access to a drug, right? And it's never second-guessed that.
That's correct.
You think the FDA is infallible?
No, Your Honor.
Now, over and over again, we heard the lawyer for the anti-abortion groups who sued the FDA to really stop the access to this medication abortion to be more widely available. They said over and over again that this was really putting women at risk and that this was really also forcing doctors into a position that would go against their conscience. But the FDA, as well as the lawyer for mifepristone, they really did hammer home at the idea that the FDA had a long, rigorous, science-based process, that every single step that they took, including approving the pill decades ago, but also opening up that approval and letting people have it by telehealth as well as by mail. Over and over again, they were really looking at the science here. So that's why justices sounded skeptical, and you heard that over and over again from conservative justices asking questions about the medical procedures here, saying overall that this would not really change, even if the FDA lost. The medical issues here would not change. It would just be the accessibility issues, Hallie.
So we know that June tends to be kind of the big moments for the Supreme Court towards the end of the term, when some of these really high-profile decisions tend to drop. Obviously, we don't know for sure. That's just, how past precedent has worked. That said, even if this ruling comes down in June or whenever, and even if it is what everybody thinks it is likely to be, given the skepticism you've laid out here, that's the federal level. There's still a lot of challenges at the state level, right? Talk us through that.
There's certainly a lot of challenges at the state level, and we should put up a map for folks to really understand what's going on here around this country. You have a number of states, including states like Texas, like Arkansas, like Louisiana, southern states, conservative states, who have already banned medication abortion. Then you have a number of states that are saying that it can only be prescribed by clinicians, others saying it only can be prescribed by physicians. But let's remember, this is going to continue to be a moving target, because medication abortion is becoming the most common way that women who are seeking abortions are getting those abortions. And research is showing that in the last few years, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, you've seen that use of medication abortion go up. Something like 6 in 10 women, if they have an abortion, through medication abortion. And you've also heard from conservative activists who are just going to continue to hammer home and try to get more wins after getting that really generational win of overturning Roe v. Wade. So a lot here. Of course, it's also an election year, so Democrats are going to be pointing this out over and over again, hoping to sort of capitalize on the momentum and the anger, frankly, between some women who are angry at the fact that this medication abortion might not be accessible. Hallie?
Yamiche Alcindor live for us there outside the Supreme Court. Yamiche, thank you for being there. Right now, President Biden and Vice President Harris are on the trail together for the first time in this 2024 campaign in North Carolina. No coincidence, it's a big target for the Biden camp, which sees it as their best chance to pick up one of the states former President Trump won in 2020. Take a look at this. President Biden won 4 of the 5 closest races in 2020, but the 5th one, you see it there? North Carolina, the closest, where 5th closest, where Mr. Trump won by just over a percentage point. NBC's Mike Memoli is traveling with the president in Raleigh, North Carolina. It is an interesting piece of timing here, right? We just talked with Yamiche about the issue of reproductive rights and abortion access. That is expected to be front and center for Democrats, for the president, for the vice president, over the course of the next 7 months as they campaign here, putting some eggs in the North Carolina basket, if you will.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I mean, it's not an accident that this event took place on the day of those Supreme Court arguments. It's not an accident that this event came just a couple days after the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. And it's not an accident that this is the first of this post-State of the Union roadshow that the president's been on, where Vice President Harris, who's really taken the lead on abortion rights issues for the administration, joined him for this event. But there's a lot that the Biden team does like about North Carolina. You got to play a lot of defense when you're an incumbent running for re-election. This is a state they think they can go on offense. You look at the demographics of North Carolina, one of the bigger black populations among the battleground states, obviously a key constituency for President Biden. You're also seeing changing demographics. You see a real population boom here in the, as it's called, the triangle, the economy improving, bringing more college-educated workers. Those tend to be, at least for the Biden team, voters that they think they can win. And then you have the salience of the health care issue. This is why the event here was focused on that. Take a listen to how the president presented that argument.
Here's what it would mean if they get rid of the ACA. Because of Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans in Congress, 45 million people nationwide would lose their health insurance, including 1.4 million right here in North Carolina.
Now, Hallie, another reason that the Biden team feels there's a strong argument to be made for spending a lot of time and resources in North Carolina, it's not just the presidential race that's going to matter here. You have the Lieutenant Governor, Republican Robinson, running against the Democratic Attorney General, Mark Stein. Stein was at this event talking about how he has fought to defend the Affordable Care Act. We know that there are certainly a crossover in terms of the framing of the presidential race to how the down-ballot gubernatorial race is also going to be waged here in North Carolina.
Yeah, the former governor tells NBC News that North Carolina could be this election's Arizona. In other words, a state that could decide the whole shebang, right? I wonder how that plays into things where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the 8 states that Biden campaign has really put its cards on the table. Since the State of the Union, he's visited every one of the states that the Biden team sees as a battleground state. And yes, a lot of that includes at places like Arizona. But let's just talk about Michigan and North Carolina as it relates to the electoral map, right? We know the president's vulnerabilities in Michigan, a state that he only narrowly won 4 years ago, especially as it relates to the war in Gaza, the Arab American population there. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. If you lose Michigan, but you win North Carolina, which has 16 electoral votes, well, you're actually up an electoral vote as long as you hold the rest. Big if, but that's kind of how the Biden team is looking at this. And so this is not the end of the president's travel here. We're going to see him here a lot. It's just notable that the type of event he was holding here was with an audience, with a rally-style atmosphere, was very different than what he did in Michigan, where it was a lot of off-the-record type visits without the ability to build a crowd because, of course, the protests that you often see in Michigan. He did have a protest, an interruption here. Made a little bit of news, by the way. They were asking, what about health care for Gaza? And the president actually answered back, you have a point.
It's interesting. Just before I let you go, there's also some other political news today on the third-party front with RFK Jr. announcing his running mate. So he's rolling out his VP pick, a woman named Nicole Shanahan, little-known lawyer, entrepreneur. How concerned is the Biden camp about the potential that the RFK ticket, now I guess the Kennedy-Shanahan ticket, could have an impact in some of these states where the margins, as in North Carolina, are just so extremely close that a few thousand votes really could make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, the first concern depends on where actually RFK is able to get on the ballot. So we're looking at that ballot access. But when you talk about the close margins in these states, absolutely a third-party candidate could make the difference. Now, the Biden team, the DNC, had a call today to talk about this pick. They are very squarely focused on RFK and are going to have a rapid response operation for moments just like this. But in North Carolina is interesting. If you look at that new poll, you see that RFK actually takes away from both candidates equally. Trump does lead in both scenarios here, but that lead about stays the same because he's pulling just about equal numbers from both candidates, at least in this state, Hallie.
Mike, Memoli, thank you very much. Lots to cover tonight. Appreciate it. Tonight, some new details from the parents of Evan Gershkovich, that Wall Street Journal reporter who, according to the paper, faces at least another 3 months in a Russian jail in custody before his trial on spy charges even gets going. The U.S., of course, considering Gershkovich wrongfully detained. You are looking now at his mother and father opening up to our Andrea Mitchell on Evan's year behind bars in Russia.
We knew that it was going to be a marathon, but still had hopes that it will be sooner.
He spent all 4 seasons there. He spent his birthday and all the holidays, and we want him home as soon as possible.
Remember, it's a year this week since Gershkovich's arrest while on a reporting trip. You see him there. NBC's Matt Bradley is following this one for us, and it is I think it hurts, right, to see Evan's parents, to see Gershkovich's parents talking about the pain that they have with their son still detained in Russia.
Yeah, they seem to be doing remarkably well. You know, they're kind of holding it together here. I was impressed with, you know, just you can see how weighty this is, especially coming on that 1 year anniversary as we're seeing today. Here's a little more of what they said to our own Andrea Mitchell.
It's hard to feel anything. It's hard to think about anything. Just you stop function in a normal sense. It's difficult to understand the time. You only think about one thing.
We are keeping ourselves optimistic. That's the best way we can cope with it, that it will be next day. And maybe next day something will change.
And, you know, we keep hearing them talking about timing, the marathon. You know, the timing here is so open-ended. There's no prison term applied to this. He hasn't been convicted, and that's why decisions like the one that we saw today must be so agonizing for the parents of Evan Gershkovich, because, you know, it's just adding another 3 months onto, and this is important, that pretrial detention. Now, this is not surprising. This is the 5th time that the Russian court has done this, extended his pretrial detention. The fact is, Hallie, the best thing that Evan Gershkovich can hope for right now, and his parents definitely know this, is to be convicted and to get a prison sentence and to go to prison. I know that sounds twisted to think, you know, the best thing that could happen for this guy is to be convicted of espionage in a Russian court and sent to a Russian penitentiary. But that's the start of a new process here that we saw with Brittany Griner a couple of years ago and others, where once you get that prison sentence, and the Russians have been clear on this, that's when you can start negotiating diplomatically. So any extension to this, he's been in prison, in jail now for a year, that extends the progress, the prospect that he could be freed through some kind of negotiation. Hallie?
That, of course, the hope for his family and for so many others. Matt Bradley, live for us overseas. Thank you. More of Andrea's interview with Evan Gershkovich's parents will air tonight on NBC Nightly News. Lester Holt will be there in Baltimore. More on that to come. Coming up here on this show, new data shows how the economy might be booming for boomers, but for their millennial kids, not so much. Plus, how a disease that hits birds is now attacking cows, what it means for our supply.
news in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
An NBC News exclusive tonight as we're learning the music producer accusing Sean Diddy Combs of sexual assault and harassment is also accusing actor Cuba Gooding Jr. of something similar. Remember, this producer filed his original lawsuit against Diddy and others last month. He said Combs forced him to find sex workers and pressured him into doing sexual things with them. Now he's saying that Gooding groped him while they were on Sean Combs' yacht. We know that Combs, of course, is at the center of a federal investigation with multiple people being interviewed by federal officials in New York related to allegations of sex trafficking, assault, and more against the rapper, according to sources familiar with the matter. As you saw here unfolding on this show 24 hours ago, the feds raided Combs' Florida and California homes. Reps for Gooding and Combs did not immediately respond to a request for comment from NBC. In the past, of course, Diddy has denied all the allegations against him. Dana Griffin is joining us now. Important to note here that Gooding has not been charged with any crime. Talk us through some of the other details that we're learning.
Yeah, Hallie, according to this amended lawsuit, producer Rodney Jones alleges actor Cuba Gooding Jr. groped him on Diddy's yacht in January 2023 while this yacht was in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The suit goes on to claim that Jones was extremely uncomfortable. He rejected the advances and that Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away. And as you mentioned, the attorney and representatives for Gooding did not immediately, Hallie, respond to NBC News' request for comment.
The lawsuit was amended hours after the raid happened last night, but there's no information that connects Gooding to those searches, right? So what is the latest on what we all saw as breaking news last night unfold, right? Where those raids stand, where that investigation stands?
Yeah, Hallie, so this is a federal investigation out of New York. We know so far 3 women and 1 man has been interviewed by officials in Manhattan. An additional 3 people are also scheduled to be interviewed. Now, during those simultaneous raids in LA and Miami, we know that federal Homeland Security officials also seized cell phones from Diddy moments before he was about to board a plane to the Bahamas. He was scheduled to take a trip. It's unclear if he actually got on that flight. Now, our colleague Steve Patterson interviewed former federal prosecutor Francie Hakes, who says this investigation could lead to an entire spider web of further investigations. Listen.
I think it's important to know that the SDNY and the Department of Justice generally does not go after high-profile celebrities unless they've got a ton of evidence. And I'll be very interested to see these search warrant affidavits when they're eventually released to see what that probable cause actually is.
And Hallie, representatives for Diddy have yet to respond to our request for comment. Now, the big question is what charges, if any, come from these searches and what Diddy has to say about it. He has not said a word, and we will be following the story as it develops. Hallie?
I know you will be. Dana Griffin live for us there in L.A. Thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, 2 Russian officials saying today they believe Ukraine was involved in the deadly attack on a Moscow concert hall. Remember, President Vladimir Putin has been trying to point the finger at Ukraine to a degree for the attack that killed at least 130 people with no evidence. Ukraine has repeatedly denied any involvement, and remember, ISIS has claimed responsibility. Number 2, cows in Texas and Kansas testing positive for bird flu, according to the feds, the first time that virus has been found in cows. Now, officials say the milk supply in this country is safe, that the risk to people is low. Milk from any sick cattle, any sick cows being destroyed. Number 3, former New England Patriots star Malcolm Butler facing a DUI charge in Rhode Island, according to police. He was arrested earlier this month, but we're just finding out about it now. You'll remember Butler made that Super Bowl clinching interception against the Seahawks in 2015. His lawyers trying to get the charge dismissed, arguing Butler's constitutional rights were violated. He's set to be arraigned later this week. Number 4, King Charles and Queen Camilla will attend an Easter service at Windsor Castle this Sunday, according to Buckingham Palace. The king's first big event since he was diagnosed with cancer last month. Officials say other members of the royal family will be there as well, but Prince William and Princess Kate, who announced she's going through cancer treatment last week, probably will not appear. Number 5, The Bachelorette, naming its first Asian-American lead in the show's history. Jen Tran is Vietnamese-American, made it to the final 6 of the most recent season of The Bachelor. She says she feels so grateful and so honored. So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, we're talking about a reading law in Tennessee that could potentially hold back thousands of fourth graders. The law was intended to try to make students better readers before they moved on to the next grade. But some kids say the policy puts too much pressure on testing. Kathy Park has more.
10-year-old Ava Weiss is a fourth grader in Tennessee who says there's one test next month that's giving her a lot of anxiety.
Talk to me about why it stresses you out so much.
I'm just not a good test taker, and I'm overachieving, and I just wish I could do better.
She's haunted by the outcome of last year's state assessment known as TCAP. The score on the English language arts section determines whether a third grader is held back, a policy under the reading retention law that went into effect last year.
You took the exam last year, and how did you do?
Well, I'm pretty sure almost all of us in my class failed, and I failed too.
Ava was among the 60% of third graders who fell short on the state's reading benchmark. But after backlash over the law, families were given options to get their child into the fourth grade, including summer school, tutoring, or an appeal, which Ava was granted.
It still affects her emotionally after failing the test last year and just feeling like she's not as joyful with school, not as excited about doing her work as she was before.
Ultimately, fewer than 900 students had to repeat the third grade last year. Roughly 12,000 students moved on to the fourth grade, opting for tutoring after falling short on the reading benchmark. Now, those students must show adequate growth on the English language section of the TCAP next month before they can advance to fifth grade. At the State Board of Education meeting last year, one member projected up to 6,000 students could be retained.
Unless the law were changed, then there would likely be roughly 5,000 or 6,000 fifth graders retained. Is that correct?
And this year, I think that's accurate.
State Representative Mark White, who chairs the Education Administration Committee, says Tennessee lawmakers are currently reviewing next steps for fourth graders being held back.
We are amending that particular bill right now. Everyone believes it's not healthy to hold back a third or fourth grader, but at the same time, it's not healthy to let them go on through high school where many drop out because school is too hard.
Tennessee isn't alone in enforcing a third grade reading retention law. Similar policies are in place in at least 26 states and the District of Columbia. Deborah Reed is a director of the Tennessee Reading Research Center.
Students that are not successful readers at the end of third grade, about 75% of them will struggle with reading for the rest of their lives. Illiteracy rates are associated with poor mental health, poor physical health, of course, limited education and limited access to employment.
Catherine Bike is a Knox County School Board member and the mother of a fourth grader who filed an appeal after her son didn't pass the English section of the TCAP last year.
So you noticed a drastic change after he took that exam?
Absolutely, yes. He's secretly a perfectionist, and he really holds himself to a high standard, and he just started calling himself dumb and stupid and hitting himself in the head. And that was really hard to watch happen as a parent and to not know what to do for that.
With the next exam just weeks away, she says the pressure is building.
What are the lawmakers missing, you think?
I think that they're missing that these kids have feelings and emotions and the damage that's being done. I think they're really missing that.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Our thanks to Kathy for that reporting. Coming up here on the show, the deadly attack during rush hour in the New York City subway. Why police say it came out of nowhere. Plus, the Jaeger heist solved, where the Penguins say they found all those missing bobbleheads. Okay, that's next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So some new numbers out today shows your age probably has a lot to do with how you feel about the economy, with the Consumer Confidence Index staying basically the same this month compared to February. But if you go deep, it's really two stories. 55 and up, if you're above the age of 55, you probably feel better about the economy. If you're below 55, you feel worse. Christine Romans is joining us to break it all down, as if we needed one more reason to divide boomers from millennials, right? Talk us through it.
I know. Well, boomers, by the way, they probably have a house that has a record high home value, and they probably have a 401k that has a record high stock market value.
Meanwhile, millennials can't buy a house.
Yeah, and they can't get in. So you can see there are two very different stages of life in this economy for those two groups. Let's look at the overall numbers. You can see that basically this index is muddling along. Look at the top. That's the present situation, how I feel right now. And then below that, the blue line is expectations, how I think things are going to be. And the expectations index kind of dragging things down here. You know, the people who were answering this survey were writing in about food prices and gas prices in the write-in part of this survey. So they're still concerned about that embedded inflation. Yet, when asked about the risks for a recession, the recession risks going down. So it's super interesting here that two-speed economy, they're worried about the next shoe that's going to drop, but things are actually pretty good right now. Look at that's the recession likelihood declining there pretty dramatically. So that's where we sit with this kind of two-speed economy, I would say. You know, people with a job, with savings, and with investments are doing just fine. People who can't get into that game are feeling a little left behind.
Two-speed economy, Christine. I like how you put it. Thank you very much for that. We'll see how those numbers change. If they do, next month. Appreciate it.
Nice to see you.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, Utah's women's basketball coach says the team had to switch hotels during the NCAA tournament because of what they called racial hate crimes. She didn't say exactly what happened, but said there were several incidents after the team got into the Spokane, Washington area to play Gonzaga. She says Gonzaga and the NCAA helped them switch hotels. The NCAA says it condemns racism and is devastated by what happened. Out of our Southern Bureau, Texas AG Ken Paxton coming to a deal where he'll pay like $300,000 so he will not have to go to trial next month on criminal securities fraud charges. Remember, he was indicted a while back for allegedly misleading investors in a tech startup. And the deal today does not mean he's admitting guilt. It will let him keep his job. Out of our Northeast Bureau, you know those stolen bobbleheads we've told you about? Hockey player Jaromir Jagr, they're now found. The Pittsburgh Penguins were supposed to hand him out weeks ago, but the shipment was stolen, a bobblehead theft. The Penguins say a special cargo recovery team got the bobbleheads back. They're planning to give them out in just about a week. To New York now, and a man tonight charged there with murder for what police say was an unprovoked attack on the subway, a horrific attack. The suspect in custody there after that arrest. But the scary scene inside a subway station in Harlem, police all around, happened during rush hour, right as we were coming off the air last night. The victim was pushed onto the tracks, was pronounced dead on the scene. The suspect reportedly has a history of arrests and mental illness, according to the New York Times. Stephen Romo is joining us now, and it plays into what is perhaps a perception problem about safety on the New York City subway system. The governor has tried to address it. The data shows crime overall is going down, but talk us through the reality here.
Yeah, Hallie, there have been several major transit crimes that have gotten a lot of headlines, but you're right. The data actually shows that crime has dipped a bit. Looking at the data from transit crimes from 2022 to 2023, down about 3%. And take a look at this month compared with March of 2023, down 15.5%. But if you were just going from social media and what we're talking about, it might be hard to believe those numbers. Just 2 weeks ago, we had an incident with a man who got on the subway without paying. He argued with some passengers before fighting, one of them ultimately dropping a gun that he was shot shot with. That caused a lot of alarm. It left him badly injured. That passenger who pulled the trigger not expected to face any charges. But it's incidents like that that have led Governor Kathy Hochul to deploy New York City Police and National Guard troops as well in the subway to try to help. A divisive move, bringing privacy concerns because of bag searches that are happening. But ultimately, it may be too soon to tell if that's actually helping. I ride the subway. I talk to people on the subway, and they are concerned a lot of times about crime as it plays out.
As we talk about crime more broadly in the city, there's this thing that's been happening that's caught the attention of our team here because these women, I think mostly younger women, are putting these videos up saying that something pretty disturbing has happened to them. And it feels like a pattern. Let me play a little bit of it.
I was literally just walking, and a man came up and punched me in the face.
I literally just got punched by some man on the sidewalk.
So somebody punching women in the face. What do we know about this? Can this be verified? Is this an issue? What's the deal?
Yeah, those two incidents we have verified with the New York City Police Department, but there are even more incidents, more videos, frankly, that we're looking into right now. Some people are injured in them. This is causing a lot of alarm, as you can imagine. Those two incidents we can tell you more about. Police confirming yesterday a 23-year-old woman was walking around 10 a.m. near Chelsea when she was hit in the head. We could see it there in the video. She had injuries to the right side of her face. And then last Sunday, the 17th, near Soho, blocks away from that scene, police say a 25-year-old woman was walking her dog when an unknown person punched her in the head. Now, she thankfully did not appear to be injured from that. The New York City Police Department not yet able to tell us whether these incidents are related. There are, I can tell you, other incidents we're looking into as well that are similar. Some of them have some differences in there, but it is chilling to think about just walking around and being sucker punched in the face. More New York City crime that is making headlines right now, Hallie.
Stephen Romo, thank you so much. When we come back, a new lawsuit against hospitals who employed a serial sexual predator. The emotional reaction from one of the victims, only right here on NBC News.
studio.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Tonight, a law firm says it's filed its first lawsuit against some Chicago hospitals on behalf of an alleged sexual assault survivor, saying the hospitals chose profits over patient safety, allowing a sexual predator to prey on patients, ignoring warning sign after warning sign. The firm says it represents hundreds more alleged victims.
Women reported that Ortega's examinations felt more sexual than medical. These healthcare institutions did not just turn a blind eye to the abuse that was happening in front of them. They enabled a sexual predator. They gave him a platform, and they gaslit the women who continued to come forward and report what was going on there.
Dr. Fabio Ortega was a Chicago OBGYN who pleaded guilty to sexually abusing 2 of his patients during exams, sentenced to 3 years in prison in 2021. This lawsuit now alleges it goes further than that, trying to hold the hospitals where he worked accountable, saying they negligently hired, supervised, and retained a known predator. NBC's Maggie Vespa has been following this story. These are obviously extremely concerning allegations. I know you spoke with one of the victims, right? Tell us more.
Yeah, so she is a 49-year-old mother of 2 from Mexico who said she wanted to remain anonymous because she told us that her children, her 2 adult daughters, don't know at this point what happened to their mother. But again, as you said, she says, Hallie, she's one of the 300+ who attorneys mention in this lawsuit. That lawsuit's filed on behalf of one woman, Jane Doe 300. The woman that we talked to is not Jane Doe 300. Attorneys tell us simply they're going suits one by one, sort of survivor by survivor, and they say more suits are coming. But she is quoted in the lawsuit, as are several women. Her story in particular saying that she was abused by Dr. Ortega, and that years later, after she stopped seeing him because of the abuse, she says that an employee at North Shore Hospital, one of the 2 named in this suit, called her, this was like in 2018, and told her that Dr. Ortega had retired. And she said she didn't know that. That's interesting to know. Thank you for the information. The suit goes on to say what they didn't tell her was that he had had his license revoked after he had been charged with criminal sexual abuse, the charges that we later saw he was convicted on. So now knowing kind of how widespread this is, and now knowing she believes, based on what these attorneys say they've found, that this was kept from patients, she says she is angry, and that's why she's speaking out. Take a listen. The allegation is they definitely should have been doing far more to protect patients. What's that emotion? Like, how does that make you feel to read where this case is going now?
Angry, because they knew what was going on. I didn't say anything. There are few people in my, circle that they know about this. If there were a complaining before I went to see him, before me, what happened to me, maybe, maybe couldn't have, I couldn't be not happening to me,
And Hallie, our viewers might have guessed from that soundbite, our interviewee is a Spanish speaker, and a lot of these women, attorneys say, are Latina. They're predominantly Spanish speaking, and they were sent, they say, to Dr. Ortega because he spoke Spanish. So a lot of them, that kind of adds another layer, you can imagine, as to why attorneys say they didn't speak out, and they allege why the hospitals didn't take their complaints seriously. So now, this is now a massive windfall that attorneys believe the doctor never thought would come to fruition, Hallie.
So then what are we hearing from the hospital?
So the hospitals have gotten back to us with a statement. It's interesting. We're talking about 2 separate hospitals previously. They're now owned by the same healthcare group. So that group, Endeavor Health, which represents now North Shore University Health System and Swedish Covenant Health, got back to us with a statement saying they have no tolerance for abuse of any kind. They recognize the tremendous strength and the courage this takes to come forward. They believe trust is earned, and they'll always look for opportunities to demonstrate the commitment to those highest standards of care. They went on to say they have actually improved their policies for investigating and kind of lending credence to these types of complaints. We also should note that we reached out to the doctor, including his former attorneys, both in his criminal case and other civil cases that have been brought against him. We haven't gotten a response yet. That doctor is out of prison, so we will let you know if that changes. Hallie?
Maggie Vespa, thank you very much. If you or somebody you know has experienced a sexual assault, help is available. Look at what's on your screen here, 1-800-656-HOPE. That's 1-800-656-4673. You can catch more of Maggie's interview coming up on Top Story at 7 o'clock Eastern right here on NBC News Now. When we come back, a new NFL rule that's supposed to make the most dangerous play in football a little more exciting. We'll explain.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A new rule from the NFL trying to undo some of the changes it made for safety to try to get a little more action into game. All of it about the kickoff. This is some big news. Watch.
Officially underway. And through the back of the end zone. And he's able to send it through the back of the end zone. And that one is also good. Deep kick.
Those are a couple of the 13 kickoffs in this year's Super Bowl. None of them had any kickoff returns, the first time that has ever happened. The league is not so down with that. So here's what's going to change. The kicking team's now going to line up just 5 yards apart from the receiving team. We're going to channel my inner ESPN anchor. Let's do this right now, okay? So look at this, instead of with the kicker. So he is now alone back here. The kicker's job is to try to hit, we're going to show you the green area, the landing zone here. That's what they're calling it. If the kicker doesn't get into the landing zone, major penalties for the kicking team. But the rules also are going to force teams to return most kickoffs, meaning maybe some more action. Maura Barrett is joining us now. And Maura, I know you've been talking with league officials. They say at its core, there's really two buckets here. There's safety and entertainment. They say safety is still the priority, even with this rule change, right? It's a big deal for this huge company.
It has to be, Hallie. I mean, how many stories have we covered regarding safety in the NFL, the lack of safety there, frankly? And so this is something that they're really trying to focus in on with this adjustment while still keeping the excitement as part of the game. And the way they're going to do that safety-wise is kind of as you just laid out. The teams are going to be closer together, which gives them less time to ramp up that speed. So when the collision happens, hopefully, the hope is they will prevent injury, prevent serious injury. And so I want you to hear from, we talked to Jeff Miller. He tackles health and safety for the NFL, and he talked about how even with all the adjustments they've made with the kickoff rule in the past, they haven't seen as much adjustment on the safety element. Here's some of our conversation.
When you're looking at a play that to this point has had a concussion rate 4 times your average runner pass play and an injury rate 2x your average runner pass play, that's just not acceptable. And so the way that we've dealt with it has decreased the frequency of the play, but hasn't changed the rates of those injuries.
So I want to zoom in on those numbers that you'd pulled in quickly there. If you take a look at this, the special teams, the ones that run those kickoff plays, they make up about 17% of all plays in the game. But the imbalance is that they make up 30% of major knee injuries, about 30% of the lower body injuries. So there's a huge imbalance there. In that sense, concussion rates also play a factor. And so those are the numbers they're looking to see more balanced with this new rule when it comes to safety, Hallie.
But there's also then the entertainment factor, the zhuzh factor, right? The excitement factor for the people who are watching. And we know tons of people watch, right, with the NFL, the biggest sports league in this country here.
Exactly. They want to make sure people are glued in, engaged when they're watching. And I want you to show you this in terms of the last 15 years. We've seen more of those touchbacks, but that directly correlates to the fact that there's less return yards, which makes it, frankly, a more boring game to watch. And that's something that the NFL is trying to tackle. We spoke with Darren Brizzi. He's the special teams coordinator for the New Orleans Saints. He's been involved with the conversation on how to change these rules. And he told us that he's really looking to bring the excitement back.
The touchback was a play where people went to the bathroom and got a snack, and now you're going to see some of your favorite players with the ball in their hand, and you're going to be eyes glued to the TV. So whether you're don't like the rule or you like the rule or you're not quite sure about